The morning sun slices through the bedroom curtains, but it is not the light that wakes me. It is a sharp, localized earthquake in my gut. My body folds instinctively, a reflex born of surprise rather than grace. My sister is currently using my midsection as a trampoline, her voice a shrill, rhythmic drill that threatens to shatter the fragile peace of my final day at home. Morning, morning, morning. Her face is an infuriating mask of wide-eyed innocence, though I can see the calculating glint in her pupils as she scans the room. She is looking for a reaction. She is looking for an audience. I am not giving her one. I offer a measured, calm demand for her to vacate the premises of my bed. She does not budge. The maternal decree to wake me up has been used as a license for tactical warfare. I wait. Silence is a predatory skill. I count the seconds until her smug confidence begins to fray at the edges, her limbs becoming twitchy and restless. The moment she relaxes that defensive posture, I strike. A quick, practiced shove sends her tumbling off the mattress and onto the floor with a satisfying thud. She lets out a yelp of indignation, but I am already on my feet, armored in the cold indifference I have perfected over years of living with the chaotic variables of my family. The breakfast table is no sanctuary. The porridge is a cold, gray reminder that nothing in this house happens on my terms. My mother is already there, her gaze acting like a scalpel, peeling back the layers of my appearance. She does not see a student. She sees a walking advertisement for the family brand. A change of clothes is demanded, and I comply, not out of respect, but because arguing with her is like trying to dry the ocean with a sponge. The real trap, however, is not the clothes. It is the conversation. She dances around the subject of my brother in Koth, her words weaving a web of domestic obligation. She wants me to babysit my sister while they travel. The thought is a physical weight, a prospect so dreary it borders on the surreal. I am 15, a student of the arcane, not a glorified nanny for an imp who treats my personal belongings as her private treasure trove. I deflect, I protest, I snap, but the domestic machinery of my household grinds on, indifferent to my plight. Then, a knock. The arrival of a representative from the Royal Academy of Magical Arts is not the celebratory event one might expect. It is a sudden, chilling descent into anxiety. A mage here? In my kitchen? The psychological pressure shifts instantly. I am no longer just a son trying to avoid chores. I am under official scrutiny. But the fear evaporates into a strange, hollow relief. She is here to finalize the transition. The physical proof of my status as a first circle mage, a scroll sealed with a lock that defies mundane force, serves as my initiation. I channel the mana, the internal hum of my own power, and the seal yields. It is a simple thing, yet the symbolism is absolute. I am moving up, moving out, and moving away from the suffocating expectations of the Kaczynski estate. The final blow, however, comes with the assignment of my mentor, Svim Chow. The name hits like a lead weight in my chest. He is a ghost story told to freshmen to make them fear the coming years, a legend of impossible standards and impenetrable silence. There is no transfer, no escape, and no reprieve. As I stare at the list of electives, the weight of the upcoming term settles in. My sister's laughter echoes from the hallway, a mocking bird signaling the end of my quiet life. I look at the mage, then toward the door, my dignity hanging by a thread as I offer a pathetic excuse to flee to the bathroom. The transition is beginning, but the cost of my freedom might be far steeper than I ever imagined. The station is a cacophony of reunions and frantic departures, a sea of humanity that grates against my nerves like sandpaper on velvet. I am a ghost in my own family, trailing behind them as if anchored by a rope of pure social obligation. My brother, Fortov, is currently in his element. He is performing that tired routine of his, radiating charisma to a group of friends who seem entirely too eager to soak up his reflected light. He is the golden child, a master of the effortless smile, hiding his lack of substance behind a veil of charm. They say I have half of our eldest brother's competence while he inherited the other half's charm. I have always found that comparison to be a special kind of insult. The crowd is pressing in on me, an invisible tide of collective anxiety. To others, this is just a bustling transport hub. To me, it is a sensory assault. Being around too many people at once feels like a slow, crushing weight on my chest, a physical manifestation of noise and intent. My parents once tried to force me into the local congregation, only to discover that I would inevitably pass out once the room reached capacity. My brain simply refuses to process the sheer volume of human static. Finally, the iron beast groans into view, heralded by a piercing, soul-rattling whistle. It is a masterpiece of modern engineering, a hum of crystallized mana that vibrates in the marrow of my bones. I can feel the raw power pulsing off the engine, a thrumming heartbeat of energy that calls to the burgeoning mage in me. I have spent years wondering how the operators harness such volatile forces, wishing I could peek behind the curtain of the engine room. But those are dreams for a different day, for a different life. The farewells are performative, a series of hollow nods and expected pleasantries. I do not linger. I slip into the train, seeking the sanctuary of an empty compartment. The latch clicks shut, severing the connection to the world of noise, expectations, and family politics. As the locomotive screams again, beginning its rhythmic, grinding march toward Zorian, I lean my head against the cool glass. The scenery begins to blur into a smear of grays and greens. The city of my birth is falling away behind us, and for the first time in months, the air in my lungs feels clean. I am heading toward the academy, toward a future that is entirely mine to shape, for better or for worse. I close my eyes, trying to imagine the lectures, the experiments, and the quiet of a library that does not contain my sister's sticky fingers or my mother's critical gaze. I am finally leaving the theater of my domestic life. But as the train picks up speed, a strange, creeping sensation prickles at the back of my neck. It feels as though the journey ahead is hiding something far more complex than a simple school term, something that does not want to be found. The train station announcement cuts through the air, a crackling, disembodied voice that serves as a mandatory reminder of my own exhaustion. Porth. I despise trains. They are metallic coffins of rhythmic thumping, suffocating heat, and the relentless, soul-crushing boredom that makes the brain feel like it is slowly liquefying in the skull. Every time I drift into a fragile, dreamless state, that electronic herald tears me back to consciousness. It is a calculated annoyance, a mechanical alarm clock for the weary. I scan the platform. It is a mirror image of the last 5 stations, a template of gray concrete and blue text. The influx of new students is inevitable. They arrive in giggling, unrefined swarms, eager to be molded into the image of their wealthy, influential parents. My compartment, once a sanctuary of solitude, is quickly invaded. There is a girl in a green turtleneck who shares my silent, brooding disdain, but she is outnumbered by a quartet of giggling newcomers who seem determined to turn the journey into an endurance test. As the trees begin to thicken against the horizon, signaling the approach of the northern forest, I prepare for the arrival. I am a veteran of this migration. I know the drill. I aim for the exit before the rest of the herd can clog the aisles, yet I am still trapped by a group of wide-eyed first years. They are breathless with wonder, babbling about learning magic as if it is a parlor trick. Their naivety is almost charming, if it weren't so exhausting. When they demand I demonstrate my craft, I shut them down with a flat, weary negation. The truth is, I cannot weave mana here, even if I wanted to. The train is warded against idiocy, designed specifically to stop vandals from setting the upholstery on fire. The station at Zorian is a sprawling, subterranean cathedral of steam and steel. It is a place that dwarfs the human spirit, a tunnel system that feels more like an artificial artery of the city itself. The sheer volume of life flowing through this terminal is dizzying. I navigate the chaos with a single-minded focus, purchasing a piece of bread to ground myself before setting out toward the central plaza. Then, the normalcy fractures. Near a stairwell, a gathering of rats watches me. Their eyes are not the dull beads of vermin. They are intelligent, cold, and calculating. As they shift, I catch a glimpse of something that makes my blood turn to ice. Their skulls appear transparent, the brain matter pulsing beneath the skin in an exposed, grisly display of biological horror. I do not stay to investigate. I retreat in a blind, heart-pounding sprint, my flight instincts overriding every shred of intellectual curiosity. The rest of the trek is a series of minor, grating obstacles. A sobbing child, a half-submerged bicycle that demands a display of kinetic control, and the ominous gathering of bruised, heavy clouds. By the time I reach the academy, the rain is already weeping from the sky, but it never touches the grounds. A shimmering, invisible dome of ancient warding holds the storm at bay, a testament to the sheer scale of the power concentrated here. The administration building is a labyrinth of paperwork, a 2-hour war of attrition fought with ink and bureaucracy. When I finally reach my assigned room, the exhaustion is a physical weight, pinning me to the floor. It is spacious, a far cry from the cramped, shared misery of previous years. A private shower, a sturdy desk, and a silence that is absolute. I collapse onto the mattress, the hum of the city fading into a distant, muffled roar. My spellbook is thin, a meager collection of 20 parlor tricks that I plan to expand with predatory intent. As my eyes flutter shut, I feel the residual static of the ambient mana wells pressing against my skin. Sleep drags me down into the dark, a bottomless well that promises total oblivion. I have no idea that this quiet is the last I will ever truly know, that the cycle is about to shift, and that the reality I am drifting into is far more fragile than I dare to imagine. The Academy is a temple of ego, but its true power lies in its library. It is a labyrinth of knowledge that stretches into the subterranean dark beneath the city, a place where history, forbidden arts, and romantic trash novels collide in the dust. For 2 years, I have been locked out of the restricted depths. Now, as a first circle mage, the chains are off. I spend my morning diving into the archives, a treasure hunter sifting through spells that range from the mundane to the suspiciously dangerous. Why these were tucked away from sight is a mystery, but one I intend to solve by year's end. Hunger eventually forces me back to the surface. The cafeteria has undergone a strange, artificial renovation. Too clean, too polished, as if the Academy is bracing for a high-profile inspection. I am searching for a familiar face in the crowd, hoping to find a source of information to decode these sudden changes, when a voice pierces the ambient chatter. Benisek, the human equivalent of a megaphone. He is the Academy's pulse, a gossip-hungry socialite who knows everything before it happens. He claims the sudden sparkle of the institution is due to a summer festival, a celebration amplified by some obscure planetary alignment. I suspect it is just an excuse to burn through a massive budget, but in a place fueled by ego and ancient tradition, who really knows? We navigate the shallow waters of small talk. My summer spent in solitary study is spent as a glorified administrative assistant to his father, before landing on the topic of mentors. The name Svim hits the table, and Benisek looks at me as if I have just announced my own funeral. Svim is a legend of misery, the mentor who breaks spirits before they can even attempt to shape mana. I am a condemned man, and Benisek is the friend watching from the safety of the bleachers. The afternoon brings a more unwelcome visitor. Taven, a girl from my past who still insists on using a nickname that sits in my gut like sour milk. She is all kinetic energy and casual disregard, currently treating my bed like her personal lounging station. She is here for a mission, a sewer run disguised as an adventure. Her pitch is a masterpiece of deception, a simple retrieval job in the city tunnels. I look at her, at the casual confidence she wears like a second skin, and I see the trap. It is a thankless, grimy, dangerous crawl through the bowels of the city, and she needs me only to fill a headcount requirement. I want to tell her that I am not a charity case for her social circle. I want to tell her that I have better things to do than scavenge through refuse in a tunnel. But as she pushes the old, foolish part of me, the part that still remembers the sting of a fake date and the weight of a misplaced crush flares up. I am tired of being the outsider, tired of the nicknames, and tired of being the only one who takes the path of caution. I watch her, measuring the cost of saying yes. If I go, I risk more than just my dignity in those tunnels. Something is shifting in this city, a weirdness that is starting to seep into the floorboards. Rats with exposed, throbbing brains are not a standard feature of urban life. The tunnels are not just sewers anymore. They're becoming a graveyard of secrets. I look at the books I've checked out, then back to her. The temptation to break the routine is there, pulling at me. My resolve is a crumbling wall, and I am not sure if I am strong enough to stay behind it. Taven is a human hurricane of kinetic energy and questionable decision-making. She is currently folded into a lotus position on my bed, her grin wide enough to suggest she is plotting something particularly annoying. We have just spent 3 hours locked in a verbal skirmish regarding the merits of her simple sewer mission. I eventually managed to extract her from my room, but the air she leaves behind is charged with the lingering scent of her frantic, unasked-for concern. My weekend is essentially dead, sacrificed to the altar of social friction. Monday morning arrives with the subtlety of a blunt instrument. I drag myself out of bed, feeling the weight of the new week settling into my marrow. I have a schedule to keep, and self-discipline is the only thing currently separating me from the academic ruin that seems to be the default state for many of my peers. Essential invocations. The name is vague, an umbrella term that barely scratches the surface of the arcane machinery we are here to master. I arrive early, only to be met by a Koja, the class representative who treats the 15-minute pre-class window like a military inspection. She scans me with a look of practiced judgment. I bypass the lecture on punctuality and slide into the room. The atmosphere is thick with the scent of old parchment, ozone, and the distinct, cloying perfumes of noble bloodlines. My classmates are a walking catalog of magical anomalies. Individuals whose lineages have been twisted by ritual or birth until their very anatomy defies logic. To my left, Briam sits with a fire drake coiled in his lap. The creature is all twitching muscle and reptilian intelligence, its yellow eyes tracking my every movement with a predatory hunger that makes my skin crawl. It is a bond of convenience and fire, a living weapon in a classroom. Zach slides into the seat behind me, his voice a smooth, distracting ripple. He is the mirror image of everything I find irritating about my own family. Charming, effortless, and entirely too comfortable in his own skin. He is eyeing the room with the casual confidence of someone who has never struggled to master a simple light spell. I offer him nothing but clipped, guarded responses. Ilsa walks in. The transition from my earlier, private meeting with her to this formal, authoritative role is jarring. She stands at the head of the room, a gatekeeper of the first circle. The lecture is a review, a grueling, step-by-step breakdown of structured versus unstructured magic that feels like watching paint dry in slow motion. The demonstration is where the monotony breaks. She forces us to levitate ceramic bowls and then perform a de-illuminator chant, a spell for snuffing out magical light, to see if we can disrupt the hover. The result is a symphony of shattering porcelain as the room's air fills with the sound of dropped objects. It is a lesson in power dynamics. The spell is a blunt force instrument, a disruptor that cares little for the integrity of what it breaks. Then comes the fire. We ignite piles of paper, and she demands we dispel the flames. When the paper continues to burn, indifferent to our incantations, the lesson hits home. Magic can spark a fire, but the flame itself is a physical, untethered entity. It is the first time I have seen a collective realization ripple through the room. The sudden, sharp understanding that magic does not exist in a vacuum. It is not just about the spell, it is about the consequence. By the time the bell rings, I am left with a growing sense of dissatisfaction. The basics are a necessary floor, but I am looking for the ceiling. An essay on dispelling is my first assignment of the year. I leave the room, the scent of smoke and burnt paper clinging to my clothes, wondering how long I will have to endure these review sessions before the real work begins. The academy is a beautiful, expensive cage, and I am still just learning the shape of the bars. The week progresses in a blur of academic monotony. The history of magic, a subject that should theoretically be fascinating, is transformed into a 200-page endurance test by a professor who treats every date and decree like a holy scripture. It is an auspicious start, if your goal is to make us all resent the very idea of literacy. Tuesday, however, brings a shift. We are ushered into a training hall to meet Kieran, our combat magic instructor. The man is an architectural marvel of muscle and scar tissue, a former battle mage who seems to have been carved out of granite and spite. He doesn't lecture, he commands. He tears down our delusions of grandeur with brutal efficiency, explaining that the flashy, theatrical magic we've studied until now is essentially a death sentence in the real world. In the wake of the Splitter Wars, style has been replaced by lethal, ugly substance. He hands us rods, primitive, tactile interfaces for spell formulas. When it's my turn to test the magic missile, I find it disturbingly easy. The rod does the heavy lifting, channeling mana into a bolt of force with minimal effort. It is intoxicating until my reserves hit empty after a measly 8 shots. I watch Zach from the sidelines, a fountain of seemingly infinite mana, casting with a lazy, effortless grace that makes my own exhaustion feel pathetic. Then comes the spell formula class with Nora, a woman whose hair seems to be engaged in a permanent, gravity-defying argument with her scalp. She is the embodiment of academic zeal, handing out lists of recommended reading that could double as a small library. Between the tests and the relentless pacing, the joy of magic is being systematically replaced by the crushing weight of preparation. Finally, Friday arrives, the appointment I have been dreading. The room is heavy with a suffocating, clinical silence. Svim Chow, the mentor who acts as the Academy's bogeyman, doesn't even look up as I enter. He is a man who exudes a chilling, precise impatience. He throws a pen at me. I barely catch it. "Show me your basic 3, he commands. I begin the levitation exercise, the mental equivalent of flexing a muscle I have long since mastered. A second later, he cuts me off. Too slow. I start over. He interrupts again, and again. For an hour, he strips away every bit of confidence I have accrued over 2 years of study. I am deep in the zone, my concentration a razor-thin wire, when a marble slams into my forehead. My focus shatters. I stare at him, half expecting a lecture on ethics, but he only offers a cold, dismissive look. He tells me that the Academy has failed me, that my mastery is a delusion, and that we are returning to the literal nursery stage of mana shaping. My hands clench. The urge to lash out, to show him that I am more than a broken toy, is a fire in my throat. He leans forward, his voice a quiet, lethal decree. Start over. I stare at the pen, my pulse hammering against my ribs. The cycle of his interrogation begins anew. As I reset my focus, I realize with a sickening clarity that this is not just training. This is a deliberate, surgical dismantling of my patience, my ego, and my sanity, and I have no idea how deep into the dark this man intends to drag me. Warding is less of a science and more of a headache-inducing geometry puzzle. It is the art of protecting space with magic, but in practice, it feels like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube while someone is throwing rocks at your head. Our instructor, a woman who likely considers joy a waste of mana, doesn't teach. She translates her own genius into a language of omissions and confusion. Her textbook reads like a technical manual for a master artisan, not a guide for someone still struggling to find their way. The exam is a nightmare of logistical scenarios. Designing a research outpost in the mountains, accounting for borer-wasp infestations, and optimizing ward placement on a budget. It is a test of architecture, geography, and patience, none of which are my strong suits. As I struggle with the floor plans, a sound drifts from the back of the room. It is a giggle. Zach. He is sitting there, radiating an infuriating, calm success. In the span of a single summer, he has morphed from a mediocre student into an academic titan. He is acing every test, every assignment, every standard. Beside him, Nialu is equally brilliant. It is as if they've been replaced by versions of themselves that were manufactured in a lab. There is a weight to their ease that feels entirely unnatural, a secret they are holding behind their polished, perfect grades. I hand him my paper, defeated, and find a Kojo waiting for me. She is the opposite of my resigned frustration. She is a perfectionist vibrating with genuine concern. We walk through the halls, the air thick with the mystery of these overnight prodigies. Benisek, always appearing when there is a rumor to be scavenged, joins us. We hypothesize, speculate, and spiral, but none of it makes sense. Zach doesn't just know the answers. He rattles them off like he's reading from an internal script. The day concludes in the alchemy workshop, It is a sanctuary of bubbling vials and pungent powders, a place where I feel in control. I pair off with Benisek, who is essentially a one-man wrecking ball of distraction. He spends the hour ogling the instructor, Aslan, who possesses the kind of ageless beauty that usually involves a dark secret or an incredibly expensive potion. While I work on grinding wasp husks into glue, Zack is in the corner crafting an enhancement potion, a feat that ignores the assignment entirely, yet earns him silent approval from our teacher. I watch him, my hands steady, my blood beginning to simmer. It is the same envy I saw in Akoja's eyes. But the real shock comes at the end of the day. Ilsa stands before the class, announcing a mandatory dance to mark the eve of the summer festival. Attendance is not a request. It is a decree. As the room erupts in groans, I am summoned to stay behind with Akoja. Ilsa wants us to assist in the upcoming dance lessons. She plans to use animation magic, a restricted, invasive technique that puppeteers a student's body through the motions until muscle memory takes over. It is a violation, a forced learning method that I remember all too vividly from my own childhood. As I agree, I am already calculating the utility of learning the spell. If I know how to weave the strings, I know how to cut them. Ilsa dismisses us with a warning about trauma, unaware that for me, the damage was done years ago. I walk out into the cooling air of the academy, the gears in my mind spinning. Something is deeply wrong with the order of things here. The prodigies are too perfect, the lessons are becoming increasingly invasive, and the summer festival feels less like a celebration and more like a deadline. I have 5 days to prepare for this dance, but I suspect I should be preparing for something much, much worse. The memory of my brother Diamond, the family golden boy, casting animation spells on me when I was a child, is a mental scar I've spent years trying to scab over. Now, I have to replicate that violation on others for a school-mandated dance. Life has a sadistic sense of humor. Ilsa keeps me back after the lecture, her tone pivoting from academic to personal with alarming speed. She drops a carrot, a mentorship transfer. If I excel, I can ditch Svim and his bottomless pit of marbles. But there is a catch, one that hangs in the air like a poison mist. To earn the transfer, I have to play the part of the obedient, socialite student at the upcoming summer dance. The dance I have been meticulously planning to sabotage. Checkmate, professor. The dance lessons themselves are a sensory overload. Imagine a room packed with students, the air thick with the smell of cheap perfume and the underlying, static hum of nervous mana. We are learning 10 different dances, a number that triggers a collective groan of misery from the class. Benisek, as usual, finds me in the corner, his lack of situational awareness reaching legendary heights. He starts prattling on about social duty, using the kind of empty, high-minded rhetoric that usually comes from people who have never had to struggle for a single thing in their lives. I lose my temper. The snap of my voice echoes off the walls, a sharp, dissonant chord in the polite symphony of the room. I don't care that I'm making a scene. I am tired of the comparisons, tired of being the third-son footnote in the Kaczynski family ledger, and tired of being expected to perform for people who don't know my name, only my pedigree. The final confrontation happens in Ilsa's office. She knows about my boycott. She knows about my plan to vanish behind a veil of alchemy-induced illness. She doesn't even bother to feign shock. The tension in the room is suffocating. I lay it all out. The truth about my family, the way they treat me like a spare tire in their social machinery, and my absolute, burning desire to be nothing more than a ghost in the machine. I expect her to lecture me on the virtues of community or the necessity of public image. Instead, she just looks tired. She tells me I'm not as average as I think, which is meant to be a compliment but feels like a weight. Being promising is just another way of saying you're a target for expectations you never asked for. I leave the office with a hollow victory. I have to attend, but I don't have to bring a date. I don't have to participate in the charade of romance. I will be a wallflower in a room full of peacocks, a spectator to a festival that feels increasingly like a prelude to something tectonic. I head back to my room, my mind already working through the mechanics of the night. If I have to be there, I will be, but I won't be a puppet. Not for Ilsa, not for my family, and certainly not for whatever grand, ominous design is unfolding beneath the surface of this city. The dance is coming, and I have a feeling the floor is going to drop out from under us before the music even stops. The hallways are alive with the garish, neon promise of the coming festival. But for me, they are just a reminder of the impending social execution I have to endure. My room is supposed to be a fortress of solitude, a place where I can finally turn off the noise, but I don't even make it through the threshold before the universe conspires against me. Fortov, my brother, the human equivalent of a leaking pipe, messy, annoying, and always in need of someone else to plug the holes he leaves in his wake. He is here because he is in a bind as always. He managed to shove his latest flame into a patch of purple creeper, a plant that turns skin into a weeping, inflamed map of regret during a field test. He needs an anti-rash salve, and he needs it now because apparently beauty is a fleeting commodity in his social circle. I want to tell him to rot, but the please, please, please cadence of his whining is a psychological blade I cannot withstand. I agree, mostly just to silence him and reclaim my evening. The alchemical workshop is a cold, sterile sanctuary. The silence here is heavy, thick with the scent of volatile minerals and dried herbs. I grind the creeper leaves with a method that isn't in any textbook: a bit of cloth, a piece of leather, and the blunt, rhythmic violence of a hammer. It's effective. It's quiet. It's mine. As I stir the mixture, the air behind me shifts. I am not alone. Kale, the Morlock boy with hair like bleached bone and eyes that seem to map out the flaws in everything they touch. He has been watching me with the intensity of a predator, though there is no malice in his posture. He comments on my work with a clinical, detached grace that puts me on edge. We discuss the enigma of Zach, the boy who suddenly mastered the impossible, and Kale's insight is sharp, slicing through the surface of the classroom mystery. Zach is not a genius. He is an actor who has been playing a role for years. Kale leaves me with a cryptic, unsettling realization that confirms what I've been feeling. The playing field is rigged. I head back to my room, the salve cooling in a jar in my pocket. I should have made a sleeping potion. I should have made something to numb the world for the next 24 hours. Tomorrow, I have to attend a dance I despise, hosted by people I distrust, to celebrate a festival that feels like the calm before a catastrophic storm. The pieces of the puzzle are moving, and I am starting to suspect that the dance isn't the main event. It's just the trap. The heavy, oppressive silence of my room is shattered by a rhythmic, demanding pounding that sounds less like a knock and more like a tactical entry. Akoja is standing in the doorway, a living embodiment of rigid disapproval. She has been sent by Ilsa to collect me. Apparently, my refusal to bring a date has been reinterpreted as a pathetic social failure, and now I am being forced to play the role of the knight in shining armor, or at least the guy who holds the door open. I am tired of the orchestrations, tired of being moved across the board like a pawn, but for the sake of avoiding an even more tedious conflict, I submit to the charade. The dance hall is a sickening display of opulence. It is a masquerade of lace, gold, and expensive perfumes, designed to make people like me feel both small and completely out of place. I spend the first hour treating the event like a stealth game, navigating the sea of dignitaries and gilded teenagers with the sole goal of avoiding a genuine conversation. My life is a collection of secrets, and I have no interest in sharing them with a room full of strangers who value my pedigree more than my existence. My attempt at being a charming date is a catastrophic failure. I am tone-deaf, socially radioactive, and cursed with the inability to feign interest in the meaningless prattle of the elite. When I finally lash out at Akoja with a blunt, honest truth about my isolation, she shatters. She vanishes into the night, leaving me alone with the echo of my own clumsy cruelty. I find my way to the roof, the cold air a welcome relief from the suffocating warmth of the hall. I lose myself in the stars, tracing patterns in the sky until the universe decides to break its own symmetry. The fireworks begin at midnight. They are beautiful, artificial blooms of light, until they refuse to dissipate. They aren't fireworks. They are flares of raw, destructive potential. The world turns white, then gray, as the residence building where I should have been sleeping is erased from existence by a force so violent it turns the stone to dust. Panic is a cold, sharp blade in my chest. The city is dying in real time, ignited by artillery spells that leave no room for questions. I find Ilsa and Kieran, their expressions grim and focused on a war that has started without permission. They tell me to hide, but the needle of my compass is vibrating with the location of the girl I just drove away. Akoja is out there. The weight of my actions, the sharp sting of regret, and the immediate, visceral terror of the night converge into a single decision. I leave the safety of the hall and step into a nightmare. The streets have become a slaughterhouse. Forest trolls, 3 meters of corded muscle and regenerative hate, are stomping through the ruins of our city. They are armed with fine-forged steel, the signature of a sophisticated, cruel master. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and scorched earth. I am not a hero. I am a third-son mage with a penchant for self-preservation, creeping through the shadows of a city that is being systematically dismantled. The hunt is on, and for the first time in my life, the lessons I learned in the quiet of my room are the only thing standing between me and the end. The city has become a graveyard of burning stone and screaming metal. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to run, to find a hole and pull it in after me, but the compass in my hand is a persistent, glowing tether to the only person I feel responsible for. I weave through the shadows of the crumbling metropolis, my breath hitching as the silhouette of the academy emerges through the smoke. And then I see him, Zach. He stands in the middle of a war zone, surrounded by a pack of forest trolls, shouting like a lunatic. I brace myself for the inevitable carnage, expecting to see him shredded, but the air suddenly ignites. He isn't just fighting, he is an inferno. A single fireball turns the monsters into charred, unrecognizable husks. He moves with a terrifying, rhythmic precision, a third circle fireball here, a perfectly timed aegis there. He isn't a student, he is a walking armory. When we finally reunite, he isn't panicked. He is annoyed. He treats the slaughter of professional war beasts like a mild inconvenience, and his knowledge of the city's defenses is so specific it feels like he's lived this nightmare a dozen times before. We track down Akoja, huddled in the wreckage of a house. When she throws her arms around me, sobbing, I feel like a fraud, a man playing a part he never asked for, in a tragedy he doesn't understand. The exit strategy involves a teleportation rod, but Zach is staying behind. He has that look in his eyes, the kind of grim, exhausted resignation of someone who has stared into the mouth of the abyss and decided to jump in. I don't leave. I push him out of the way of a red beam of death that turns the wall behind us into molten slag. The figure emerging from the smoke is a nightmare of black metal and sickly green radiance. A lich, a king of the dead, crowned in purple jewels and absolute malice. He stares at us, and for a heartbeat, I am no longer a person. I am a fly being weighed by a titan. He dismisses me with a glance, his entire, freezing focus locking onto Zach. The battle that follows is not a duel. It is an execution. Zach is fast, brilliant, and utterly outclassed. A jagged bolt of red energy punches through his aegis and skewers his side. A deliberate, agonizing opening move in a game I cannot follow. I huddle behind a cart, my own leg shattered by stone shrapnel, forced to watch as the lich toys with him. The lich's voice is a rasp of dry bone against a tombstone. Zach is bleeding out, his bravado failing, but his last words are the most cryptic thing I have ever heard. He isn't afraid of dying. He acts as if death is just a restart button. The lich isn't fooled. He pulls me into the center of the stage, a tool to break the boy. As the creature begins a chant in a language that sounds like grinding teeth, the air turns sour, like ozone and rotting silk. A wave of agonizing, psychic wrongness slams into me, tearing at the very edges of my consciousness. I try to scream, but the world has already surrendered to a blinding, piercing white, followed by a total, suffocating silence. My eyes snap open to the same agonizing, familiar pain in my gut. I wake up, truly, violently awake, to the sound of a voice I haven't heard in weeks, yet one that feels like it's been echoing in my head for an eternity. Kiriel is practically vibrating on top of me, her cheerfulness a sensory assault I am nowhere near prepared for. I scan the room with a predator's focus, my heart hammering against my ribs. This is my room, not the one in the academy, but the one in Zorian, the one I left a month ago. Every book is in its place. Every shadow falls exactly where it should. It isn't a dream. My dreams are fractured, surreal, and fleeting. This is sharp, cold, and heavy with the weight of absolute reality. I manifest a small orb of light, the spell rolling off my tongue with the effortless muscle memory of 100 repetitions. The light flickers, dances, and circles my sister with a precision I shouldn't possess. I am back. Or rather, I am before. The dread settles into my bones like lead. I have memories of a city burning, of trolls tearing through the streets like butchers in an abattoir, and of a lich whose eyes were deep, black pits of infinite cruelty. I have the entire sequence of the next month etched into my brain, a script for a play I desperately want to rewrite. When Ilsa Zalady arrives to hand me my enrollment papers, I feel like I am watching a ghost walk through a graveyard. I know the rhythm of her speech, the exact way she will lean back, the very words she will use to dismiss my concerns. I play my part with a terrifying mechanical efficiency. When I finally dare to ask her about time travel, her rejection is absolute. It is, according to her, the fundamental impossibility of the universe. I keep my mouth shut. To speak is to risk the asylum or the inquisitor's chair. On the train ride to the academy, I process the impossible. I am not insane. I am a passenger in a loop that should not exist. I have the phonetic incantation of the lich's final spell scrawled in my notebook, a sequence of sounds that tastes like copper and death. I have a growing list of questions about Zach, the prodigy who treats the apocalypse like a Tuesday afternoon. I am a first circle mage with the memories of a ghost, trapped in a month that has already happened. As the train slows, a girl in a green turtleneck appears at the compartment door, about to repeat the exact, tedious performance of her social group that I suffered through last time. I don't wait for her to sit. I don't wait for the inevitable, mind-numbing banter of her friends. I grab my bags, offer a polite nod, and slip out into the corridor. If this is a redo, then the first rule is simple. I am not going to repeat my mistakes. I have 30 days to solve a mystery that already ended in my death. The clock is ticking, and this time, I know exactly when the explosion is coming. The sound of a door being assaulted by a fist at noon is a special kind of irritation. I didn't just wake up. I was dragged out of a shallow, restless slumber by Taven, whose timing is as impeccable as her ability to annoy me. She wants a sewer mission. I want to keep my skin intact and my sanity marginally stable. In my previous loop, I let her pull me into that disaster. This time, I have bigger ghosts to chase. I send her packing, the silence of my room returning like a heavy shroud. The library is a cold, indifferent place. I scour the shelves for anything on time travel, only to find that reality, by all academic accounts, is linear, stubborn, and completely unwilling to bend. It is a dead end. The language of the lich remains an indecipherable stain on my memory, a sequence of syllables that feel like a curse. I am a researcher without a lead, a man who knows the house is going to burn down but can't find the match. Class starts on Monday, and the first shock isn't the lecture. It is the seat next to me, empty. Zach is gone. The prodigy who fought a king of the dead is missing, leaving a void that feels like a warning. The review session unfolds exactly as I remember it, every word a hollow echo. I am playing a role in a script I didn't write, surrounded by people who have no idea they are living in a ticking time bomb. My training with Svim is a different kind of hell. The man is a wall of steel, and his demands are a moving target. He wants me to spin a levitating pen, a simple, elegant variation on the basics that the Academy conveniently forgot to teach. He keeps throwing projectiles at me, his eyes sharp and judgmental, his voice a constant, abrasive command to start over. It is a lesson in humiliation, a reminder that my control is a fragile thing. I spend hours in the library, trying to master the physics of a spinning pen, hoping that if I can control the small things, I can eventually grasp the impossible. Paranoia is my constant companion. I spend my days weighing the consequences of silence against the price of speaking out. If I sound the alarm, I am a madman, If I say nothing, I am an accomplice to the massacre. I try to draft anonymous warnings, planning in the back of my notebook while history lessons drone on in the background. My hands move with a nervous, frantic energy. Benisek, of course, is the final, unwanted intrusion. He looms over me, sniffing out secrets like a hound, convinced that my obsessive planning, my sleeplessness, and my frantic scratching are the hallmarks of a lovesick teenager. He tries to offer advice on girl trouble, his laughter ringing out in the empty classroom. I want to scream at him. I want to tell him about the trolls, the fire, and the lich. But instead, I just pack my bag and walk away, the weight of the future dragging behind me like a chain. I am alone in this. No clues, no allies, and an empty chair where the only boy who might understand the nightmare is supposed to be. The countdown has begun, and the silence from the missing boy is getting louder every day. The rumor mill in this academy is a parasite that thrives on boredom and bad intentions. Thanks to Benisek's loud mouth and a suspicious lack of a social filter, the entire class is now convinced I am pining for some mystery girl. I should be annoyed, and I am, but then Neela hands me a list of books. They look like trashy romantic advice manuals, complete with glittery hearts, but beneath the surface, they are a masterclass in obfuscation, covering the dark arts of sending anonymous missives that even a trained diviner would struggle to trace. It's genius. If I ever survive this, Neelu is getting a very expensive gift. I spend the weeks before the festival submerged in paranoia. I become a phantom. I buy supplies from ragged, disorganized shops that don't keep records, using cash and silence. Every letter I draft is a surgical strike of information, written in a blocky, unfamiliar script. I treat the stationery like a biohazard, terrified that a stray hair or a drop of sweat might be the key to my undoing. I destroy every tool I use, burning the evidence until there is nothing left but ash. Then, the waiting begins. It is a slow, agonizing suffocation. I drop the letters into a dozen different boxes scattered across the city, then retreat to my room to watch the world. Nothing happens. No arrests, no sudden shifts in the city's mood, no frantic warnings echoed back to me. Is the conspiracy ignoring me? Did I write the wrong thing? The silence is louder than any explosion. By the night before the festival, I realize that playing the hero is a fast track to a shallow grave. I pack my bag. I leave. The train ride out of the city is a cold, dark blur, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels mocking my retreat. My cover story is prepared. A botched alchemical potion, a cloud of hallucinogenic fumes, a brief, frantic departure, a lie so pathetic it just might be believed. I try to bury the guilt of my flight, telling myself I did what I could. The stars outside the window look like cold, distant pinpricks of indifferent light. I fall into a sleep that is less of a rest and more of a surrender, haunted by the green, sickly glow of a lich's gaze. And then the pain hits. It is the same sharp, visceral explosion in my gut. I wake up, violently, completely, to the familiar weight of a body landing on my ribs and the sound of my sister's morning ritual of mass destruction. Kyrielle is chirping in my ear. Her voice is shrill, happy siren of absolute disaster. I stare at the ceiling, my mind stalling. The date. The room. The sister. It is happening again. The clock has reset, but I am still the one trapped in the gears. I am not dead, but I am beginning to wonder if that might have been the easier option. As Kiri barrels into the bathroom to start her morning routine, I am left alone in the sudden, deafening quiet, staring at my hands and wondering just how many times I am doomed to wake up to this same, cheerful hell. The train slices through the landscape, a steady, rhythmic pulse of machinery against the silence of my compartment. I sit with my hands folded, cultivating a mask of perfect, impenetrable calm. It is a lie, of course. Inside, I am a frayed wire, vibrating with the frantic, terrified realization that I am trapped in a loop. For the second time, I have woken up in the past. There is no lich's spell to blame this time, no magical feedback to justify the impossible. I am simply here. Again, I stare out at the blurring fields, my mind clawing at the mechanics of this nightmare. I have spent this entire month cataloging the strangeness, the impossible combat prowess of Zack, his unnerving familiarity with events that haven't occurred yet. If I am the victim of a temporal shunt, then he is the architect. He moves through the timeline like he's playing a game he's already won, and I am nothing more than a stray variable caught in his gravity. When a boy named Bjorn clatters into my compartment, luggage in tow, I force a polite smile that feels like cracked glass. He is a first year, oblivious, and infuriatingly curious. He wants to know if I am related to Diamond. The name is a brand, a synonym for expectation, and I treat it like a radioactive isotope. I bury myself in a notebook, desperately hoping for a hint of the Lich's incantation, a jagged string of phonetics that I managed to salvage from my ruined future. The conversation drifts toward the academy library. Bjorn, perhaps sensing my desperation, drops a crumb of insight. Librarians have access to divination spells that can find a needle in a haystack of centuries. It is so simple that I nearly laugh. My frustration gives way to a cold, hard resolution. The library is a cathedral of silence and dust, and the woman behind the desk is a whirlwind of chaotic energy. She doesn't just hire me, she steamrolls my objections, assigning me to a girl named Ivory, the very same girl I avoided on the train, now standing there, blushing and clutching an armload of books. She is the busy little bee, and I am the new arrival, a pawn with a specific, selfish goal. I don't care about the wages or the atmosphere. I care about the restricted shelves, the hidden archives, and the secrets buried in the ink of centuries-old grimoires. The weeks bleed into a cycle of repetitive torture. Classes are a ghost of a memory, a script I am forced to recite until the words lose all meaning. Svim is a different kind of trial, his voice a constant, abrasive demand for perfection in a task that seems designed only to break my spirit. He wants me to spin a pen with the precision of a master, and every time I falter, he hits me with a cold, unforgiving reality check. Zack remains a shadow. He is absent again, an empty seat that looms larger than any student in the hall. My theory remains a fragile, terrifying hypothesis. If he is the traveler, am I just a casualty of his quest? I watch the days pass, counting down to the festival, to the invasion, and to the inevitable violent end. I am gathering information, I am learning the secret language of the library, and I am waiting, because this time, if the sky starts to burn, I refuse to be a passenger. I'm going to find a way to take the wheel. I am a library assistant, which is a grand way of saying I am a glorified page-turner for an endless, labyrinthine stack of dust-covered secrets. I spend my days learning the rhythm of the archives, waiting for the moment I can justify asking for the keys to the kingdom. My supervisor, Kirathishli, is a woman of terrifying energy who treats my incompetence with amusement and my dedication with a frighteningly advanced curriculum. When I finally corner her to ask about divination, she doesn't bat an eye. She hands me the tools of the trade, as if she's giving me a pen. But knowledge is a double-edged sword. I bring her the phonetic chant of the Lich, a dark, soul-tearing incantation, and the air in the room instantly loses its warmth. I take the note to Zenomir, the history teacher who speaks 37 languages and carries the weight of 1,000 years in his gaze. When he identifies the language as Old Majera, a tongue used for black rituals and necromantic atrocities, the puzzle pieces snap into a terrifying shape. I try to be the hero. I try to whisper a warning about the invasion. It is the most foolish thing I have ever done. The knock on my door comes with the finality of a gavel. When I answer it, the world turns into a blur of cold steel. I don't see a face, only the flash of a white mask and the agonizing, rhythmic bite of a blade sinking into my lungs. Death isn't a transition. It is a violent, breathless theft. I wake up to Kiri's morning assault. I am alive. I am furious. This is the cycle. I die. I reset. I crawl back out of the grave only to find myself back in my bedroom, trapped in the same month, fighting the same ghosts. I am beginning to realize that the restart isn't a gift. It is a loop designed to break me. Ilsa saves me from the tedium of the train this time, teleporting me to the academy in a heartbeat. It is a painless, clean transition, but it leaves me hollow. I have died twice now. I have been hunted and erased. I am starting to see the pattern in the chaos. Every time I try to sound the alarm, the conspiracy snuffs me out like a candle in a gale. The silence isn't an accident. It is the predator's favorite tool. I spend the next month drifting through the academy like a ghost. I change my electives. I sabotage my own grades to escape the suffocating expectations of SVIM and Akoja, and I sink my savings into raw alchemical supplies. If I'm going to die, I will do it on my own terms with a vial of something volatile in my hand. I walk into the Essential Invocations classroom, bracing myself for the familiar, droning lecture, and my breath hitches in my throat. The chair is no longer empty. Zach is back. He sits there, radiating an air of bored confidence, his presence a beacon in the monotonous hum of the classroom. The ghost has returned, and for the first time in an eternity of restarts, I am not the only one playing the game. I look at him, and I realize the hunt has officially begun. The first thing I notice is how wrong everything feels. Zach is supposed to be the loudest, most obnoxious variable in any room, but today he is a ghost of himself. He is pale, sickly, and sitting in the front row like a student who actually gives a damn. It is unsettling. It is wrong. It is a sign that the game has fundamentally shifted. I secure a seat next to Brian, primarily because everyone else is terrified of his pet fire drake. I lock eyes with the lizard, forcing it to submit to my will, and in the silence that follows, I lean toward Zach. The air around him feels stale, thin, as if he is barely tethered to the room. When I comment on his state, he groans, clutching his head, and mumbles about a pile of bones. The confirmation hits like a physical blow. The lich. The ritual. He is in this with me, and he is suffering for it. When I manage to wrangle him out of class under the guise of nursing a sick student, the charade of the school day falls away. We end up at the academy fountain, watching colorful fish swim in circles, doomed, oblivious creatures that have no idea the world is about to end. It is a fitting metaphor for the entire student body. Zach is frantic, his speech erratic, a man drowning in a sea of his own missing memories. He tells me he is a time traveler, as if he is confessing to a minor theft, and he speaks of the loop with a terrifying lack of restraint. He claims he has lived through this month hundreds of times. Hundreds. I have barely scraped through 8, and already I feel like a fraying rope. The most chilling moment comes when he mentions my other selves. He describes past versions of me, irritable, busy, paranoid, who died in the opening barrage of the invasion. He tells me I am different now, calmer, laid back. I watch him, my face a mask of stone. He thinks I am a stranger to the loop. He thinks I am just a lucky variable. I have to play the part of the skeptic, the blank slate, even as my mind races to calculate the tactical advantage of his memory gaps. He admits that his own soul is damaged, that the lich's spell latched onto his very essence, leaving his mind full of jagged holes. I am staring at a man who has traveled through time until his brain is practically leaking, and he is the only ally I have in a city that will be a graveyard by the time the festival lights go dark. We are both stranded. We are both dying. And as he looks at me, waiting for me to validate his insanity, I realize the most dangerous part of this cycle isn't the invasion or the lich. It is the fact that I am starting to trust him, and if he notices the lie behind my eyes, I won't just be dying in the next cycle. I will be a loose end he needs to tie up. The secret to being a successful time traveler is realizing that everyone is an idiot. I just admitted my entire reality-shattering predicament to Zach, and he barely blinked. Either he is even more hopelessly oblivious than I thought, or my performance as a wide-eyed mortal is Academy Award-winning. I'm leaning toward the former. Zach starts rambling about his combat prowess and the mysterious big bad he is trying to stop. I try to fish for details about the upcoming invasion, but he is too focused on his own hubris. He thinks he is invulnerable. He thinks he can just charge in, get killed, and hit the reset button until he wins. I list off the ways he could actually die: soul-shredding necromancy, permanent mind-wiping, geases that shackle his very spirit, and I watch his face drain of color. It is a grim, satisfying lesson. I am not his hero, but I am certainly the only one keeping him from becoming a lobotomized vegetable in the next iteration. I managed to escape the social vampires of the Academy, retreating to the sanctuary of my room. The implications of our little chat are heavy. We are effectively soul-tethered entities now, drifting through the currents of time like hitchhikers on a ghost train. And if I am a stowaway on this ride, it means the loop is not a prison. It is an opportunity. I've always dreamed of being a mage of legend, the kind who bends the laws of the arcane until they break. I lacked the talent before. I lacked the time. But now, I have forever. I approach Kieran, my combat instructor, with a gamble. I don't want to be a battle mage, but I need to survive the coming slaughter. When I push him on the pointlessness of his basic training, he doesn't punish me. He throws reinforced ceramic plates at my head and shows me what a real magic missile looks like. It isn't just a glowing bolt of force. It is a surgical instrument. I spend the following days obsessed with the craft. I weave homing functions into my spells, sharpening them into needles of invisible force. Every failed cast is a lesson. Every success is a victory in a war the rest of the world hasn't even realized has started. Back at the library, I play the part of the diligent assistant. Ivory, my shy coworker, assumes I have previous experience because I am navigating the stacks with a familiarity I haven't earned. I let her think that. I keep my head down, shelving books and eavesdropping on the politics of the archives, waiting for my moment to access the restricted records. I am a roach in the machinery of this city, small and easily crushed, but I am learning how to move in the dark. I am learning how to fight, and as I stand in the quiet, dusty heart of the library, I realize the invasion is not a funeral. It is a training ground. I have a pocket watch, a stash of alchemy supplies, and a head full of secrets that could burn this entire city to the ground. Let the loop continue. I'm just getting started. The library is a fragile ecosystem of dust and hushed voices, which is why Zach's sudden, booming entrance feels like a violation of the peace. He looks remarkably like a man who has cheated death, vibrant, arrogant, and blissfully unaware of how close he is to being erased. He is back, he is healthy, and he has an offer that sets my pulse racing. He wants to teach me combat magic. I follow him out into the crisp air of the city, my mind a whirlwind of calculated suspicion. Zach is a walking, talking paradox. He is a time traveler who couldn't find his own shadow in the dark without a map. He tells me about Nialu, the only other person in this reality who believed his frantic tales, and I find myself wondering if her open-mindedness is a virtue or a tragic flaw. He admits he tried to tell everyone, the police, the headmaster, the aristocracy. He shouted the truth from the rooftops until his voice cracked, and all he got for his trouble was the reputation of a lunatic. It is a reminder of the chasm between us. I am the shadow in the corner, the one who watches and waits, while Zach is the firework that burns brightest right before it fizzles out. He is surprisingly eager to tutor me. He claims he is a master of combat arts because he has spent a lifetime dying, and in his strange, fractured way, he isn't lying. I ask him how he came by such dangerous knowledge, and he just gives me a lopsided, reckless grin. He admits he didn't learn it through traditional channels. He didn't sit in a clean, brightly lit classroom. He learned it in the dirt, in the blood, and in the seconds between one death and the next. I look at him, this impulsive, powerful, memory-addled boy, and I realize he is essentially a weapon with no safety catch. He is offering me the keys to his arsenal, not out of any deep, strategic alliance, but because he's lonely and likes having an audience. It is an opening so wide it feels like a trap, and yet I have no choice but to step through it. I am a mediocre mage with a head full of ghosts. He is a prodigy with a soul full of holes. Together, we are either going to save this city from the coming shadow, or we are going to tear it apart in the attempt. As we walk toward the training grounds, the sun catches the edges of the buildings, casting long, ominous shadows that stretch out like grasping fingers. He has no idea what he is inviting into his life. He thinks he is training a student. He has no idea he is arming a survivor who is already planning to outlive him. The first lesson is about to begin, and I have a feeling the price of admission is going to be far higher than he realizes. The meadow looks like a graveyard for lost potential. It is a neglected, wild patch of green rotting in the middle of a city where every square inch is worth a fortune. Zach stands in the center, spinning like a child, completely oblivious to the fact that his private garden is a monument to his own spectacular failure to manage his family's legacy. I look at the saplings choked by weeds and think of my own life, a fragile, stunted thing that has been uprooted and replanted more times than I care to count. The perspective shift is nauseating. A few weeks ago, I would have avoided this place like the plague. Now I am standing in a trap set by a boy who thinks he is a god. Zach decides to show off. He weaves a sequence of gestures so fast they blur into static, and the earth itself obeys, birthing crude, lumpy golems of mud. It is raw, unrefined, and terrifying. When he points a finger and snaps a bolt of force into one of them, no chant, no formula, just pure, reflexive instinct, I feel a cold pit open in my stomach. I am playing catch-up in a race where the other runner has been lapping me for 17 years. The lesson is a series of humiliations. I fire my bolts, I try to sharpen them, I try to carve them into cutters, and half the time I produce nothing more than expensive, multicolored bubbles of wasted mana. Zach watches, grinning, his reserves a bottomless ocean compared to my shallow, sputtering pond. He reveals his own capacity, 232 missiles. I barely manage 10 before I feel like I've been hollowed out with a rusty spoon. Then he casts a spell on my eyes. The world tilts. The air in Cyoria, usually a bland, unreadable haze, suddenly flares. Above us, a pillar of mana the size of a skyscraper rises into the sky, warping the very fabric of the atmosphere. It is the raw, pulsing heart of the world, a geyser of energy so massive it's a miracle the city hasn't melted under the pressure. It is beautiful. It is lethal. It is the truth behind the curtain. Zach wants to teach me. He wants to impart the secrets he bled for in 100 different lifetimes. I take the knowledge, swallowing my pride and my resentment. I need this. I need to be better than a target. But as we walk back, the cafeteria gossip begins. People are staring. They are whispering about Zach's sudden, impossible transformation, and they are looking at me as the key to the mystery. When I ask him what I should tell them, he gives me that same reckless, infuriating shrug. He tells them the truth. He tells them he is a traveler through time, a man who has died 1,000 deaths to learn how to live one. They think he is a joke, a local eccentric with a flair for the dramatic. They don't see the hole in his memory, or the hollow look in his eyes when he realizes he has lost years of his life to a loop he doesn't understand. I look at him, this walking catastrophe, and I realize he is not just my teacher. He is a distraction. He is a lighthouse drawing every predator in the city to our doorstep, shouting his secrets into the wind. If he wants to keep shouting, let him. While they are busy laughing at the mad boy in the front row, I will be in the back, sharpening my needles in the dark. I have a long, long road ahead, and I have no intention of dying before I reach the end of it. The meadow is silent, save for the phantom ache in my chest where a blade once found its mark in a timeline that no longer exists. I stare at Zach, this golden boy of the Novita line, and I am struck by the sheer, terrifying absurdity of our situation. He is loud, he is reckless, and he treats the most cataclysmic event in human history like a minor social blunder. He doesn't understand that for the rest of us, there is no reset button. There is only the end. He scoffs at my caution, waving away the danger of his own visibility. He doesn't hide his talents, he flaunts them. He claims to have outgrown the classrooms of the academy, spending his loops wandering the world, chasing ghosts of memory, and only bothering with the curriculum when he is feeling particularly bored or nostalgic. It is a level of privilege so profound it borders on the grotesque. He is the last of a great house, a magnet for powerful mentors who would do anything for a favor from a Novita. I look at him and see the reflection of everything I never had. My brothers were always the ones who moved through the world with that invisible, gilded seal of approval, while I spent my life scraping for crumbs. The jealousy is a bitter, familiar taste, but I force it down. Zach isn't my enemy, but he is a fire that burns too brightly. He is the variable I cannot account for, the center of a storm I am trying to survive. As long as he is shouting his secrets, I will be the shadow that learns how to outlast him. The library offers a different kind of solace. I find Ilsa, the only teacher who seems to possess a shred of professional sanity, and I lay my cards on the table. She underestimates me, as they all do, offering a textbook and a challenge that would take a normal student years to conquer. She laughs when I suggest I might master its 15 complex variations before the month ends. She thinks it is a joke. She thinks I am a delusional student with a flair for the dramatic. She has no idea that I have the one thing she lacks: infinite time. I take the book, the weight of it a promise of the power I am about to carve out of the void. Each exercise is a puzzle, a layer of reality to be peeled back and mastered. Spinning a pen, balancing forces in midair, manipulating the very fabric of kinetic energy. It is tedious, punishing work, but it is the foundation of something greater. I start with vertical levitation, my concentration absolute. The world around me fades until there is only the pen, the mana, and the balance. It is a fragile, microscopic war against physics. I feel the attraction, the repulsion, the tension of two opposing forces held in a perfect, dying grip. But the clock is a cruel master. Even with time as a weapon, the world keeps turning toward the abyss. The summer festival is coming, a celebration that will mask the screams, a party that will serve as the opening act for the massacre. I'm just getting started with the exercises, and already I can feel the shadow lengthening over the city. I am learning to walk in the dark, but the dark is getting hungrier. I have a long way to go before I am ready for what happens when the music stops and the first soul-shredding spell lights up the night. I just hope that when the fire finally comes, I am standing in the right place to watch it burn, or the strength to put it out. The air in the library is heavy with the scent of old paper and dust, a quiet sanctuary where I can hunt for ghosts in the ink. I weave a divination spell, feeling the delicate threads of mana hum against my skin like a second nervous system. It is a fragile dance, a mental architecture built to parse the impossible. I am hunting for the language of Majera, a dead tongue that refuses to be found, hiding in the margins of forgotten histories. My golden threads of intent flicker in my mind, anchoring me to the spines of books that nobody else cares to open. It is a lonely, intoxicating game of hide and seek. The piece shatters when Ivory appears. She is a tragedy in motion, her face a canvas of weeping and bruised, purple-splotched agony. It takes only a moment to recognize the work of my brother, Fortov, a petty, careless cruelty that leaves others broken while he drifts through life untouched. I offer to fix it, not out of kindness, though that is what she sees, but because I despise his incompetence as much as I despise his malice. The walk to my apartment is a surreal detour, shadowed by the arrival of Zach. He is waiting for me, levitating a pencil above his palm with a display of casual, effortless power. He is the golden boy with the hollow eyes, a time traveler who has seen the world end more times than he can count. He is terrified of the upcoming summer festival, and his frantic, unspoken warnings are beginning to grate on my nerves like gravel in a shoe. We break into the alchemical workshop, a transgression that feels like a quiet defiance of the school's stifling order. I don't use a key. I use the resonance of mana to whisper to the tumblers inside the lock, feeling them surrender to my touch. It is a trick learned in the gutter, refined in the quiet hours of my exile. Zach watches with that infuriating mix of admiration and pity, while Ivory hovers, uncertain and raw. We brew the salve in the dim light of the workshop, the mundane chemistry of the leaves doing what magic often forgets, healing the small, unnecessary hurts. When the work is done, Zach drags me into the shadows. He is different now, his mask of bravado stripped away to reveal a gnawing, existential dread. He presses a gold ring into my hand, a compact, dangerous piece of engineering that holds a trio of combat spells. It is a gift, or perhaps a bribe, or a desperate attempt to arm a soldier for a war he refuses to explain. He talks in circles, his eyes wide and haunted, pleading with me to survive the dance at the festival. He says the spectacle awaiting us is more unbelievable than his own fractured timeline. Then, as quickly as the tension spikes, he kills it. He shifts back into the bright, annoying pier, shouting his goodbyes and vanishing into the night. I stand there, the cool metal of the ring burning against my palm, staring at the empty doorway. The festival approaches like a blade held at the throat of the city. I have the power, I have the warning, and I have the ring. But as I look at Ivory, now free of her pain, I wonder if the storm coming for us will even notice who is healed and who is not. The countdown has begun, and I am terrified that no amount of preparation will be enough. Tactical genius is a myth, especially when you are 19, undertrained, and currently being hunted by a pack of winter wolves that look like they've been sculpted from frozen malice. The scene at the school isn't a retreat, it's a meat grinder. Students are scattering like frantic pigeons, their panic a jagged, discordant note in the air. I grab Akoja by the wrist, dragging her toward the dungeon tunnels, the only path that doesn't end in being torn apart. Behind us, the world is a strobe light of desperate spells and guttural howls. The wolves are surgical. They are a white blur, flanking and feinting, moving with a predatory intelligence that makes the screams of my classmates sound like background noise. I see Zack at the tunnel entrance, his silhouette wreathed in the rhythmic, violent flashes of his own making, his force projectiles hitting with the weight of artillery shells. Then, the pack cuts us off. We are trapped in the gap between safety and the grave. Panic tastes like copper. The boys around me are blustering about imaginary swords. The girls are snapping back with the sharp, brittle edge of fear. I have 10 missiles in my mana pool, and not a single one of them is a guaranteed kill. I have to be smarter. I have to be a parasite in the machinery of this fight. When the pack clusters, I don't aim for the individuals. I aim for the geometry of the crowd. I unleash a flamethrower, a torrent of liquid heat that turns the air into a furnace. Beside me, Brian releases his fire drake, that pint-sized nightmare, and the lizard breathes out a gout of fire that makes my own effort look like a flicked match. The wolves break, their howls shifting into the high-pitched yelps of the dying. We scramble into the dark, cold comfort of the tunnels, gasping for air, our lungs burning with the ghost of the frost. Hours pass in the subterranean silence, a waiting room for the end of the world. Then come the teachers, broken and shivering. Kieran stands among them like an iron pillar, his body encased in chitinous armor, radiating a cold, professional lethality that cuts through the surrounding terror. The news is as stale as it is grim. The city is falling. The wards have been gutted. The sky is a cage. The betrayal comes from within. A student near me, someone I have sat next to for weeks without ever noticing, decides to burn us all down. A vial hits the floor, and a toxic, emerald fog erupts, blinding and suffocating. The shelters turn into a chaotic, choking mess. I throw up a shield, the surface of my reality warping under the impact of unseen force. I don't see the attackers until Kieran calls them into existence. With a series of crisp, rhythmic chants, he rips the fog away, revealing the intruders, only to bisect them with a single, shimmering whip of light. The sheer, effortless cruelty of his efficiency is a revelation. Kieran isn't just a teacher. He is an executioner in a tweed jacket. I am catching my breath, the taste of ozone and regret still in my throat. When the world tilts, the ground under my feet doesn't just quake, it annihilates. A gargantuan, toothy worm of shadow and stone erupts from the earth. A biological siege engine that shouldn't exist in a place as secure as this. It moves with a speed that defies geometry. My last sight is a maw of wet, jagged teeth closing out the light, the darkness rushing in to swallow my panic whole. These invaders, they aren't soldiers. They are cheaters, and I am just another casualty of their stacked deck. The feeling of waking up is usually a mercy, but for me, it is a recurring nightmare of wet earth and crushing weight. I am slammed back into reality with the phantom sensation of a giant, subterranean worm clamping its jaws around my skull. My little sister, Kyrielle, is the first thing I see. She is a cheerful, bouncing beacon of normalcy, which, given the circumstances, makes me want to drop her off the nearest ledge. The time loop is a beautiful, twisted prison, and I am starting to hate the furniture. I leave the house, the city of Cyoria already feeling like a graveyard waiting for its headstone. My strategy is shifting. I have stopped chasing jobs in the library and started hunting for competence. I need to escape the suffocating grip of my mentor, Svim, and to do that, I need to master the shaping exercises that he insists on teaching with such sadistic patience. The train ride is a gray blur of introspection. I am avoiding the festival, avoiding the fight, and avoiding the city center when the sky inevitably turns to fire. It is cowardice, perhaps, but it is also survival. I have watched this city burn in a dozen different ways. I have been bitten in half, incinerated and crushed. I am tired of being an extra in my own death scene. A peculiar divergence catches my attention. Zach, the golden boy of the Novita house, has vanished. He trashed his family mansion in a magical duel with his own guardian and vanished into the city's underbelly. The news is a chaotic, delicious piece of gossip that ripples through the student body, but to me, it is a warning. Zach is a variable that is starting to spiral out of control. I watch from the sidelines, hiding behind an invisible barrier that repels the rain. A small, petty display of power that makes the world feel slightly less like an oppressive weight. Life in the loop becomes a rhythmic cycle of practice and observation. I am a ghost in the machine of the academy. I spend my days hunched over books that promise to turn my clumsy mana fumbling into something surgical and precise. I skip classes, I dodge my instructors, and I drive my peers to the brink of insanity with my indifference to their petty dramas. The invasion always comes, like a metronome set to a countdown. I watch from the hills as the sky breaks open, as the city hall is swallowed by magical artillery, and as the sewers vomit forth monsters that treat human defenders like light snacks. It is an organized, clinical dismantling of a city. The first time, it was a tragedy. Now, it is just data. I take my failures to my teacher, Ilsa, trying to bypass the curriculum, trying to beg, borrow, or steal my way into the upper echelons of magic before the clock runs out. She humbles me with tests that are designed to expose the gaps in my knowledge, a paper wall of theory designed to hold me back. I leave her office with a list of books that feels like an insult, a scribbled set of instructions that I am supposed to follow like a good little student. I stare at the list, the ink mocking me. She wants me to read? Fine. I will consume every manual, every text, and every dusty tome she throws at me. I have something she does not. The infinity of an endless Tuesday. I will come back to her desk. I will master these theories, and I will force her to acknowledge that I am no longer a student. I am a prisoner learning how to pick the lock of time itself, and the guards have no idea how dangerous I have become. The morning ritual with Kyrielle is a tactical exercise in patience. She bursts into my room like a caffeinated hurricane, chanting the morning greeting with enough volume to rattle the window panes. In the past, this was a battlefield of annoyance, but today I simply nod. The silence is a shield. She huffs, disappointed by the lack of target practice, and I seize the opening to perform a little vanity project. With a casual flick of my wrist, I conjure floating orbs of light, each pulsing with a different hue. It is not just a parlor trick. It is a masterclass in shaping, a subtle manipulation of mana that makes my spells more potent and less exhausting. Every color, every variation, is a thread I am weaving into a tapestry of power. I slip away before she can demand a repeat performance, leaving the room glowing like a neon fever dream. Unfortunately, I am an idiot. I forgot the room was a disco until Ilsa stepped over the threshold, her eyes sharp enough to slice through my flimsy excuses. I blame my brother. Using his name as a shield is a classic move, and fortunately, he is famous enough that people just assume he is the source of my unnatural talent. Ilsa produces a scroll, a test of my control. For weeks, I had been treating the seals like stubborn lids on a jar, smashing them open with brute force. Today, the symbols on the seal finally stop being decoration and start being language. They are instructions. I trace the flow of mana along the edges, and the seal pops off with the grace of a key turning in a lock. I have been playing the game on hard mode for no reason, and the realization makes me want to weep with frustration. Later, in the quiet gravity of her office, the power dynamic shifts. I lay out the results of my tests, my mastery of the shaping exercises radiating from the paper. I am an anomaly in a sea of mediocrity, a third-year student with the precision of a veteran. Ilsa looks at me, really looks at me, and for a second, I see the mask of the instructor slip. She knows I am outgrowing the cage they have built for me. I try to leverage that, to barter my way out of Svim's crushing, endless pin-spinning misery, but she just laughs. I am stuck in the grinder, and apparently, my punishment for being brilliant is to be expected to act like a beacon of inspiration for the rest of the class. She offers me a trade, though. Private instruction. I choose spell formulas, the cryptic, dense, and beautiful language of the arcane. It is a suicide mission for most, a mountain of theory that would break a lesser mind, but I have already survived worse than homework. Then she drops the name, Nora Boole. The color drains from my world. She is the orange-haired nightmare of the academy, a woman who considers 12 books a light reading list and 60-question tests a casual warm-up. My request for a mentor has just been answered with a sentence of academic hard labor. I am trading one tyrant for another. And as I walk out of the office, I realize that for all my progress, I am still just a student, desperately trying to keep my head above the rising tide of expectations. But at least now, I know how to pick the lock. The classroom air is thick enough to chew, a cocktail of chalk dust, nervous sweat, and the sharp, metallic tang of too many mages trying to think at the same time. Beside me, Benesek is vibrating like a plucked string, his whispers echoing off the walls with all the subtlety of a falling anvil. I slide a scrap of paper his way, the answers scribbled in a rush, a temporary muzzle for his panic. I am not being a saint, I am being a pragmatist. I just need him to shut up so I can tackle the absolute monster of a test Nora Boole has dumped on my desk. It is a masterpiece of academic sadism. She has bypassed the second-year curriculum entirely, tossing me into the deep end of advanced spell formulas. Formulas are not just math. They are the architectural blueprints of reality. They require a mind that can see the geometry in a gust of wind and the logic in a flicker of flame. Most people think they are inherent power boosters, magical vitamins you swallow to hit harder. They are wrong. They are limiters, rigid, unforgiving cages of logic that force mana into specific, lethal channels. It is elegant, it is brutal, and if I make even a decimal point's worth of error, it is a great way to blow my own fingers off. Nora watches me with a vibrancy that is frankly exhausting. She is a storm of a woman, all sharp edges and burning intent. When I finally hand over the papers, she doesn't just read them, she devours the information. The shock on her face as she realizes I am not just hitting the targets, but hitting the bullseye, is the only reward I get. She keeps me behind, not for detention, but for an interrogation that feels suspiciously like a recruitment drive for a cult. She talks about bravery and passion, as if spell crafting were a blood sport. Maybe in her hands, it is. The weight of the day follows me to the train station, a place that feels less like a transit hub and more like a purgatory. I am stuck waiting for a train that is 2 hours late, a delay so predictable it borders on the mythological. To stave off the creeping madness, I turn my attention to the local bird population, flicking currents of ambient mana at them just to watch them panic. I am a petty god of the station, playing with the terrified minds of pigeons. Then, the target appears. Kale. He is not what I expected. He is a transfer student, a Morlock, and a man carrying the weight of a world on his shoulders. Literally, in the case of his luggage, and figuratively in the case of the tiny, black-haired girl clinging to his side. Kana, his daughter. My first thought is a messy, judgmental assumption about teenage mistakes, but the reality is colder, sharper, and far more tragic. He is a man who has lost everything, his teacher, his home, his wife, to a plague that leaves nothing but echoes. As I help him navigate the station, casting a floating disc to carry his burdens, I feel the shift in the air. He is self-taught, a stray spark of raw talent that has survived in the dark. He is quiet, resilient, and utterly alone in a way that makes my own repetitive, infinite time loop feel like a luxury. I keep his secret. I am many things, a student, a traveler, a scavenger of time, but I am not the kind of person who kicks a man while he is already buried under the debris of his own life. As we walk toward the academy, the city looming ahead, I realize the board is changing. I have a mentor who wants to test my limits, a new ally who carries a ghost in his wake, and a test that I am barely passing. The clock is ticking. Somewhere out there, a giant, shadow-swallowing worm is waiting, and I am still just trying to figure out how to keep my head attached to my neck. I look at Kale, then at the sky. Tomorrow, everything resets. But for today, we are still standing. And that, in this city, is a victory. The silence between Kale and me is thick, but it's the good kind. The kind that isn't heavy with expectation or the biting sting of judgment. He talks about his goals, his vow to become the finest healer in existence, a desperate, beautiful attempt to stitch together the gaping wounds left by the weeping. It's hard not to respect a guy who treats his grief as a blueprint for saving others. As for his daughter, Kana, she is a small, quiet presence that makes the chaos of this city feel like a distant, irrelevant hum. Back at the academy, the atmosphere is starting to shift. Akoja is hovering, her concern for me as baffling as it is persistent. I try to be kind, I really do, but my internal circuits are frayed. We clash, predictably, and she storms off with a glare that could peel paint. Being a decent person is significantly more exhausting than dodging death traps. Then there is Nora. She's not just teaching me, she's throwing me into the deep end without a life vest. She hands me a stone cube etched with complex, compressed spell formulas, a puzzle masquerading as a toy. It's supposed to be a lamp that knows when to dim, when to shine, and who to obey. It's beautiful, infuriating, and entirely too complex for a beginner. She wants me to reverse engineer the logic of the universe. And for the first time in a long time, I am actually hooked. But then I have to go to Svim. The man is a localized disaster zone of pedagogical cruelty. He doesn't want me to just master magic. He wants to break my spirit and see what remains when the pieces are glued back together. He hands me a blindfold and a handful of mana-charged marbles. His goal? To pelt me with them until I learn to sense the flow of magic through instinct alone. It's an exercise in masochism, and I am the primary donor. For a few weeks, my life becomes a blur of geometry, marble dodging, and the sheer, relentless pace of my own potential. People are starting to notice. Teachers share glances, students whisper, and the spotlight feels less like a warm glow and more like a tactical laser sight. I am exhausted. I am constantly plotting. I am becoming a variable that the school can no longer ignore. And then, the world fractures. There is no warning, no explosion, no creeping darkness, just the sudden, sickening sensation of the universe folding in on itself. The light dies, the sound vanishes, and I am yanked back through the eye of a needle. I wake up to the familiar weight of my sister, Kiriel, grinning at me from the edge of my bed. The rage hits me a second later. I didn't die by accident. I didn't get careless. Something else happened. Zach, the golden boy, is out there, doing something monumentally stupid, and his failure has just pulled the rug out from under my life. If his death drags me into the afterlife only to spit me back into this, then I am chained to him. I am not just an adventurer in a time loop. I am a passenger in a wreck, and the driver is a boy who doesn't even know I exist. The Tuesday is starting over, and this time I'm going to find out exactly what kind of hell he is playing with. The library is a tomb of dry paper and stagnant air, and I leave it with nothing but a headache and a gnawing sense of dread. The literature on soul bonds is consistent and consistently terrifying. It's a parasitic connection, a ritual that bleeds the individuality out of one person to serve the ego of the other. It's the kind of thing people think is romantic until their internal monologue starts echoing someone else's voice. And here I am, trapped in a loop with the golden boy, Zach, who possesses enough mana to make my own reserves look like a puddle in a drought. If we are truly bound, I am just the footnote in his story. I retreat to my room, feeling the phantom itch of a leash I can't see. My solitude is shattered by the sound of someone treating my door like a drum kit. Taven. Of course. She's looking for a fourth body to fill a quota for some bottom-tier quest in the sewers. Usually, I'd offer a polite but firm rejection, but the prospect of descending into the dark, tangled bowels of the city feels like the only honest thing I can do. If my soul is already being slowly overwritten, a few spiders and slime crawlers won't make much difference to the trajectory of my life. I wake up the next morning feeling slightly less like a man walking to the gallows. I need data, not despair. I corner Brian, the classmate with a fire-breathing nightmare he calls a familiar, and pry for information. He talks about the bond as a tangible, pulsing weight. He can feel it. I feel nothing but the biting cold of my own anxiety. It's a thin sliver of hope. Maybe the link is dormant, or maybe it hasn't fully latched on yet. I decide, with the cold clarity of a tactician, that I will treat Zach like a plague bearer. Distance is my only armor. The walk to the meeting point takes me past a bridge, a place of memory. I once played the hero here for a crying child. Today, there is only a stray kitten, its eyes wide with a loneliness so profound it feels like a physical blow. I don't stop to comfort it. The city is full of broken things, and I have enough of my own ghosts to manage. I find Taven and her hired muscle at a park, surrounded by ancient, chess-playing geezers who look like they've been sitting on those benches since the dawn of time. Her group, Yurik and Orin, the human equivalent of blunt instruments, are exactly what I expected. There is no grace here, only the grim, repetitive grind of mercenary work. We are heading into the dungeon, a sprawling, subterranean labyrinth that breathes beneath the city like a sleeping god. Most of Sioria's underbelly is just a glorified, monster-infested septic tank, a place where the city's sins are flushed away and occasionally sprout fangs. It's dangerous, but it's a controlled danger. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. Our employer, a wizened, sour-faced relic of a man, looks at me as if I'm a particularly disappointing mistake. He wants his lost heirloom, his precious watch, and he's willing to risk a group of underprepared students to get it on the cheap. He's looking for a bargain, and he's found a group of desperate kids who don't know any better. As we stand at the threshold of the dark, gaping maw of the entrance, I check my gear and force my heartbeat into a steady, rhythmic pulse. The air smells of damp stone, rot, and ancient, forgotten secrets. I am walking into the dark, hoping to find a way out of the loop. But as the shadows swallow us whole, I can't help but wonder if the most dangerous thing in these tunnels isn't the monsters at all, but what I'm bringing down there with me. The job was a farce from the start. A senile old man, a missing pocket watch, and a sewer system that probably hadn't been cleaned since the dawn of the Empire. I was the lowest bidder on a suicide mission, tagged along because Taven needed the head count, and I had the audacity to be a third-year student with 3 whole spells to my name. The old man squawked about giant spiders, and I rolled my eyes so hard I almost saw my own brain. I expected oozes, grime, and maybe a very annoyed rat. I did not expect to be telepathically steamrolled. We were walking through the stone corridors, the lanterns floating like ghosts in the dark, when the world just tilted. It wasn't an explosion or a strike of lightning. It was a sudden, violent, soul-deep exhaustion. I felt my consciousness fraying at the edges, my internal walls crumbling as a flood of alien, jagged memories tore through my mind. There were visions of webs stretched across infinite voids, the crushing weight of a war troll, and a voice that wasn't a voice, a psychic boom that felt like a migraine made of static. It was trying to speak, to reach out, to bridge a gap that shouldn't exist. It was filled with a horrific, ancient kind of pity. Then, as quickly as it had started, the assault vanished, leaving me on my knees, gasping for air in a tunnel that felt suddenly, impossibly quiet. My companions were just meat sacks on the floor, comatose and helpless. I didn't wait to see if our attacker was coming back. I piled them onto a floating disc like firewood and sprinted for the exit. The recovery was a blur of sterile rooms and Ilsa's watchful eyes. She didn't buy my story about a mysterious spell trap, and I didn't blame her. It wasn't a trap. It was a conversation I wasn't equipped to have with a monster. The verdict? I was a hero, apparently. My friends were fine, their egos bruised, while I was left with the haunting realization that something down there knew exactly what I was. Back on the surface, I forced Taven to help me train. No more sewer trips, at least not without a plan. We turned her family training room into a firing range, swapping stories for ballistics. I watched her weave magic with a precision that made my own efforts look like finger painting, her mana reserves deep and effortless. It was a sobering reminder of how far I had to climb. My reserves were pathetic by comparison, a trickle compared to her river, but I was learning. Every spell, every marble caught in the dark, was a brick in a wall I was building between myself and oblivion. I started drafting a map for my survival. I needed to know what the loop was, why Zack was the trigger, and how the impending invasion fit into this Gears of War puzzle. Divination, infiltration, information, these were my new deities. I was done with aimless wandering. But the loop has a cruel sense of humor. Just as the plan solidified, just as I was ready to claim some control, the reality-warping hook pulled me back. The stairs beneath my feet vanished. The darkness swallowed me whole. I woke up to the crushing weight of my sister, a familiar, annoying sunbeam on a Tuesday that I had already burned to ash. Zack had failed again. He was out there playing with fire, and his death had dragged me back to the start. I sat up, my jaw clenched, my pulse a steady, angry rhythm. I didn't know what Zack was doing, but I was done being a passenger. The next time I saw him, he wouldn't be a golden boy. He would be my answer. The cycle resets. I wake with a sharp, phantom pain in my gut, courtesy of the universe deciding my morning should begin with my sister, Kyrielle, launching herself onto me like a feathered cannonball. She's grinning, oblivious to the fact that I've lived through this same Tuesday enough times to write a biography of her morning moods. I shove her off with a growl and head for the bathroom, my mind already grinding gears. This is the 5th time in a row the loop has collapsed after only a few days. Whatever Zack is doing out there, he is failing with spectacular, suicidal consistency. Every time he dies, I'm ripped back to the start, my progress vaporized, my plans shredded. It's like trying to build a castle out of sand while a tide of idiots keeps kicking it down. Taven is at my door again. She's a constant, a recurring nuisance. Her optimism as relentless as a desert sun. She's here to rope me into her latest bright idea, a sewer diving expedition. I could tell her exactly how it ends, the silent, mental violation, the paralyzing dread, the cold crawl of alien memories. But I'm tired of trying to play the prophet. Predicting the future for Taven is like trying to convince a wildfire not to burn. She just sees it as a challenge. I spend the day experimenting with rejection. My first attempt is the truth. I talk about gray hunters and phase spiders, about the horrors that lurk in the city's plumbing. I try to sound like a man who has seen too much. She shouts at me. She calls me arrogant, paranoid, a lecture-giving brat. She storms out, slamming the door so hard I half expect the hinges to disintegrate. My second attempt is the lie. I craft a tale of prophecy, of visions sent by the fates. I try to make it sound mystical and grand. She laughs until she wheezes, mocking me for my sense of humor. It's the same old routine. She thinks I'm the jester, not the survivor. The pain of her dismissal is a dull ache, buried under layers of cynical necessity. My third attempt is the theater of the macabre. I let her in, my face a hollowed-out mask of terror. I tell her about a nightmare so vivid, so visceral, that I can still feel the phantom fangs of spiders injecting liquid fire into my veins. I describe being cocooned in silk, paralyzed, waiting to be consumed. She looks pale, sickened, and leaves within minutes. She skips that particular sewer run, but she eventually goes anyway. And she doesn't come back. Finally, I try the lie of the tongue. I feed her a rumor, a whisper of mind magic wielding monsters specifically designed to be countered by a ward. I tell her the city is covering it up. It's a gamble, a test of her ego. She takes the bait, convinced she's now smarter than the threat. She goes down, and for the first time, she returns. She tells me the watch wasn't there, but the tunnels were quiet. I'm left standing in my room, staring at the wall, a strange, hollow satisfaction settling in my chest. Gossip. A simple, well-placed lie is more effective than 1,000 warnings. I'm starting to realize that the library is a gilded cage. It holds the answers to basic questions, but for the truth, I need to look into the shadows, the rumors, the things that aren't written down in textbooks. I have a long road ahead of me, and I'm still just trying to figure out how to stop the world from ending every few days. I start planning my next move. I'll need to bypass the secure sections of the archives, master the art of information gathering, And, most importantly, I need to figure out why I'm tethered to a golden boy who keeps getting us killed. But then, the air grows thin. The light dies. I'm falling through the seams of reality, the familiar, sickening lurch of the reset clawing at my soul. I wake up again. Kiriel is there. Morning, morning, morning. I look at the ceiling, my hands trembling. If Zach dies again today, I'm going to find a way to kill him myself. I'm done with the rehearsals. It's time for the real thing. The cycle resets with the familiar, gut-wrenching violence of a dream turning into a knife. I wake up because I'm being sat on again by my sister, Kiriel. This time, I don't grumble. I don't retreat. I pull her into a hug, so tight, it's practically structural, a desperate, manic overflow of energy. She freezes, paralyzed by the sudden shift in my temperament. When she finally demands to know what kind of body snatcher has taken up residence in her brother, I just squeeze harder. It's a small mercy, really, the only one I can afford in a world that keeps turning back to the start. I need power. Not just the kind that comes from books, but the kind that lives in the marrow. I corner Kieran, the combat magic instructor, about mind magic defenses. He tells me the truth. Most mages are lazy, settling for crude shields that a strong breeze could dispel. He talks about the old days of resistance training, where instructors would lob psychic nightmares at students until their minds were forged in the fire of trauma. It's archaic, sadistic, and frankly, exactly what I need. Kieran flashes me a smile that's all teeth. He promised to go easy on me. He lied. The first thing he hits me with is a spell that forces me to live through a waking nightmare, a psychic dissection that leaves me gasping on the floor, my brain feeling like it's been put through a meat grinder. I wake up to Kiriel again. The cycle is a carousel of blunt force trauma. I try a different angle with Ilsa. I ask her how to manipulate the world without the training wheels of structured spells. How to move the world with nothing but raw intent. She looks at me like I'm a child trying to eat soup with a fork. She thinks I'm bored and looking for a prank, a way to annoy my sister. She has no idea. She spends the hour lecturing me on the limitations of the human palm as a reference point, her own magic flowing with a grace that makes my own efforts look like a toddler scribbling with crayons. She's right, of course. My magic is tethered, anchored by my own habits. I start small. I practice on pebbles, on books, on the very air itself, stripping away the hand gestures, the crutches, the comfort of the familiar. I wake up again, and again. The restarts are shorter now, frantic, breathless things. Zach is clearly hitting a wall, and his failure is my cage. I'm starting to lose count. 10 restarts? 15? The number doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that I am becoming a machine of habit, a ghost repeating the same life over and over, polishing my skills in the margins of a doomed timeline. One morning, Kiriel descends on me as per usual. This time, I don't give her a chance to open her mouth. I flip her, trapping her in a relentless, suffocating tickle torture that has her shrieking loud enough to wake the neighbors. When Mom finally intervenes, storming into the room, I'm breathless, my sides aching, a manic grin plastered on my face. It's the most human I've felt in ages. But as the laughter dies down and the house settles back into its familiar, morning hum, the shadows in the corner of the room seem to stretch. I'm playing games while the world prepares to tear itself apart, and somewhere out there, a boy who doesn't know my name is deciding whether or not we get to see tomorrow. I turn to look out the window, the sunlight feeling colder than it should. I need to be faster. I need to be better, because the next time the light fades, I might not wake up to Kiriel at all. The morning arrives with the same frantic energy, a pint-sized whirlwind named Kiriel launching herself onto my mattress. She is a persistent, loud, and utterly relentless alarm clock that I have yet to find a way to disable. This time, I hit her with the truth. I tell her I am starting to hate her morning routine, and the reaction is immediate. She shrinks, a genuine flicker of hurt crossing her face before she tries to scramble away. It stops me cold. A moment ago, I was ready to play the cranky older brother, but seeing her genuinely apologetic? That is a glitch in the script. I pivot to sarcasm, trying to deflect the sudden pang of guilt, accusing her of having a hidden agenda. My sister does not apologize. She demands, she negotiates, and she stomps, but she does not apologize unless there is something massive at stake. The truth, when she finally coughs it up, is a gut punch of clarity. She wants to come to Zorian, not just for a visit, but to escape the stifling pull of Koth and the orbit of our mother. My mind races, connecting threads I had ignored in a dozen previous lives. I had always assumed our mother was the one forcing the issue, pushing me to take Kiriel along as a burden I fought to avoid. I was the one playing the role of the reluctant guardian, the one who always said no. I see the board now. My mother never actually wanted me to take her. She just wanted to shift the weight of the rejection onto my shoulders. She got to play the supportive parent, while I got to be the heartless brother who denied his little sister her dream. It is a masterpiece of passive-aggressive maneuvering. I look at Kiriel, really look at her, and realize she is not a burden. She is a person, one who has been trapped in the same domestic script as I have, only she has been playing a different character entirely. The surge of excitement she unleashes when I say yes is enough to rattle the walls. She is bouncing, screaming, alive with a kind of unvarnished, wild joy that I think I have forgotten how to feel. I am a relic of a boy who has lived 1,000 Tuesdays, while she is a firework waiting to go off. I head to the bathroom, the gears in my head shifting. This restart is going to be different. I have been playing defense for so long, guarding my solitude as if it were a fortress, but maybe a fortress is just a prison if you are the only one inside. I have a mission, survival, truth, answers, but maybe having a little chaos in the mix isn't the worst thing. The house is quiet for a moment, the morning sun filtering through the dust motes in the hallway. I stare at my reflection in the mirror, searching for the boy who started this journey, but he's gone. In his place is someone colder, sharper, and for the first time, someone who is tired of living a life dictated by other people's schemes. I walk out of the bathroom, ready to face the day. The loop is still there, waiting to crush me when the time comes. But for now, I have a sister to look after and a city to conquer. The game has changed, and I am finally the one holding the cards. But as I reach the top of the stairs, I feel a prickle on the back of my neck. A cold, familiar sensation. The static of a reality thinning out. The loop is impatient today. If I'm going to make this count, I need to move before the floor drops out from under me again. I spend the morning setting the stage. My room is filled with floating, multicolored orbs of light, a silent, flickering gallery that I recreate every single restart. It is a ritual, a habit that feels less like a lesson and more like keeping a ghost alive. I descend the stairs to face my mother, my armor of indifference perfectly fitted, ready for the inevitable lecture on honor. She tries to play the game, dancing around the subject of the trip to Zorian with all the grace of a vulture circling a carcass. I cut her off. I reveal the truth. Kiriel is coming. The look on my mother's face is almost worth the endless repetition of this day. She looks at me as if I have suddenly sprouted two heads, or worse, started acting like a person. The irony is sharp enough to cut. They think I am finally growing up, finally thinking of others, but I am just a man who has lived this same morning 1,000 times and decided that, if the world is going to end, I might as well have a bit of chaos to keep me company. Housing is the next hurdle. I don't have a place, and the academy has no room for a younger sibling. Then Ilsa steps in with a solution that isn't on the books. A private rental, a friend of hers who apparently loves children. It feels like a trap, or a mercy. In a world of fixed variables, an unexpected variable like this feels dangerous, but I take the gamble. I need to move. I need to get out of the house. When I find the train station, the air is thick with the scent of ozone and the frantic, nervous energy of hundreds of students all heading to the same destination. My compartment is quickly populated by a boy named Bjorn, who is polite, enthusiastic, and clearly has no idea what he is in for. He thinks he is just chatting with a student and his little sister. He doesn't know he is sitting next to a boy who has lived a century in a single day. Kiriel latches onto him like a limpet, firing questions with the precision of a ballista. Bjorn, caught in the crossfire of her curiosity, reveals his own burdens. The pressure of overbearing parents, the loneliness of being an only child. I watch them, listening, and for the first time, I catch a glimpse of the void I left behind. When I went to the academy, I became the lightning rod for our mother's expectations. I left Kiriel behind to absorb all that focus, all that intensity. I hadn't realized I was leaving her to drown in the same current that nearly dragged me under. The guilt is an unfamiliar, heavy weight. But there is something else. Bjorn asks about Diamond, our older brother. The name hangs in the air, a bell tolling in the distance. My brother, the golden child, the prodigy, the man who is everything I am not. In every version of this loop, Diamond is a looming, untouchable figure. Kiriel is talking, telling Bjorn all about him, but I am looking out the window at the blurred landscape, thinking about the secrets my family hides behind a respectable name. I am traveling to a city that is destined to become a graveyard, with a little sister who is already changing the map of my life. The train whistle shrieks, a lonely, piercing sound that tears through the hum of the carriage. I lean back, closing my eyes, feeling the vibration of the tracks in my bones. I am a passenger in my own life, hurtling toward a destination I have already seen fall a dozen times. What happens when you realize you aren't just here to survive, but to save the people you've spent so long trying to push away? I don't have the answer yet, but as the train plunges into the dark mouth of a tunnel, I feel the familiar, cold tug of the loop beginning to stretch. The ground beneath me feels like it's waiting to vanish, and this time, the cliffhanger isn't a death. It's the realization that I might have just brought my family along for the apocalypse. The train journey is a blur of adolescent awkwardness and the persistent, grating itch of a loop that refuses to collapse. My sister, Kiriel, is a heat-seeking missile of social interaction, launching questions at our compartment mate, Bjorn, with a relentless precision that makes me want to jump from the moving carriage. Bjorn, poor kid, is an eager recruit in the army of people who think Diamond, our brother, is some sort of mythological hero. I don't have the heart to tell him that my brother is less of a legend and more of a cautionary tale. But Kiriel is happy to fill the silence with her own brand of chaotic narrative. When we finally hit the sprawl of Cyoria, the city greets us with a deluge of cold, unforgiving rain. I end up performing the role of the reluctant guardian, manifesting a barrier of hardened mana to keep us dry. It's a drain on my reserves, a constant humming tension at the base of my skull, but walking through the downpour is better than dealing with the alternative. I am tired of being the anchor, but as I watch Kiriel dance along the edges of the barrier, daring the raindrops to touch her, I realize I'm the only thing standing between them and the gray misery of the day. We land at the doorstep of Amaya Karashka, our new landlady. She is a whirlwind of maternal anxiety, fussing over our damp clothes and scolding us for the audacity of existing in bad weather. It is maddening, and yet there is something about this house, something that isn't the cold, sterile silence of my old life, that feels like a pivot point. The days that follow are bizarre. The loop is stable, stretching out into a timeline I haven't seen before. My domestic situation has devolved into a sitcom of colliding lives. I am living under the same roof as a Morlock alchemist named Kale and his daughter, Kana. My sister, the professional pest, has somehow morphed into a well-behaved hobbyist, spending her hours sketching in notebooks I never knew she owned. She's tethered herself to Kana, and the sight of them together is an anomaly that I can't quite parse. I find myself spending my afternoons in the basement, assisting Kale with his alchemy, trading the lonely grind of my own studies for the shared, methodical silence of the workshop. It is strange to be part of a household, strange to share a roof with people who don't know that I've died 100 times in 100 different ways. Kale talks about his daughter's happiness, about his own burdens, and I listen, holding the secrets of the world in my pocket like a jagged stone. I'm working in the basement, grinding blue mushrooms into a fine, bitter dust when the weight of it all hits me. This isn't the life I planned. I was supposed to be a lone wolf, a mage carved out of solitude and iron. Instead, I'm building something here. A life? A cover? I look up at the ceiling, wondering if the sky above the house is still the same one I've seen collapse before. I'm waiting for the telltale static, the sickening lurch of the reset that usually snaps me back to my bed before I can ever get comfortable. But the air stays heavy and real. Kale asks me to fetch the water celery, his voice steady, grounded in a reality that feels increasingly fragile. I hand him the ingredients, watching his hands move with a focus that mirrors my own. The workshop is quiet, a pocket of sanity in a world that is spinning toward a silent, subterranean apocalypse. I don't know if this house is a sanctuary or a tomb. I don't know if Kale is a friend or just another character in a play I've already memorized. But as I stand there, listening to the muffled laughter of my sister coming from the room above, I realize one thing for certain. The loop has stopped being a cage. It has become a front-row seat to the end of everything. And for the first time, I don't want it to end. The marble shatters the silence with a high-pitched whistle, a blur of mana that I am supposed to track, catch, or at least predict. I am blindfolded, shivering slightly in the cool air of the training room. My senses stretched thin like over-tightened violin strings. Svim, my instructor, is a statue of patient malice. He does not care that I am guessing, that I am flailing in the dark. He wants me to perceive, to feel the signature of the magic before the object even moves. I tear the blindfold off, my patience a frayed thread. He cheated. He tossed the marble high, mocking the very exercise, and for a split second, I hate him with a clarity that is almost beautiful. He doesn't flinch. He just reminds me that sight is a crutch. I am a mage, not a spectator. I put the fabric back over my eyes, the darkness closing in, and try again, feeling the hum of the world vibrate against my skin. School is a slow, gray rot. I have lived this year, this day, so many times that the lectures have become white noise, a droning soundtrack to my own mental gymnastics. I am playing a part, the studious, slightly socially awkward pupil, while underneath, I am a creature of strategy, balancing the weight of a dying world on shoulders that feel far too young. The library is my temporary escape. Kira Thieshley, the librarian, is a woman who treats books like living, breathing souls. We are sorting a donation, a mountain of forgotten history. I use the divination spells I've scavenged from previous lives to parse the heap, moving with a speed that makes her blink in surprise. We talk about ancient magic, about how the past is less a golden age and more a series of impractical, inefficient dead ends. It's a sobering thought. Humanity doesn't evolve in a straight line toward perfection. We just get better at making our failures more convenient. As I leave the sanctuary of the library, the sun is beginning to dip, casting long, bruised shadows across the stone floor. A man waits by the entrance. He doesn't look like a mentor. He looks like he slept in his suit and hasn't made peace with his razor in a week. He introduces himself as Hazlush, a detective, my new divination instructor. My heart sinks. I wanted a scholar, someone who could help me peer into the fabric of this temporal nightmare, not a man who spends his days chasing petty crimes. We head to a tavern, the air inside thick with the scent of stale ale and wood smoke. He is surprisingly decent, showing me a ring that can strip the alcohol out of a drink, a piece of utility magic that feels like a revelation. He sits me down in a dark corner, the hum of a privacy ward sealing us off from the rest of the world. I expect him to lean in, to drill me on my background, to pry. Instead, he laughs. He tells me about his current assignment, a ridiculous case about mentalist spiders in the city sewers. I freeze. The air in the tavern suddenly feels very thin, very cold. I know about those spiders. I've known about them for a long time. Hazlush takes a sip of his drink, oblivious to the fact that he isn't just investigating a rumor. He is walking headlong into the very heart of the mystery that is currently tearing my sanity to shreds. I look at him, this disheveled, cynical man, and I realize the joke is entirely on me. I thought I was the one pulling the strings, the one guiding the narrative. But here I am, trapped in a booth, watching a detective walk straight into a trap I've been trying to avoid for a dozen lifetimes. The question isn't whether he'll find the spiders. The question is what happens to the world. And to me, when he actually does. The detective, Hazlush, he's a man of secrets, draped in a rumpled suit and the weary cynicism of the law. I walked away from that tavern with the cold realization that my offhand comments about giant, mind-controlling spiders have metastasized into a legitimate police investigation. The irony is suffocating. I am a master of time, yet I am being outmaneuvered by a man who uses police quotas as an excuse to avoid paperwork. Returning to our temporary home, the heavy door swings open to reveal Amaya, our landlady, wearing a look of maternal judgment that I haven't earned but cannot escape. She frets about my late arrival, as if I were a child playing in the street, not a traveler navigating the razor-thin edges of a collapsing reality. I bite back the sarcasm. It is an alien sensation, this care. My parents and Siren would have barely noticed if I stopped existing for a week, so long as the family name remained untarnished. Amaya, however, seems to keep a running tally of my whereabouts. My sister, the hurricane in pigtails, is waiting. She has spent the day making herself at home, playing with a manicube I crafted, a simple toy that serves as a practice piece for spell weaving. It's an elegant little thing, glowing with soft, rhythmic light, though it lacks the reserves to run indefinitely. When I step into my room, I find her sprawled across my bed, surrounded by my books, treating the space like her private kingdom. The inevitable standoff over stolen biscuits begins. It is a petty, ridiculous war, fought with crumbs and feigned indignation, but it feels human. It feels real. As she eventually settles down, the weight of her presence anchors me to the room. The silence isn't empty anymore. It is punctuated by her breathing and the distant, muffled sounds of the house. Then, the question drops like a stone into a still pond. She asks about Kale. She asks about the Morlocks. I find myself explaining the history of a broken race. I tell her about the underground cities, the lost gods, and the ugly, bloody legacy that still stains the reputations of those like Kale, who have nothing to do with the atrocities of their ancestors. I speak of blood magic, the forbidden rituals, and the fear that still lingers in the hearts of those who live on the surface. She shudders, burying her head against my chest, and for a heartbeat, I am just a brother. I am not the veteran of 1,000 loops. I am not the mage clutching at the throat of a mystery that is trying to consume the world. I am just a person, sitting in a room with my sister, feeling the fragile, desperate warmth of a moment that hasn't been written in history. I look at the ceiling, wondering how long this reprieve can last. The spiders are out there, the loop is humming, and somewhere in the dark, the pieces of a much larger, more terrible puzzle are falling into place. I close my eyes, and for the first time in an eternity, I don't pray for the time to reset. I just want to sit here in the quiet and keep the shadows at bay for one more hour. But the static is already starting to itch at the back of my mind. Something is coming. I can feel it in the stillness of the room, and it is not going to wait for me to be ready. The air in the library is stale, thick with the scent of decaying paper and the quiet, frantic hum of my own heartbeat. I fold the note into a jagged paper plane, imbuing it with a flick of kinetic energy. It's a simple trick, really. I watch it sail out the window, a lonely, winged messenger spiraling toward Amaya's house, tracking her through the city like a bird of prey. It feels absurd, this casual use of magic to bypass the mundane, but in a world that resets when I die, every small convenience feels like a victory against the void. I walk to the tavern where Haslush waits. It is a place of shadows and low-hanging smoke, the kind of room that swallows secrets whole. I scan the patrons, the drunks, the ghosts, the hopeful, but I don't see the detective. Then I feel it, the prickle at the back of my neck, the subtle, oily pressure of a compulsion spell trying to warp my will, nudging me to leave. I don't fight it. I trace it. I follow the thread of intent until it lands on a man in a factory worker's coat, looking as gray and exhausted as a bad memory. A sharp, wordless pulse of dispel shatters the illusion. The worker melts away, leaving Haslush sitting there, looking caught. He doesn't apologize. He just smirks, the satisfied look of a man who enjoys the game as much as the result. He grabs my wrist, and the world goes black. It is absolute, no sound, no color, no gravity. Just us, floating in the dark. It is a sensory deprivation exercise, a brutal, effective way to test observation. He fires questions at me. How many people? How many trophies? The details of the room are ghosts I never bothered to catch. I am failing, and the sting of it is a sharp, grounding reminder that perception is the first casualty of arrogance. When the world snaps back into place, we settle into the rhythm of the work. We analyze objects, Envelopes, watches, strange humming rods. But my mind is elsewhere. I look at Haslush, the tired eyes, the rumpled suit, the cynical mask, and I decide to gamble. I pull him into a privacy ward, the air around our table growing heavy with silence. I tell him about the trolls. I tell him about the artillery fire that will turn the summer festival into a graveyard. I don't give him a source, just the weight of the truth. He doesn't call me a liar, which is perhaps more terrifying than if he had. He just sips his drink, the bitterness of the liquid mirroring the bitterness in his eyes. He is a man who knows the city is rotting from the inside, and he is just waiting for the collapse to finish. Back home, I am struggling with a snail. Levitation is a game of fine motor control, of delicate, invisible strings, and this snail is a stubborn, slime-covered revolutionary fighting me every inch of the way. Kiriel watches from the corner, bored, a sharp contrast to the gravity of my earlier conversation. Kale arrives, eager to learn, and I find myself playing the tutor, a role that feels heavy, performative, and profoundly exhausting. I look at them, my sister, the Morlock, the growing tangle of lives I've allowed into my orbit, and I feel a sudden cold clarity. I am playing a game of chess with a board that could be wiped clean at any second. I am teaching magic to a girl who shouldn't have to worry about invasions, and I am helping a man prepare for a war I already know how to lose. I close my eyes, and for a second, I can hear the distant, phantom rumble of the artillery that hasn't fired yet. The house is quiet, but the silence is an illusion. The countdown has already started, and I am the only one holding the clock. The weight of the secret is a physical thing, a stone lodged in my throat that I finally spit out. Telling them, my sister and the Morlock who was supposed to be a stranger, was an act of sheer, exhausted desperation. I expected them to call me insane. I expected them to walk away, to look at me with the pity one reserves for the broken. Instead, they just sat there, the air in the room thick with a sudden, suffocating reality. Kiriel's assessment was characteristically blunt. I am the most underwhelming time traveler in existence. A month-long prison, triggered by death, with no exit strategy. It's pathetic when laid out in plain speech. Yet, the confession didn't shatter our dynamic. It merely shifted the gravity. Now, 3 days later, the normalcy is almost more jarring than the revelation. They aren't treating me like a prophet. They're treating me like a resource. Kale, always the methodical soul, hasn't been sleeping. I can see the shadows deepening under his eyes, the frantic energy of a mind that doesn't know how to stop digging. He calls me into his room, the air there smelling of old parchment and the sharp, metallic tang of alchemy. He looks nervous, an expression that sits strangely on his calm face. He pulls a chest from beneath his bed, his movements precise and guarded. From the depths of it, he retrieves a book. It's bound in something dark, devoid of a title, and it feels colder than the surrounding air. He doesn't waste time. He opens it, his fingers tracing lines of script that make my skin crawl with phantom echoes of a necromantic chant I once heard and died for. He points to a page, his eyes meeting mine with a desperate, burning intensity. He thinks he's found it. The anchor, the tether, the spell that binds my soul to this recurring purgatory. I look down at the page, the symbols shifting and squirming like insects beneath my gaze. This is it, the architecture of my prison. If he's right, this isn't just a curiosity, it's a map to the exit. Or, more likely, it's the blueprint of the trap that finally closes for good. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic, rhythmic warning. We are standing on the edge of a cliff, and Kale is holding the only torch. I reach out, my hand trembling, to touch the forbidden ink. The silence in the room isn't peaceful anymore. It is the held breath of a world that is about to realize it's being watched. If I learn this, if I truly understand the mechanics of my own undoing, does the loop break, or does it just tighten? I look up at Kale, ready to ask, but the words die on my lips as the shadows in the corner of the room seem to pulse in time with my own heartbeat. Something is watching, not from the outside, but from the very pages of the book. And for the first time in a long, long time, I am genuinely afraid to turn the page. The book is a heavy, silent thing, its pages whispering of things that have no business being whispered. I hold the volume, feeling the cold radiate through the binding, and the words on the page are a gut punch. Soul meld. The very name tastes of copper and ozone. As I read the description, the room seems to shrink, the air turning thick with the stench of forbidden, ancient mechanics. This is no textbook. This is an architect's manual for the human spirit, a guide to folding two lives into a single, agonizing scream. I look at Kale, the boy who has become my unlikely confidant. He is a necromancer, a term that usually spells out a death sentence or a permanent cell in the guild's deepest dungeon. The irony is sharp enough to draw blood. I am a time traveler hunted by a phantom death, and my only lead is a boy who dabbles in the shadows of the soul. He seems terrified of me, which is perhaps the only thing keeping me sane. I am the apex predator in this room, yet I feel like the one walking into a snare. We spend 15 minutes in a ritual that leaves no mark on the world but tears at my nerves. It results in nothing, no answers, no smoking gun, just the realization that my connection to the other time traveler isn't a bond of ink and blood, but something deeper, something colder, something that defies the simple categorization of a mage's library. Kale is apologetic, his eyes shadowed with the weight of his own limitations, but there is no time for comfort. The path forward is blocked by a lack of raw power and the cruel geometry of nature's own calendar. I leave his room, my thoughts a turbulent mess of forbidden lore and the creeping sense that I am missing the forest for the trees. I need to be better. I need to be more than just a man running from his own grave. As I step into my room and seal the door, the air changes. It isn't a draft or a settling of the house. It is a presence, a subtle, tickling intrusion at the back of my skull, like the ghost of a touch from a spider's web. Panic isn't a choice. It is a reflex. I throw up my mental barriers, but they feel like sandcastles against an incoming tide. The voice that drifts into my consciousness is not an echo. It is razor-sharp, deliberate, and chillingly polite. The shadows in the corner of my room begin to thicken, knitting themselves together until they possess weight and malice. It leaps. It is not a monster of legend, not a sprawling, spindly horror, but a creature of terrifying efficiency. A jumping spider, compact and dense, with eyes that reflect the dark of the room back at me. They are human-like, too human. It lands on my bed, blocking the light, its fangs shimmering with a promise of violence that makes my breath catch in my throat. I am frozen, my limbs locked in place by a force that feels less like magic and more like an absolute command. The telepathic weight of its presence presses down on me, heavy and suffocating. It knows my name. It has been waiting, and as those obsidian eyes bore into mine, I realize with a hollow, sinking certainty that the game I thought I was playing has just reached its endgame. The spider doesn't strike. It waits, savoring the silence. And then, it speaks into the void of my mind. The room goes deathly still, the kind of quiet that buzzes in your ears like a trapped insect. I am locked in place, my own body a mutinous stranger, while the Uranium matriarch sits before me. She is a compact, dense nightmare of evolution, with obsidian eyes that hold the weight of 1,000 years and fangs that could likely punch through steel. She is not just a monster. She is a telepath, and she is inside my head, picking through my memories like a shopper in a bargain bin. The indignity of being paralyzed by a spider is almost as maddening as the content of her speech. She talks of empathy, a gift I would have laughed at if I could actually move my facial muscles. She says I have it. I am the boy who treats social interaction like a tactical operation, the one who hides in textbooks to avoid the mess of other people's lives. Yet this ancient creature claims I am a natural. It is an absurd, stinging insult. But as she observes my thoughts, I feel her amusement. She doesn't see me as a threat. She sees me as a puzzle, a loop-bound curiosity that she has no intention of letting go. The negotiation is a farce. She holds all the cards, and I am the one with my back to the wall, trying to avoid the total collapse of my secrets. When she finally releases me, the psychic pressure vanishes like a fever breaking. I am left alone in the room, shivering, my skin crawling with the phantom sensation of 100 legs skittering over my nerves. I don't rush into the tunnels. I am not that stupid. I spend the time researching, tearing through dusty, half-forgotten tomes. I learned that Arania are not just monsters. They are mages, dangerous and unpredictable. I plot, I plan, and I look for ways to arm myself against a mind that can read my own thoughts. The question of empathy gnaws at me like a parasite. I find myself seeking out Amaya, our landlady, a woman whose own history is wrapped in layers of dry, scholarly interest and enigmatic smiles. The kitchen is a sanctuary of mundane scents. Soap, hot water, the familiar smell of a home that isn't really mine. She listens, her expression shifting from maternal curiosity to something sharper, more clinical. She challenges my denial, suggesting that empathy isn't some mystical, glowing halo of goodness. It is a messy, mundane reality of reading the world in ways I have spent my whole life ignoring. I think of the people I have met, the hollow gaze of the detective, the frantic energy of my sister, the quiet desperation of Kale. I remember the instinctive lurches in my gut when I meet a liar, the way the air in a room feels heavy with the unspoken intentions of those around me. I had written it off as instinct, as paranoia, as the sharpened senses of a survivor. But what if it isn't? What if the reason I feel like an outsider in my own life is because I am constantly hearing the discordant music of everyone else's emotions? I look at Amaya, and for a split second, I see not just our landlady, but a woman with her own guarded past, her own secret weight. I am in over my head. I am negotiating with spiders, unraveling the mystery of a time loop, and wondering if the very foundation of my personality has been a lie I told myself to stay sane. And somewhere in the dark, beneath the city, the Arania are waiting. They don't just know my secrets, they know my future. And the next time we meet, I won't just be a student. I will be a player, or I will be a casualty. I take a deep breath, the air tasting of stale resolve, and I realize the loop isn't just a prison. It is a classroom, and I have yet to learn the most dangerous lesson of all. The sewer air is thick with the scent of damp earth and slow-moving decay. It is the perfect place for a meeting that feels like a burial. I lead the way, mapping the path with the precision of a man who knows that one wrong step means the end of everything. Kale walks behind me, his mental shields locked tight, a silent, armored bulwark against the subtle, invasive prodding of the things that live in the dark. I find myself thinking about what Amaya told me. Empathy is not a gentle gift. It is a raw, jagged antenna, and I have spent my life treating it like a persistent, annoying migraine. The realization that I have been walking around with my psyche wide open, bleeding emotions into the crowd, and catching the feedback makes me feel exposed. I've been playing a game of poker while everyone else can see my cards, and I never even realized I was holding them face up. The presence hits us before we see them. It is a telepathic shove, a wave of alien sensations that taste of static and cold, ancient patience. I stagger, my head reeling, but Kale is already braced, a wall of psychic concrete. We don't have to look for them. They're already looking through us. Then, the shadows detach themselves from the tunnel walls. The matriarch emerges, her movements a rhythmic, fluid grace that is entirely too fast for something so heavy. She is flanked by two others, their obsidian eyes reflecting the faint, flickering light of my own makeshift traps. I have spent the last few hours trying to play the part of a cold, calculating negotiator, but standing here, watching the way they coordinate, the way they move, I feel the familiar, sickening lurch of being out of my depth. Kale is already locked in a verbal skirmish with the creature, his indignation a sharp, human noise in the dark. He is angry about the violation, the way they rifled through his memories as if they were nothing more than free entertainment. The matriarch brushes off his outrage with a flick of a leg, her voice a sonic illusion that sounds as fake as it feels. Yet she continues to speak directly into my mind. It is a dual conversation, the illusionary, polite words for Kale, and the telepathic, condescending truth for me. The talk turns to the nature of my being. She uses words like open, flickering, psychic. It is a vocabulary of power I was never meant to possess, and it makes my skin crawl. She speaks of my empathy as if it is a childish toy, a mere scrap of what I could be if I only knew how to peel back the layers of my own skull. I want to scoff, to tell her that I am just a student, a boy trying to survive a broken timeline, but she isn't buying it. She sees the potential. She sees the loop. And then the trap snaps shut. She isn't here to help me solve the puzzle. She isn't here to be an ally. She is here because she has realized the value of the deck I am holding. She wants in. She wants to be part of the loop, part of the catastrophe, part of the cycle that has become my entire world. I stare at the spider, and for the first time, I don't see a monster. I see an opportunist. I have been trying to protect my secrets, trying to keep the loop a private hell, but the walls are coming down. The spider has tasted the future, and she is hungry. I look at Kale, and I can see the same chilling realization behind his eyes. We are not just negotiating for information anymore. We are negotiating for the keys to the kingdom, and we just handed the lock to the enemy. The silence that follows is absolute. The matriarch waits, her mandibles unmoving, her mind a vast, hungry void that is already calculating the cost of my cooperation. The countdown has changed. It isn't just about surviving the festival anymore. It's about surviving the people I am inviting into the machine. The audacity of it is almost impressive. I stand there in the damp, claustrophobic silence of the sewers, listening to them casually discuss hijacking my own personal purgatory as if they were planning a weekend getaway. The matriarch is suggesting I turn my own mind into a glorified hard drive, a courier service for their consciousness to hitchhike through the reset. It is grotesque. It is dangerous. And, if I'm being perfectly honest with myself, it is the most tempting offer I have received since this entire nightmare began. Kale is avoiding my gaze, his posture stiff, projecting a mix of guilt and desperate ambition. He wants in. He wants to escape the ticking clock of his own existence by clinging to the coattails of mine. It is a haunting thought. The idea that my prison, my heavy, soul-crushing burden, is something people are actually lining up to join. I try to protest, to explain that I am not a god, just a man who keeps dying and waking up in the same bed, but they know better. They aren't looking for a miracle. They're looking for a crack in the door, and they think I'm the one holding the key. The matriarch finally reveals her name, or at least the sprawling, psychedelic, over-the-top translation of it. I fumble through the mental mess she projects at me, coming up with something that sounds more like a bad fantasy novel title than a name. She doesn't care. She's too busy looking down on the crude, primitive limitations of the human tongue. It's hard to stay angry at her condescension when the very air in the tunnel suddenly shifts. The vibration hits the soles of my boots first. Then, the sound tears through the damp dark, a guttural, chest-thumping roar that carries the distinct scent of blood, unwashed muscle, and primal, unchecked violence. My stomach does a slow, painful flip. I recognize that sound. I have heard it in my nightmares, and I have heard it in the waking world enough times to know that we are no longer alone. The conversation about soul tethering and mental packets dies instantly. A pack of war trolls is charging through the dark, their heavy footsteps turning the sewer floor into a shaking, unstable mess. They are not here to negotiate. They are here to hunt. I look at the matriarch, then at Kale, and for a split second, the absurdity of our situation hits me. We were just planning how to break the laws of reality, and now we are about to be flattened by the reality of a troll's fist. The dark in the tunnel ahead begins to churn with movement, the shadows growing teeth. I draw my weapon, the cold metal biting into my palm, and realize that if we don't survive the next 60 seconds, the loop won't matter at all. The predators have arrived, and I suspect they are the least of our problems. The sewers are a place of damp echoes and bad decisions, and apparently, a favorite hunting ground for war trolls. As the ground shakes beneath the weight of our oversized, green-skinned pursuers, I find myself nursing a bitter sense of irony. A year ago, these creatures were the stuff of nightmares. Today, they are just a logistical inconvenience, a screeching, sword-swinging speed bump on the road to unraveling the mystery of my own existence. We sprinted through the dark, the matriarch's telepathic complaints echoing in my skull like a high-pitched whine. I had prepared traps, of course, not for them, specifically, but for anyone who felt the need to hunt me. Watching the front line of trolls pile into my force field barrier, a chaotic, tumbling heap of limbs and rusted iron, offered a rare, fleeting moment of satisfaction. It was efficient, it was clean, and for a moment, it made me feel like I was actually starting to win. But the real threat wasn't the trolls. It was the bargain I had just struck. Back in the safety of a shadowed alley, the air tasted of ozone and secrets. The matriarch is cold, calculating, and patient. She wanted a piece of the loop, a way to anchor her consciousness through the reset using my own mind as a vessel. It is a terrifying proposition, to let a creature that views humans as expendable pawns weave memories into my soul. It feels like inviting a parasite to take up residence in my gray matter. She speaks of cephalic rats, small, brain-exposed horrors that act as a hive mind for the invaders. They are the perfect spies, small enough to bypass wards that would fry a spider like the matriarch, and disposable enough to ignore. If they are in the city, the invaders know everything. They know about the loops. They know about Zack. And they're playing a game I am only just beginning to understand. I accepted the terms because I need the edge. I need to know how to control the erratic, deafening hum of my own empathy before it drives me insane. But as the procedure finished, I was left with a lingering, hollow sensation. Kale thinks I am brave for letting her into my head. I think I am just desperate. I carry an explosive cube in my pocket, a failsafe, a tiny mana-charged death button. If she ever tries to rewrite me, we both go up in smoke. It is a bleak kind of insurance, but in a world that resets every month, it is the only currency that holds value. Back at the house, the tension of the sewers melts into the mundane, suffocating normalcy of family life. Kiriel is there, waving a scratch on her finger like it is a mortal wound, demanding a miracle. I play the part. I joke about amputation, about searching for a saw, and for a heartbeat, the war, the spiders, and the looming threat of the invasion feel like a dream I had a long time ago. But then, the quiet returns. I sit in my room, molding mana in the air, while Kiriel scribbles away on the floor. She is quiet, too quiet. The pen stops. She starts chewing on the tip, a nervous, rhythmic twitching that signals the end of my piece. I can feel the shift in the room, the subtle prickle of anticipation on the back of my neck. Something is coming, and the harder I try to keep my life compartmentalized, the more the walls between the monster-filled tunnels and my living room start to blur. I am a student, an empath, a time traveler, and a puppet. I just hope that when the next reset finally comes, I am still the one pulling the strings. The air in the room is stale, thick with the kind of secrets that usually only fester in the dark. Kiriel is finally quiet, curled up in my lap, the frantic, jagged energy of her youth replaced by a fragile, searching honesty. When she shows me her drawings, the world tilts. They are not the crude scribbles of a child. They are masterworks, terrifyingly accurate, intricate cityscapes and portraits that capture the living, breathing soul of the world. My mother, with her obsession for status and her narrow-minded grip on reality, would rather see them burned than let them exist. The realization hits me like a physical blow. Kiriel is trapped in a cage I didn't fully see, defined by the gender and the traditions of a family that views her potential as an inconvenient decoration. She is scheduled for a marriage before she even truly understands the world, while I am off playing the role of the budding mage. The contrast is sharp enough to cut. I have been so wrapped up in the mechanics of my own suffering, the cold, analytical puzzles of the time loop, that I failed to notice my own sister being dismantled from the inside out. I make the promise in the quiet of the room, a binding oath sealed with a grip that leaves marks on her skin. I will teach her. Whatever happens to this city, whatever secrets I unearth in the tunnels of the mind, she will not be a pawn in someone else's political arrangement. The restarts become a rhythmic, grinding cycle of preparation. I stop chasing the spiders and start playing the long game. I avoid Zack, becoming a ghost in his periphery, watching him watch me until he finally loses interest. It is a slow, methodical stripping away of variables. I spend the time sharpening my craft, honing my mana shaping, refining my combat spells, and perfecting the explosive failsafes that have become my constant, morbid companions. I hire specialists to scour my own mind, to root out the influence of the Urania matriarch. The memory packet she buried in my consciousness sits there like a dormant bomb, cold and inscrutable. The mage I pay to look at it is terrified, confused, and ultimately useless. He can tell me it's dormant, but he can't tell me what's written on the inside. It is a gamble I am forced to take, a passenger in my own head that I have to live with until I am powerful enough to pry it out. By the seventh time I wake up in that familiar bed, the static in the air has cleared. Zach has stopped bothering me. The city feels less like a death trap and more like a training ground. I have the resources, I have the skills, and for the first time, I have a plan. The loop isn't just a place to die anymore. It is a place to forge something that can survive the fire. I look at my hands, feeling the hum of mana under my skin, and I know that when I finally decide to move, it won't be as a student or a victim. It will be as the man who decided that even if the world is destined to burn, he is going to learn how to walk through the flames. The stage is set. The spiders, the Morlocks, the invaders, and the time-traveling heir. They are all just pieces on a board I am finally beginning to master. I step out into the morning, the air crisp and full of the scent of 100 different possibilities, and for the first time, I don't look over my shoulder. The next move is mine. The irony of the time loop is that the most monumental shifts are often triggered by the smallest, most pathetic little choices. A missed appointment here, a slightly different tone of voice there, and the entire board shifts beneath my feet. I learned this the hard way when I waltzed into Ilsa's office expecting the same red carpet treatment I got when I had Kale by my side. I walked out empty-handed, my permit denied, and my ego just a little bit more bruised than it was yesterday. So, I did what any desperate man would do. I recruited Taven. Dragging her into the sewers was like trying to lead a house cat into a hurricane. She was annoyed, suspicious, and currently in the middle of a monologue about how much she hated me, a sentiment she had expressed enough times to make me consider filing for a restraining order. I was mostly worried about how I was going to explain the giant, telepathic, soul-draining spiders to her without her turning the tunnel into a crater. When the spider finally skittered out of the darkness, the look on Taven's face was a masterpiece of bewildered horror. I grabbed her wrist, stopping her from drawing her spell rod, and initiated the most awkward, telepathic three-way conversation in human history. It turns out the matriarch is essentially a psychic landlord, capable of tapping into any one of her minions like a surveillance camera. She's cold, sharp, and has absolutely no patience for my lack of training. She calls me incomplete. She calls Taven a flickermind. If I didn't know better, I'd say she was mocking us. After a tense, silent standoff that felt like it lasted for hours, the matriarch finally retreated into the abyss of my mind. She's rattled. For the first time, she's not the one pulling the strings. She's the one trying to make sense of the tangled web we've created. We escaped back to the surface and into a tavern, where I traded the truth for a lukewarm drink and a headache. I told Taven I was an empath looking for training. It wasn't a lie, just a very selective version of reality. She didn't buy all of it, but she was intrigued enough to invite me to a spar. Now, I'm standing in her family's training hall, the air heavy with wards and unspoken tension. Taven is holding a staff that practically screams professional-grade violence, and I'm holding a spell rod I built from spare parts and stubbornness. She's fast, she's arrogant, and she's already counting this as a win. She launches a swarm of magic missiles before I can even settle into my stance. They're fast, glowing, and heading straight for my chest. She thinks she's teaching me a lesson. She has no idea that I'm not playing her game anymore. I have a bracelet hidden under my sleeve and a plan that goes far beyond a friendly spar. I dodge, feeling the heat of the air as the spells whistle past my ear. The fun is just getting started. The training hall is quiet, save for the rhythmic, sharp whistle of my mana shield cutting through the air. Taven is fast, a blur of motion and raw potential, but she is fighting a girl. I am fighting a ghost. 2 years of dying and repeating have turned my reflexes into something that borders on the unnatural. She unleashes a swarm of missiles, a blinding cluster of force aimed squarely at my ribs. The old me would have shattered under the impact. I just breathe, steadying the hum of my overcharged shield. It holds, barely flickering. I counter with a flash of chemical gas, a dirty, messy little trick that leaves her choking. She stumbles, and for a heartbeat, the opening is perfect. I strike, but she is smarter than she looks. She counters with a battering ram of force that sends me spiraling across the room like a discarded toy. We trade insults and blows until we are both breathless, the air thick with the scent of ozone and frustration. That is when she drops the knowledge that makes me want to scream at the empty air. A simple technique, a way to saturate the air with mana, to sense the world around me. I spent months, lifetimes, banging my head against the impossible task of sensing marbles, agonizing over my own perceived incompetence, while Svim held the answer behind a wall of arrogant silence. I don't just hate him. I want to rewrite his entire academic career. The frustration bleeds into the following days as I master the trick. I am no longer fighting in the dark. I am mapping the battlefield. By the time I descend into the sewers, I am armed with more than just spells. I have clarity. The matriarch waits for me, not as a projected voice, but as an ancient, looming presence. We swap truths like knives in the dark. She tells me the invaders are no longer just an army. They are masters of a future that refuses to exist. Every time their oracles look past the summer festival, they find nothing. The horizon is literally being deleted, wiped from the fabric of reality. I shudder, trying to push away the thought of what that means for us. We are living in a temporary cage, and everything outside the bars is already dead space. She pushes me on the bond, on Zach, and on the terrifying reality that we are not alone. There is a third traveler, a predator who has been watching us, waiting, and pulling the strings of this entire, broken reality. I explain the theory that keeps me awake at night. Zach is the engine, the anchor, the reason this loop even exists, but he is a broken tool. Someone has been pruning his memories, shifting his focus, keeping the chosen one busy with trivial party planning while they dismantle the board around us. I am not the star of this play. I am the error in the code, the anomaly that wasn't supposed to survive. If I reach out to Zach, if I try to bridge the gap between our shattered souls, I am painting a target on my own back. In this game, Zach is the golden goose, and he is safe as long as he remains oblivious. I am just a glitch, a loose end, and if I am not careful, I am the next thing that gets deleted. The air in the tunnels feels heavier, the darkness closer. I have the power I needed, but the cost of survival is becoming clearer with every breath. I am walking a razor's edge, and the only thing protecting me from the void is the secret I carry in my own mind. The matriarch's mental voice is a cool, creeping fog, layered with a sarcasm that manages to feel ancient and utterly human at the same time. She calls me paranoid. I prefer to think of it as being statistically aware of my own mortality. In a world that is actively trying to erase itself past a certain date, paranoia is just another form of self-preservation. But her logic is a cold splash of water. She expects me to engage with Zach eventually. The idea of walking up to the golden boy of the loop and asking him to spill his guts is like trying to pet a dragon with a sore throat. I have to find the third traveler first, the phantom in the machine, the one who has been watching the game from the rafters while Zach and I tear each other's lives apart. We start with the assumption that our mystery player isn't just a random bystander. They have to be someone capable, someone close, or someone who has spent enough time in the loop to eclipse our collective knowledge. The matriarch suggests looking at my classmates. The thought is both absurd and terrifying. Are there people sitting 3 rows ahead of me in class, scribbling notes and pretending to be bored, who are actually playing a multi-dimensional game of chess against the invasion force? The list of diviners she gave me is a breadcrumb trail I can actually follow. It is the first real, tangible weapon I have been given in a long time. As I leave the sewers, I feel the weight of the silence. It is just me, the damp, and the encroaching dark. I am building an alliance with a species of giant, telepathic spiders, and I can't help but wonder if I am just walking into another trap. Zach tried to save the world by playing the hero, and it broke him. I am trying to save myself by playing the architect of my own survival, and I have no idea if I am just building a more complex cage. The city above looks the same stone, the same faces, the same deceptive promise of tomorrow. But for me, the calendar is a ticking clock, and the horizon is already beginning to fray. I have my list. I have my traps. I have the silence of the spiders following me in the dark. I take one last look at the sewer grate, the metallic scent of rust clinging to my clothes. The game is shifting, the pieces are moving, and I am finally, truly in the thick of it. I just have to hope that when the curtain finally falls on this month, I am not the only one left standing in the dark. Temples have always rubbed me the wrong way. The air is too still. The incense smells like a desperate attempt to cover up the stench of stagnant history, and the priests act as if they are whispering to gods who left the building centuries ago. I don't buy the legends of the primordial dragons, and I certainly don't buy the piety. But I have a problem, and the spider in the sewer told me the solution was tucked away in a place where prayers go to die. I stood before the massive stone angels guarding the entrance, feeling the weight of their carved gazes. They weren't just architecture. In this city, anything carved could be a guardian, a weapon, or a silent witness. The carvings on the door told the classic, blood-soaked myth of the world's creation. Gods, dragons, and the endless, messy cycle of suffering. I suppose it's a fitting backdrop for a world that seems determined to reset itself every month. A man with striking green hair greeted me. He was too relaxed, too friendly, the kind of person who uses casual conversation as a sieve to see what kind of dirt falls through. He introduced himself as Batak, a junior priest who seemed starved for company. We sat in a room that was less of a sanctum and more of a kitchen, the steam from his tea curling into the shadows like a ghost. I didn't come to talk about the weather. I came because of the horizon. When I finally mentioned the irregularities in the future forecasts, the mask slipped. The friendly junior priest vanished, replaced by someone who knew exactly what the void in the timeline meant. He didn't just understand the anomaly, he was terrified of it. The truth came out in hurried, breathless confessions. He brought in the high priestess, Kylie, a woman who looked at me with eyes that seemed to weigh the truth behind every breath I took. The tension in the room was surgical. They wanted to know why I cared, and I realized I had to trade a piece of my reality for a piece of theirs. I gave them a version of the truth, stripped of the time loop, focused on the looming thread of the festival. Their revelation hit me harder than any spell. They hadn't just lost their gods. They had lost their connection to the spiritual realm entirely. The angels, the celestials, even the entities on the other side of the veil. They had gone silent, cutting off the material plane from whatever lived beyond it. The timing was too perfect. The spiritual blackout coincided with the start of my cycle. They felt relieved, thinking the two events were disconnected. I felt the ice climbing up my spine. They thought they were looking at two separate problems. I knew better. I was looking at the walls of the cage closing in. I walked out of the temple, the sun hitting my face, but I felt none of its warmth. The world isn't just ending at the summer festival. It is being severed from everything that makes it whole. The angels are silent. The future is a blank page, and I am the only one who realizes the floor is falling out from under us. And the worst part, I'm still just a student, running out of time. The temple was a bust. I sat in a random restaurant, picking at my food, trying to digest the terrifying realization that my world was being deleted from existence while I was busy trying to graduate. The math was simple but soul-crushing. This wasn't just a localized time spell. Reality itself was being rewound, a massive, cosmic undo button that made me feel like an insignificant speck of dust. Taven found me, of course. She is like a bloodhound for my worst decisions. She brought news of a healer willing to teach me empathy, but the catch was an apprenticeship contract that would essentially chain me to a hospital bed for every future iteration of this month. I have a world to save and a third traveler to hunt. I don't have time to learn how to set broken bones or mend emotional fractures. I try to act smooth, but I'm a terrible liar. One mention of the spiders, and she was ready to go to war, her protectiveness both touching and incredibly annoying. She was baffled by the term psychic, horrified that I could even brush against the edges of her mind. I tried to explain, but it is like trying to describe color to someone who has only ever known the dark. Back at school, I shifted my focus to the most dangerous place in the world, my classroom. There are 20 of us. Any one of them could be the hidden enemy, the puppet master pulling the strings of this reality. I looked at the files. Tinami Aope, with her shy eyes and family history of dark, forbidden arts that would make a sane person run screaming. Eston Greer, the outsider from the Island of Exiles, a place practically built on the bones of necromancers and ancient wars. I needed the ultimate source of truth, the one person who knew everyone's secrets. I cornered Benesek, the class chatterbox, and asked for the dirt. He is a walking, talking gossip sheet. It was pathetic, really, how easily a bit of curiosity can turn a person into a spy. The mental conversation with the Uranium matriarch later that night was a revelation. When I brought up the term flicker mind, she didn't just disagree. She burned with a prejudice so cold it was almost chilling. To her, non-psychic humans are basically walking around with their eyes sewn shut, stumbling through a reality they can't even perceive. She hated the idea of me learning from a human empath with a passion that bordered on the fanatical. She called it brainwashing. She promised to teach me herself, to show me the great web in all its terrifying, interconnected glory. I am walking into the lion's den, and the lion is a giant, telepathic spider. She thinks she is mentoring me, and I think I am using her for her knowledge. We are two predators playing a game of chicken, and I am the one with the most to lose. I have my first lesson tomorrow. If this goes south, I will be the most enlightened corpse in this entire loop. Sitting in the cold, damp dark of the sewers, I force myself into a meditative trance. My task is simple: find the mind of an Urania. In practice, it feels like trying to listen for a whisper in a hurricane while someone screams into my ear. The matriarch is patient, which is a terrifying trait for a creature that could probably turn my brain into mush with a single thought. She reminds me that this isn't a spell. It's an instinct, a muscle I have to learn to flex. I am a mage. I am supposed to be a master of logic, of structured formulas and precise incantations. Trying to learn the mind arts is like trying to rewrite my own DNA. But then it happens. I stop pushing, stop reaching, and instead, I just open. The silence of the tunnel explodes. It's not dark anymore. I can feel them. They aren't just thoughts. They are blazing, jagged suns of intent, crowded around me in the shadows. The sudden psychic vertigo is enough to make me stumble, but I have it. I have the key. The following weeks are a blur of training and mental acrobatics. I'm learning how to throttle my own empathy, how to keep the world's emotions from bleeding into my own, though I still have the grace of a toddler learning to walk. Then comes the party. Zach's grand experiment at the Novita mansion. I didn't want to go, but I need to see what he's planning, and more importantly, I need to see how the other pieces on this board fit together. Taven is with me, her presence a constant, slightly abrasive comfort. She's the foil to my shadows, a creature of direct action in a world that is becoming increasingly cryptic. We walk through the gates of the Novita estate, and it feels like stepping into a mausoleum. Zach greets us with that infuriating, carefree grin of his. He's already confusing his timelines again, tossing out comments about past romantic entanglements that never actually happened, or at least haven't happened to me. I try to keep my cool, but Zach's chaotic energy is like trying to hold a firework in a room full of gunpowder. He's a paradox. He has all the power in the world, the legacy of a broken house, and yet he seems to treat his own life like a game he's already beaten. As we walk through the empty, echoing halls, he talks about his family's ruin with the detached air of someone discussing a book they've already finished reading. The story is a familiar, tragic melody. The collapse of the old alliance, the birth of modern warfare, and the terrifying realization that the world was moving faster than the old guard could comprehend. It's the history of a dying era. Firearms, once a joke, were now rewriting the rules of battle, turning old battle mages into relics. Zach is a walking testament to that transition. He's powerful, yes, but he's standing in the ruins of a history that doesn't know how to survive the future. And as I listen, I can't help but wonder if I'm any different. I'm just a kid from the countryside who found a way to stop time, trapped in a house built on graves, waiting for the clock to run out. The party is quiet, too quiet. The servants are gone. The laughter is thin. And underneath the polished marble floors, I can feel the weight of 1,000 secrets waiting to tear this place apart. Zach isn't just throwing a party. He's hosting a wake. And we're the only ones who don't know who's supposed to be in the casket. The history of the world is a graveyard of good intentions, written in the ink of failed wars and the silence of the dead. Looking at the opulent ruin of the Novita mansion, I think about the Splinter Wars. It wasn't a grand, poetic clash of titans. It was just a frantic, messy scramble where nobility traded their blood for a few extra inches of influence, only to be shredded by common, ugly firearms. The mages were arrogant, treating their birthrights like armor, right up until the moment a lead bullet shattered their illusions. Then came the weeping, nature's own equalizer. No spells, no prayers, no noble lineage could stop it. It just arrived, burned through 1/10 of the population, and left a wake of empty houses and orphan children like Zack. He stood there, the last living relic of a legacy that had been ground into dust by history, acting as if he was throwing a party instead of a wake. I'm playing my own game, of course. I've spent the evening observing, my mental walls reinforced, trying to gauge who here is a player and who is just background noise. Tinami was a surprise. Shy, stuttering Tinami, who hides her sharp edges behind awkward silences and a bizarre obsession with arachnids. Watching her dance, seeing her face harden into something cold and calculated when the conversation turned to dangerous things, made me wonder if I'd been looking at the wrong suspects all along. Then the sky didn't fall. The matriarch's plan worked. I had triangulated their artillery. The Urania had struck, and the silence where the initial bombardment should have been was deafening. Zack's face was a masterpiece of confusion. He was looking for a script that I had just burned. It was a small victory, a tiny crack in the monolith of the loop, but it felt like the first time the world wasn't just happening to me. That feeling lasted exactly until the doors blew in. The invasion didn't stop. It just changed shape. It surged into the mansion like a dark tide, and suddenly, we weren't at a party anymore. We were cattle in a slaughterhouse. I found myself in a corridor, backed into a corner with a handful of students. The air tasted like ozone and blood. Taven was a force of nature, her fire vortices painting the walls in shades of scorched rage. Briam's Drake was snarling, a wall of scales and flame. And Tinami, she was something else entirely. No fire, no flash. Just thin, violet beams of pure agony that dropped war trolls like puppets with their strings cut. She wasn't a student. She was a predator. I was hunched over the floor, my fingers tracing the geometry of death. Explosive runes. I needed time. My knees ached, my mana reserves were screaming, and the shadows at the end of the hall were becoming monsters. I didn't care about glory. I just wanted to leave a mess big enough to buy us a few minutes. Done! I yelled, my voice cracking. The scramble to move was absolute chaos. I stood up, feeling the burn of my spent mana, and looked at the oncoming wave. They were massive, iron-skinned, and utterly indifferent to the fact that they were dying. I didn't have the luxury of elegance. I raised the rod, aimed not at the mages, but at the very ground beneath them. When the stone shattered, the dust blinded them for a heartbeat, a precious, fleeting second. I didn't think. I didn't calculate. I just dumped the rest of my power into a torrent of fire, a wall of heat meant to hold back the dark. The hallway turned into an oven. We're running, but the house is groaning under the weight of the invaders. We're deep in the bowels of a dead man's home, with no clear way out and the walls closing in. If this is how the night ends, at least it's not with a whisper. The corridor was a claustrophobic death trap. The air thick with the metallic tang of pulverized stone and the panicked breathing of students who realize too late that a mansion is just a tomb with better lighting. I didn't have a plan for a war troll army. I had a rod, a few dirty tricks, and a desperate hope that my aim was as sharp as my fear. When the floor turned into a dust storm, I didn't wait to see the results. I ran. A screech behind me told me I was being hunted by something that didn't know the meaning of mercy. Then came the violet flash, Tanami's signature. The troll hit the deck, screaming in that agonizing, psychic static she wielded so precisely. I didn't look back until I reached the room where we'd set our final, explosive surprise. Briam, Taven, and the rest were waiting, their eyes wide with the frantic energy of the doomed. We didn't bother with doors. We let the intruders swarm into the hall, thinking they'd won. I triggered the runes, and for a heartbeat, The world became a deafening, blinding collapse of stone and fire. We were alive, but we were trapped. The drop from the second floor was a calculated gamble, a choice between a vertical grave or a swarm of iron-beaked monstrosities waiting in the night. We opted for the fall. I cut the floating disc beneath us, a chaotic plunge into the dark that was somehow better than being shredded by magical feathers. Just as the earth rose up to claim us, the ground turned to silk, a soft, impossible landing. Zack was there, of course, hovering over the chaos like a spoiled god. He saved us, his power absolute, but he moved through the battle with a casual, terrifying detachment. We were being hunted, stalked by something that knew exactly where he was. Then the ground erupted. A giant brown worm tore through the earth, a blind, invulnerable engine of destruction. Tanami tried to stop it, her violet beams cutting into its hide, but she only invited its hunger. I saw the shadow of the beast looming, the way it moved through the dirt like air, and I knew she was about to be liquefied. I didn't have time to be a coward. I shoved her aside, planted the explosive cube, and watched the worm swallow a bomb instead of a classmate. It thrashed, a mountain of meat and fury. It turned its maw toward me, and I braced for the end. But it stopped. The matriarch had arrived, a shadow among shadows, binding the beast with a strength that made my teeth ache. She didn't care about the war. She only cared about the data. She dumped the information into my head, a cold, frantic download of everything we'd learned, while the worm fought her mental chains. 5 minutes. That was all it took for the world to change. She vanished as quickly as she arrived, leaving me with a head full of secrets and a broken student in my arms. I turned to go, to find Zack, to survive one more hour in this hell. But I never made it. A streak of crimson light shattered the night, and my world didn't just end. It snapped into a blinding, absolute dark. I woke up in my own bed. The morning light filtered through the curtains like a promise I didn't want to keep. The frustration was a cold lump in my gut. Dying to a master spellcaster in a grand conflict is one thing. Being taken out by a literal sneak attack in the shadows? That was an insult to my ego and a reminder that no matter how many times I lived this month, I was still an amateur when it came to not getting stabbed in the back. I spent the train ride with my nose in a notebook, sketching blueprints for a practice dummy. It was a mundane little project, a construct of wood and soil designed to take a beating without exploding in my face. It was the kind of work that required a steady hand and an even steadier patience, the opposite of the high-stakes, erratic scramble my life had become. The hunt for the Urania was a chore. I swept the dungeon, my mind sense buzzing, looking for a consciousness that didn't belong to a rat or a rock. When I finally found one of the cephalic scouts, it was a grotesque sight, a rat with its cranium peeled back to expose the psychic mess beneath. We stared at each other for a second, a silent standoff between a desperate boy and a biological machine. It tried to pry its way into my head, a wet, intrusive sensation, but I didn't play along. I let the spell rod do the talking. One crack of force, and the rat was nothing more than a stain on the wall. My eventual meeting with the Urania matriarch was, predictably, a headache-inducing mess of telepathic charades. She sent me away with a mental pat on the head, needing time to digest the truth I'd fed her. I was alone again, left to navigate this loop with nothing but my own growing, jagged skills. I needed a teacher, and as luck, or perhaps the cruel design of this loop, would have it, the best person for the job was already in my orbit. Taven. She found me at the training grounds. I'd been working my magic, trying to push my mana efficiency past its limits, letting her find me. I needed her, and she needed me for her little sewer excursion. We made a deal, a month of her combat expertise for my company in the muck. She was pleased with herself, thinking she'd cornered me, but I didn't care about the ego play. I had a bigger move in mind. I asked her for fire. Not the little candles I'd been playing with, but something that could punch through a troll's hide. She looked at me like I'd asked her to teach me how to breathe underwater, but she didn't say no. She taught me the difference between a bolt that hunted its target and a ray that tore through reality, the latter being a mana-hogging monster of a spell. My shaping skills shocked her. She expected a clumsy novice. She got someone who could lift a pillar of dust into a sphere with a mere flick of intent. Watching her expression shift from skepticism to genuine awe was the most satisfying thing I'd experienced in days. The days that followed were a blur of fire, force, and survival. She taught me how to walk on walls, how to fall without breaking, and how to ward my soul against the invisible rod of enemy magic. We talked about power and control, the eternal, agonizing trade-off. She warned me about the danger of artificially inflating my mana reserves, explaining that a soul is like a vessel. The more you force into it, the less finesse you have to shape it. I asked her about the truly powerful, the people who wielded magnitude like a god, and she laughed it off as a fairy tale. I thought of Zack, his power a crushing, limitless tide, and wondered how much of his humanity he'd had to trade away for that kind of destructive potential. If magnitude 20 was the limit for finesse, what did that make him? A monster? Or just a warning of what happens when the tank is too big to be steered? I didn't have an answer. I just had a head full of new spells, a growing list of questions, and a date with a sewer that was probably going to kill me again. But this time, I wasn't just a survivor. I was learning how to be a weapon. The man who gave us the job was a ghost, a professional shadow who thought he was smarter than the city. I looked at the device he wanted us to steal back from the spiders and couldn't help but feel a flicker of dark amusement. He was an amateur playing with high-stakes equipment, and he didn't even realize his greatest tactical error was hiring a group of students to walk into the belly of the beast. I turned the ward scanner over in my hands. It was heavy, cold, and smelled faintly of ozone and old metal. It was a lockpick for reality itself, a piece of tech that could peel back the protective layers of a fortified home like a soft-boiled egg. My employer was a thief, or worse. The thought of what he planned to do with it once he breached the city's deeper secrets made my skin crawl. The sewers were a suffocating, labyrinthine nightmare. My skin still felt damp from the humidity of the tunnels as we approached the Urania. The spiders, or should I say our hosts, were watching us from the ceiling. They were as ancient as the city's foundations, a secret society of silk and psychic whispers that knew every sin committed in the dark. The conversation that followed was surreal. They spoke of the history of their web, a bloody cycle of invasion, eviction, and survival that had played out for generations in the sunless depths. They weren't monsters. They were survivors. They had brokered peace, traded secrets for magic, and carved out a kingdom of shadows while the world above slept. They talked about walking in the sunlight one day, a dream that sounded both touching and terrifyingly ambitious. The exchange of the scanner was almost anticlimactic. A spider scuttled back with a leather harness, dropping the device into our hands as if it were a worthless bauble. I watched the interaction with a detached, clinical eye, my mind racing. I was already planning the autopsy. I wanted to see how the gears inside clicked, how the crystals channeled the mana, how it stripped away the privacy of a ward. I wanted to see the machine, and in my next life, I was going to tear it apart to see its soul. Later, under the flickering lights of a tavern, I looked at the device one last time before the handoff. I didn't tag it. I didn't need to. I had something better. The memory of its weight and the perfect, satisfying click of its hidden interface. The handoff with our employer was a charade of village tradition, a handshake that felt like a trap. He looked down on me as a bumpkin, a rustic fool with dirt under his nails, completely blind to the fact that I had already mapped his future. Back in the sewers, in the quiet, damp dark of the Urania's domain, the matriarch's voice echoed in my head, cold and precise. She had the answers I'd been starving for. The invaders weren't just random opportunists. They were survivors from a place called Ulquinabesa, and they were back to settle an old, bitter score. But as she laid out the puzzle, the pieces didn't fit. The math of the invasion was broken. They had known too much, acted with too much precision, and bypassed defenses they should never have been able to see. And the more she spoke, the more I realized that the invasion was a house of cards. They weren't meant to succeed by their own hand. There was an architect, a ghost in the machine, and as the realization settled in, I felt the cold, familiar pull of the loop starting to tighten. Something was wrong, and this time, the rot went deeper than I'd ever imagined. The air in the subterranean dark felt colder, heavier, like a shroud wrapping around my lungs. The matriarch's revelation hit me not as a surprise, but as the final, missing piece of a nightmare puzzle. A planetary alignment. A celestial clock ticking down to the moment the barriers between realities grew thin enough to break. It was the kind of event that turned history into a slaughterhouse, and I was standing right in the middle of the kitchen. They didn't want to just conquer Cyoria. They wanted to use the city as a cosmic fuse. The matriarch's voice echoed in my skull, crisp and detached as if she were reading a grocery list instead of describing the end of the world. They were planning to summon a primordial. The very word felt like a physical weight in my brain, a concept so massive and destructive that it mocked the tiny struggles of men and spiders alike. A land-bound god, dragged from the ether to grind this city into dust and leave a crater where thousands of lives used to be. I felt the blood drain from my face. It was lunacy. It was suicide. It was the most efficient, brutal plan I had ever heard. The invading mages were just sacrificial lambs, guided by a cult of zealots who worshipped the ruin they were inviting. They didn't care about victory. They cared about the harvest of souls. And when the dust settled, the Real Masters would simply sweep up the remains. The moral calculus was dizzying. I was learning to walk on walls, to shield my mind from invasive pokes, and now I had to worry about stopping a primordial. I looked at the matriarch, her multiple eyes reflecting the dim torchlight like polished obsidian. Her plan, lure the third-time traveler, shatter their mind, and pray we could stop the ritual, was cold. It was terrifyingly pragmatic. It was the only way. I wanted to walk away. I wanted to go back to school, back to the mundane frustrations of failing spells and Kiriel's chatter. But the loop wouldn't let me go, and the abyss was staring right back. Then, the mood shifted in the most jarring way possible. A blur of skittering legs dropped from the ceiling, landing with a light, twitchy grace that made me jump. Enthusiastic seeker of novelty, for short, was an Arania that moved with the hyperactive, unblinking intensity of a caffeine-addicted spider. She was a flurry of telepathic static, a tidal wave of questions about gravity, human anatomy, and the absolute necessity of playing teacher. I stared at the creature, watching her circle me with that unsettling, wide-eyed curiosity. I looked back at the matriarch, my expression hardening into a plea. An off button. Please tell me there is an off button for this. I projected, my mental voice flat with exhaustion. The matriarch's only reply was a ripple of amusement, a psychic chuckle that felt like being laughed at by an ancient, uncaring god. Welcome to my new reality. Learning the secrets of the universe from a spider that treated the apocalypse like a social gathering. I took a breath, felt the familiar hum of mana beneath my skin, and accepted my fate. The lesson was starting, and I was going to need a lot more than just a spell rod to survive this. The idea of being mentored by a creature that skittered across the ceiling and treated my personal space as a suggestion rather than a boundary was, to put it mildly, a massive headache. Novelty was an Arania, a psychic spider with the focus of a hyperactive toddler and a habit of poking me with her legs whenever she got bored. She was the polar opposite of the matriarch's cold, calculating schemes. She was transparent, messy, and occasionally terrifyingly curious about how I functioned. We spent hours in the damp gloom of the tunnels. She would inspect my alchemy vials with a tactile obsession that made me wince, her limbs tracing the glass as she grilled me about the nature of human invention. She couldn't wrap her mind around the idea of glassblowing, viewing our ability to shape the world as some form of strange, primitive magic. It was both hilarious and deeply humbling. To her, we were fragile, soft-skinned beings who had somehow conquered the surface through sheer, stubborn, and weirdly creative engineering. I wanted to keep her on track, but she was a whirlwind of tangents. We talked about mind sensing, about the great web that supposedly connected all conscious things like ripples in a stagnant pool. It was a disturbing thought, that our minds were just noise vibrating through a medium I couldn't even see. I asked her about defenses, specifically the infamous mind blank spell. She called it a way to go dark, a method of severing oneself from the web entirely. It sounded like an ultimate sanctuary, but the way she shuddered at the mention of the psychological cost told me everything I needed to know. Then came the experiment. I was tired of being the student who just watched. I wanted to see if my own magical foundations could hold against her psychic probe. I set my shields, bracing for an assault that felt like someone trying to scratch the inside of my skull. It was humbling. Novelty picked apart my defenses like she was solving a children's puzzle. She didn't just smash through them with brute force. She feinted, she danced, and she slipped through the microfractures in my focus. It was infuriating. My most complex, high-level spells were basically paper umbrellas against a hurricane. She pointed out that my best defense wasn't some flashy, intricate ward, but the most basic, solid shell I had, provided I could cast it without those tiny rhythmic errors in the weave. I could almost hear the phantom echoes of my old instructor, Svim, berating me from across the city, lecturing me on the fatal flaws of good enough magic. He was right, of course. I had been cutting corners, thinking the complexity of the spell would compensate for the lack of raw, fundamental precision. As I sat there in the dark, refining the same shield for the 10th time, I realized the terrifying truth of my situation. Being a mage in this world wasn't about knowing more spells than everyone else. It was about becoming a master of the mundane, of the tiny, invisible details that decided who lived and who was reduced to a psychic husk. I wasn't just learning to fight spiders. I was learning that every mistake I made, every shortcut I took, was a door I was leaving wide open for someone else to walk through. And in a game where death is just a restart away, I couldn't afford to be sloppy. I took a breath, ignored the twitching spider beside me, and tried again. Perfection wasn't an option. It was the price of admission. The week began with the usual ritual of torture. I stood in Svim's office, feeling the familiar, grinding weight of his disappointment. He had traded the stick incineration game for something far more irritating, a deck of mana-hungry cards. They looked like mundane toys, but they felt like lead in my hands. Each one was a tiny, hungry sinkhole designed to swallow my energy before I could even shape it. Svim didn't even look at me. He was too busy obsessing over his pens. He wanted me to burn specific geometric shapes into the cards without letting the protective glyphs on the corners dissipate my work. It was a test of raw, suffocating speed. I poured mana into a circle, only for it to vanish into the card like water into sand. I pushed harder, and the damn thing incinerated into ash, leaving me with nothing but singed fingers and the cold, unblinking judgment of a man who seemed to view my existence as a clerical error. That was the cycle. Every day, every hour, Svim tightened the noose. My free time was a corpse, strangled by his relentless practice sessions. But while I was busy playing with cards, the spiders in the dark were doing the real work. They were hunting in the shadows of the city, losing their own kind in a desperate, silent war against the architect of our impending doom. And the strangest part? Novelty remembered everything. She was a permanent fixture in my fractured reality, a hyperactive, eight-legged reminder that the loop wasn't just my burden to carry. I couldn't take another day of Svim's silent, soul-crushing lectures. I needed to move. I needed to escape the cage. I found Ilsa in her office, surrounded by the smell of old parchment and the sharp, metallic tang of arcane theory. She looked at me with the kind of polite, bored amusement one reserves for a stray cat. She didn't think I was special. I decided to change that. I showed her everything. I didn't just demonstrate. I performed a symphony of mastery. Every complex formula I'd spent months agonizing over, every theoretical knot I'd untied in previous lives, I laid bare. I hit her with every variable, every trick, every piece of brilliance I had hoarded in my mind. The skepticism in her eyes didn't just flicker, it shattered. When I asked to learn how to teleport, she didn't laugh. She did something far more dangerous. She made a deal. She offered me an apprenticeship, a chance to escape Svim and drink from the well of her own forbidden research. But the price was steep. I would become her shadow, her assistant, the glorified janitor of her failures. She talked about true conjuration, about the ancient, lost magic of pulling something from nothing. It sounded like a fever dream, the kind of madness that had fueled the architects of this crumbling city. She handed me the keys to a different kind of prison, an apprentice contract. It was a binding, legal ghost of a promise, meant to hold me in her orbit. I knew the dangers of such agreements, the way they could be twisted to turn a student into a thrall. But the prize was worth the risk. She was promising me the keys to the dimension itself. As I walked out of her office, I felt the cold air of the hallways hit my face. I had a new master, a new secret, and a new clock ticking in my chest. I looked at my hands, still faintly smelling of ozone and burnt cards. The invasion was coming, the primordial was waiting in the wings, and I was finally starting to build the power I needed to burn it all down. The deal was struck. And for the first time in a long time, the path ahead wasn't just a loop. It was a launch pad. 5 cycles. That is how long it took to turn my world into a perfectly oiled machine of defiance. 5 cycles of grinding, agonizing repetition where the edges of reality began to blur. And the city became a playground for shadows and secrets. The routine was a slow, creeping rot of boredom hidden beneath a veneer of frantic action. I was no longer just a student, but an architect of invisible rebellions. The Arania were relentless. They leaked information like a sieve, whispered rumors into the ears of the powerful, and systematically dismantled the cultists from the inside out. By the time I walked through the academy gates for my first lecture, the damage to the invaders' plans was already etched into the city's bones. And then there was Zach. He was starting to wake up, not to me, but to the reality that the world was being rewritten behind his back. He stopped playing the hero, stopped charging headfirst into the meat grinder. He was becoming careful, strategic. It was almost frightening to watch him evolve. I spent those weeks playing a game of mental cat and mouse with my entire class, acting as the class representative to get close to everyone. I dropped cryptic hints, seeds of knowledge that only someone trapped in this endless month would recognize. Nothing, not a flinch, not a flicker of recognition. If the third-time traveler was among us, they were a master of performance, hiding behind a mask that not even my improved empathy could crack. The progress was undeniably sweet. I finally mastered the teleportation spell. I learned to blink through space, to cheat distance, to become a ghost in the machine. We pushed the invaders back, saved the academy wards, and turned their grand assault into a pathetic, stumbling farce. For a moment, it felt like we were actually winning. But the matriarch, she was unraveling. Her telepathic presence, usually a cool, vast ocean of logic, had become jagged and frantic. She spent every waking moment of the cycle locked in her own projects, chasing hunches that left her trembling in the dark. She was hoarding secrets again, shielding her mind from me with a stubbornness that felt like a betrayal. She knew something. She had found a crack in the nature of this loop, a truth so corrosive she was terrified to let it touch my mind. The bitterness of it burned in my throat. We were partners, yet she treated me like a child playing with fire. The matriarch finally snapped. She decided that searching for the third traveler was a waste of time. If they wouldn't step into the light, we would force them to look at us. She had devised a plan for the next cycle, a masterpiece of chaos that would ensure the invasion didn't just fail. It would become a spectacle so catastrophic, so impossible to ignore, that our hidden adversary would have no choice but to break cover. I stood there in the damp dark, waiting for her instructions, the weight of the coming storm pressing against my chest. I didn't know what she had planned, but the way her thoughts pulsed with a cold, desperate intensity told me one thing. The next restart would be our last chance to play it safe. After this, we were going to war. The train was a metallic pulse hurtling toward Corsa, its interior humming with the low, persistent drone of distance being consumed. I watched the fields blur into a smear of green and brown, the monotony a stark contrast to the quiet, psychic storm playing out in the seat beside me. Kyrielle was restless, a coiled spring of nervous energy. To the untrained eye, she was just a bored brat. To me, her mind was a messy, discordant symphony of apprehension and excitement. She was scared of what lay ahead, and yet she was leaning into the unknown with that reckless, childish grace that made me want to both laugh and lock her in a safe room. I am not a naturally patient man. I am sharp, I am guarded, and I have a habit of assuming the world is out to make my life miserable. But the loop, it had smoothed out the jagged edges of my temper, turning the fire of my frustration into a quiet, cold, tactical focus. When she kicked my knee for the third time, I didn't snap. I just nudged her back, a silent acknowledgement of the game we were playing. We made a deal. I would teach her the basics, because the world is a dangerous place and ignorance is a death sentence. And in return, I would leverage her to play a part in a much larger, darker game. I told her the train was warded against magic to keep her from blowing us up, which was a half-truth that tasted like ash. I knew how to shatter those wards like thin glass, but I had no desire to be thrown from a moving vehicle just because she wanted to see a spark dance. The station at Corsa was a chaotic hive of humanity, a sea of faces that I tried to parse with my senses. It was a mistake. Separating one consciousness from the crushing, overlapping noise of the crowd was like trying to catch raindrops with a sieve. I let it go. It was a reminder that even now, even with all my knowledge, I was just scratching the surface of the power I needed. I set the first trap of the cycle in that cramped, stuffy compartment. I introduced the rumor of the cult of the World Dragon, dropping the seed of fear into the ears of my peers with the casual grace of a master liar. I watched them shift, their faces turning from curiosity to genuine, creeping unease. They thought I was just a worried student. They didn't know I was narrating the first chapter of their apocalypse. By the time we arrived, the rain was a relentless, gray curtain. I walked with them, keeping the world at bay with a ward I had crafted in the quiet hours of a previous life. Back in the solitude of my room, I made contact. The matriarch was waiting in the shadows of the psychic plane, her presence as cold and vast as the void. I handed her the tools I had built. Stone discs, crude but effective, meant to weave our minds together across the city sprawl. She was impressed, though her pride wouldn't let her say it. She wanted the world. I wanted to control the variables. Kiriel finally fell asleep, curled into a ball of stolen blankets and forgotten worries. I sat in the dark, the weight of the coming months settling on my shoulders like lead. I was alone, save for the hum of the city and the flickering ghost of a plan I'd lived a dozen times before. I walked the streets the next morning with the precision of a clockmaker. I needed supplies, tools, and the kind of knowledge that books didn't dare hold. I hunted down Benesek, that chubby, gossiping anchor of the social circle, and fed him a story wrapped in the guise of a secret. I knew exactly what he would do. He would take my lie, sharpen it with his own imagination, and spread it through the academy like a virus. The fuse was lit. All that remained was to watch the explosion. The rumor mill was churning perfectly. I had fed Benesek enough information to ensure the entire academy would be whispering about the supposed cultist threat by noon. It was a beautiful, chaotic string to pull. Now, with the pieces set, I retreated into the mundane, sitting at the kitchen table and painstakingly crafting a mana sync card. It was a delicate, tedious task, the kind of work that demanded absolute focus, but it was nothing compared to the psychic heavy lifting I had been doing. Taven arrived like a storm, invading the kitchen and immediately eyeing my handiwork with a mixture of skepticism and envy. She snatched up the card, her mana flaring as she tried to force a mark into it, and failing. The look on her face was worth the entire morning's effort. I stepped in, my own mana flowing with the practiced efficiency of someone who had lived this moment a dozen times. The circle glowed, then shriveled into ash. The power of it, the raw, controlled destruction, was intoxicating, but the silence that followed was heavy. Amaya, standing in the doorway with that observant, maternal gaze that could dismantle a secret faster than any spell, wasn't about to let us get away with a mess. The conversation that followed was the gamble of the decade. I had to tether them to me, to integrate them into this warped reality without scaring them into the arms of the authorities. I dropped the bombshell. I wasn't just a student. I was a psychic, a bridge between minds, a student of the spiders. The air in the room grew thin. I watched their reactions like a hawk. The subtle shift in Amaya's posture, the sudden stillness in Taven's eyes, the way Kiriel seemed to shrink into her seat. It was a terrifying admission, one that could paint me as a monster in their eyes. But I needed a volunteer, a human mind to test the boundaries of my control. I watched as my little sister, fueled by a mixture of curiosity and a desperate need to understand her detached brother, finally gave me the nod. A deal was struck in the flickering light of the kitchen. Secrets for secrets. A mind for a mentor. By the time the next day rolled around, the tension was thick enough to cut with a blade. We stood in the training ground, the dust swirling around our feet, the silence between us pregnant with the weight of my confession. Taven wasn't looking at me like a friend anymore. She was looking at me like a tactical asset. She twirled her staff, the wood singing against the air, and for a moment, the world narrowed down to the two of us. I tightened my grip on my rod. The real lesson was about to begin, and it wasn't going to be anything as simple as casting fireballs. We were moving into a theater of war, where the weapons were thoughts and the battleground was the space between heartbeats. I took a breath, feeling the pulse of the world around me, and prepared to strike. I watched Taven with a smirk that was already writing her obituary in this spar. Her philosophy was painfully simple. Attack until the other guy stops moving. It was brutal, effective, and entirely predictable. I didn't need to be stronger. I just needed to be smarter. The dance began. She threw magic missiles like paper planes, desperate and direct. I let them shatter against my shield, a dull rattle against my focus. Then, I retaliated. A jagged, exotic bolt of electricity arced from my palm, splitting midair like a blooming, lethal flower. It caught her off guard, but she was fast. She shifted to a full aegis at the last heartbeat. I didn't let her breathe. I flooded the room with smoke, turning the arena into a blind man's labyrinth. I felt her frantic wind spells tearing through the haze, but I was already whispering the final syllable of a force spell that cost me every drop of mana I had left. The impact was a physical thunderclap. Her shield folded, and she was launched backward like a discarded doll, hitting the floor with a final, sickening thud. She was out. I stood there, heart hammering, breathing hard. I had won. The glory was mine. But as I looked down at her, the dark humor of it hit me. I had just concussed my only real connection to the dungeon. The sewers were a different kind of nightmare. They were damp, claustrophobic, and filled with the stale scent of ancient rot. The matriarch, the grand architect of this misery, played her part perfectly. She fed us a lie about a missing watch to lure us into the dark, claiming it was stolen by a force too big to handle. Trolls. The word tasted like copper. When we finally found the camp, the sheer scale of it stole the breath from my lungs. An army. Hundreds of trolls and their handlers, bathed in the sickly glow of artificial light. It was a setup, a grand performance orchestrated by the spiders to push us into the meat grinder, and I was the one who had brought the bait. The encounter that followed was a blur of violence and terror. We stumbled into a hit squad, 2 mages and 4 war trolls. The air turned into a storm of steel and fire. One of the mages folded like paper, but the lead troll, it was different. Intelligent. It didn't just smash, it hunted. It broke my shield and sent me flying into the mud, my ribs screaming in protest. I watched, paralyzed, as Taven was backed into a corner, her death staring her in the face with a heavy iron mace. My fear was absolute, a cold, sharp blade to the gut. I didn't think. I reached into the monster's mind. It was a raw, chaotic void, but it was vulnerable. I flooded it with white noise, a psychic scream that made it recoil just long enough for me to dump my explosives at its feet. The blast was deafening, a roar that shook the very foundations of the cavern. When the smoke cleared, it was still there, knitting its flesh back together like a horror story that refused to end. It took a concentrated blast of ice from the others to finally freeze it into a silent, towering statue. We crawled out of the dark, battered and bleeding, leaving the silence of the dungeon behind us. Back in the safety of my room, I clutched the stone disc, the cold weight of it a stark reminder of the webs I was spinning. I sent the message, my thoughts jagged with lingering adrenaline. The response from the matriarch hit my mind with the impact of a falling mountain. She had played her final card for this cycle. She hadn't just watched the chaos. She had reached out to the one variable that mattered more than all of us combined. She had told Zach about the loop. And now, the game was about to change forever. The stone disc in my palm was cold, a heavy, obsidian weight that felt like a ticking bomb. It was done. Zach finally understood. He wasn't the last man standing in this infinite cycle of tragedy. He was just the first to be told the lie, that a spider, not a student, was the one pulling the strings. It was a perfect, layered deception, but watching the matriarch juggle Zach's outrage and confusion made my skin crawl. She was playing with fire, and I was the one who had provided the matches. The matriarch's plan was a trap, supposedly. A well-prepared ambush for our mysterious adversary. But as I listened to her, I felt the familiar, bitter pull of paranoia. She was fostering Zach's trust, feeding his need for a cause, and slowly positioning herself as his sole confidant. I was being sidelined, a relic of a previous iteration. I didn't like being discarded. I wasn't going to be the next ghost in the machine. I started planning my own reveal, a contingency for the moment the trap inevitably failed. Then, she dropped a cryptic, unsettling breadcrumb. "Memory packets for males," she whispered, as if talking about secret recipes instead of the delicate, shredded echoes of an Iranian's mind. It was a warning, buried in a riddle. She was acknowledging the possibility of our annihilation. She wanted to leave a trail in the debris of her own potential demise. It was brilliant, morbid, and utterly terrifying. I needed to clear my head, so I went to the train station to bother pigeons. It was a strange, grounding meditation, to reach into the simple, frantic mind of a bird and steer it, to dampen its terror until it landed in my hand, trusting a creature that should have been its predator. It was a lesson in control. It wasn't about domination. It was about synchronicity. By the time Cale arrived with his daughter, I felt almost human again. Almost. I met Cale with a practiced, disarming smile. I told him I was an empath, a truth so sharp it cut through the small talk and forced him to drop his guard. It was a gamble, but a necessary one to ensure we could live under the same roof without him catching me in the act of being me. The dinner at Amaya's was a chaotic, loud, suffocatingly normal affair. It was the kind of evening that felt like a memory from a life I didn't actually lead. Taven was there, regaling everyone with a story of a frozen troll that sounded more like a fever dream than a tactical report. Ilsa hovered over me like a hawk, her eyes dissecting my every movement, already tightening the leash of her apprenticeship around my neck. Then came the question, hanging in the air like a poisoned dart, casually tossed by Ilsa to ruin the evening. "How do you know that stray humans aren't also on their diet?" The kitchen went dead silent. The laughter died, the clinking of cutlery ceased, and the warmth of the room vanished, replaced by the chill of a predator's shadow. I looked at the matriarch's proxy, then at Taven, and realized with a sickening jolt that I was the only one in the room who knew how dangerously close to the truth that question actually was. The game was no longer about winning. It was about surviving the people who were supposed to be on my side. And as I looked at the faces around the table, I wondered who would be the first to realize that I wasn't just observing the spiders anymore. I was becoming one of them. The name Novelty is objectively ridiculous. Enthusiastic seeker of novelty. It sounds less like a name and more like a poorly translated manual for a magical appliance. When my sister, Kiriel, wrinkled her nose in disgust, I almost agreed with her. But then, a flicker of something colder, more tactical, sparked in my chest. "Do you want to meet her?" I asked, my voice smooth as glass. The transition from repulsion to terrified curiosity in Kiriel's eyes was like watching a shadow cross a landscape. I assured her the spider would keep her distance if she asked nicely, all while knowing that Novelty had once willingly set her own leg on fire just to observe the chemical reaction. I am a master of the straight face, mostly because my own life has become a series of increasingly absurd horror stories. Later, in the suffocating silence of my room, Cale cornered me. He knew. He had put the pieces together, the whispers of my psychic reach no longer a secret. I expected anger, or the kind of moral high ground posturing that so many mages cling to, but instead I felt a strange sense of resignation. We were both walking the razor's edge of the forbidden. I didn't hold back. I told him about the loop, about the month that refused to die, the cycle that kept resetting like a broken clock. The look on his face as he realized the reality of our shared stagnation was almost worth the exhaustion. The next morning, the crushing weight of reality returned in the form of class representative duties. Unpaid labor is the backbone of the magical world, a tradition passed down by mentors who find basic administrative tasks beneath their station. I trudged into the classroom, an early arrival in a building that smelled of chalk dust and impending misery. My classmates drifted in one by one, the Ashirai twins, giggling like sirens leading ships into rocks. Kale, looking like he hadn't slept since the dawn of time. The rest, a collection of ambitious, oblivious kids caught in the gears of a machine they didn't understand. Benisek, that walking disaster, was already trying to bargain for his late assignments. I felt the familiar, grating itch of annoyance. He wanted a favor. I wanted him to cease existing in my immediate vicinity. I spent the morning playing the role of the tired, burdened bureaucrat, shoveling late assignments into my bag with the detached indifference of a gravedigger. Then, there was Akoja. She waited until the room was empty, her posture rigid with attention I could feel radiating off her like heat from a radiator. She wanted to talk. Not about assignments, not about the class, but something personal. I felt the distinct, prickly spike of nervous anxiety, a color on my psychic palette that I hadn't expected to find in her. I dodged. I deflected. I pleaded the tyranny of a busy schedule. She agreed, but the lingering unease remained. It was a new variable, a shift in the established narrative that I hadn't prepared for. I walked out of the room, the heavy stone of my secrets pressing against my ribs. I had an apprenticeship to maintain, a loop to navigate, and now, for the first time, a potential emotional minefield to navigate. I really needed to learn how to sleep again, maybe in the next life. The air in Ilse's office was thick with the scent of old paper and lukewarm tea. She didn't look up as I deposited the stack of student assignments on her desk. She just sat there, a silent statue of academic scrutiny, nursing her cup as if it held the secrets to the universe. When she finally spoke, it wasn't about the grades. It was about the itch behind my eyes. The mind magic. She'd been digging, of course. She knew the line between empathy and intrusion was razor thin, and she was terrified I'd crossed it. I fed her the truth, wrapped in academic detachment. I explained the mechanics of the mind like I was describing the weather, contrasting the desperate, isolated evolution of human empaths with the innate, predatory perfection of the Urania. She listened, her fingers drumming a steady, ominous beat against the wood. She wanted me to tutor someone, another student, a practice dummy for my fledgling telepathy. I was wary. Giving another mage access to my headspace was like inviting a thief into my bank vault, but the prospect was too delicious to ignore. Tinami Aope. The name felt like a heavy stone dropped into a quiet pool. The Aope family were whispered about in corridors, rumored to be knee-deep in the kind of occult studies that made academy teachers sweat. When I walked into the classroom, she was there, fidgeting with a nervous, frantic energy that set my teeth on edge. She hadn't been told who her tutor was. When I sat across from her, she looked at me not with recognition, but with a disappointment that was almost charming. I didn't blame her. I probably looked like just another student who had stumbled into a position he couldn't handle. We started with the basics. I turned my internal monologue into a dry, reciting machine, filling my thoughts with the tedious, concrete facts of botany. It was a simple trick, feeding her a stream of useless, linear information to keep her from digging into the darker, recursive loops of my own mind. She fell for it. When the roles reversed, she tried to show me a memory, a snapshot of her life rendered in high-definition detail. I cut through it like a hot knife through wax. The look on her face when she realized I wasn't just good. I was leagues ahead, was a mixture of awe and professional jealousy that I found deeply satisfying. She was used to generations of family secrets and crude, inherited training. She was playing with a wooden sword, and I had arrived with an arsenal she couldn't even name. I dropped the bait, heavy and calculated. I told her about the spiders. Not the tiny, pathetic things that lived in corners, but the Urania, the masters of the psychic web. The shift in her posture was instantaneous. She didn't see me as a classmate anymore. She saw me as a gateway. When I offered to introduce her to my tutor, the enthusiastic seeker of novelty, I knew I had hooked her. It was a move that could either open a new front of inquiry or blow up in my face. But in this cycle, caution was just another word for stagnation. I leaned back, watching her react. The game was expanding, and for the first time, I wasn't just a player. I was the architect of the board. The Temple of the Divine was a cathedral of silence, a place where the stone gargoyles seemed to judge the very air you breathed. I stood before the massive wooden doors, tracing the carvings. They weren't just art. They were a bestiary of the end times. The primordials, monstrosities of geometry and hate, locust lords with chitinous armor that shamed the strongest steel, and winged horrors that turned the sky into a blender for reality. They were the original sin of the world, and I was hunting their secrets. Batak, the temple custodian, was the kind of man whose life was measured in dust motes and stale tea. When I cornered him, the conversation was a delicate dance. I fed him the truth wrapped in enough urgency to bypass his suspicion. I wasn't just a boy with questions. I was a boy who knew the world was about to crack open, and I needed to know why the cultists thought a primordial could be summoned in the belly of the city. The reality hit me with the force of a physical blow. You don't summon a primordial. You don't pull a god of rage through a rift like a stray cat. They are already here, buried, shackled beneath our feet, festering in the dark corners of the world like a dormant cancer. Cyoria was sitting on a bomb that had been ticking since the dawn of time. I left the temple feeling colder than the stone statues outside. The rest of the day was an exercise in managing the chaos of my own making. I had promised my sister, Kiriel, a meeting with my contact, Novelty. The irony was suffocating. I was brokering an audience between a 9-year-old girl and a giant, telepathic, bone-crushing spider who struggled to understand the concept of a hug. Watching them interact was like witnessing an alien contact scenario played out in a living room. Novelty, skittering with the erratic energy of a creature that viewed the world as a giant toy, and Kiriel, armed with the defiance only a child can muster. "So, you aren't a baby?" Novelty asked, her mental voice dripping with genuine confusion. I watched, amused and exhausted, as they navigated the cultural divide. Spiders who thought 50 was an ancient age, and humans who couldn't figure out why their own kin didn't see them as adults. It was bizarre, hilarious, and deeply, unsettlingly human. Eventually, the novelty, pun intended, wore off. Kiriel retreated, the spider's fangs and talk of spinal trauma proving a bit too much for a casual afternoon chat. Novelty pouted on the couch, a literal ton of predatory arachnid looking like a kicked puppy. She wanted to be a people person. She just hadn't learned that people don't usually enjoy being told how their necks would snap under her mandibles. I went back to my book, the quiet returning to the room. The trap was set. I had my invisibility, my secrets, and an army of spiders who didn't understand why humans were so fragile. Everything was perfect, or at least it was as perfect as things get before the world starts to burn. The clock was still ticking, and I was running out of time to find the answers hidden in the depths of the city. Tinami stared at Novelty like she had just stumbled upon a living, breathing miracle. Her eyes were wide, glittering with a mix of academic obsession and genuine wonder. She was practically vibrating with questions, a human question mark in a room suddenly filled with the heavy, alien presence of a giant, sentient spider. For my part, I stood back and let the circus happen. I had expected skepticism. I had expected fear. I hadn't expected the immediate, fawning adulation. The pair of them spent the next half hour in a bubble of mutual, slightly unnerving fascination. I felt like an unwanted guest in my own plot. I eventually drifted away, leaving them to their secrets and their mutual admiration society. The moment I was clear of Tanami's mental reach, I retreated to a dark corner and raised a veil of anti-divination wards. The matriarch stepped from the shadows, her form shifting from static to solid with a sickening, liquid grace. She confirmed what I already knew. Tanami was clean. She was an outsider to the madness, a highborn piece on a board she didn't understand. The matriarch was smug about it. She'd pried into Tanami's mind with the surgical coldness of a butcher, leaving no trace, no whisper of her intrusion. She even hinted at the possibility of fake minds, layered deceptions of consciousness that made my skin crawl. The idea that someone could build a false personality as a trap like a psychic tripwire was a terrifying thought. We discussed the upcoming festival. My intel was being funneled through the church, a slow, bureaucratic drip feed that would eventually force them to acknowledge the rot beneath the city. The matriarch, however, was playing a different game. She was turning this restart into a stress test. She was revealing her people to the city's elite, testing the waters, seeing who would try to kill them and who would try to sell them. It was cold, pragmatic, and entirely spider logic. The final weeks of the cycle became a frantic, grinding blur of preparation. My days were a mix of trap building and rat hunting. I built a 3-part cage designed to swallow a time traveler whole. Liquid stone to pin them, a dimensional lock to keep them from blinking away, and a cocktail of sedatives that would turn a titan into a drooling mess. It was simple, brutal, and, I hoped, effective. Then there was the hunt for the cephalic rats. The Urania, with all their psychic grandeur, had failed to catch them because they tried to play mind games with a hive mind that knew how to cut the line. I didn't play. I used basic, blunt force divination, locator spells that acted like bloodhounds on a scent. I tracked them, herded them, and wiped them out with fire. It was satisfyingly human. It was messy, efficient, and left no room for nuance. As the summer festival approached, the atmosphere in the city shifted. It was an electric, heavy silence that precedes a storm. Kale approached me then, his motives as clear as they were mercenary. He wanted in. He wanted a piece of the loop, a leverage point in a reality that kept resetting. He handed me a silver disc, a weaponized charm designed to turn a lich's own soul into its prison. It was a terrifying piece of craft, a way to banish a monster without ever having to touch it. He wanted a favor in return, a price for his loyalty. I stood there, waiting for the final, inevitable collapse of the month, feeling the weight of the city pressing down on me. The pieces were moving, the traps were set, and the dance was about to begin. Akoja would be waiting, the lich would be lurking, and the loop would be waiting to swallow it all. I looked at Kale, ready to hear his price. What could he possibly want from a boy who had already lost count of his own deaths? The ballroom was a slaughterhouse. Splinters of wood and glass hung in the air like lethal confetti, and the screams were a jagged, dissonant symphony. I had been braced for an invasion, but the reality was a blunt force trauma to the senses. 3 figures emerged from the wreckage, and they were a nightmare gallery. A lich, draped in armor that looked like it had been forged in a furnace of concentrated malice, radiating a cold so deep it made the air brittle. A vampire, elegant and cruel, her movements fluid and devoid of human warmth. And the one who had stopped my breath, the hooded figure, red robe. He saw Zack. He didn't need to hunt. He simply pointed a finger. The room dissolved into a vortex of violence. I hung back, a spectator in my own doom. The plan, my perfect, meticulous plan, was folding like a cheap suit. I watched Kieran, a man who believed in the power of force and steel, trade blows with the lich. He severed the vampire's arm with a whip of light, but the creature didn't flinch. She just kept coming, a mechanical horror fueled by hunger. Then she turned toward Akoja. The shift was instinctive. I didn't think. I didn't calculate the mana cost or the risk of exposure. I threw a low-yield explosive cube beneath her feet, and, in the heartbeat of her disorientation, I unleashed an incineration beam. It was a brutal, ugly display of raw magical output. When the light died, she wasn't a monster anymore, just a charred, skeletal husk crumbling into the dust. The room fell into a terrified silence. The students stared at me, their faces painted with a mix of awe and primal fear. But it was the lich who truly saw me. Quadakikal. The name felt like a curse in my mind. He stared through my defenses as if they were made of glass. And for a moment, I felt the sheer, crushing weight of his centuries of hate. He mourned the vampire girl, not out of love, but out of bureaucratic inconvenience. I had to gamble. I pulled the silver disc Kale had given me, a masterpiece of forbidden soul tech, and tossed it. The lich, arrogant and certain of his invulnerability, caught it with a skeletal hand. The effect was instantaneous. He hit the floor like a puppet whose strings had been cut, his presence collapsing into the void. I didn't wait for applause. I slammed a telepathic relay into my mind, desperate to check on the matriarch. What I saw was a horror show. The Arania hadn't trapped the third time traveler. They had trapped a ghost, a simulacrum of smoke and malice that had lured them into a kill box. I watched, helpless, as a wave of purple light erased the matriarch, her soldiers, and my hopes of a strategic advantage. The connection shattered, leaving me in a deafening, psychic silence. I jolted awake in the ruins of the ballroom, the stench of ozone and blood coating my tongue. Zack was alive, struggling to speak, his eyes searching mine for answers I couldn't afford to give. I didn't care about the accolades. I didn't care that I had technically won a fight against a legend. I walked past the wounded, past the debris, and straight toward the dark, inviting maw of the sewer entrance. The game had reset, the board was burned, and I was already looking for the next exit. The loop hadn't just broken. It had shattered, leaving me in the wreckage of a failed rebellion. I sprinted through the Iranian tunnels, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I had been too slow. The settlement was a tomb, silent and cold, the life snuffed out by something that didn't even bother to leave a bruise. Red Robe was hunting, and he was being terrifyingly thorough. I found the fragments of the matriarch's final message scattered like morbid breadcrumbs among the corpses of her kin. Her words were disjointed, frantic, and ominous. The loop was decaying. Something was wrong. There was a warning about a map, a desperate attempt to point me towards something beyond the familiar borders of this dying city. Then, the world turned black. Death in the loop was supposed to be a reset, a soft landing into the start of another month. But this time, it felt like a violent, crushing eviction. I woke up in my own bed, the morning sun mocking my survival. The pain from my previous death was still ghosting through my nerves, sharp and vivid. I moved with a predator's instinct, grabbing my sister in a hug that was far too tight, far too desperate. She was alive. For now. I didn't waste time with explanations. I locked my door, the air in the room thick with the metallic tang of impending failure. I had to reach the Arania before he did. This time, I wouldn't be a passive observer. I would be the architect of his frustration. I teleported. It was a messy, stomach-churning affair, leaving me reeling on the cold stone of the Cyoria teleport beacon. My mana reserves were a drained well, but I couldn't stop. I hit the local markets with the frantic energy of a man buying supplies for a war that had already been lost. Rods, bracelets, and finally, something unorthodox, something heavy, cold, and refreshingly primitive. A wooden box. Inside, a masterpiece of gunpowder and steel. A revolver. The descent into the dungeon was a descent into a nightmare. The settlement was deathly still. The corpses weren't just dead. They were wrong. No signs of struggle. No magical scars. Just silent, glassy-eyed shells. Then, the air warped. The flicker of a portal. Red Robe appeared, draped in his signature blood-red cloak, a shadow made flesh. He didn't see a target. He saw a puzzle he was tired of solving. We stood in the dark, a standoff of wills and hidden agendas. He started throwing spells like he was clearing weeds, and I did the only thing I could. I ran. The chase was a psychological grind. He taunted me with the permanence of his work, revealing that he hadn't just killed bodies. He had erased souls. The realization hit me like a physical blow, but I forced the grief into a box in the back of my mind. He closed the distance, his strength unnatural, inhuman. He slammed me against the cave walls, the world blurring into a kaleidoscope of pain. He wanted secrets. He wanted the names of the other time travelers. He tried to rip into my mind, a blunt, clumsy assault that I shredded before it could take root. I gave him a telepathic scream that made him flinch, and in that split second of hesitation, I didn't reach for a spell. I reached for the cold steel of my belt. The thunder of the revolver shattered the silence of the cave. 2 bullets found his chest. He staggered, the shock of the lead doing more damage than 1,000 incantations. He scrambled to throw up a force shield, his voice rising in a screech of indignant, hysterical disbelief. He thought he knew the rules. He thought this was a duel of mages. He didn't know I was a student of the desperate. I bolted, my lungs burning, the map of the underworld playing out in my mind like a desperate prayer. I needed an exit that he couldn't follow. I needed a grave deep enough to hide my corpse. I found the shaft, the vertical drop into the lightless, hungry dark of the subterranean lake. He flooded the corridor with lightning, a blue vortex that turned my muscles into locked iron. I didn't fight the paralysis. I let the momentum take me, tumbling into the abyss. I had just enough time to trigger the explosives in my pocket, a final, violent punctuation mark on a month that had taken everything from me. The light flared, white and absolute. And then, there was nothing. The pain was a physical weight, an echo of a death that didn't stay dead. One moment, the freezing depth of an underground lake was swallowing my lungs, and the next, I was jolted awake by the shrill, persistent sunshine of a new restart. The transition was abrupt, a violent snapping of threads. I was alive. That was the first, terrifying realization. The second was the silence. The Arania were gone. My allies, my teachers, the creatures who had become a bizarre, eight-legged surrogate family, erased from existence by a man with a blood-red cloak and a soul-killing grudge. The weight of that loss didn't just settle. It burrowed into me. I had played the game, I had planned the moves, and I had been checkmated while I wasn't even looking at the board. I spent the morning in a fog of cold, calculated survival. My family was a liability, a vulnerability I couldn't afford to expose, yet couldn't bring myself to abandon. I paced my room until the floorboards groaned under my indecision. Was I being hunted? If Red Robe had the power to sever a soul from the cycle itself, my death meant nothing. My life was a candle flicker in a hurricane. The train ride out of Siren felt like an extraction mission. I didn't head for the chaos of Cyoria. I wasn't a hero, and I certainly wasn't a martyr. I was a man who had realized that my survival was a tactical necessity, not a moral imperative. I needed space. I needed time. I needed to grow strong enough that when I finally met that red-cloaked monster again, the outcome wouldn't be a desperate scramble into the dark. I eventually found myself in Teshingrad, a town that smelled of mud and industry. It was a place where I could breathe, at least for a few days. The local mage guild was a stuffy, bureaucratic relic, and the cost of certification was enough to make a man reconsider his career path. Highway robbery, frankly. I spent the next 3 days doing the kind of work that would have made the version of me from a few cycles ago sneer. I chased goats, hauled stone on floating discs, and exterminated rats that were probably smarter than the average student at the academy. It was menial, it was draining, and it was the most grounding thing I had done since the loops began. Academic theory is a delicate, elegant thing, but theory doesn't stop a wall from collapsing or a goat from escaping. Real-world application, it turns out, is a bit messier. The local guild agent, a man with a grin as sharp as a paper cut, watched me work with a suspicious level of amusement. He didn't care about my past or my potential. He cared about clearing his backlog of mundane headaches. As he handed me my badge, a cold, metallic disc humming with a complex, nested spell, he offered a suggestion. North, the Sorokian Highlands. It sounded like an adventurer's fairy tale, rich in resources and ripe for expansion. But to get there meant flirting with the periphery of Cyoria. It meant dancing on the edge of a blade held by a man who could kill me without looking at my face. The Highlands represented opportunity, but they were also a lure. A trap, or a path forward. I looked at the badge in my hand. It was a small, plasticized piece of authority, but it felt like a key. I had spent so long playing the victim to the loop, reacting to disasters I hadn't the power to stop. That was over. I wasn't going to spend the next dozen restarts in a state of mourning. I was going to get better. I was going to get faster. And, eventually, I was going to find out exactly how much a soul can suffer before it breaks. The loop didn't just restart. It reset with the crushing weight of a promise broken. Another sunrise. Another cycle of waking up in a body that hadn't died, yet felt the ghost pain of the last ending rattling in its bones. Kyrielle was there, annoying as ever, her morning cheer a jarring contrast to the hollow space where my allies used to be. The Arania were gone, not dead in the way a creature dies, but erased, snuffed out like a flame in a vacuum. I had failed them. I had failed myself. And the architect of that silence, that red-cloaked nightmare, was out there. He knew there were others. He knew I was one of them. I spent the weeks of the following cycles walking the periphery, a ghost among the living. I turned my existence into a series of mechanical exercises. Peel marble, slice paper with the edge of a thought, shape water into spheres of absolute stillness. My training had become a ritual of penance. I no longer had Svim to push me, to critique the jagged edges of my spirit, so I pushed myself until my mana reserves wept dry. My mind was a dangerous place to inhabit during those long, lonely evenings. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the Urania, the way their glassy eyes stared at nothing, the way they didn't even have the dignity of a struggle. I spent my nights on isolated hills, standing under the crushing indifference of the stars, using my mind to flick mosquitoes away like unwanted thoughts. It was pathetic, really, a mage capable of bending reality. Yet I was preoccupied with bugs because I was too afraid to confront the fact that I was powerless against the only enemy that truly mattered. I survived 3 restarts by simply vanishing. I became a nomad, a traveler who left no footprint. I stopped buying badges. I stopped trying to be a part of a world that was already burning. Instead, I learned the geography of the periphery. I learned that magic here was a luxury, not a given, a stark, bitter contrast to the mana-drenched excess of Cyoria. By the 4th restart, the terror began to dull into something sharper, something more useful. Ambition. I stopped being the victim of the loop and started looking at it like a map. I needed to understand the soul, to know how to shield it from that red-cloaked butcher. I needed to master my mind until it was a blade, not just a mirror. And most importantly, I needed to learn how to fight like a man who had already died a dozen times. I set my sights on Nyazov-Dveri. It was a bleak, dusty town sitting on the edge of the northern wilderness, a place where the air tasted like pine and impending violence. It was a perfect place to start. It had a dungeon, a decent mana well, and a collection of people Kale had flagged as potentially useful. I stood on the road, looking toward the horizon where the town was little more than a smudge against the gray sky. I was finished with wandering. I was finished with hiding. The Urania had given me a map to a war I didn't know I was fighting, and I was finally starting to read the coordinates. I took a breath, felt the familiar pull of the teleportation spell, and didn't look back. The next time Red Robe found me, I wouldn't be a student running from a monster. I would be the thing he should have finished when he had the chance. Life has a nasty habit of dumping you into roles you never asked for. Back in my first year at the academy, if you had told me I'd be spending my time skinning a winter wolf in the middle of a frozen northern wilderness, I would have assumed you were hallucinating. Yet, here I was, elbow-deep in gore, trying to extract a pelt that would pay for a few decent meals back in Nyazov-Dveri. I wasn't a hunter. I was a mage. But in the great northern wild, that distinction felt increasingly thin. I scrubbed the blood from my hands in a nearby stream, the water biting and cold against my skin. The forest was a breathing thing, alive with unseen eyes and the kind of malice that doesn't need a name. I kept my anti-vermin wards active, a buzzing, invisible shield that kept the ticks and leeches from turning me into a buffet. It was a miserable existence, and the worst part was knowing that all this hardening, all these calloused hands and toughened muscles, would reset to zero the moment the cycle ended. The stream rippled, not from the wind, but from something shifting in the mud. I moved on instinct, a reflex born of too many deaths. A massive, lizard-like salamander lunged from the murk, jaws wide enough to snap my skull like an eggshell. I didn't reach for a blade. I didn't scream. I fired 3 kinetic missiles into its brain, the impact turning its skull into a spray of wet ruin. Is anything in this forest not actively trying to eat me? I muttered to the trees. Stop whining and get to work. The voice was raspy, sharp as a rusted blade. A raven perched on a low-hanging branch, watching me with eyes that held far too much intelligence. I knew exactly who this was. Silverlake. The witch. The hermit. The person Kale had insisted was my best shot at finding the answers I desperately needed. I hauled the massive creature out of the water, and we trekked to her cottage. It was a deceptive little thing. Flimsy, rotting wood that screamed of isolation, but to my magic sense, it was a blinding, pulsating beacon of defensive wards. She lived on the edge of nothingness, fueled by a magical source I couldn't even begin to trace. She was 90, yet she moved with the fluid, predatory grace of a woman in her prime. No wrinkles, no gray, and a smile that showed a full set of teeth, an unnatural, pristine grin that set my nerves on edge. She didn't care about my sob story. She didn't care about the loop, the lich, or the man in the red robe who could erase a soul with a thought. She wanted a messenger. She wanted her legacy passed on. Earn it, she told me, her eyes like polished stones. I walked away from her hut with a new task and an empty feeling in my chest. Back in town, the news was a jagged pill to swallow. A mercenary company, my contacts, had been wiped out in their beds, dead before they could draw a breath. The dungeon, once a static cage, was spilling its contents into the streets, the monsters fleeing the pressure of an invasion I knew was coming. The invaders thought they were the hammer, but they were driving the nail right through the city's heart. The paper even listed me as one of the students who had pulled their kids out of school, a convenient lie the academy told to keep the panic contained. I wasn't a student anymore. I was a ghost watching a tragedy unfold from the sidelines. I leaned against a stone wall, the cold seep of the town settling into my coat. Nyazovveri was a good place to hide, but I was done hiding. The world was beginning to unravel, and I had a long, bloody road ahead of me. I turned the page, the headlines blurring into a promise. Everything I knew about this reality was about to change. And for the first time in a long time, I couldn't wait to see what happened next. The man across from me had a pot belly that suggested he'd spent a great deal of time enjoying the fruits of his own business, and a smile that seemed glued to his face by sheer willpower. I sat in a dimly lit tavern, nursing a glass of water, while he sipped beer and tried to convince me that the world was my oyster, specifically his oyster. He was Guri Quilly of Quilly and Refulton Equipment, a man who clearly thought he'd hit the jackpot by cornering a traveling mage with a stack of alchemical supplies. I didn't care about the extra coin. I cared about the workshop. I wanted access to his private library and the ability to cook up complex reagents without having to teleport across the continent every time I needed a beaker. He thought he was playing me, closing a clever deal. I was just happy to have a place to work that didn't involve me freezing to death in the woods. But my thoughts kept drifting back to the forest. Back to Silver Lake. 3 days. I had spent 3 days playing errand boy, dancing through the wilderness to gather rare plants for a woman who acted like a bored deity. I returned to her cottage expecting a breakthrough, only to be met with a grin that could have curdled milk. She wasn't impressed. She was testing me. She handed me a bag of snail shells, illegal, hallucinogenic, and volatile enough to turn my lungs to mush if I inhaled the dust, and ordered me to grind them. I didn't argue. I just reinforced my protective wards, cast a shield, and got to work. She was waiting for me to panic, waiting for a mistake she could use as an excuse to kick me out. She didn't get that satisfaction. I'd had my share of teachers who used fear as a teaching tool. At least Silver Lake hadn't thrown a brick at my head yet. Then came the cauldron. Traditional alchemy. The kind of messy, imprecise art that made modern mages shudder. It was all eyeballing it, a pinch of this, a dash of that, a fire that was supposed to be moderate but felt more like a test of endurance. I was trying to brew something that felt like it had been designed specifically to spite me. She kept hitting me with a willow branch whenever I deviated from the perfect rhythm. It was infuriating, humiliating, and honestly, a bit nostalgic. It reminded me of my grandmother, who had taught me the basics of the craft back when I was too young to understand how dangerous those lessons really were. "You're not as clueless as I expected," Silver Lake mused, watching me work. Her voice didn't carry a compliment, just a grudging acknowledgement. "I've had unconventional tutors," I muttered, focusing on the bubbling, viscous liquid that was supposed to be a potion and currently looked like a chemical accident. She leaned in, her eyes sharp. "I've decided on your price. You want my help? You want to know what I know?" I stopped stirring. The air in the cottage suddenly felt heavy, charged with something static and cold. The sarcasm drained from her face, replaced by a look that was genuinely, terrifyingly serious. "Have you ever heard," she whispered, "of the Grey Hunter?" The name hung in the air like a death sentence. I hadn't heard of it, but looking at the way she said it, I knew one thing for certain. I was about to walk into a nightmare that made giant salamanders and exploding mushrooms look like a summer holiday. And I had a feeling I wasn't going to like the answer. The Great Northern Forest is a beautiful, sprawling nightmare. If you ask the folks living down south, they'll tell you it's a death trap where even the blades of grass are sharpening themselves for your throat. They aren't entirely wrong, but the reality is more like a high-stakes game of keep away. If you have enough mana to throw around and you aren't allergic to paying attention, you can survive. Most of the time, I was currently playing a very quiet game of hide-and-seek with a gray hunter. These things are the apex of nightmare fuel. Furred, spider-shaped monstrosities that treat battle mages like light snacks. They have poison that doesn't just kill you. It turns your internal mana circuits into scrambled eggs. If you get bitten, you're done. Not just dead, but effectively powerless, which is a fate I'd like to avoid for at least another few centuries. My goal wasn't to kill it. That would be suicide. My goal was to steal its eggs. I sat in a tree, watching the entrance to a rocky gully. It was picturesque, in a haunting, barren sort of way. A perfect place for a mother to stash her brood. I pulled out my enchanted binoculars, a little toy I'd rigged up to give me an edge, and scanned the black abyss of the cave mouth. I didn't see the mother at first. Then I realized why. She was carrying the egg sac underneath her abdomen. A mobile fortress of spikes and venom. Fantastic. I tried to get a better look, pushing a remote sensor into the dark. The moment that probe touched the shadows, the creature lunged. It didn't crawl, it blurred. I yanked my awareness back to my body just as the spider erupted from the cave like a gray, furry cannonball. It wasn't hunting by sight. It was hunting my wards. Every little protective spell I'd wrapped around myself, the tiny, efficient little shields I thought were keeping me safe, were screaming my location to the monster. I was standing in a lighthouse, and the shark was circling. I bailed, throwing together a teleport spell with the frantic energy of a man trying to defuse a bomb with his teeth. As I vanished, I caught one last glimpse of it bouncing between the trees, closing the distance with a terrifying, rhythmic geometry. I didn't go back. Not that restart, anyway. The quest for the eggs went on the shelf, right next to my growing collection of failures. But I couldn't just sit on my hands. I started chasing down the other contacts Kale had given me, hoping for someone who didn't want to turn me into a test subject or a pincushion. The problem? They were all disappearing. The herbalist, the reclusive soul mage brothers, the local priest gone. Some were just missing, their homes stripped bare. Others were found cold and still. It was too clean, too systematic. Someone was hunting the hunters, clearing the board of anyone who held a piece of the soul magic puzzle. I finally found Vane. He was a scholar, a man whose home was a hoarder's paradise of books, statues, and jars filled with things that probably shouldn't be in jars. He was cheerful, prone to rambling, and most importantly, still alive. We sat amidst the clutter, and he started talking. He spoke about the winter wolves, about a mythical Silver One Alpha that sounded more like a legend than a beast, and he didn't even notice me trying to steer the conversation back to the missing mages. He was a man who loved the sound of his own voice, and he was the only lead I had left. As we debated the nuances of pre-Icosian cultural diffusion, I felt the trap closing. I had traveled halfway across the continent to find answers, and all I'd found was a trail of bodies and a man who wanted to argue about ancient history. Somewhere out there, the architect of this purge was watching, and I had a sinking, icy feeling that I was next on the list. Vani wasn't just a chatterbox with a hoarding problem. He was a walking, talking library of secrets. We spent hours dissecting history, his ego fueled by the rare pleasure of a debate that actually required a functioning brain. By the time I finally pivoted the conversation towards soul magic, I felt like I'd run a marathon of intellect. Soul magic is the kind of topic that makes people, even scholars, go quiet. When I told Vani about the trail of missing people and the systematic purge of anyone with knowledge of the soul, his face went pale. He didn't just worry. He started taking notes. His solution was a curveball. Shifters. He spoke of ancient rituals, souls fused with beasts, and tribes hidden in the cracks of civilization. Specifically, He pointed me toward a wolf shifter tribe nearby. Their leader's daughter, Rainey, was at the academy in Cyoria. A redhead, apparently. I'd seen her. I'd walked past her in the halls a dozen times, never suspecting she was literally carrying a wolf in her soul. The world is a lot smaller and weirder than I gave it credit for. I left Vani and took the frustration straight to Silver Lake. I walked into her cottage, empty-handed and furious. The mission was a farce, a suicidal joke. I told her the spider was carrying the eggs on her belly, a fortress of venom and spikes. It was impossible to steal them without killing the mother, and I wasn't equipped for a war. She just stared at me. Her eyes didn't flicker with sympathy. They glowed with a terrifying, ancient amusement. "You're not dying," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper that felt like a command. "Not yet." I stood there, the tension in my chest tightening until I thought my ribs would snap. Just before I teleported away, I threw a desperate question at her. If a time traveler really did visit her future self, how would he prove it? Her grin was a jagged, cruel thing. I would have asked him to bring me a gray hunter egg sack. The laughter followed me through the void. She knew. She didn't know the mechanics or the looping, but she knew I was a man out of time, and she was enjoying every second of my misery. I spent the rest of the night in my own room, gutting a rifle. It was a crude piece of metal, but it was reliable. Bullets don't care about mana shields, and they don't get distracted by the complexity of a spell. But even with a rifle, the spider was a problem. It was too fast, too smart, and too tuned into the flow of magic. Traps? It sensed them. Brute force? It ignored it. I was trying to solve a nightmare with math, and the math wasn't adding up. A knock at the door broke my concentration. I shoved the rifle under the bed, checked my wards, and opened the door to find Guri, the merchant who'd been buying my scraps and letting me use his workshop. He looked nervous, his usual merchant smile replaced by a bead of sweat on his brow. He didn't want to buy anything. He didn't want to trade. "I want you to help me rob my rival," he whispered. I looked at the man, then at the door, then back at the man. In a world full of soul-eating monsters and time-bending assassins, I suddenly felt like I'd been demoted to a cheap thug. And yet the idea of doing something small, simple, and gloriously illegal sounded like a vacation. "Tell me everything," I said. The question hung in the air, thick and slightly ridiculous. "Rob a rival?" I blinked, waiting for the punchline, but Guri just stood there with the smug confidence of a man who'd already measured my soul for a price tag. I didn't explode with moral outrage. I didn't reach for my wand. I just looked at him with the kind of tired, flat stare that usually makes people reconsider their life choices, or at least their pitch. He didn't want me to smash a safe. He wanted secrets. In this world, information is the only currency that doesn't depreciate in a market crash. Every noble house, every academy, and every basement-dwelling tinkerer is obsessed with the same game, stealing the other guy's homework while making sure their own is locked behind 7 layers of paranoia. It's a dance of whispers, bribes disguised as gifts, and enough scrying magic to make privacy a theoretical concept. But I was supposed to be a hunter, not a corporate spook. I opened my mouth to deliver a hard, final refusal. Then he slid a leather-bound journal across the desk. No title, just worn, honest leather. I flipped it open, and the refusal died in my throat. It was a gold mine, a breakdown of how to build magic analysis goggles, complete with the kind of spell blueprints that would normally take me weeks to reverse engineer. He wasn't just offering a job. He was offering a shortcut. I left the shop with the book tucked under my arm, the cool air of the city doing nothing to temper the heat of the temptation. I took the long way back, passing by the crumbling yellow walls of the old town, the forgotten heartbeat of the city. I realized then how much of this place I'd ignored, so focused on my own survival that the city had become nothing more than a collection of resources and threats. When I finally stepped back into Guri's shop, the bell above the door gave a cheerful, non-magical ding. He led me to a back room, a sanctuary of geometry and light where the air tasted like ozone and static. He tapped a crystallized glyph, and the room shivered with a surge of mana. A privacy ward, heavy enough to keep out anything short of a direct assault, or a very skilled eavesdropper. Guri didn't have the soul depth to be a powerhouse mage. He was a merchant, a man who built his empire on handshakes, favors, and the kind of expensive wine that makes people forget they have secrets. He was the architect. I was supposed to be the sledgehammer. He laid it out. Vazen's general store, our biggest competitor, had gone dark. They'd landed a massive deal with some firm in Scioria, and the market was already bracing for the impact. If I could get inside, snag the details of their new production schematics, and get out, Guri would keep feeding me these journals. The risk was massive. The reward was time, the one thing I couldn't afford to waste. I looked at the shimmering blue wards around us, the intricate design of a man who was dead and gone, leaving his brilliance behind in ink and paper. If I wanted to beat the things hunting me, I needed to learn how to break into the untouchable places. I needed to learn how to see the invisible threads of the world. I looked at Guri and nodded. The game was on, but as I agreed to the terms, a cold prickle of intuition crawled up my spine, and I couldn't help but wonder if I was the one pulling the strings, or if I was just another piece of data moving toward a trap I couldn't yet see. Stealing secrets is a lot like dating. It's mostly about knowing when to be subtle and when to realize you're being played. Guri wanted me to act as his private investigator, which is a polite way of saying he wanted me to commit breaking and entering. He wasn't after gold or jewels. He wanted the internal blueprints of his rival, Vazen. The guy was terrified that Vazen's new business deal was going to turn his own shop into a museum. The plan seemed almost too simple. Guri had a contact on the inside, a piece of mail that acted as a beacon. All I had to do was teleport into Vazen's house, bypass the home security, find the safe, and walk out with the future of the local economy. Of course, paranoia is the only thing that keeps a business alive. Vazen was a bachelor, a workaholic, and clearly a man who didn't trust his own shadow. I spent the next few days playing with fire. I turned a neighbor's vacant, warded house into my personal sandbox, obsessively drilling the methods for bypassing arcane locks. Siphoning is for sieges, and breaking is for idiots who want to blow themselves up. Bypassing? That was an art form. You don't break the door. You convince the lock that you belong there. When the big day finally arrived, the house felt empty. Too empty. I blinked into the living room, heart drumming against my ribs. I had a ring that would heat up if Guri spotted Vazen returning, and I had my shields locked to maximum. But there was no safe. I swept the room, my spells pinging off unseen layers of protection. I felt like a ghost haunting a man who wasn't home. I checked behind the paintings, under the floorboards, and inside the furniture. Nothing. My frustration was growing into a cold, hard knot. It was a classic misdirection. If you want to hide a secret in plain sight, you put it somewhere no one would ever want to touch. The fireplace. I crept over, the stone cold and covered in a layer of soot. It was clean, suspiciously, obsessively clean. I leaned in, my senses flaring as I reached out with an analysis spell. That was my mistake. The air didn't just ripple. It snapped. Before I could even identify the ward's signature, the world turned into a roar of white noise and fire. A triggered trap, lethal and hungry, detonated in the small, enclosed space. My shield flared, catching the worst of the concussive force, but the room vanished behind a choking, blinding curtain of ash. My lungs burned, my eyes streamed, and I realized in that single, horrific second that the safe wasn't just guarded. It was booby-trapped to turn an intruder into a smear on the hearth. I didn't stick around to apologize. I ripped a hole through the fabric of space and dragged myself and Guri out of there, leaving the house to deal with its own internal inferno. The mission was a smoldering ruin. Guri was a wreck, babbling about the illegality of lethal traps, as if he hadn't just commissioned a burglary. I didn't care. I felt the familiar, bitter sting of failure, but also the sharp, cold clarity of a lesson learned. I'd made a rookie mistake. I'd trusted someone else's reconnaissance. That night, as I settled back into the reality of my room, I didn't reach for another contract. I didn't plot another heist. I just closed my eyes and let the frustration dissolve. The cycle was ending, and I was going to wake up back at square one. I didn't need to win today. I just needed to survive long enough to win tomorrow. The high-stakes world of illegal card games is usually a bore, but it's a gold mine for one thing: picking the pockets of people's psyches. I didn't come to the inn to win. I came to practice. Orinus, my opponent, was currently deep in a bottle of something that smelled like paint thinner and bad decisions, making his mind a swamp of disjointed, incoherent static. I folded a winning hand, collected my losses like a professional, and vanished into the night. It was time to stop playing with cards and start playing with lives. I had a list of soul mages, and a recurring nightmare of them turning up dead. In previous runs, my attempts to play the hero had only brought the police down on my head, complicating everything. This time I was going to be more precise. I was going to be a ghost. My first target was Lukav Teklo. He was a master of transformation, a recluse living on the edge of the woods, and according to my intel, about 3 hours away from being mauled by a pack of undead boars. I found him walking down a forest road, his stride confident and entirely unaware that his life was about to be forcibly terminated. I followed him, cloaked in silence, waiting for the trigger. Then, the silence broke. The boars didn't charge, they erupted. They were hulking, silent, and entirely devoid of the flicker of life that makes a living thing predictable. The attack was a blur. Lukav's panic-fueled reflexes were impressive, but the creatures weren't deterred by his explosives. They didn't bleed, they didn't scream, and they didn't feel the agony of being shattered by my force spells. They were mindless husks, piloted by something cold and cruel. I pulled out the severing disc. It's a messy, volatile spell that requires total concentration. Basically the magical equivalent of juggling chainsaws while riding a unicycle. I didn't have the finesse of a master, but I had enough raw force to turn those boars into scrap meat. When the dust settled, Lukav was shaken, bleeding, and staring at the legless, twitching torsos with the dazed look of a man who just had his reality adjusted. They were undead, which meant there was a necromancer out there treating local men like disposable toys. We didn't linger. I helped the guy up, his ego clearly bruised by the fact that his patented animal repellent was about as effective as a sternly worded letter. We retreated to his home, a place that felt surprisingly cozy for a man who spent his time dealing with biological nightmares. Over a strong brew and the scratch of a pen as he reported the incident to the guild, we started to talk business. I told him about the mark on my soul, the weird, invasive stain that had brought me to his door. He was skeptical, mostly because he'd never seen anything like it, and because he couldn't believe Kale had actually recommended Silver Lake as a fallback. The name Silver Lake still felt like a punch to the gut. The old, which was a chaotic variable in a game that was already becoming too unpredictable. As the sun began to dip, Lukav and I sat in his study. He was an alchemist, a man of science and observation, and for the first time in this loop, I felt like I might actually have an ally who could look at the problem without running to the authorities. But as he started to analyze my condition, the air in the room grew heavy. There was something about the way he looked at the mark, something that hovered on the edge of his recognition. He wasn't just looking at a scar. He was looking at a map, and I was terrified of where it might lead us. The basement was a cathedral of obsession, a cold, geometric box where walls were calculated to keep reality from leaking out. Lukav's ritual chamber was a stark, featureless cube where every angle was a testament to his desire for control. I stood in the center of a sprawling, glowing formula, feeling like an offering on an altar. I didn't strip down, some dignity had to remain, but I did shed my gear. Leaving my explosive rings behind felt like tearing off a limb, but if I was going to be cut open at the soul, I didn't want to be twitchy. I needed to know if I was still me, or if I was becoming something else, something hollow. Lukav worked with the frantic, precise energy of a surgeon. After 20 minutes of chanting and the taste of ozone on my tongue, he finally gave me the verdict. I had two passengers in my soul. One was a jagged, intricate knot of spell work that didn't belong in any textbook I'd ever cracked. The other was a ghost, a fragment of someone else's essence, slowly bleeding into mine, dissolving like ink in a glass of water. He told me it would assimilate, that I wouldn't wake up with a different face or a hunger for brains. But the cold, gnawing anxiety in my gut didn't vanish. I'd changed since the incident. I was sharper, colder, more calculating. Was that the fragment? Or was that just the price of surviving the loop? Lukav didn't seem to care about the philosophical weight of it. He was already talking about Olenek, the next stop on my list of people who might hold the keys to my cage. The next day, the air felt thin and charged with static. I teleported us near Atlantic's sanctuary, a place that felt more like a fortress than a home. I wasn't subtle. I never was, but we didn't even get to knock. The world shattered into noise. Gunshots rattled the air like a sudden, violent hail, and the house erupted in a symphony of defensive fire. My instincts screamed. The attackers weren't just mercenaries. They were a surgical strike force. Rifles tore into the masonry, trying to chew through the protective wards while two mages hunkered down, weaving a cocoon of interference to ground the house's defenses. Lukav's face hardened. He was ready to throw himself into the meat grinder for his friend, and I realized then that my cautious, analytical detachment was a luxury I couldn't afford. I gave him a nod, my pulse hammering against my ribs, and slipped into the shadows. As I cast the spell to turn invisible, the world felt like it was shifting into slow motion. My rod felt heavy, a rod of iron that would soon be spitting fire. The mages didn't know I was coming. They were too busy holding the line, too focused on the man inside to notice the ghost in their periphery. I wasn't here to play nice. I was here to ensure there was one less secret in the world, and by the time I was finished, someone was going to pay for trying to turn a soul mage into a smear on the pavement, and I was going to enjoy every second of it. Invisibility is a fragile lie. It is a delicate optical trick, a whisper of light that unravels the second you flex a muscle or draw a breath. I didn't need to be a grand mage to know that if I started tossing fireballs, I'd be as visible as a neon sign in a graveyard. So, I walked. I kept my breathing shallow, my heart rate steady, and my feet quiet until I was close enough to smell the acrid, biting scent of cheap gunpowder. Then, the world turned into a stampede. A massive bull, draped in scales that shimmered like oily fish skin, erupted from the tree line. It was Lukav, shedding his humanity for the raw, visceral power of a tank. The beast let out a roar that wasn't just noise, it was a psychic hammer. Men who had been brave enough to hold rifles a second ago were suddenly howling, their minds fractured by the terror of a predator that shouldn't exist. The two mages were the real threat. They were the ones anchoring the chaos. I didn't bother with fancy incantations. I closed the distance, the hum of the battlefield fading into the frantic thrumming of my own blood. I dropped the illusion, the world snapping back into focus, and drove a blade into the neck of the nearest caster. It was ugly, efficient, and over in a heartbeat. The second mage didn't even have time to scream before I shattered his consciousness with a cold, jagged spike of telepathy. As the smoke cleared and the mercenaries bolted into the trees, the bull collapsed inward, shedding its scales until Lukav stood there, panting, human, and looking like he'd gone 10 rounds with a meat grinder. Then the ground vibrated. A man dropped from the second-story window of the temple, like he'd simply decided that gravity was a suggestion rather than a law. This was Alanik Zosk. He was lean, scarred, and radiated the kind of calm that made my skin crawl. One eye was blue, the other was brown, and the vertical scar tearing across his face suggested he'd survived things that would turn a lesser man to ash. He didn't thank us. He didn't offer a drink. He just looked at me with those mismatched eyes and judged me for letting the mercenaries run. To him, mercy wasn't a virtue. It was a lack of experience. I bit my tongue, the sarcasm burning the back of my throat, but kept it locked away. Dealing with Alanik was going to be like walking through a minefield in the dark. Inside the temple, the air tasted of ancient stone and iron. Alanik didn't bother with ritual rooms or fancy lighting. He sat me down, probed at the deepest, most terrified parts of my identity for 5 minutes, and gave me the news that tilted my world on its axis. It wasn't a curse. It was a marker, a beacon, a tracking tag stamped into the very foundation of my being. I felt the blood drain from my face. This was it, the secret behind the loop. The architects hadn't just built a mechanism. They had burned a signature into the soul of the looper. It wasn't about the body. It was about the mark. And because I was caught in the echo, because I was part of the spillover, that mark was now mine. It was woven into my soul, suffusing it like a parasite that had become the host. Alanik watched me pace, his expression an impenetrable mask. I asked for help, for protection, for a way to stop being a target for every reality-warping nightmare in existence. He offered me a nod. Just one. But he wasn't going to talk now. He had a prisoner in the basement, a man who was about to have a very long, very painful night of interrogation. I walked out of the room, the weight of the truth pressing down on my shoulders like a mountain. The mark was permanent. I wasn't just living a loop. I was carrying a target, and it was rooted in the only place I couldn't escape from. Myself. The ritual had left a hollow ache in my chest, a reminder that I was now hosting a parasite of unknown origin. It wasn't just a mark. It was a complex, self-repairing piece of engineering that I was entirely unqualified to handle. Lukav, for all his talent with transmutations, had been staring at the spell work like a caveman looking at a smartphone. But Olenek? Olenek looked at it and saw a map. I needed to know how the marker functioned. Was it a tracker? A bomb? A manual for the loop? I spent the hours waiting for Olenek to return from his interrogation duties in a state of simmering agitation. If my enemy, that elusive shadow in the red robes, could track me, he would have done it already. Why was I still off the radar? When Olenek finally emerged from his cabinet, his mismatched eyes settled on me with unnerving precision. He wasn't just a priest. He was a man who lived with one foot in the grave and the other firmly planted in the uncomfortable truths of the universe. He tossed me a book. Page 43. The ritual was an hour-long nightmare of precision, a way to ping the marker across the country. It was mana-heavy, cumbersome, and terrifyingly effective. As I stared at the formula, the reality hit me. I was a beacon. I was a target painted in neon, and I had been walking through the world assuming I was a ghost. I had a good reason for keeping the mark, for refusing to let it be excised, but that reason was a secret I wasn't ready to share with a man who had already called me soft. Olenek eventually pushed off the interrogation, citing a lack of truth potions, which I knew was a lie. I'd been inside his mind, or at least, I'd been inside his friend Lukav's thoughts enough to know the truth. The prisoner was a puppet, a small gear in a much larger machine. Vazen, the shopkeeper I had nearly robbed in another life, was the one pulling the strings. It was a classic move. Hire a nobody to do the dirty work, then disappear into the local hierarchy, shielded by gold and influence. Days passed in a blur of forced study and illicit treasure hunting. I wasn't waiting around for the universe to dictate my fate. I broke into the homes of the other soul mages on my list, looting their secrets while the world slept. I found blasting rods, combat staves, and journals filled with forbidden rites. I became a collector of things the Mage Guild deemed too dangerous to exist. When Olenek finally brought me back into his inner sanctum, he cut straight to the point. He offered me a choice that felt like a trap and a salvation all at once. The first path was the path of the ritualist, cumbersome, slow, and defensive. It would take me hours to set up my own safety. The second path was the path of the soul, a long, agonizing process of learning to perceive the very essence of my own being. It was meditation, focus, and a terrifying exercise in introspection. It would take months, maybe years, and I'd be completely vulnerable while I learned to see the invisible. It was exactly what I needed. I watched Alanek's face, looking for a sign of betrayal, a flash of malice. But there was nothing. He was a man who lived by his own code, a code that demanded I earn every scrap of knowledge. I agreed to the terms, a bit of basic ritual work to keep me alive in the short term, and then the long, grueling climb toward true soul awareness. As I left the temple, the night air felt colder than usual. I was starting the climb, but the mountain was higher than I'd ever imagined. I was no longer just fighting for my life. I was fighting to understand the nature of the cage I was in, and for the first time I felt like I had a map. The agreement was simple. I offer him a way to track the beacon in my soul, and he teaches me how to stop my mind from being shredded like paper by every passing necromancer. Olenek wasn't exactly a warm mentor. He was more of a blunt, scarred edge of a man, but he was the best lead I had. The terms were laughable. Run his errands, be a courier for his little packages, and show up at his temple with the religious enthusiasm of a convert. Easy. Or at least, it would be if I wasn't busy dodging professional hit squads in my spare time. The training was a slow, agonizing descent into madness. I spent my days studying the logistics of murder, and my evenings enduring the worst hallucinations imaginable. Alanic's special potions weren't just performance enhancers. They were chemical sledgehammers that turned the world into a kaleidoscope of screaming colors and impossible shapes. I'd spend hours drooling on the temple floor while my mind tried to fold itself inside out, all while he lectured me on the fall of the gods and the structural integrity of the heavens. It was boring, it was degrading, and I desperately needed it. Then, the universe decided to remind me that I was a target. I was barely outside the temple gates when I saw it. A crow, perched on a branch, staring with eyes that weren't eyes at all. My mind sense flickered. No soul, no pulse, just a void. An undead spy. Before the thought even finished, the world disintegrated into the deafening crackle of gunfire. I didn't run. I moved. I hit the dirt as bullets tore through the space where I'd been a heartbeat before, casting a shrieking screamer spell into the air just to ensure Alanik knew his afternoon was about to be ruined. My shield held, but the pressure was immense, a crushing weight of lead and forced kinetic energy. These mercenaries weren't just playing around. They were here to finish the job. I retreated, cloaked in silence, and decided to play the game on my terms. I didn't need fire and brimstone. I needed to break them from the inside. I reached out with my mind, grabbing hold of the nearest gunman's consciousness and twisting. He crumpled like a puppet with cut strings. Then the next, and the next. I was burning through my mana, turning their own minds into their worst enemies. I was exhausted, drained, and one breath away from collapse, but I'd stopped the momentum. When the guild mages finally arrived, led by an unbothered Alanik, I looked less like a hero and more like a man who'd been put through a meat grinder. Later, in the safety of my room, I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I had finally cracked the ritual for the marker. With trembling hands, I traced the final glyphs in salt and quartz. The air grew heavy, the room felt like it was expanding, and then I saw them. Two blips in the vastness of the country. One was me. The other was far to the south, sitting near the border of Eldamar. Only two. My mind raced through the implications, each one more dangerous than the last. If Red Robe wasn't on this map, if he wasn't marked, then he wasn't part of the original design. He was an anomaly, a ghost in the machine who had found his own way through the door. I sat back, the silence of the room suddenly feeling like an omen. The game had just changed. I wasn't just chasing secrets anymore. I was hunting an outsider. And if he wasn't tied to the same anchor I was, he might be the only one who didn't care if the loop shattered. I closed my eyes, the exhaustion finally pulling me under, but the thrill of the hunt was already starting to burn. Tomorrow, the work would continue. And tomorrow, I'd be ready. The safe inside Vazen's home was a masterclass in petty, paranoid engineering. I had bypassed the explosives and the sleep traps with the practiced ease of a veteran. But the merchant had one final, spiteful trick, a hidden reservoir of acidic sludge that turned months of hard-won intelligence into a sizzling, malodorous puddle of green goop. Watching those documents dissolve was a visceral, stinging reminder that I wasn't just playing against a man. I was playing against someone who was terrified of the truth. Vazen didn't just have secrets. He had catastrophes waiting in his files. I left empty-handed, my frustration simmering into a cold, hard resolve. Next time, I wouldn't be so gentle with his security. I returned to the temple 3 days later, expecting another round of mind-numbing meditation. Instead, Alanik dragged me into the courtyard, his expression as unreadable as a slab of granite. He didn't offer a greeting. He just leveled his staff and fired. A fireball exploded against my shield, the heat singing the air around my ears. It was a brutal wake-up call. For the next hour, I was a pinball in a game of divine retribution. Every spell I threw was swatted aside with contemptuous ease, every movement tracked by a man who treated combat like a slow, rhythmic dance. I threw everything I had, force bolts, complex trajectories, desperate feints, and he responded with the casual dismissal of a master cleaning off a smudge of dirt. When I finally collapsed, lungs burning, I expected him to gloat. Instead, he looked disappointed. He wanted to know why I'd spent the entire fight holding back, refusing to deliver the killing blow until I was already a corpse in the making. He didn't want a student. He wanted a predator. And he wasn't happy that I was still trying to play the part of the hero. We retreated to the kitchen, the tension thick enough to choke on. He wanted the truth, and he was tired of the shadows. I gave him a version of it, a curated, dangerous truth. I told him about the Abasan influence, the dark tendrils of the cult, and the way those shadows seemed to be bleeding into every corner of our lives. I held back the details of the invasion and the looming end of the world. Some secrets are better kept when you don't know who you can trust, but I laid out enough to make his eyes narrow. He didn't kick me out. He didn't call the guards. He just let me leave, the weight of his suspicion hanging in the air like an impending storm. I spent the next few days in my room, buried in the mechanics of a golem project, trying to distract myself from the feeling of being hunted. My mind sense was sharp, a constant, low-frequency hum against the back of my skull. When it finally spiked, a sudden, sharp intrusion of consciousness appearing right in my living space, my heart skipped a beat. I whirled around, heart hammering against my ribs, ready to unleash a deluge of force. It wasn't an assassin. It was Olenek, standing there in the dim light of my room, his presence as jarring as a thunderclap in a library. He wasn't here to teach, and he wasn't here to spar. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw the mask crack. He knew, and he hadn't come to stop me. He'd come to join the hunt. I stared at the priest, my internal monologue currently screaming for a fireball spell that actually worked on living, breathing, telepathically intruding mentors. Olenek had just popped into my room like a bad habit, effectively ignoring the complex array of magical wards I had spent hours calibrating. Apparently, to a man like him, my security was little more than a polite suggestion. I didn't turn up for my lesson. I was busy brooding, and frankly, I didn't think he wanted to see my face after our little courtyard showdown. He looked at my half-assembled golem with that same unreadable, judgmental stare he applied to everything. My soul, my combat skills, and clearly my choice of hobby materials. I decided to test the waters of his expertise. I asked the forbidden question. Could a soul be killed? He scoffed with such academic disdain that I almost felt sorry for the necromancer I'd been hunting. He claimed souls were indestructible, merely corruptible. He dismissed the idea of time-dilated chambers and soul-shredding as fairy tales, telling me that unless my enemy had access to the Sovereign Gate, his claims were laughable. Sovereign Gate. The name hung in the air, heavy with the weight of dead empires and dusty legends. It was a story about an ancient king who spent lifetimes in a doorway between worlds, a tale of artifacts, lost networks, and the desperate vanity of the royal family. It sounded like exactly the kind of grandiose myth that people use to justify their current failures. He didn't stay long, vanishing as abruptly as he arrived. I was left alone with my thoughts, my wards, which were now officially in the trash, and a growing suspicion that the history I'd been force-fed in school was only the cover story for a much deeper, more dangerous reality. I tracked down Vane, my go-to source for everything the history books were too afraid to print. He was his usual self, friendly, chaotic, and about as focused as a squirrel in a thunderstorm. He walked me through the Necromancer's War, a bloody, bitter conflict fueled by vanity, fear, and the sheer audacity of those who refused to die of old age. It was a story of a continent being reshaped by fire and shadow, ending in a frozen exile for the survivors. But I was interested in the gates. Vani pulled out an illustration of a Bakura gate. It wasn't the majestic stone archway I'd envisioned. It was a hollow black icosahedron of sharp, metallic bars, a jagged tear in the fabric of reality. He told me these were ancient pre-Icosian transit points that had been dead for centuries. Then he dropped the kicker. There was one in Scioria, deep in the dungeon, in the forbidden suicidal levels where the monsters were thick and the survival rate was abysmal. I looked at the map, tracing the lines of a network that hadn't breathed in ages. It was a dead end, he said, a historical curiosity. But as I walked home, the weight of the puzzle felt like it was finally shifting into place. The loop, the marker, the gates. The world wasn't just a playground for mages. It was a ruin built on the foundations of something infinitely larger. I wasn't just fighting for my own skin anymore. I was starting to realize that the cage I was in was part of a much, much larger architecture. And somewhere, hidden in the dark, someone had left the door unlocked. The transition back to the start of the loop was never graceful. But waking up to a human cannonball crashing into my ribcage definitely ranked as the most jarring experience yet. Kiriel, my sister, the embodiment of chaotic energy, and the primary reason I questioned my sanity before breakfast. I didn't have time for familial bonding. My mind was already racing, calculations overlapping with the sudden, sharp memory of my previous life's end. I needed to know. I needed to see the map. I sent her off with a flick of a butterfly conjuring illusion, a trick that cost more effort than it had any right to, and immediately set to work, ignoring the frantic pounding of my heart. The ritual was cold, precise, and unforgiving. Salt and quartz dust settled into the floorboards, forming the anchor for my sight. I reached out, my consciousness expanding until the world felt like a thin sheet of glass. 2 markers. Just 2. One was my own pulse, a steady, rhythmic vibration in the void. The other was far to the south, flickering like a dying candle before rapidly shifting. A series of sharp, jagged leaps across the map. Someone was teleporting. Someone was running. It had to be Zack. He was the anchor, the original. But the third one, the one I feared, the shadow who had learned the secrets of the loop, he was missing. Either he was hiding in the blind spots of the world, or he wasn't tethered to the same tether that held us. The thought sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. He wasn't just a threat. He was a ghost in the system, and ghosts don't play by the rules. I didn't have time to dwell. I had a date with a safe that had already tried to liquefy my hands once before. Vazen's house was quiet, the air thick with the smell of old dust and hidden malice. I wasn't doing this manually this time. I watched my latest creation, a jerky wooden imitation of a person, lumber toward the safe. It was a glorified puppet, a masterpiece of low-budget engineering, but it had one advantage I lacked. It was expendable. The mechanism clicked. The traps, the fire, the sleep spells, the acid, all fell silent, countered by a precise, surgical breakdown of the runes. The golem pulled the documents free. Victory. But then physics decided to intervene. I tried to snatch the papers. The golem tried to hold on. And in a chaotic tumble of splinters and parchment, the entire stack hit the floor. I stood there for a heartbeat, waiting for the room to explode, for the acid to melt the floor, for the ceiling to collapse. Nothing. Just a pile of messy, unorganized paper. I didn't have time to sort it. I scooped the lot into my bag, grabbed my broken wooden marionette, and vanished into the ether. Somewhere in that mess of ink and contracts, there were the answers to why a merchant was terrified of his own shadow. And for the first time in this restart, I felt like I was finally holding the leash. Stealing secrets is easy. Keeping your head attached to your shoulders after you steal them is the real challenge. I didn't dare bring Vazen's documents back to my room. Why broadcast my location to a man who clearly has a flair for dramatic, acidic traps? Instead, I did what any rational person would. I vanished into the northern wilderness, found a cave that didn't smell too much like bat guano, and turned it into my own private, poorly warded sanctuary. 3 hours of frantic warding later, I accepted the harsh truth. My anti-divination spells were essentially a polite suggestion to any halfway competent mage. I needed to get better, and fast. But first I had to read the spoils of war. It turns out, the city's mayor, Sudamir Kandrii, was the mastermind. The petty tyrant behind the disappearances, the shady deals, and the assassination contracts that nearly turned me into a pincushion. The documentation I'd liberated proved he was in bed with the cult of the dragon, a fact that turned my theory about a basin invaders from a paranoid hunch into a terrifying, concrete reality. And the motive? Still a mystery, wrapped in a riddle, hidden in a pile of paperwork I was suddenly, deeply afraid to burn. I decided to play it cool. I laid low, practiced my soul sight, and waited for the world to move on. 2 weeks later, the world decided it was done waiting. I woke up to the feeling of a blade hovering over my jugular. It was a professional job, silent, efficient, and very nearly successful. I didn't have time for a dramatic monologue. I turned my blanket into a kinetic projectile, scrambled to my feet, and took a knife to the arm for my trouble. My room was soundproofed, which was a brilliant touch that now meant I was dying in absolute silence. I didn't die. I fried the assassin's brain with a mental shockwave and finished the job with a paperweight to the face. When I finally dragged the unconscious corpse to Atlantic's temple, he didn't look surprised. He just looked annoyed that it had taken this long. He effectively put me under house arrest, turning his temple into my personal training ground. That turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to me. Under Atlantic's brutal, unwavering tutelage, I stopped playing with magic and started weaponizing it. He didn't care about my comfort. He cared about my survival. We spent days in the courtyard, him teaching me how to command fire like a living entity, how to weave animation into flame, how to turn a simple orb of heat into an autonomous predator. I spent hours herding marble-sized fire orbs until my mana was bottomed out, constantly one slip-up away from searing my own skin off. Danger sharpens the spirit, he'd say, while I sat there with singed eyebrows, questioning every life choice that had brought me to this specific, miserable moment. But it worked. My reflexes sharpened. My control grew from clumsy fumbling to surgical precision. In the following restarts, I pushed further. I stopped hiding and started hunting for the truth about Sudamir. I didn't waste my time with the paranoid merchant anymore. I went after his underlings. I found the keys, the journals, and the secrets they thought were buried under mundane administrative work. I found a name, Iaska Mansion. It was a place that shouldn't exist, sitting in the middle of a forest that didn't appear on any map. It was a delivery point for secrets that were supposed to stay dead. I had found the path, but looking at the wild, untamed north on the map, I realized I hadn't just found a lead. I'd found the front door to a nightmare. The map looked like a cruel joke. That dot, labeled Iaska Mansion, was buried so deep in the northern wilderness that it felt less like a location and more like a warning. 2 weeks on foot? In this day and age? I didn't think so. I bartered with a local specialist, the kind of guy who sold you the means to violate the laws of nature for the right price. He stared at the map, then at me, and suggested I stop walking and start flying. Shape-shifting. It was expensive, it was disorienting, and it felt like a betrayal of my own hard-earned savings. But the alternative was a month of trudging through brush. I bought the potion. The moment the transformation took hold, the world shifted. It wasn't just sight. It was perception unlocked. I could see the individual veins of leaves a mile away. I felt the air currents like a map of invisible highways. Being an eagle was, in a word, intoxicating. The journey was a blur of high-altitude grace and embarrassing, face-planting landings that I prefer to never discuss. When I finally reached the spot, it wasn't the hidden drop-off I'd expected. It was a mansion, a stark, white structure standing in the middle of a sea of green, accompanied by a cold, utilitarian warehouse that looked like it had been dropped there yesterday. It was eerie, isolated, and guarded by things that were definitely not crows. They were hellbirds, iron-beaked nightmares with feathers that shimmered like blades. I didn't stick around to argue. I made a forced landing in the brush, transformed back, and went on foot. I was invisible, silent, and thought I was clever. Then I saw the pack, 22 winter wolves, and leading them, a creature of silver and moonlight that felt more like a human soul than a beast. When that silver alpha's gaze swept over my invisible form, the air turned to ice in my lungs. It didn't bark. It didn't charge. It just looked, and for a heartbeat, I felt the terrifying weight of being seen by something that wasn't supposed to be there. I left the mansion alone. I wasn't ready to die. Not yet. I turned my focus to the one place I'd been avoiding, the dungeon beneath the city. It was a chaotic, subterranean sprawl where everything, from the floorboards to the mushrooms, had a vendetta against my existence. I spent days hunting tunnel octopuses and mining crystallized mana, treating the dark as a classroom. Then I met the Eye Beast. It was a swirling, translucent nightmare of pink ooze and unblinking, chaotic eyes. I didn't even have time to scream. One look, and the world just ended. I woke up to a crushing weight on my stomach and a cheerful, grating voice shouting about the morning. Kyrielle. She was trying to break my ribs with affection, which was a nice contrast to the psychological horror of dying via ocular disintegration. I climbed out of bed, still feeling the phantom pain of my demise. The dungeon was a bust for now, and my attempt to map the loop had revealed nothing but a pattern of avoidance from the others. Zach was running, the mystery marker was a ghost, and I was just trying to survive long enough to figure out how to stop the end of the world. I looked at my sister, still clinging to me like a desperate barnacle. I had to get better. I had to get stronger, because if a single look from a pink blob could send me back to the start, I was nowhere near ready for the war that was coming. The start of a loop is a masterclass in bureaucratic purgatory. I stood on the platform at the Siren station, checking my pocket watch for the third time in a minute, wondering if the train was running late on purpose just to spite me. It always was. It was a frozen moment in a world that hadn't yet realized it was stuck on repeat. I could have just vanished. A simple teleport, a flick of my wrist, and I'd be halfway across the kingdom before anyone noticed I'd skipped the morning routine. But then I looked at Kyrielle. She was sulking a few feet away, her entire world currently defined by the tragedy of being left behind. Empathy is a curse, really. It turns the most rational, time-saving decisions into moral minefields. I promised her I'd bring her to Zorian next time. It was an impulsive, reckless, an entirely inefficient decision. It would make my life 10 times harder. I did it anyway. The journey to Nyazov Dveri was where the real trouble began. I discovered a motherlode of crystallized mana in the last loop and decided to cash out early. I thought I was being clever, but I effectively painted a glowing neon target on my forehead. You don't walk into a backwater town with a fortune in mana crystals without people noticing. My room became a fortress of paranoia. I was fighting off magical probes disguised as moths, swatting away aggressive business recruiters, and nearly vaporizing the local lockpicking community. It was a week-long headache of cloak and dagger idiocy. I realized then that my plan to get rich quick was, in hindsight, fundamentally stupid. Lesson learned. Next time, I'd sell in the big leagues, Zorian, Eldamar, anywhere with enough volume that a kid with a bag of crystals isn't a statistical anomaly. I bailed on the town and ended up in Eldamar. The capital was a pristine, polished, well-guarded bubble of order. The Cartographer's Society Library became my new base of operations. I spent 5 days buried in atlases, mapping the veins of the continent, looking for the telltale signs of the Urania. I needed their mind arts, their secrets, and their webs. I found a few leads in Corsa. Textile cities always seem to have a naturally occurring spider problem. When I finally arrived in Corsa, I didn't bother with the subtle approach. I walked into the largest spider silk manufacturer in the city and asked for an introduction to the local Iranian colony. The merchant didn't even dignify me with a response. He just threw me out with a look of pure, unadulterated panic. Perfect. That was exactly what I wanted. Word gets around. It took them 48 hours to find me. I was sitting on a hill on the outskirts of the city, watching the sun dip below the horizon, when the pressure hit my mind, a cold, alien vibration that could only belong to a master of the craft. I projected my thoughts out into the silence. I didn't mention the massacred tribe in Zorian. I didn't mention the war. I just opened the door. Greetings, I projected. I am Zorian Kaczynski. I have come to trade. There was a pause, a ripple of something like genuine, startled confusion on the other side. Then, a voice bled into my consciousness, sharp and probing. You are open? I held my breath, waiting for the trap to spring. This was it, the bridge to the secrets I needed. I didn't know if I was about to negotiate a peace or walk into an ambush, but the game was on. The negotiation didn't start with a handshake. It started with a mental probe, a cold, probing finger of thought that tried to pick the lock of my mind. I didn't invite it in. I slammed the door on it with such force that the connection shivered. I called myself Seeker. I offered knowledge. I played the part of the desperate, ambitious human mage hungry for secrets. I promised them magical artifacts, modified communication arrays, and intelligence that would keep them ahead of the tides of war. It was a lie, mostly, but it was a lie wrapped in enough truth to taste like a deal. They gave me coordinates, tiny blue suns on a mental map of the course of sewers, and I handed over a telepathic relay. I thought I was making a connection. I didn't realize I was walking into a spider's web. 8 days later, the summons came. The restart was bleeding out, dying on the calendar, but I was blinded by the prospect of finally unlocking the secrets of the Urania. I followed two guides deep into the bowels of the Corsa dungeon, further than I should have gone, further than the air felt right. I stopped. The silence in the cavern was heavy, weighted with the scent of damp stone and ozone. My guides turned. The air shifted. The first telepathic slam hit me like a physical blow, a sledgehammer of psychic force intent on liquefying my brain. My defensive wards flared, glowing white-hot as they absorbed the impact. I didn't think. I reacted. One of my guides turned into a smear of red mist before the mental echo of her thoughts could even fade. Then the true trap snapped shut. They didn't come in ones or twos. They came in a wave. 16, 18, a suffocating tide of alien minds washing over my consciousness. My mind shield didn't just crack, it shattered like thin glass. The pain was absolute, a jagged, blinding white fire that erased the world, my history, and the very concept of self. They weren't trying to kill me. They were harvesting. They were peeling back the layers of my brain to find the truth, to extract the secret of the loop, to break me until I was nothing but an open book. I felt their claws in my memories. I felt them tearing at the walls of my ego. I was dying, but in the white-hot agony, a single, flickering thought survived the onslaught. The necklace. The suicide ring. I didn't remember why it was there. I didn't remember the mission. I only knew that the light had to go out. I poured the last of my mana into the ring. The world ignited. I woke up in my room in Zorian, the smell of damp forest replaced by the stale, comforting scent of home. My head felt like it had been split open with an axe and sutured back together with barbed wire. My sister, Kiriel, was hovering over me, her face pale, her eyes wide with a terror that felt like it had been brewing for hours. Behind her, my mother looked at me with a desperate, fractured relief. They kept saying I had been in a coma. They kept talking about doctors and empty, silent days. I looked at Kiriel, and for a split second, the haze in my brain lifted. I knew exactly what she was hiding. The guilt, the fear that her own chaotic affection had somehow broken me. I saw the truth of my own slip-up in her eyes before I could even stop the words from forming. I tried to speak, but the mental recoil was still there, a dull ache that made the world spin. I was alive, but I was empty-handed, and the loop was already rotting around me. The Urania hadn't just defeated me. They had sent me back with a message, written in the trauma carved into my own mind. I looked at the bowl of soup in my hand, then back at them. I was going to need a lot more time to heal, and a lot more than just a bowl of soup to fix what had been taken. My mother was a force of nature, and right now, that force was focused entirely on my recovery. She hovered over my recovery like a hawk, her maternal instinct manifesting as a frantic, smothering need to keep me housebound. The idea of me returning to the academy was off the table, discarded like a bad draft of a letter. Then came the blessing of the Koth trip. My parents had been planning a getaway to see my brother, Diamond, for ages, and their desire to escape the house apparently outweighed their concern for my health. I played the role of the frail, recovering student perfectly, promising to stay put for a month, agreeing to neighbor check-ins, and even accepting the task of watching over Kiriel. It was the first time I had really spoken to my father since this whole nightmare began. He greeted my return to consciousness with a cutting, condescending remark about his weak, fainting son. I didn't blink. I didn't get angry. I just realized that in the grand, chaotic timeline of my life, he was a background character I no longer had the patience to perform for. The month was a quiet, surreal purgatory. Kiriel tried to play nurse for exactly 48 hours before the reality of household chores became too tedious for her. She surrendered the kitchen to me, which was a mercy for everyone involved. I was sick of charred steaks and rubbery, half-raw eggs. Once I was back on my feet, the pestering began. She wanted magic. She wanted to see the world from behind the veil. I didn't have the energy to argue, so I started teaching her. It was a bizarre, domestic distraction in a life that usually involved dying in caves and fighting psychic spiders. I spent the weeks terrified that I'd been lobotomized. I waited for the gaps in my memory to show up, for the mental fatigue to signal that the Urania had permanently damaged my hardware. But as the days bled together, the haze lifted. My mind remained, for the most part, mine. The matriarch's memory packet, that cryptic treasure locked deep in the vault of my consciousness, was still there, undisturbed, waiting for a key I hadn't yet forged. I had been lucky. That's the only word for it. If I hadn't hit those suicide rings when I did, I wouldn't be sitting here counting the final days of this restart. I would be a husk, a puppet for the web to pull at their leisure. The thought made my skin crawl with a cold, hollow dread. Next time, I wouldn't be the amateur walking into a web. I had 5 new leads on other colonies, and I was done playing nice. If the next group wanted to trade, we'd negotiate. If they wanted to play games, if they wanted to try and peel my brain open to see what made me tick, well, they were going to find out exactly why a human shouldn't be underestimated. I sat in the quiet of my room, staring at the walls, letting the last of the resentment burn out. The next restart was coming, and this time, I wasn't going to be the victim. I was going to be the storm. The month-long prison of my own recovery was a blur of domestic monotony and simmering, low-grade agitation. Siren's summer festival came and went, a saccharine, repetitive parade of dullness that only highlighted how much time I was losing. I stood in the crowds, forced to play the part of the doting brother to a sister who, for once, was actually happy, all while my mind was already 3 steps ahead, carving out a new path through the dark. The moment the loop reset, the familiar, jarring thud of Kyrielle launching herself onto my bed served as my alarm clock. It was time. I didn't make the same mistake twice. I didn't teleport into a nest of spiders and pray for mercy. I went to the trenches. I went to the mud, the rot, and the sharp edges of Nyazov Dveri. I played the hero, saved Olenek, saved Lukav, polished my combat skills against the undead, and kept my head down. Then I went to work on the insurance policy. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to make a habit of it. I needed an exit strategy that didn't involve a ring of suicide explosives, so I engineered a brute force retreat. I spent days anchoring space, twisting spell formulas, and turning a massive chunk of stone into a recall beacon that could punch through the suffocating interference of the dungeon. It was clunky, it was heavy, and it was beautiful. I also built a golem. Nothing fancy, just a blunt, soulless brick of animated wood and stone. It was my luggage carrier, my bodyguard, and a convenient, mind-blind shield to stand between me and any Urania who thought my brain looked like a tasty snack. When I finally touched down at the illustrious gem collector's web, I felt like a different person. I didn't walk in with empty hands and empty promises. I carried a box of crystallized mana, a bribe so potent, so undeniably useful, that even a colony of cautious, paranoid spiderfolk couldn't help but blink. The matriarch, she who eats fire and sees gold, took the bait. She was more nervous this time, her escort larger, but the tension shifted from hostility to a strange, wary respect. She didn't just give me names of other webs. She gave me warnings. She spoke of the luminous advocates, a web of arrogant, psychic snobs who would want to dissect my brain as much as I wanted to pick theirs. She gave me the dirt, the gossip, and the tactical landscape of a world I'd been blind to. I listened, I nodded, and I kept my suicide contingencies active under my skin, ready to go critical if the air shifted by a fraction of a degree. We walked the tunnels, the matriarch spinning a tapestry of lore about the Rose Labyrinth, the river navigators, and the shadow-draped silent doorway adepts. It was a masterclass in local politics, but as she spoke of the night runners, a term that hung in the stagnant air like a threat, I realized just how small my world had been. The dungeon wasn't just a place of monsters. It was a chessboard, and I was finally starting to read the pieces. I leaned in, my voice low. Who exactly are these night runners? The matriarch paused, her many eyes glinting in the dark, and for a moment, the temperature in the tunnel seemed to drop. The answer that followed wasn't just information. It was the sound of a larger, much more dangerous game finally catching up to me. The Urania are not a hive mind. They are a fractured, paranoid collection of webs, each with its own brand of dysfunction. I learned that the hard way, sitting in the damp, claustrophobic tunnels of the illustrious gem collectors, trying to make sense of a world that didn't want me in it. The matriarch warned me away from the night runners, the couriers of the deep, the ghosts who spend their lives dodging human gunfire to ferry secrets between colonies. They don't want a human mage hunting them down, and frankly, I didn't want the headache of finding out why. My quest for a teacher became a tour of the bizarre. The Rose Labyrinth dwellers were cryptic, demanding I abandon my humanity to live, hunt, and patrol in the dark as one of their own. It was a firm, polite rejection wrapped in a ridiculous demand. The Yellow Cavern Guardians were a train wreck of anxiety. Their matriarch was a nervous, twitchy mess, clearly terrified of some nameless horror rising from the deep, and she barely tolerated my presence before screaming at me to vanish. Then, the river navigators. I expected more rejection. I expected to be told the river gods were having a bad day or the currents weren't favorable. Instead, they just said yes. They wanted the tech, the telepathic relays I'd spent so much time crafting. It was almost insulting how easily the deal was struck, though I was too exhausted to care. My tutor, Mind Like Fire, was a nightmare in the best possible way. She wasn't some gentle, ethereal mentor. She was a drill sergeant with a psychic blade. Our lessons were a ritual of destruction. I would meticulously build a defensive mental shell, a lattice of thought and willpower designed to keep out the void. And she would proceed to pick it apart, layer by agonizing layer, until my brain felt like it had been scrubbed with steel wool. She mocked my human spells, calling my defensive amulet a clumsy, feedback-free toy that couldn't tell a probe from a brick wall. She was right, of course. My mind shield was a blunt instrument. Her methods were surgical. She demanded total focus, hour after hour, pushing me past the point of exhaustion, leaving me a drooling, headache-ridden mess on the floor of a guest room that had been furnished for humans only so they could watch us squirm in comfort. But it was working. By the end of the first week, I wasn't just shielding myself. I was starting to see the invisible ripples of her probes before they hit. She even started bringing in guest teachers, other Arania, to hammer at my defenses from different angles, with different flavors of malice. The pain was constant, a dull roar behind my eyes, and I was perpetually one mental slip away from a breakdown. But for the first time since the loop began, I wasn't just surviving. I was learning how to lock the door behind my eyes. I was building a fortress, and I was going to make sure that the next time something tried to claw its way inside, it would regret the effort. The river navigators were a masterclass in business, if by business you meant extortion with extra steps. First, it was 10 more relays. Then, it was a request to play exterminator for a giant, overgrown mole that apparently had a death wish and a resistance to psychic meddling. I should have walked. I should have told them to shove their tunnel-dwelling pets into the nearest abyss. But I didn't. I played the game, I set the traps, and I kept my mouth shut. The woman, or rather, the spider across from me, was too valuable a teacher to lose. Mind Like Fire. The name sounded elegant, until you realized it was a shorthand for how she treated my consciousness. She was patient, she was thorough, and she had the soul of an elementary school teacher who had finally decided that discipline was best served with a heavy dose of trauma. The fact that I was basically being tutored by the arachnid equivalent of a primary school instructor was a jagged little pill to swallow, but my pride was a secondary concern compared to the raw, unfiltered necessity of not having my brain turned into soup by the next telepath I encountered. The lessons were a relentless rhythm of violence. She would open every session with a psychic blast, a habit that had transitioned from a lethal threat to a bored, routine checkup. Then the real work began. She would dance over my defenses, her mental probes skittering across my shell like needle-sharp legs, hunting for a hairline fracture, a moment of hesitation, a single, flickering weakness. When she found one, she hit it with the mind spike, the same surgical, devastating force that the sword divers had used to dismantle me. It was a cold, precise aggression, a calculated pressure that made the very concept of safety feel like a luxury I couldn't afford. I learned to patch. I learned to reinforce. I learned that every repair I made had to be faster than the last one, or the walls would come down. And then, just when I thought I was holding the line, The trap snapped shut. The mind crush. It wasn't a stab. It was a siege. A suffocating, relentless vice of pressure that squeezed my mind from every direction, grinding my defensive shell into dust. 1 second, I was holding. The next, the world exploded into white-hot, blinding agony. My defenses didn't just collapse. They evaporated. I sat there, gasping, my hands pressed against my splitting skull, breathing in the dank, stale air of the tunnels. I didn't even bother with the telepathic link. I just let the curse rip from my throat, raw and human. She didn't flinch. She didn't apologize. She simply gave me a 5-minute countdown to the next round of execution. She called herself mind like fire. I called her a sadist. She didn't disagree. She just waited for my heart rate to drop, ready to drag me through the meat grinder all over again. I had 4 minutes left. I closed my eyes, steeled myself, and prepared to be broken once more. The lessons were becoming a rhythmic, numbing loop. My defenses were solid, my teacher was stalling, and the repetition was starting to feel like a slow-motion car crash in my brain. I had come to the dungeon to become a master, not to act as a punching bag for a spider with a syllabus. I needed more than just combat drills. I needed the secrets they were guarding behind layers of paranoia and extortion. My attempts to negotiate with other webs had been a masterclass in frustration. The luminous advocates wanted a ransom that would have bankrupted a kingdom, and the filigree sages were so obsessed with their non-human geometry that trying to help them felt like trying to solve a puzzle while someone was actively trying to rewrite the rules of math. I was wading through quicksand, trading months of potential progress just for a handful of insights. I was tired, I was impatient, and I was starting to see the cracks in the entire system. Then everything changed in a heartbeat. Mind like fire had told me to give her my best. I didn't hold back. I poured every drop of mana I had into a concentrated, psychic battering ram, expecting it to thud harmlessly against her impenetrable walls. Instead, the air in the room seemed to shatter. Her defenses didn't just bend, they evaporated. She let out a shriek that felt like a physical blow, and the room descended into absolute chaos. Other spiders poured in, their many eyes wide with panic, and for a moment, I was standing in a minefield, one wrong breath away from being torn apart. She defused it, though she looked shaken. She grumbled about being taken down by a human rookie in front of her peers, her ego clearly bruised. I apologized, but she waved it off, a sharp, cryptic lecture on the dangers of arrogance. She finally started explaining the why behind the no. Memory manipulation wasn't just a spell, it was a dark art. It was surgical, time-consuming, and entirely unfit for the chaos of a battlefield. She laid it out for me, 4 ways to break a mind: assault, extraction, surface manipulation, and the deep, permanent scars of mind-altering edits. She wasn't going to teach me to peel back minds just yet, but she offered a bridge. If I wanted to see through the eyes of an Urania, I had to learn to process the world as they did. I had to learn to handle the sensory overload of vibration, multiple perspectives, and alien memory packets. I showed her my human version of mind control, a neat little 2x2 grid of domination, suggestion, puppeteering, and illusion. She stared at it like it was a foreign language, because in truth, we were 2 different species, built on different foundations, trying to map the same invisible landscape. I was learning slowly that the power to control a mind wasn't just about force. It was about understanding the architecture of the soul you were trying to occupy. And as the lessons shifted, I felt the first real spark of something else. Not just defense, not just survival. I was beginning to understand how to rewrite the world, one neural connection at a time. The real game was just beginning, and I was done playing it by their rules. The human mind is a messy, cluttered apartment, and I'd spent long enough living in the hallway. I wanted the master key, the kind that let you redecorate the rooms without the tenant even noticing. But my tutor, Mind Like Fire, had a different philosophy. You don't get to renovate the penthouse until you can survive the plumbing. She was cruel, she was efficient, and she had turned our lessons into a personal vendetta ever since I caught her off guard with that psychic battering ram. For a week, my skull felt like it was being used as a percussion instrument in an avant-garde orchestra. Every session was a migraine-inducing sprint through her mental gauntlet, just to prove I could handle the strain. I was learning the ropes of mind control, spasms, paralysis, emotional dampening, but the deep, heavy lifting, the actual memory manipulation, she kept that behind a locked door, and she held the only key. I tried to outsource the problem. The luminous advocates finally agreed to help, for a price that would have made a dragon weep. I spent days hauling salvage out of the depths of Nyazov Dveri, selling anything that wasn't nailed down just to afford their expertise. They told me the secret. I was trying to run a marathon without learning to crawl. I had to learn to shut off my own senses to process someone else's. I practiced on humans, which felt like a moral minefield I wasn't entirely sure I wanted to cross. Tapping into a random stranger's senses isn't exactly a crime, but it isn't an invitation either. The world was changing. I was changing. I started testing the waters in Zorian, prowling the city like a ghost. I expected Red Robe to be waiting, trap set, ready to turn my brain into confetti. Instead, silence. The city was just as tense and broken as I'd left it, but it was empty of the kind of danger I was looking for. And then, the Yellow Cavern Guardians came crawling, desperate and dying. A deep dungeon horror, a giant, hypermuscular frog thing, had turned their mushroom forest home into its personal snack bar. They were leaderless, frantic, and willing to promise me the moon if I just got their cavern back. I didn't care about their politics. I wanted their secrets. I turned the battle into a fireworks show. A decoy, an alchemical powder that stuck like superglue, and a little bit of precision engineering. When that beast went down, the sound of its death was something that would haunt my dreams. A mix of a slaughterhouse and a chainsaw. It was grotesque, it was brutal, and it was entirely necessary. I collected my payment, the basics of deep dive memory scanning, and walked away from the scorched fungal forest. I was getting closer. My defenses were iron, my strikes were heavy, and I was starting to understand that knowledge in this world wasn't just found. It was stolen, earned, and sometimes bought with the blood of monsters. But the loop always has the final word. I woke up with a familiar, crushing weight on my chest. Kiriel, my sister, was using my ribs as a launch pad, radiating enough morning energy to power a small city. Morning, morning, morning. I peeled her off me with the practiced ease of a man who'd lived this morning 100 times. I was ready. I'd learned how to peer into the past. I'd survived the dungeon's horrors, and I was done hiding in the shadows of the academy. The city was waiting, and this time, I wasn't just a student walking the halls. I was a player stepping onto the board. I looked at the ceiling and felt the familiar hum of the restart settling into my bones. Class was in session. Let's see what they're hiding. The train ride to Zorian used to be an exercise in patience. My sister, Kiriel, was a hurricane of curiosity, and once she grew bored of the scenery, she became a bottomless pit of questions aimed directly at my brain. In previous lives, I would have clammed up to protect my secrets, but not today. Today, I was feeling reckless, and the train's anti-magic wards felt more like a suggestion than a law. I sat in our compartment, fingers dancing through the air as I spun a sphere of water. Around it, a miniature solar system of pens and erasers orbited in a perfect, dizzying ring. The wards fought me, clawing at my focus and trying to unravel the delicate strands of mana, but I pushed back. I wasn't just showing off for my sister. I was training. Make a frog, Kiriel challenged, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I sighed, but I didn't back down. I pulled the water into shape, stretching, bending, and freezing it until it resembled the twisted, muscle-bound devil frog I'd fought in the northern ruins. It was ugly, it was vicious, and Kiriel hated it. She called it a failure, which only gave me the opening I needed to launch into a wildly fabricated story about a legendary mage named Sumrak and his war against a secret society of swamp dwellers. I wove the narrative with light, color, and sound, turning the cramped train car into a stage. Kiriel leaned in, eyes wide as I projected illusions of screaming beasts and crackling magic. Even Ivory, the girl sitting across from us, eventually abandoned her book, her skepticism replaced by a quiet, wide-eyed hunger for the show. When we finally stepped off the train, the city of Cyoria loomed before us, gray and indifferent. I kept my mind sense stretched thin, a psychic radar scanning the crowd for the cold, empty void of an enemy mind. The air felt heavy, and the ghosts of my past failures sat in my gut like lead. Then we hit a wall of rats. They moved with a terrifying, synchronized intelligence, a tidal wave of fur and clicking teeth blocking the main road. I nearly incinerated them where they stood, but the fear of Red Robe's gaze kept my hands still. I grabbed Kiriel and bolted into a side park, my heart thudding against my ribs. We stumbled into a girl at a creek, crying over a bicycle she'd dropped. It was a mirror image of a memory I'd buried years ago. I fished the bike out with a flicker of telekinesis, cleaned it with a pulse of light, and tried to walk away. But Kiriel, ever the social spark, wouldn't have it. She insisted on walking the girl, Nachka, home, inviting herself into a conversation I wasn't sure I wanted to have. As we walked, the clouds began to bruise with the threat of rain. I glanced at the sky, feeling the familiar, ominous rhythm of a city on the brink. I had come back to Cyoria to practice, to learn, and to find the answers that had eluded me for lifetimes. I looked at the girls chatting ahead of me, their laughter light and naive, and I felt the cold comfort of my own secrets. The city was a trap, beautiful and deadly, and I had just walked right into the middle of it. And for the first time in a very long time, I didn't want to run. I wanted to see what would happen if I finally stopped playing by the rules. The walk to the house was tense, the kind of quiet that feels like a held breath. My sister, Kiriel, was a relentless motor mouth, filling the gaps in the conversation, while Nachka, the girl we'd rescued, remained a skittish shadow at her side. Nachka was a child in a new, dangerous city, and I couldn't help but see the pattern. A lonely kid, a new friend, the inevitable pull of trouble. When we finally arrived, I tried to make a clean break, but polite society has a way of trapping you. Nachka's mother, Ray, was waiting. She didn't look like a threat, just another suburban face, but my instincts were screaming. Her movements were too fluid, her gaze too sharp. She carried an absolute, unshakable composure that made my skin crawl. We talked, or rather, I warned. I tried to sound like a concerned teenager while my brain was busy calculating the threat of the cephalic rats, the hive-minded parasites that had been stalking her home. She took the news with a terrifying, cool detachment, promising to handle it with her husband. I couldn't wait to get out of there. The air in that house felt heavy, like it was waiting for something to snap. The next day, the city of Cyoria felt like it was shifting gears. I spent my time in the depths of the dungeon, harvesting mana crystals until my mind felt like a bulging warehouse of forgotten assets. I had so much wealth now that I was literally losing track of it, a bizarre problem that would have made my younger self nauseous with envy. Taven showed up, hungry for glory. The city was hemorrhaging monsters, and the local government was throwing gold at anyone brave or stupid enough to hunt them down. She wanted me on her team. I wanted to say no, to disappear into my own agenda, but the time loop had eroded my ego. I was tired of playing the solo act. I lied, I deflected, and I joined. For the next few days, we were a machine. Taven and her crew were pure, unadulterated combat power, and I was the ghost in the machine, the one reading the maps, divining the traps, and predicting the enemy before they even breathed. We were culling the population of the dark, and all the while, I was watching the invaders retreat into the shadows, their plans crumbling under the pressure of a city fighting back. School was a surreal shift. Familiar faces were missing, replaced by the cold, hard edge of emergency protocols and military-style drills. Teachers were practically begging us to go out and kill monsters. The city was settling into a fragile, nervous normality, but I knew better. I was watching the invaders from the periphery, tracking their movements, mapping the ghosts of a plan I'd seen fail a dozen times before. The pieces were moving, the board was resetting, and I was just waiting for the perfect moment to flip the table. Everything was quiet, everything was tense, and somewhere, deep in the dark, the real game was just beginning to breathe. The invaders were behaving like a theater troupe that had lost its script, stumbling over cues they should have known by heart, missing their marks, and generally looking like amateurs. It was a bizarre tactical decline. Without Red Robe guiding their hands, the gears of their invasion were grinding to a halt. It was almost disappointing. I had prepared for a masterclass in chaos, but instead, I was watching a slow-motion car crash of incompetence. Then there was Kale. Our deal was supposed to be a partnership of brilliant minds, but the reality was far more pathetic. My brain had become a sieve, a leaky bucket trying to hold an ocean of information. Between the alchemy notes, the secret treasure caches in the underworld, and the shifting movements of 1,000 cultists, I was losing the war against my own biology. The sheer volume of data I had to retain was becoming a monstrous weight, threatening to collapse under its own gravity. I needed a fix, a way to bridge the gap between lives, or I was going to drown in my own ignorance. I pushed those concerns into the dark corners of my mind and walked towards Svim's office. I didn't care about his lectures. I didn't care about his ego. I only cared about the leverage. Inside, the room smelled like stagnant ambition and expensive dust. Svim was exactly as I remembered, a man whose personality had all the warmth and flexibility of a sheet of granite. He barked an order for the basic 3, and I complied with a mechanical, eerie efficiency. No ego, no hesitation, no annoyance. Just results. I watched his eyes for a flicker of confusion, a hairline fracture in his composure, but he was a master of his own internal silence. He started with the marbles. They flew at me like shrapnel, a hail of glass spheres designed to break a man's concentration. I dodged, shifted, and wove through the air, my movements precise and cold. I closed my eyes, letting my mana sense paint the room in shades of vibration and pressure. I was a phantom in his office, untouchable. Then the true punishment began. He demanded I levitate the entire bowl, forcing them into geometric contortions, spheres, rings, pyramids, while barking insults at my speed, my technique, and my vision. For an hour, the room was a blur of glass and frustration. I moved with a fluidity that should have satisfied any sane instructor, but Svim was a creature of a different sort of madness. Finally, the inevitable happened. A stray thought, a flicker of fatigue, a mistake in the weave, and gravity reclaimed its own. The sound was explosive. Hundreds of glass marbles shattered the silence, bouncing off the table like chaotic hail, scattering into the shadows of the floor. For a heartbeat, the room went still. The air felt charged, heavy with the weight of the disaster. Svim didn't yell. He didn't mock. He just watched me with that piercing, expectant gaze, waiting to see if the mask would stay on. I looked at the scattered mess, then back at him. My pulse thrummed, a steady, rhythmic reminder of the hours I had just wasted on a children's game. I had survived wars, monsters, and the crushing repetition of time itself. Yet here I was, playing fetch with a man who treated me like a broken tool. I knelt down, the cold glass rolling under my fingers, and began the long, agonizing crawl to pick them all up. I hated the sound. I hated the sight. And more than anything, I knew that tomorrow, I would be back here to do it all over again. The lesson was far from over. I kept my expression carefully blank as I stood before Svim. He was a master at turning stillness into a weapon, a granite monument of disapproval who seemed to find the very concept of my existence insulting. He picked apart my form, my speed, and my ambition with a precision that was frankly more impressive than the magic itself. I was a third-year student with the secrets of 100 lies in my head, yet he looked at me and saw only a clumsy, impatient child. I agreed with every word, kept my head down, and escaped his office the moment he gave the signal. Only then did I let the tension bleed out of my shoulders. The encounter had been a tightrope walk over an abyss. I had tried to brush against his mind, a reckless little probe, just to see what lay beneath that inscrutable mask. I had slammed into a psychic wall, so dense and unyielding it felt like hitting a mountain. He either hadn't noticed or, more terrifyingly, had simply decided to ignore the fly buzzing against his windshield. I made a mental note to never, ever underestimate the man again. When I reached the house, the atmosphere was thick with a different kind of tension. Ray, the mother of the girl I'd saved, was there, sharing drinks with my landlord. She was supposedly a simple housewife, but she carried herself with the precision of a trained predator. I dove into her mind, expecting to find the standard mundane anxieties. Instead, I found a mind as calm as a frozen lake. She wasn't just a housewife. She was a woman who was perfectly aware I was dissecting her thoughts, and she was amused by the effort. She could hear whispers from 3 rooms away, and she had figured out exactly what I was doing before I'd even finished the thought. I backed out of her head, shaken. She wasn't a threat, not yet, but she was a riddle I didn't have the time to solve. I retreated to the basement to find Kale. He was in his element, surrounded by the beautiful, toxic clutter of alchemical science. Our partnership was built on a foundation of mutual greed. He wanted the resources to push his craft, and I wanted the soul magic secrets that could free me from this looping hell. He was already waiting with a list of demands. I handed him the ingredients, watching as he audited the haul with the intensity of a surgeon. We spoke of money, of the grind of extracting mana, and of the cold, pragmatic desire for a fortune that would survive the next reset. There was a dark, relatable honesty in it, the desire to build something that wouldn't just vanish when the world reset. But then the conversation shifted to the ugly side of our business. Kale brought up the people who had been hunted and killed, his acquaintances, his history, his ghosts. The air in the basement cooled instantly. I had been treating these disappearances as variables in an equation, but for him, it was a massacre. I promised to end it. I didn't have a choice. The pieces of the puzzle were converging, and the deeper I dug into the city's underbelly, the more the invasion and the murders felt like 2 hands of the same monster. Then, Kale reached into his desk and pulled out a worn, nondescript notebook. He looked at me, his expression shifting into something far more serious. He was going to talk about the soul marker, the weight of the time loop, the endless, repetitive agony of my own existence. Suddenly felt heavier than ever. I had pinned my hopes on the idea that I was just cursed, that I was a victim of a cosmic accident. But looking at the book in his hands, I realized that some truths were meant to stay hidden in the dark, and some scars were deeper than any magic could heal. I steeled myself, ready to hear the verdict on what, exactly, was written into the very fabric of my soul. The notebook in my hands might as well have been written in ancient, celestial gibberish. It was a chaotic mess of diagrams that looked like someone had dropped a handful of spaghetti on a geometry test. Kale watched me struggle, his smugness practically radiating off him. He told me the hard truth. My soul marker was a piece of junk. It was broken. It was essentially a security system that had forgotten to change its password after I stole it, and in a way that made me, the intruder, the legitimate owner. It was a lucky break, a flaw in the system that kept me from being ejected from the time loop the moment I drew my last breath. But it left a terrifying question hanging in the air. If my marker was a fluke, how did the red robe get in? He wasn't using a broken hand-me-down from a dead man. He had walked through a different door, one I couldn't even see. We spent hours trading dark, hollow theories. He wasn't piggybacking on Zach's soul, and he wasn't carrying a package of stolen memories. He was something else. A predator who knew the rules of the game better than I did, and who was playing for stakes I couldn't even fathom. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had to stay away from any magic that would fundamentally scramble my soul. No shifting into monster shapes, no Grey Hunter familiars, no shortcuts. Just a long, hard road. The next day, the silence of the library was my sanctuary. I had been hunting for a way to stop the bleed in my brain, a spell to trap information like a fly in amber. I found them, buried deep in the restricted stacks. 5 different ways to turn my own mind into a library. The problem was, they were locked behind a level of security clearance I didn't have. I was contemplating the logistical nightmare of breaking into the restricted section when Ilsa appeared. She was like a shadow that had decided to become a teacher, sudden, observant, and perpetually amused by my failures. She didn't lecture me. She didn't call security. She just looked at my pathetic attempts to memorize potion recipes and smiled. She offered a workaround, a trick involving the transmutation of objects rather than the reading of minds. If I couldn't learn the restricted spell, she suggested I learn to store a blueprint instead. I looked at her, then back at the dusty, forbidden books. The path to power was rarely legal, and the line between an education and a crime scene was starting to blur. But if this was the key to holding everything I'd learned in my head without losing my mind, I was going to take it. I just hoped I was smart enough to use it before the world reset on me again. Ilsa was a woman of rigid standards, and my attempt to show off my telekinetic precision by floating a heavy, metal-lined book from across the room left her decidedly unsettled. She didn't like being outplayed, and she certainly didn't like being reminded that her students were capable of things she hadn't authorized. We struck a deal, though. The spells she had, the ones that turned the mind into a storage vault for blueprints, were precisely what I needed. They were efficient, clean, and best of all, they didn't require me to write down a single word that might be found by the wrong hands in the next reset. But old habits die hard. I still planned to pinch a better library pass. Why settle for permission when you can have access? The next 2 weeks were a blur of cold, calculated growth. My days were a mix of mind-numbing repetition with Svim, who was clearly trying to drive me insane with increasingly specific and agonizing shaping exercises, and the brutal, necessary work of tracking the conspiracy. My memory was finally stable, and thanks to the new spells, my knowledge was becoming a permanent, ever-growing map of the shadows. I began to hunt the hunters. The Abasins and their cultist lackeys weren't gods. They were just men, many of whom didn't even realize they were playing for the losing team. They lived in houses with laughable wards and secrets that spilled out the moment I applied a bit of pressure. I wasn't just observing anymore. I was inside their networks, reading their thoughts, and pulling the threads of their organization apart, one terrified merchant at a time. Then I pushed it too far. I tracked a small, mid-level cell of cultists to a safe house. It was the perfect, low-stakes environment for my first real dive into human memory. The takedown was effortless. A quick, telepathic strike left them slumped like ragdolls before they knew I was even there. But the mind is a delicate, fragile thing, and I was still a butcher with a scalpel. The first man I probed didn't wake up. He didn't even scream. He just shuddered, his mind turning to gray static as my probe tore through his consciousness like a wrecking ball. I stared at his lifeless, foaming form, the silence of the room suddenly deafening. I was a monster, performing vivisection on the memories of a man who was just a pawn in someone else's game. I moved to the next, then the next, my heart growing colder with every attempt. By the time I left that house, I had names, locations, and a profound, hollow sense of dread. I didn't get home to a quiet house. I arrived to the sound of breaking glass and the raw, jagged sobs of my sister. The atmosphere was suffocating. Ray was gone. The woman who had been so impossibly composed, the woman who had watched me with such amused, knowing eyes, had been butchered in her own home. The authorities were calling it a monster attack, a stray horror mist in the sweep of the city. But as I looked at the carnage, I knew better. Nachka was missing. There was no body, no trail, and no sign of a struggle. The board had been reset, but the pieces were beginning to vanish. I had come looking for answers, and all I had found was the cold, unyielding reality of a game that had just turned personal. The morning light was a harsh, uninvited guest in the bedroom, filtering through the blinds to illuminate the dust motes dancing in the air. I woke to the soft, rhythmic breathing of my sister, still curled up beside me, a small, fragile knot of grief. The house felt hollow, stripped of its usual color, but it was the silence that was truly deafening. Ray and her husband were gone. A random monster attack, they said. A story so thin, so insultingly simple, that it felt like a slap in the face. I knew better. The pieces of this puzzle were moving, and they weren't following the chaotic logic of nature. They were following an agenda. And now, their daughter was missing, a ghost in the making, and the air in this city was thick with the scent of a brewing storm. I escaped the house, craving the anonymity of the streets, but found myself drawn back to the scene of the crime. The Satchel home looked deceptively normal. No scorched earth, no splintered wood, no signs of the violent struggle that should have accompanied a monster incursion. Just a house, standing silently in the morning sun, guarded by police officers whose eyes held the weary, cynical weight of men who had seen too much. Detective Haslush emerged, his mustache as stern as his reputation, and beckoned me into the shadows away from the house. He was a man who smelled of cheap tobacco and professional fatigue, a man who saw the city not as a home, but as a map of its own hidden decay. He didn't offer sympathy. He offered cold, hard facts. The victims had been found with the mangled remains of centipedes, and the front door had been left unlocked. The detective's admission, that he didn't believe it was a random attack either, was a spark in the dark. But as he peeled back the layers of the family's secret life, the picture became increasingly grim. Cat shifters, a profession that wasn't just a hidden nature, but a career path heavily weighted toward the wrong side of the law. Stealth, surveillance, and a talent for disappearing into the city's cracks. As he spoke, I looked at the neighborhood, the stray cats darting through the alleys, the people rushing by, blissfully unaware of the predators, both magical and human, that were weaving through their lives. It made sense now. The secrecy, the way Ray had watched me with those knowing, guarded eyes, the way she had navigated the city's currents. The detective was holding his cards close to his chest, but he was drowning in leads, each one more dangerous than the last. The Satchels were involved in something far deeper than I had imagined, and now that something had come knocking, leaving nothing but dead air and empty rooms. I turned back toward the house one last time, my mind racing. If the Satchels were players in this game, then their deaths were a warning shot. And as the detective retreated into the house, I realized that I wasn't just investigating a murder anymore. I was following a trail that led straight into the jaws of a conspiracy that was perfectly happy to swallow anyone who got too close. The question wasn't just who killed them, it was what exactly were they protecting, and how long would it take for the killers to realize I was now part of the equation. The cat shifter lore was a rabbit hole I hadn't expected to fall down, but Haslish's explanation clicked into place with a sickening efficiency. In a city where stray cats were as common as the cobblestones, a shifter could be anywhere, watching, listening, and slipping through the cracks of a society that barely registered them as a threat. They weren't just petty thieves. They were ghosts in the machine, and the Satchel family had been playing a dangerous game in the dark. Once the detective finally let me go, I didn't head home. I waited until the shadows lengthened and the streetlights flickered to life, turning the city into a theater of shifting silhouettes. I returned to the Satchel residence, and with a flick of my wrist and a whisper of intent, I sent a tethered, ectoplasmic eye slipping through the cracks of the front door. Inside, the house was a graveyard of silent, frozen trauma. Ray had fought to the bitter end, protecting the threshold of her daughter's room with a ferocity that left the floorboards stained and the bodies of 2 giant centipedes, invaders torn to ribbons. But the struggle ended with a smashed door and an empty bed. Notchka hadn't vanished into the night. She had been taken, and there, etched into the chitin of a dead centipede's head, was the mark, a circle containing an ancient pictogram for the heart. The cult. It wasn't just crime, it was a conspiracy, and I was holding the thread that led straight into the eye of the storm. The following days became a blur of tactical obsession. I stripped away the distractions of my life, dropping classes and abandoning old obligations to turn myself into a weapon aimed at the cult of the World Dragon. I hit them with relentless, surgical precision, tearing through their memory banks until their minds were nothing more than static. I found their hidden caches, their secret signals, and their tangled hierarchies. But Notchka remained a ghost. Every lead I followed was a dead end, a trail of breadcrumbs leading to a higher-up who had already passed her on like a piece of cursed cargo. The cultist's absolute refusal to harm her was the most chilling detail of all. She wasn't a hostage. She was an ingredient, a key to a ritual involving a primordial entity that demanded a sacrifice. And as the days counted down toward the summer festival, the cultists grew paranoid, turning their lairs into death traps that I was only barely surviving. Back home, the silence between me and my sister finally cracked. Kiriel found me, her presence hesitant and vulnerable, breaking the fragile wall I tried to build between us to keep her safe. The moment she threw herself into my arms, the cold, calculating mask I'd been wearing for weeks began to slip. I hadn't just been searching for a lost girl. I had been trying to find a way to make the world make sense again. Later, in the muffled, ward-protected sanctuary of the basement, Kale and I touched base. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and alchemy. Our conversation a series of coded exchanges about the coming apocalypse. Kale was checking out, taking Kana, and leaving the city before the inevitable bloodshed of the festival. He offered to take Kiriel with him, a lifeline I hadn't dared to ask for, but one that tasted like both a salvation and a failure. I stood there, the weight of the city, the time loop, and the missing girl pressing down on my shoulders. I was preparing to fight an enemy that knew the rules better than I did, using tools that were increasingly dangerous to my own sanity. I had one clear path forward. I would follow Notchka to the end of this timeline, no matter where it led. And if the next reset gave me a chance, I wouldn't just be a witness to this tragedy. I'd be the one rewriting the ending. The clock on the wall was a countdown to nowhere, and my nerves were fraying like old rope. My sister, Kiriel, was a hurricane of energy, but the thought of leaving her behind to face the coming chaos alone was a weight I wasn't sure I could carry. Kale, my ever-pragmatic alchemical contact, had offered to take her out of the city, a lifeline wrapped in the bitter pill of my own inadequacy. I had to choose, keep her close and potentially get her killed, or send her away and wonder if I'd ever see her again. I retreated to the house's library to clear my head, but found Amaya standing amidst her collection, a ghost in her own home. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was heavy with the absence of everyone else. I tried to offer a shallow, awkward comfort, but a sharp knock at the door shattered the moment. It wasn't a looter. It was a Koja. Her face was a masterclass in controlled frustration, and it took me a heartbeat to realize that my mentor had basically orchestrated a mandatory date. I felt a surge of genuine annoyance. I wasn't here to play house at a dance. I was here to map the movements of an invading army. But empathy is a cruel mistress. I could feel Akoja's anticipation, her quiet, buried hopes for the night, and I couldn't bring myself to crush them. I played along for a few hours, then vanished into the city's underbelly. I spent the time embedding arcane markers into the architecture, turning the city into a giant, living radar system. If I was going to fight this war, I needed to see it from every angle. Then, the sky cracked. The invasion began, but it was wrong. The precision of the previous cycles was gone. The invaders were erratic, their strikes uninspired, wasting their magical artillery on random civilian blocks instead of the city's heart. It was as if they had lost their architect. Red Robe had abandoned them. I joined the defense at the academy, my blood humming with the potential of 1,000 spells. As the invaders surged forward, flanked by 2 towering elephant-sized thunder lizards, I knew the standard approach would just get us slaughtered. I didn't reach for a blade or a firebolt. I reached for their minds. The lizards were crude, their consciousness a primitive swamp of hunger and aggression. It took nothing to shove them into each other's paths. One moment they were siege engines of destruction, and the next they were locked in a senseless, gore-slicked death match, ignoring the humans entirely. The chaos of the battle that followed was a fever dream of flashing lights and screeching steel. I found myself cornered by winter wolves, my life saved only by a clutch of illegal blasting rods and the timely intervention of my teacher, Kieran. He knew. He had seen the unnatural precision of my interference, the way the tide of battle shifted around me. He cornered me as the smoke began to clear, his eyes searching for answers to questions I could no longer afford to hide. I checked my watch. The final seconds were ticking away, the reality of the loop already beginning to fray at the edges. I looked at Kieran, a smirk tugging at my lips despite the exhaustion settling into my bones. The game was up, and the reset was already looming on the horizon. I didn't bother with excuses. The darkness rushed in, not as a death, but as a beginning. I woke up in Siren, the smell of home filling my lungs. The loop had reset, and this time, I knew exactly who had stopped pulling the strings. The train ride into Scioria was a masterclass in controlled chaos. My sister, Kiriel, was a whirlwind of sensory overload, her eyes tracking every detail of the bustling metropolis like a wide-eyed tourist in a labyrinth. I played the part of the long-suffering older brother, steering her through the throngs while using her erratic mental signature as a telepathic anchor, to navigate the suffocating noise of the crowd. Every mind in the station was a static-filled broadcast of petty concerns and fleeting emotions, but I was learning to tune them out, to isolate the signal from the roar. When we finally bumped into the Sashel family, I didn't hold back. I let Ray and Notchka pull us into their orbit, playing the part of the wide-eyed student to gain a vantage point. The conversation was a dance of polite deceptions. When the topic of my family came up, my brother, the famous archaeologist, I felt the familiar, bitter sting of being defined by someone else's shadow. But as I probed Ree's surface thoughts, the picture was clearer than in any previous loop. She wasn't just a shifter. She was a refugee from a criminal past, someone who had built a fragile, beautiful life of normalcy that was currently under an invisible, encroaching threat. Watching her love for her daughter, knowing what the cult had planned, was a jagged pill to swallow. I kept my face neutral, but inside, I was already sharpening my intent. The city shifted under the rain, a gray curtain falling over our departure, and I retreated to my temporary sanctuary to prepare for the inevitable. The routine was familiar. The crystal markets, the monster hunting skirmishes, the quiet buildup of power. But this time, I had a new target. Rainey. The school setting was a minefield of teenage social politics. Everyone assumed my request to speak with her was just another pathetic attempt to gain favor with the most popular girl in class. I watched them whisper, their thoughts like buzzing flies, while Rainey and her shadow, Kiana, looked on with a mixture of suspicion and profound annoyance. I didn't play the romantic lead. I played the strategist. I pushed the social drama aside with a casual flick of a privacy bubble, silencing the corridor gossip instantly. When I finally dropped the word shifter, the air in the room didn't just change, it snapped. Rainey's composure didn't break, but it tightened, turning into something brittle and dangerous. She didn't deny it. She just looked at me like I'd suddenly revealed I knew the color of her soul. Her agreement to talk was a tactical victory, but as they swept out of the room, leaving me in the wake of their collective judgment, I realized the cost. The whispers were already starting. By tomorrow, half the academy would be convinced I was either the school's most persistent stalker or a budding secret agent. I didn't care. The cat shifter mystery was a thread, and Rainey was the needle. If I had to endure a few days of social exile to learn how to keep the Sashel family alive, it was a price I was more than willing to pay. The game was in motion, and for the first time I felt like I was actually holding the board. The settlement was a tomb. I walked through the hollowed-out chambers of the Urania colony, my mind sense scraping against the silence like a dull blade against bone. The spiders were gone, their corpses left where they fell, trapped in a stasis that defied nature. I had been scouring every inch of these tunnels, desperate for a trail that led to their hidden vault, but the earth kept its secrets well. I caught a stray male spider scurrying through the dust and pulled it into my grip, probing its fractured psyche. It was a simple creature, feral, intelligent in its own limited way, but empty of the secrets I craved. I sighed, the frustration of the search burning in my gut. I found Kale nearby, his hands trembling as he stared at the carnage. He had been running medical scans for hours, and the results were always the same. They were dead, their souls were missing, but there was no ritual trace, no magical signature, nothing. It is the kind of impossibility that keeps a mage awake at night. I told him, my voice tight. If these were puppets, there would be strings, Kale replied, his eyes unfocused. But they are empty shells. It is as if they were never there to begin with. We left the silence of the tunnels behind, teleporting back to the basement in a flicker of displaced air. I was done with the dead. It was time to focus on the living. I found my sister, Kiriel, in the kitchen. She was playing with a small, brass golem, a piece of craftsmanship I had spent entire loops perfecting. To her, it was a toy. To me, it was the physical proof that I was finally breaking free from the shackles of my own memory. I gave her the lesson, watching her struggle with the mana absorption cube. She was bright, but she lacked the patience to understand that magic wasn't just about power. It was about the mundane, repetitive agony of control. By the end of the week, I had a new, strange rhythm. I was raiding cultist caches, hunting monsters with Taven, and slowly, painstakingly, mapping the library security for a pass I was determined to steal. But the real surprise came from Svim. My mentor, the man who treated my soul like a shaping exercise, had finally cracked. He didn't just end our session on time. He extended it, and when I mentioned my extracurricular practice in mind magic, he didn't mock me. He didn't lecture. He simply told me to show him. The meeting with Tanami followed. She was sharp, guarded, and clearly unimpressed with my lateness. We sat in the dim light of the classroom, two telepaths circling each other like wolves. I pushed into her senses, navigating the jarring, dual stream of sight and sound, while she tried to pry into my thoughts with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. She stopped, staring at me with a mix of suspicion and genuine shock. "How are you doing this?" she demanded, her voice barely a whisper in the empty room. "You're a student, just like me. Where did you learn this?" I held her gaze, my shields locked tight. It was a secret, I told her, my mind projecting a cool, detached indifference. The kind of secret that could ruin a life if it fell into the wrong hands. She looked at me, searching for a lie, and for a second, the power dynamic in the room shifted. We had hours of practice left, but I already knew the game had changed. I wasn't just hunting for answers anymore. I was starting to realize that the most dangerous thing in this city wasn't the invaders or the primordial waiting in the dark. It was the secrets we kept from each other, and the price we'd pay to keep them. The world of mind magic is a lonely, jagged place, and Tanami was proving to be a persistent, if infuriating, companion in the dark. She was sharp enough to be dangerous, the kind of person who could smell a lie before it even left your throat. Our session was meant to be a quiet exchange of technique, a way to sharpen my own telepathic blades against her own budding skill. Instead, she spent the better part of the hour trying to dismantle my walls, convinced that my proficiency was the result of some dark, illicit shortcut. She was not wrong, of course, but some secrets are better left buried under layers of iron-willed denial. A sharp rap on the wood broke our concentration. I opened the door, half expecting to find a teacher or a disgruntled administrator. Instead, it was Kiana. She hovered in the threshold, her eyes darting between me and Tanami with the kind of calculated amusement that usually precedes a disaster. A slip of paper was shoved into my hand, containing a location and a time. Rainy. The meeting was set. Kiana didn't just deliver the news. She seasoned it with a jab about how this was definitely, absolutely not a date. As if I cared about the optics of a public meeting between two teenagers in a world that was hurtling toward a magical apocalypse. She turned on her heel and vanished, leaving me to face the fire. I stepped back into the classroom, the air thick with the scent of old paper and suppressed curiosity. Tanami was staring at me, her face a mask of dawning realization. The accusation hit me before I could even sit down. She was convinced I had used my telepathy to manipulate Rainey into a meeting. The logic was sound. If you can read the desires of a person, you can dangle the perfect carrot. I found the accusation deeply insulting, mostly because it was lazy. Manipulating someone's mind was a blunt, ugly instrument, a sledgehammer used by those who lacked the finesse to win someone over through raw, chaotic human friction. Besides, the moral implications of reading Rainey's private vulnerabilities were a door I wasn't willing to open. Not yet, but Tanami wouldn't let it go. She was obsessed, tearing through her own insecurities and projecting them onto me. She wanted to know why Rainey, why the red hair, why the drama. I sat there, rubbing my temples, realizing that navigating the internal lives of my classmates was far more exhausting than battling a battalion of war trolls. As the day dragged on, the sunlight filtering through the window turned a pale, sickly gold, casting long shadows over our mismatched ambitions. I was trying to master the architecture of consciousness, while Tanami was stuck in the messy, human weeds of social rivalry. I looked at her, then out at the city that was unknowingly walking toward a cliff, and felt a strange, cold detachment. The meeting with Rainey would happen tomorrow. The loop would continue its rhythmic, suffocating dance. And in the center of it all, I was just a ghost, trying to memorize the script before the curtain fell for good. I didn't answer Tanami's prodding. I just closed my eyes, reached out with my mind, and let the static of the school wash over me until everything finally went quiet. The city was a sprawling, concrete beast, and I was just another ghost in its veins. I sat on a bench near the fearsome catfish, passing the time by telekinetically juggling pebbles and spying on a mantis with my mind sense. It was the kind of trivial, peaceful exercise that felt like a fragile lie, considering everything I knew about the coming end of the world. When Rainey finally rounded the corner, she looked more guarded than a castle gate. There was no warmth, no romantic pretense. Just two teenagers navigating the awkward, electrified space of an arranged secret meeting. We entered the restaurant under the gaze of a taxidermied, man-sized catfish, a creature so bizarrely preserved it felt like an omen. I watched her eat with a wolf's efficiency, while I picked at my own meal, already calculating how much of the truth I could feed her without revealing the entire deck. The shifter politics she laid out were a web of bitterness, ancient grudges, and the cold, pragmatic necessity of survival. As she spoke, the picture became clearer. Her tribe wasn't just a pack. It was a crumbling fortress trying to keep the modern world at bay while desperately reaching for the very magic that might destroy them. Her cynicism was contagious. She wasn't just here to learn. She was here because her tribe was terrified of being erased by colonization and central government encroachment. She was the vanguard, a lonely sentinel sent to a city that didn't know she was there. The conversation flowed into the bizarre. Pigeon shifters created by eccentric mages, extinct clans, and the tragic, failed rebellions of the past. It was a history written in blood and isolation. But the real bite came at the end, when she admitted her own gnawing inadequacy. She wasn't just a student. She was a warrior who felt like she was failing her people, stuck in a classroom while the world burned outside. As we parted ways, I was left with the bill and a lingering sense of unease. I had gained the information I needed, but I had also seen the cracks in her composure. She was struggling to balance tradition and survival, and she had no idea how quickly that foundation was going to dissolve. I stepped back out into the cool evening air. The city was quiet, but underneath that silence, the gears of the catastrophe were already turning. Rainey wanted to be a hero for her tribe, and I was the man who already knew how that story ended. I checked the time. The loop was still ticking, and the next move on the board was already waiting for me. I stood before the door to Svim's office, feeling the familiar weight of the stolen library pass in my pocket. It was a simple thing, a wooden panel etched with identification glyphs, yet it felt like a key to a kingdom. I had stolen it with the clinical precision of a shadow, slipping into a house and leaving nothing behind but the absence of a card. The restricted section of the library had fallen to me like a house of cards, its security a pathetic joke that I should have dismantled months ago. I reached for the office door, but my hand hesitated. The space in front of me felt wrong. My mind skittered away from the handle as if it were coated in poison, a subtle, pervasive compulsion telling me that there was nothing here worth my time. I closed my eyes, anchored my focus, and snapped my mental shield shut. The fog lifted. The door reappeared, ugly and mundane. I walked in without knocking. Svim was waiting, fingers steepled, his expression a statue of cold disappointment. Pitiful, he murmured. A crude trap, and you walked right into it. I let the insult slide. I was here to be molded, however much I loathed the hands doing the shaping. When he asked me to try and break his mental barrier, I didn't hesitate. I poured my focus into a concentrated spike, a jagged edge of intent aimed squarely at his defenses. It buckled under the pressure, cracking like glass, only to snap back into a perfect, flawless mirror of calm. Again, and again, each time I shattered it, he rebuilt it with a speed that defied logic. It wasn't a spell. It was raw, unstructured willpower forged through decades of endless, excruciating shaping exercises. He wasn't a psychic, but he had learned to punch like one. The lesson shifted from training to warfare. Svim pulled a spell rod, and for a terrifying second, my world turned inside out. A dispelling wave ripped through my consciousness, flaying my mental shields until I was completely exposed. Then came the hit, a knockout spell that tasted like static and cold iron. I fought it, anchored by the brutal drills I'd endured elsewhere, but the point had been made. A true master doesn't just build a wall. They keep it standing even as the earth beneath it turns to ash. The week that followed was a blur of misery. My social standing at the academy had become a spectacular wreckage. Tanami had gossiped about our meeting, turning my life into a spectacle that effectively walled me off from the people I actually needed to talk to. Even Rainey had pulled back, her trust eroded by the sheer noise of it all. I stopped playing the social game and leaned into the hunt. The Iranian treasury remained a ghost, a secret buried under layers of dead spiders and silent tunnels. But my memory-reading skills were sharpening. I moved through the city like a surgeon, picking off low-level cultist groups, stripping them of their secrets, and raiding their caches. One cache yielded a haul of volatile potions, vials of acidic mist, and unquenchable fire. My combat kit was finally starting to look like something that could hold its own against the end of the world. And then the system pinged. My surveillance, a web of observation I had spent weeks weaving, caught the ripple in the dark. The cult of the world dragon had finally moved. An order had been issued to kidnap Nachka. It wasn't the same team, and the timing had shifted, but the intent was as clear as a blade in the sun. The game was back on. And this time, I wasn't just waiting for the disaster to happen. I was going to be the one who made them regret ever waking up to the idea of kidnapping a child. The sewers beneath the city were a labyrinth of filth, a subterranean cathedral of damp stone and skittering things. I moved through the darkness, not as a man, but as a predator sensing the pulse of the enemy. The cultists were there, herding their massive, segmented horrors, giant centipedes that clicked against the slick floor like death warrants. My first strike was surgical, a mental nudge, a subtle intrusion meant to turn the beasts against their masters. The controller was ready. He snapped his mental hold on the insect's taut, a literal shriek of psychic resistance echoing through the chamber. He knew. Plan B wasn't nearly as elegant, but it was profoundly effective. I hurled a vial from the cache I'd raided earlier. The air shattered. A glittering blue mist bloomed in the center of their formation, and in a heartbeat, the controller and 3 of his pets were statues of solid ice. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the frantic spellfire from the survivors. I took cover as bolts of searing energy chewed through the stone where I'd been standing a second before. With the controller dead, the remaining centipede was mine. A flick of my will, and its mandibles, dripping with necrotic venom, snapped shut on a cultist's leg. Chaos is a wonderful ally. Before they could put down the rampaging pet, I ended the conversation with a display of kinetic force that left nothing for the undertakers. I walked away from the carnage, the stench of ozone and rot clinging to my clothes. The cult of the world dragon was wounded, but a wounded animal is often the most dangerous. I waited for them to come for Nachka again. I waited for the trap to spring. It never came. Instead, the city woke up to a different nightmare. A high-ranking military officer, a pigeon shifter, had his child torn from his home in a brutal midnight raid. No ransom, no excuses. The mask had slipped, and the city's authorities were finally screaming. They needed a shifter child for their dark, ritualistic math, and apparently any child would do. The primordial was waiting, and they were willing to burn the city down to feed it. I returned home, the weight of the revelation sitting in my gut like lead. Kiriel was in the kitchen, her voice light and oblivious as she obsessed over a brass golem I'd built. She was painting eyebrows on the thing with the gravity of a surgeon. The question hit me from behind, casual and sharp. Who was I taking to the dance? I stiffened. Rumors about Rainey had been spreading through the academy like a virus, and it seemed the infection had reached my own front door. Apparently, Kale thought my social failures were a source of endless entertainment. My sister's golem nodded with mechanical, chilling agreement as she teased me, her paintbrush moving with a rhythmic, maddening precision. I stood there, surrounded by the hum of my own inventions, feeling the suffocating pressure of a life that was constantly spiraling out of control. I looked at the golem, then at my sister, and for a fleeting, terrifying moment, I wondered if anyone in this house was actually safe. I told her to be quiet. She didn't listen. And somewhere in the dark, the cultists were still waiting. The dance was tomorrow, And in this city, every step could be the last one you ever take. The city was a stage, and I was the only one who realized the actors were all forgetting their lines. The fake date drama died a quiet death, Ilsa finally giving up on her matchmaking crusade. I spent my time haunting the periphery of the invasion, a ghost observing a slaughter. It was cold, clinical work. I watched families torn apart by invaders who didn't even bother to loot the homes they burned, their cruelty so mindless it felt like a sickness. I was hunting for information, not glory. My goal was the Abasan mages. They were the key, the only way to peel back the layers of this catastrophe. I needed them alive, their minds intact, which made every ambush a high-stakes puzzle. If I slipped up, Quatakikal, the ancient lich who acted as the invasion's grim overseer, would descend upon me like a judgment. He was the saint of this crusade, a 1,000-year-old horror whose word was law to his followers. To them, he wasn't just a leader. He was proof that their war was righteous. My latest attempt at intelligence gathering involved the Iron Beaks, magical corvids that acted as the invaders' scouts. They were the weak link in the chain. I discovered that with a focused mental nudge, I could subvert them. One of them, a creature of surprising malice, dropped a gas vial on a pair of Abasan mages with such chilling, pinpoint accuracy that I almost forgot it was just a bird. The gas did the work. The trolls turned on the skeletons, and within minutes, the path to their secrets was clear. Diving into their minds was like sifting through a burning library. Most of the soldiers knew nothing of the red-robed mage who haunted my nightmares, nor did they understand the true purpose of the invasion. But there were whispers, a public secret among the commanders. The summoning ritual was anchored at the hole, the city's massive, gaping scar. I felt a fool for missing it. It was the most obvious place in the world. Then, I found something that turned my blood cold. A mention of a secret research facility, buried deep within the bowels of the dungeon, dedicated to the manipulation of time itself. The government was dumping resources into this place, and the Abasan leadership was desperate to crack its defenses. I had seen the location on a map provided by an Iranian matriarch, a place I had once dismissed as a death trap. Now it was the only lead that mattered. My probe grew too aggressive, and the mage's mind shattered under the pressure, leaving me with nothing but static. I executed him and his partner, the violence now feeling as mundane as breathing. As I turned to leave, I found the Iron Beak watching me. There was no resentment, no psychic backlash, just a dark, feathered satisfaction. When I projected the intent to kill more of its masters, the bird responded with a surge of bloodlust so violent I instinctively stepped back. We had an understanding, but the night was a fragile thing. Quatakikal arrived with a jagged red beam of disintegration, and the world went dark. The new restart began with the familiar ache of repetition. I was faster, stronger, and more lethal. But the most unsettling discovery remained. Red Robe was still gone. He had abandoned the invasion, turning his back on his own carefully laid plans. Why would he stop? Was he afraid? Had he realized that the shadows he was hunting, the people he thought were infiltrating his loop, might actually exist? Or was he simply biding his time, waiting for me to make a mistake? I had a new goal now, the research facility in the deep. If the government was hiding time magic there, it was either the source of my curse or the key to its destruction. I didn't want to involve Zach. He was a blunt instrument, a man who had spent years banging his head against the walls of this loop. But as I stared out over the burning city, I realized that if I couldn't break the door down myself, I might eventually have to pick up the hammer. The loop was ticking, and the darkness in the deep was finally starting to whisper back. The cycle reset, and with it, the exhausting social theater of the academy began anew. My focus had shifted. I had burned out on the mental gymnastics of the Aope Air, Tinami, and decided that Rainey was the path of least resistance. It was a calculated gamble, a move on a chessboard where I was the only player who knew the game was rigged. To keep the gears of my life turning while I waited for the pieces to move, I needed a distraction. Someone who wouldn't try to unravel my psyche every 5 minutes. I turned my eyes toward Edwin, a student whose obsession with golems bordered on the religious. He was loud, expressive, and had the kind of technical mind that didn't ask uncomfortable questions about why I was suddenly interested in the structural integrity of steel automatons. His partner, Naeem, was the quiet anchor, the monk to Edwin's manic fire. Approaching them felt like walking into a lecture, but to my surprise, they didn't push back. They didn't see the edges of my world. They just saw a classmate with a better golem stabilizer than their own. It was almost refreshing. Then came Eston, a dark-eyed mystery who seemed to exist in a permanent state of brooding. He was a student I had once, in a moment of frantic paranoia, suspected of being a time traveler. The truth was far more mundane. He was just a kid with a family secret, a natural talent for manipulating the earth itself. He wanted to spar, to test his steel against my magic, and for a split second, I felt a flicker of something long forgotten. Human connection, or at least the simulation of it. We commandeered a training hall, a hollowed-out section of the grounds where the earth was soft and the wards were thin. I didn't show them the godlike control I'd mastered in the loops. I played the part of the talented amateur, keeping my spells to simple missiles and basic shields. It was a humbling dance. I watched Naeem dodge projectiles with an agility born of thousands of hours of martial arts, and I watched Eston block my strikes with levitating stone, his precision sharp enough to make me respect him. I was the best of them, and yet I was the one who felt most like an intruder. The group grew, like a virus that couldn't be contained. Rainey, Capriva, and Briam, the raw, the untrained, and the dangerously unpredictable, all clamored for a seat at the table. By the time the session ended, I was officially their leader. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was the shepherd of a flock that had no idea the wolf was already inside the gate. But life outside the academy was accelerating. The filigree sages, those weavers of secrets, had succeeded where I had failed for an entire lifetime. The Urania treasury, that legendary cache of power and history, was hidden in a place so stupidly simple I wanted to scream. It was behind a hole in a garbage chute, a secret carved into the very walls of the dungeon. As I stood on the precipice of that discovery, I realized the true nature of my burden. Knowledge is a weapon, but it's a heavy one. I was building a team, securing resources, and mapping the impossible, all while the city waited for the inevitable return of the fire. Rainey slid an invitation into my hand as the day bled into night. A dinner, a dance, a trap. I looked at the envelope, then at the empty space where my life used to be. The loop was a cage, but for the first time I was starting to like the bars. I had the treasury. I had the teachers. And tomorrow I had a date. I just hoped that when the end finally came, there would be enough of me left to notice. The Urania treasury was not the mountain of gold I had fantasized about. It was a cathedral of utility. Endless spools of shimmering high-tensile silk dominated the space, alongside stockpiles of alchemical explosives, potions, and scrolls that would have cost a fortune on the open market. It was a goldmine of information, a repository of research that felt like stealing the fire of the gods. But it was the other discovery that truly set my teeth on edge. A secret chamber, hidden behind a shifting wall of magic, and beyond that, a vault that resisted every attempt to crack its seal. It felt like a trap, waiting to be sprung. Even more unsettling were the memory stones. They weren't books or scrolls, but lumps of rock that hummed with recorded thought. To read them was to plunge your mind into the unfiltered consciousness of another species. It was alien, disjointed, and strangely intimate. I had walked past that very wall a dozen times in previous cycles, staring at its texture, never realizing I was standing in front of a library of souls. I returned to my base, the weight of the secrets already eroding my focus. I expected a quiet night. Instead, I found Taven. She wasn't there for a monster hunt. She was there for a reckoning. She didn't wait for pleasantries. She slammed a piece of crystallized mana onto my desk, her eyes burning with a mixture of betrayal and raw, unadulterated envy. My little sister, Kiri, had been using my stockpile as playthings for her dolls. The secret was out, and the facade of the struggling student was crumbling under the pressure of her gaze. Then the dam broke. She didn't scream about the theft. She screamed about me. The raw agony in her voice was like a physical blow. She had spent her life honing her craft, sharpening her skills until she was a weapon of pure, focused intent. And here I was, a man who had seemingly mastered everything: alchemy, golems, combat, while she struggled to keep pace. She saw my success as a personal indictment of her own worth. It was a strange, hollow feeling, being envied for something I had earned through the endless, excruciating torture of time loops. She didn't see the thousands of deaths, the failed experiments, the centuries of mental exhaustion. She only saw the polished result. She demanded to know how to cheat, her voice cracking as she collapsed into my arms. Her tears were hot against my shoulder, a searing reminder that no matter how much power I gathered, I was still just a human standing in a room, unable to fix the one thing that actually mattered. I held her, listening to the ragged sound of her breathing, feeling the fragile, desperate weight of her trust. I was a master of time, a god of the loop, and yet I had absolutely no idea how to stop a friend from breaking apart. Outside, the city was still burning. Inside, the silence was louder than the war. And tomorrow, the cycle would start all over again. The secret to surviving in a world that resets every month isn't just power. It is the ability to lie to everyone, including the people you consider friends. I spent months building a reputation as a prodigy, a student with a meteoric rise in skill. But the walls were starting to close in. The more I displayed, the more questions I triggered, and the more likely someone would eventually pull the loose thread that unravels the entire sweater. I thought I had managed the risks. I kept my true depth hidden, tailored my displays to be impressive but grounded. But then there was Taven. She was the one who knew the baseline of my mediocrity. She was the one who had seen me struggle, and she was the one who had watched me suddenly become better. She was the variable I couldn't account for, mostly because I cared enough about her to actually let her see me. When she broke down in my room, it wasn't the fury of a rival. It was the crushing, quiet agony of someone who had spent their entire life training for a singular purpose, only to see it effortlessly outpaced by someone who wasn't even trying. She didn't see the thousands of hours of trauma, the infinite cycles of failure, or the weight of a world on the brink of destruction. She saw me winning, and she felt like she was losing everything. Holding her as she cried was a visceral reminder that even with all the knowledge in the universe, I was still an idiot when it came to people. I tried to fix it with logic, to explain the loop, to show her the truth behind my cheat code. I expected her to run. Instead, she grabbed a notebook and started taking notes. She had questions, a lot of them. It was terrifying and strangely cathartic. But the universe has a way of balancing things out. Just as I started to feel a glimmer of hope for a partner in this madness, my mentor Svim decided to turn my life into a living hell. He had caught wind of my little training group and decided that my delusions of competency needed to be corrected. He doubled my workload, tripled our sessions, and made it perfectly clear that he intended to break me. Then there was the dinner with Rainey. I sat across from her, the same wine, the same words, the same tension. I was running through the script, playing the game, but she was reading between the lines. She knew I knew. She saw the calculation in my eyes, the way I cross-referenced her answers against the memories of 1,000 other nights. It was a delicate game of cat and mouse, but with a surprising twist. She didn't hold it against me. She liked that I treated her with a cold, functional respect, rather than the pity or patronization she likely received from everyone else. I walked back into the city, the night air biting at my skin. I had a mentor who wanted to dismantle my ego, a friend who was now privy to the terrifying truth of our reality, and an Urania treasury that I was still struggling to fully unlock. Everything was in motion. The pieces were shifting, the stakes were rising, and somewhere out there, in the dark, something was waiting for me to make a mistake. The loop was closing in. I could feel the tremor in the earth, the silent countdown of a catastrophe I still hadn't figured out how to stop. And tomorrow, I had to wake up and do it all over again. The question hung in the air, sharp and persistent. Why do I do it? Why grind my soul into dust against the whetstone of endless time, mastering arts that would break a normal man's mind in weeks? The truth is a shapeshifter. I tell people it's about independence, about escaping a family that views me as a glitch in their perfect genetic code. It's a convenient lie. It's socially acceptable, human, and makes them nod with patronizing sympathy. They don't need to know that I'm not chasing independence. I'm chasing survival in a loop that wants to erase me. Rainey's hypothetical. The idea of being the favored son who loses his shine to a newer, brighter star hit a nerve I thought I'd cauterized. She wanted to know if I'd fight for the scraps of approval. I wouldn't. I don't care about their crown. I care about building a fortress around myself so sturdy that no one can ever touch me again. But the conversation left a bitter aftertaste, like copper on the tongue. Back in the tunnels, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of ozone and ancient decay. I stood with the filigree sages, watching them stare at the sealed entrance of a long-lost research room. They were desperate, terrified that rival webs would swoop in to steal their prize. I knew they were wrong, but telling them the future felt like explaining color to a blind man. We cracked the first 2 layers of the wards with a stolen analysis device, a piece of clockwork I'd spent loops hunting. It was surgical, precise, and entirely too quiet. Then the 3rd layer betrayed us. The air inside the room didn't just fail, it screamed. A pressurized, sickly yellow gas erupted from the seal, hungry for lungs. I didn't have time to think. I slammed a force shield into place, dragging us downward as the world behind the door disintegrated into a beautiful, lethal cloud. The aftermath was a mess of poison and green slime. 2 of our ward breakers went down, their lungs burning, and the research room itself was a graveyard of ruined secrets. Failure. It was a word I knew intimately, but it never lost its sting. I trudged toward my mental training session, the taste of failure still clinging to my throat. My teachers, voice of peace, hammerer, and memory of sublime glories, were waiting in the dark. They are an unsettling trio, a pacifist, a sadist, and a cynic, all woven into a telepathic tapestry I was only just beginning to decipher. The air between us hummed with the alien static of their language. They were discussing war, the movement of rival webs, and the inevitable collapse of their fragile hold on Scioria. When they turned their multifaceted, unblinking focus on me, I felt like a bug under a microscope. I needed to know about the matriarch's memory packet, the massive, psychic time bomb I'd been carrying in my head. Memory of sublime glories bypassed my mental defenses like they were made of tissue paper, her presence cold and invasive. I felt her rifling through my thoughts, a silent, intrusive observer, before she finally pulled back. Her verdict arrived not as words, but as a chilling, telepathic weight. The packet was dissolving. The borders of those stolen, precious memories were fraying at the edges. Time, the one thing I thought I had an infinite supply of, was suddenly leaking away. If I couldn't crack the lock before the data decayed into white noise, I would lose everything I'd fought to learn. I gripped the edge of my seat, the darkness of the settlement pressing in, and waited for the clock to start ticking. How much time did I actually have left before the truth vanished forever? The prognosis was not just grim, it was a ticking clock vibrating against my skull. 3 months of stability, maybe 4, before the massive, psychic archive I had stolen from the matriarch began to hemorrhage its secrets into the void. To actually learn what was inside before it turned to digital static, I had about 8 weeks. Repairing a memory packet is like trying to fix a watch while it is actively exploding. My mentor in mental arts, a being whose name sounded like a long-lost prayer, told me the hard truth. I was an amateur playing with a master's masterpiece. She could teach me the basics, but if I wanted to save the data, I needed the luminous advocates. They were notorious, expensive, and possessed a talent for making people wish they had never asked for help. But in a loop, money is just a renewable resource. I would pay their price. I trudged home, the weight of the day pressing into my marrow. Failure felt like a second skin. I had opened no new doors, only found that the ones I had were starting to rot. Amaya was waiting by the door with that infuriatingly knowing look she reserved for my personal affairs. Apparently, a friend was waiting in the basement. Taven. She was sitting with Kale, the 2 of them hunched over a notebook like conspirators in a dark romance. When I entered, the air shifted. Taven looked up, her expression a mix of lingering skepticism and genuine, terrifying belief. She had spent the day talking to Kale, digging through the debris of my life, and she had finally accepted the impossible. I wasn't a liar, a shapeshifter, or a man possessed. I was just a ghost haunting his own life. She sagged in relief when I promised that the next time I saw her, I wouldn't force her to relive her breakdown. The idea of manufacturing a tragedy just to get a reaction was repulsive, even to someone as detached as I had become. Then, Kale cleared his throat. It was time for the interrogation. Why was I hiding from Zach? The question hit like a physical weight. They couldn't understand the strategy. Zach was a bull in a china shop of time-sensitive operations, a beacon for the threat we called Red Robe. My timeline was a fragile, crystalline structure, and Zach was the seismic event I couldn't afford. I wasn't avoiding him out of pettiness. I was avoiding him to keep us both alive until I could actually offer something worth his time. Kale smiled and handed me a sheet of paper torn from a notebook. A list. Taven had been busy. I looked at the scrawled handwriting, the sheer volume of tasks, questions, and demands. My head throbbed. I had come home looking for a quiet place to retreat, a sanctuary from the relentless grinding of the loop. Instead, I had found a team, a mission, and a mountain of new problems to solve. When it rains, it pours, and tonight I was standing in a hurricane. The air in the training hall was heavy, tasting of ozone, sweat, and the sharp, metallic tang of suppressed panic. My lungs burned. Every time I inhaled, it felt like swallowing glass. My opponent, my friend, wasn't holding back. She wasn't supposed to. In a world that reset like a recurring nightmare, I had decided to seek help, and Taven had responded with the only language she truly spoke: violence. She wasn't the girl I thought I knew. The girl who valued action over introspection had turned into a tactical architect, a relentless force of nature who dissected my combat style with the precision of a surgeon. She had a list of questions, a dossier on my failures, and a terrifying amount of free time. The Force Lance tore through the air, a high-velocity beam of compressed intent that could turn a shield into confetti. I didn't block. I moved. To block was to die. To stay still was to be erased. We danced, a brutal, high-stakes choreography where one wrong step meant a bruising impact against the stone walls. She fired a fireball, a roaring dragon of heat that I slapped aside with a dispelling wave, only to be forced into a frantic teleport as her next strike arrived, a battering ram of force that cracked the silence like a gunshot. My mana reserves were a leaking faucet, draining into the void. When I finally collapsed, gasping for air, the silence was worse than the battle. She looked at me, her eyes unblinking, analytical. She had pushed me to the brink not because she hated me, but because she was terrified for me. It was the most unsettling revelation of the week. We sat on a cold bench, the adrenaline slowly receding into a dull, throbbing ache. She probed, asking the questions I had been avoiding for weeks. Why hide the truth? Why work alone? Why not tell the authorities that the city's heart was rotting from the inside out? I didn't tell her the full truth, that I kept her involved because I was lonely, not because it was logical. I didn't tell her that my sister was a liability I couldn't bear to leave behind. Instead, I gave her the sanitized, tactical version. The city was compromised, the authorities were blind, and the loop was a secret that poisoned everything it touched. The irony was not lost on me. I was the one who could manipulate the fabric of reality. Yet I was sitting here, being lectured by a girl who didn't even fully believe my story. She was convinced that I needed to be stronger, faster, and more ruthless. She wanted me to hire the best tutors in the city, to bleed them of their secrets, and to become a weapon that the cult wouldn't see coming until it was too late. She didn't see the cost. She didn't see the list of debts I was quietly tallying in my head, the people I had used for their knowledge, their time, and their secrets. To her, it was a tactical advantage. To me, it was a ledger of moral compromises. When she told me she was bringing in more fighters, more experts, more bodies to throw at me until I could dodge a lightning bolt in my sleep, I didn't argue. I should have been annoyed. I should have been defensive. But when she looked at me, truly looked at me, and said my life was worth more than her pride, the world felt a little less cold. She was proactive, demanding, and utterly impossible. And as I looked at the bruises coloring my arms, I realized she was the only thing standing between me and the encroaching abyss of total isolation. But there was a catch. She had no idea that if she finally succeeded in killing me in the heat of a spar, the loop wouldn't reset. I would just be dead, and she would have to live with the weight of that silence for the rest of the month. I decided not to tell her. Not yet. Some secrets are safer kept in the dark, even from the only person who is trying to save you. The confession hung in the air, fragile and terrifying. She called me her best friend, a title that felt like a heavy stone placed on my chest. I didn't know how to carry it. The bitter, cynical voice in my head, the one that remembered every time I had been pushed aside, every time I had been the joke, wanted to pull away. In a different life, before the world started looping, would we have ever reached this point? Or would I have spent years nursing a grudge against the girl who laughed at my heart, never knowing that, all along, I was the only person she truly trusted? I couldn't give her the promise she wanted. I couldn't say, "Don't worry, I'll be fine," because we both knew that in a world of monsters and time loops, survival was a lie. Instead, I offered her a different kind of safety, a training plan. It was a cold, calculated strategy. We would break her growth into month-long chunks, stacking improvements like bricks until we had built a version of her that could stand against the coming storm. I watched her struggle with the guilt of it, the idea that she was taking my time, consuming my precious, finite attention. She didn't realize that in teaching her, I was teaching myself, grinding my own edges until I was sharp enough to survive. Deep beneath the city, the air tasted of ancient dust and the suffocating silence of the Urania. Memory of sublime glories, a mind-warping creature of terrifying intellect, had finished picking through the skull of an Abasan invader. The truth she pulled out was jagged. The Abasans weren't invading because they were masters of the world. They were invading because they were afraid. They saw a future where they were irrelevant, left behind by the rapid advancement of the continental powers. This wasn't just a war. It was an act of desperate, dying men. And they had a knife. Fort Oriclo, a place they called the Dagger, was a permanent gateway to their home. But it wasn't just a standard portal. They had built a massive skeletal icosahedron to stabilize a hole in reality. It was a permanent, weeping wound in the air, a door that never closed. The horror of it settled in my gut. A doorway that never shuts is an open invitation for an army to walk right into your home. If I could capture it, I could walk right back. The next few weeks became a blur of endless repetition. I was a sponge, soaking up forbidden teleportation arts that could bypass wards and learning the delicate architecture of memory reinforcement. I spent time with Rainey, teasing out the secrets of shifter blood. They didn't just transform. They were their alternate forms. While a mage struggled to interpret the world through an animal's eyes, a shifter was the world. It was a fluidity I envied, a harmony I hadn't yet achieved. But even as I mapped out the invader's weaknesses and learned to reshape my own mind, the conversation with Rainey turned. She was sharp, observant, and she didn't like being toyed with. She wanted to know why Vani had sent me to her, what secret had once been so important that I sought out the shifters for help. I brushed her off, dismissing it as irrelevant, but the glint in her eye told me she wasn't going to let it go. She was going to write to Vani. She was going to dig. I turned away, the shadows of the tunnel stretching long and distorted against the stone. I was balancing 100 plates, and the clock was still ticking. The more I learned, the more I realized that every answer was just a new, more dangerous question. I looked at the notes in my hand, the shifting geometry of the gate, and the weight of the secrets I was carrying. Somewhere in the dark, the Lich was watching, and I was running out of time. My tongue tripped over a lie before I could even taste it. I had to be more careful. If Rainey started poking at the past, asking Vani questions about our non-existent conversations, the entire fragile architecture of my cover would come crashing down like a badly cast spell. I spun a half-truth about a botched encounter with a necromancer, a jagged piece of foreign soul spliced into my own like a parasite. It was a dark, hollow story, but it was just believable enough to stop her prying. She looked at me with that flicker of genuine concern that always makes me feel like a fraud. But then she turned the tables. She didn't just accept the damage. She challenged me to look at it. She suggested I stop running from the anomaly in my soul and start inspecting it. A simple shift in perspective, she claimed, like learning to see your own heartbeat. The instruction was deceptively simple, something every shifter child learns before they can even read. It was a fundamental, primal act of self-awareness. When I finally quieted my mind and reached inward, past the frantic, looping static of my day-to-day survival, I found it. The soul marker. It wasn't a part of me in the way a shifter's animal spirit was. It felt artificial, an elegant, terrifyingly intricate lattice woven into the very fabric of my existence. It was a cage of golden thread I had been living inside for months, and I had only just realized I was wearing it. I didn't get the instinctive aha moment Rainey promised, no sudden epiphany on how to manipulate it, but just seeing the structure, understanding that it was a foreign, manufactured thing, sent a chill through my marrow that no winter draft could touch. It was a lead, a cold, metallic lead that tasted of ancient, high-level magic. I told myself it was a side project. An hour here, an hour there. I couldn't afford to be obsessed. Not when the summer festival was looming, and the city was preparing for a carnival that would inevitably turn into a slaughterhouse. This time, my ambition had a sharper edge. I wasn't just planning to survive the invasion. I was planning to hunt. I would track the invaders to the heart of their operation, slip through their dimensional gates like a ghost, and see what lay on the other side. If I could find their source, if I could find the architect of this gate magic, I wouldn't just be a victim of the loop anymore. I would be the intruder. The festival was coming. The fireworks would mask the sound of spells, and the confusion of the crowds would hide my movements. I checked my supplies one last time, the cold weight of the plans settling in my mind. I was ready to walk through the fire. I just wondered what I would find on the other side of the gate, and if it would be waiting for me. The training ground was a landscape of raw, kinetic energy and frustration. My practice partners were barely keeping up. I was a blunt instrument disguised as a student, constantly forced to dial back my own power just to avoid turning their defenses into dust. It was an exercise in restraint that felt like holding back a landslide with a toothpick. I had reached a plateau with my magic missiles. I could conjure them in my sleep, perfectly formed and brutally efficient. But they were visible, screaming streaks of light. The masters said perfection was invisible, a silent ripple in the air. I had found a way to mimic it, not by trying to make the light vanish, but by shrinking the spell's power down to a whisper, polishing the boundary until it was pristine, and then only then slowly turning the volume back up. It was a secret training regimen born of boredom and stubbornness. No textbook would tell you that. They all preferred the mind-numbing repetition of decades. Edwin arrived with his latest masterpiece, Kellic, a golem made of alchemically treated steel, moving with a grace that made my own early creations look like drunken toddlers. We put it through the ringer. A magic missile barrage? Nothing. Alchemical acid? A shrug. It was impressive, a sturdy little guardian that stood silent and perfect, until Eston turned the ground beneath it into a yawning chasm of earth, swallowing the metal sentinel whole. It was a good lesson in humility. No matter how many wards you stack, the world always finds a way to bury you. As the others packed up, the weight of the coming festival settled over us. It was our final session. A strange, hollow sadness flickered in my chest. I had spent so long resenting these people, yet here, in their presence, I was someone who mattered, someone who was more than just a student failing to measure up. Rainey lingered behind, her eyes restless. She wasn't looking for advice. She was looking for a place to put her grief. She told me of her tribe, a hierarchy built on blood and stone. She had been the pride, the daughter meant to lead, until a brother was born. A prodigy who eclipsed her, a father who chose the new heir, and a home that now locked its gates against her. She was a ghost in her own history, exiled to keep the peace. I listened as she unraveled the story of her displacement. It was petty, cruel, and painfully human. She felt like a relic of a life that no longer had a place for her. Later, alone in the cooling evening air, I felt the phantom pull of my own secret. My soul marker. I had begun to map its internal geometry, sensing the subtle switches and conduits woven into my being. They were like dormant engines waiting for a spark. I knew how to activate one, a vague, intuitive command that flickered in the back of my mind. It was a weapon, or perhaps a trap, that I intended to test after I breached the invader's gate. I had promised Rainey I wouldn't do it alone. I had lied. In this cycle, I was the only one who could go where I needed to go. The festival was coming. The lights, the music, the laughter. It would all be a beautiful shroud for the carnage to follow. I looked toward the horizon, where the invisible walls of the loop were already starting to press in. I was going to push through the gate, step into the unknown, and see what the architects of this war were actually building. And if I didn't come back, well, that was the risk you took when you decided to stop playing by the rules of a broken world. The stage was set. The final day before the summer festival was less of a celebration and more of a ticking clock. I had already played the role of the neighborhood hero, saved the girl, and tidied up my loose ends like a man cleaning his room before a final, permanent trip. I spent the last hours scavenging every scrap of knowledge from Kale and Taven, absorbing their research into my memory like a sponge soaking up ink. It was a strange, bittersweet goodbye to people who wouldn't even remember I existed when the sun rose again. My sister, Kiriel, was my final stop. Her drawings were a chaotic, vibrant map of our month together. When I cast my memorization spell to capture the images, her protectiveness spiked. Apparently, being burned by a jerk of a brother in a past life left scars that even a gentle spell couldn't soothe. I felt a pang of guilt, leaving her behind in this cycle, but I bought my way out of it with a promise of a gift. A promise I fully intended to keep, even if the gift was just the ghosts of her own artwork. The infiltration of the Abasin base was a masterclass in calculated recklessness. The base was a subterranean hive of trolls and mages, a town carved into the bedrock. I didn't storm it. I didn't need to. I just let a pack of hooked goblins loose on their checkpoint. It was like dropping a toddler in a porcelain shop, and the reaction was just as predictable. The base panicked, the guards abandoned their posts, and I walked through the front door with the casual confidence of someone who knew the script. I found the gate, a weeping, unnatural wound in reality. It was guarded by a skeleton crew of idiots, the dregs of the invasion force. I put the leader down with a single, clinical strike and sent the other to sleep with a mist of gas. No muss, no fuss. Stepping through that gate was the real gamble. I expected a military camp, a fortress, or a staging ground. What I got was the suffocating silence of an abandoned, opulent mansion. The air tasted of rot and ancient, stagnant magic. I was in the Iaska mansion. The realization hit me before the undead did. This wasn't just some outpost. It was a graveyard of ambition. The creatures were already moving. A silent, black-clad killer ignoring a hole through his skull. A boar that had been dead for longer than I had been alive, and the distinct, cold prickle of more shadows shifting behind the furniture. I wasn't in a base. I was in a tomb, and I had just locked the door from the inside. The corridors smelled like centuries of stagnant dust and the wet, coppery tang of undeath. My dispeller grenade had just turned 3 reanimated nightmares back into simple, rotting meat, but my supply was dwindling, and my anxiety was skyrocketing. I was running out of toys, and I was deep in territory I didn't recognize. The undead weren't just wandering aimlessly. They were being choreographed. And a conductor needs a stage, or a necromancer. A presence flickered at the edge of my senses, a cold, sharp consciousness moving toward me with intent. I scattered my remaining explosive cubes across the floor, a desperate, glowing breadcrumb trail of destruction, and retreated into the shadows. The door swung open. A man stepped into the light, radiating an infuriating amount of charisma and the kind of mustache that only belongs to someone who thinks they own the world. Sudamir Kandriai. He looked at me with the warmth one might reserve for a long-lost nephew, completely ignoring the fact that I was standing in his foyer with murder in my eyes. He began to talk, the kind of polished, villainous monologue that usually precedes a long, painful end. I kept backing away, drawing him further into the corridor, further onto the trap I had laid. Now, I reached out, yanking the trigger on the explosives with a mental surge of mana. Nothing, not even a spark. Sudamir's smile didn't falter. It just grew sharper, colder. He gestured casually to the walls, his tone dripping with patronizing delight. He had warded the entire wing, turning my entire arsenal into expensive paperweights. He was an artist of defense, and I was just a fly buzzing in his parlor. He could see the shift in my posture, the way I suddenly turned my gaze inward, deep into the architecture of my own soul. He recognized the threat. His jovial mask slipped, replaced by a jagged, sharp-edged alarm. He knew I had found the override. I didn't have time to argue, and I certainly didn't have time to die in a place as haunted as this. I bypassed the conventional logic of combat, reached into the cold, mechanical core of the marker embedded in my soul, and slammed my will onto the only switch that felt like a way out. Darkness didn't just fall, it swallowed me whole. The weight of the mansion, the smell of the rot, the looming threat of the necromancer. All of it vanished into an instant of absolute void. I gasped, my lungs burning as if I'd just broken the surface of a deep, dark lake. The air was fresh, crisp, and smelled faintly of breakfast. Siren, Kyrielle, was standing there, her voice bright and cheerful, wishing me a good morning with the annoying innocence of someone who had never had to kill a reanimated boar. I let out a long, shuddering breath, the relief washing over me like cold water. The mansion was gone. Sudamir was gone. I was back at the start, and for the first time in a long time, being alive felt like a spectacular victory. The train car was a quiet, suffocating box, but my mind was miles away, racing through the geometry of my own soul. I had found it, a reset switch, a way to pull the plug on reality itself and wake up back in the comfort of a morning I'd already lived. It was a terrifying, beautiful, and absolute power that shifted the entire landscape of this war. Necromancers were no longer apex predators. They were just obstacles I could choose to skip. I wasn't just a student anymore. I was a ghost in the machine of this time loop, and for the first time, I felt like I was holding the remote control. My focus shifted to the Iranian webs. My previous attempts to trade with the luminous advocates had been a masterclass in how to alienate a genius spider society. I'd been impatient, clumsy, and, let's be honest, a bit of an arrogant human brat. This time I played the long game. I brought gifts, I offered pleasantries, and I navigated the treacherous, silk-spun politics of their colony like a diplomat walking a tightrope. It took a week and a half of agonizingly slow negotiation, but I secured the tutoring I needed. I spent my time dipping into the secrets of other webs. The talisman bearers, with their impossibly dense, efficient spell discs, made our human spellcraft look like finger painting. The ghost serpent acolytes, who refused to even look at me because their guardian spirit clearly had a vendetta against my existence. And the silent doorway adepts, who guarded a mysterious, ancient gateway and were surprisingly eager to trade illegal tomes for crystallized mana. I was building a library of forbidden knowledge, one secret at a time. But thoughts of the mansion always crept back in. Sudamir Kandriai, mayor, philanthropist, and the man who turned his basement into a tomb. I had done my homework. To the public, he was a pillar of the community, the man who brought wealth to Nyazov Dveri. People thought he was just a shady guy hosting underground orgies or smuggling illicit goods. They had no idea he was playing with the bones of the dead. The day of the summer festival arrived, signaling the start of the cycle's final act. I returned to the dungeon, but my previous distraction mobs were gone. The ecosystem had shifted, and I found myself staring down a massive, tentacle-tailed scorpion with a brood of hungry children. She was a mother with a mission, and I gave her a very simple, very destructive task: cause chaos. I watched from the shadows as she and her swarm tore into the Abasin outpost. It was beautiful, brutal, and utterly effective. While the base descended into screeching pandemonium, I moved on the gate. The mages and war trolls stood between me and the truth. I didn't want a messy fight. I wanted answers. I laid out a trap, a long-distance bombardment of sleeping gas that turned the air around the gate into a foggy, toxic grave. The mages crumpled like marionettes with cut strings. But the war trolls, they didn't care about gas. They just kept coming, a thunder of muscle and mindless rage, fueled by the conviction that they were the biggest thing in the room. I stood in the dark, watching them charge toward their own doom. ready to see if I could force the secrets of the gate out of their dying masters. The end was coming, and this time, I wasn't going to be the one caught in the dark. The war trolls didn't just walk into my fire traps. They waded through them like they were taking a pleasant, warm bath. These weren't the standard-issue brutes you read about in manuals. These were the hyper-resilient, fire-immune nightmare variety. My plan to turn them into crispy bacon evaporated, and I spent the next frantic minutes teleporting around the room, dodging heavy iron maces that hit with the force of a falling cathedral. I burned through my explosives and sacrificed my golems just to stay in one piece. Lesson learned. Next time, stick to ice. With the trolls finally shattered and the mages incapacitated, the path to the gate was open. But the truth was better than I expected. The high-ranking Abasins wore these plain, boring black stone amulets, and it turned out they were the keys to the kingdom. No magic, no glow, just a literal skeleton key to the mansion's wards. I shoved an unconscious guard through the gate, held my breath, and followed. The wards didn't twitch. I was in. Iasca Mansion was eerie in its normalcy. It was a sprawling, empty estate that felt like it was holding its breath. But the moment I reached for the center, the atmosphere curdled. The house woke up. Wards wrapped around me like a tightening noose. My explosives, which worked perfectly a moment ago, suddenly became decorative paperweights. Sudamir was clearly playing me like an instrument. A shimmering ghost of the man himself appeared, mustache and all, wearing a grin that didn't reach his eyes. He played the part of the confused homeowner, but he was clearly stalling. We traded barbs about politics and primordials, his voice dripping with that infuriating lecture hall arrogance. He didn't even see the danger of the creature his allies were trying to summon. He thought he could control the chaos. When the conversation went nowhere, I started wrecking the place, but even that was a losing game. The mansion itself was a sentient trap, and the undead forces were just a distraction to bleed my resources dry. The restart ticked down to its final seconds, and I was forced to watch my hard-won progress dissolve as the world hit the reset button. Back at square one, I changed my rhythm. I visited the ghost serpent acolytes, and their guardian spirit was even more cryptic than last time, basically telling me I was the absolute worst person to ever walk into their web. I didn't care. I had work to do. My tutoring with the luminous advocates hit a breakthrough, and I finally managed to stabilize the matriarch's decaying memory packet, though it was a temporary fix. I had a deadline, and I needed raw, unfiltered experience reading Iranian minds. I started targeting the sword divers, and that went exactly as well as you'd expect. Badly, then slightly less badly, then not at all. They didn't stick around to be studied. They retreated into the dark depths of the dungeon like ghosts. Desperate for a better test subject, I turned back to the webs. The luminous advocates had a grudge against a group they called the Howling Ones. I found them, but the story was far more tragic than the advocates led me to believe. They were the challengers of the unspeakable, the original, magicless Arania, watching their history being systematically erased by the new magical wave. To them, we were the invaders, the demons in their skin. I was learning that in this world, everyone is the hero of their own story, and everyone else is just a villain waiting to be outmaneuvered. And I was becoming very, very good at being the villain. The cycle was closing in, and the silence of the dungeon was becoming a familiar, almost rhythmic heartbeat. I had spent weeks picking through the secrets of the challengers of the unspeakable, those ancient, bitter relics of a dying age. They called us monsters, invaders, demons, and frankly, they weren't entirely wrong. They were predators, clinging to a fading past with iron claws, raiding anyone weak enough to be prey. So, I did what any reasonable person with a tactical advantage and a complete lack of sentimentality would do. I returned the favor tenfold. My mind felt sharp, honed by the cold, analytical pressure of constant restarts. I was no longer stumbling through the dark. I was building a masterpiece of destruction. My golem brigade was ready. This wasn't just a collection of mechanical scraps anymore. It was an army. They were tireless, mindless, and completely immune to the seductive, soul-rotting influence of a necromancer. They didn't feel fear. They didn't feel the weight of the dark. They just followed the logic of my commands. The gate beneath Scioria waited, a weeping tear in the fabric of the world, unguarded by anything I couldn't break. Sudamir was still sitting in his opulent tomb, playing Lord of the Dead, unaware that I had stopped playing by his rules. I checked my gear one last time. The air was cold, smelling of ozone and ancient dust. I could hear the distant, skittering sounds of the dungeon, the whispers of things that had been dead for centuries. It didn't matter. The mansion was going to bleed. The wards were going to shatter. And if the old saying held any truth, then this was the moment everything changed. The third time was never just a charm, it was a death sentence. I stepped into the light, and for the first time, I didn't feel like I was walking into a trap. I felt like I was the one setting it. I sat in my makeshift workshop, the air heavy with the scent of ozone and stale coffee. A sprawl of diagrams and frantic notes covered the wooden table like a roadmap to a disaster I was desperate to prevent. Everything I knew about the mansion, the gate, and Sudamir was laid out before me. Time was bleeding away, and the summer festival was looming, a deadline written in blood. Sudamir was a wild card. He wasn't just another cultist following orders. He was a shark circling the same chum, looking for a different prize. I had turned over every rock, but the true nature of his game remained a blurred, terrifying shape in the fog. Was he trying to topple the government, boost his own power, or just burn the city down to see who survived the flames? The possibilities were dizzying, but one thing was certain. The mansion was the key. He was desperate to protect it, even while his defenses were being dismantled. My theory was beginning to take a dark, tangible shape. The mansion wasn't powered by a ley line. It was powered by the departed. Soul magic. It was the only way to explain the oppressive, hateful weight that filled the halls whenever I stepped inside. If I was right, I wasn't just walking into a trap. I was walking into a graveyard that had been taught to scream. I wasn't going to feed it my own soul. I turned to my creations. My golem brigade stood in the dim light, a silent, unblinking army. I had spent cycles refining their control, tethering their movements to my own mind until they felt like phantom limbs. It was faster than speech, smoother than any spell. I had even crafted a body double, a skeletal, uncanny thing draped in artificial skin and heavy clothing. It was a grotesque mannequin, enough to pass for human in the chaos of a fight, a decoy to keep Sudamir's gaze away from the real danger. It wouldn't win any beauty contests, but it was perfect for taking a hit while I stayed out of the line of fire. The operation began like a well-oiled machine. I breached the gate, my golem surging through as my proxy. I stayed back, projecting my consciousness through the mannequin, a ghost haunting my own puppet. The mansion didn't react. The wards, keyed to the light of a living soul, ignored the hollow metal shells. I pushed deeper, smashing through obstacles that defied subtlety. The atmosphere thickened with every step, the air turning into a toxic, yellow haze. It was a meat grinder designed to suffocate the living, leaving only the dead to roam the halls. When I finally reached the heart of the mansion, the sight stopped me cold. The room was a cathedral of obsession. Glyphs of shimmering silver crawled across every surface like veins, all feeding into a massive, translucent cylinder that anchored the room. It pulsed with a rhythmic, sickening blue light, the heartbeat of a monster. Sudamir stepped out from the shadows, his smile wide and brittle. He didn't look like the man I had confronted before. He was twitching, his laughter jagged and unhinged, like he was vibrating on a frequency just out of reach. He didn't just explain his plan. He boasted, his voice trembling with a terrifying, ecstatic pride. The cylinder wasn't just a battery. It was a void, a siphon. He had turned the mansion into a massive, metaphysical antlion pit, and the gate was the lure. He was going to feed the entire city of Cyoria to that glowing pillar. He knew I wasn't human. He saw through my puppet, his eyes dancing with a manic, drugged-out intensity. The laughter that followed wasn't just a reaction. It was the sound of a man who had already pushed his mind past the point of no return. I wasn't talking to a strategist anymore. I was talking to something that had looked into the well, and finally, the well had started to look back. Sudamir didn't just snap. He shattered. One moment, he was a man laughing at his own twisted ambition, and the next, he was a living, breathing nightmare. His skin rippled like a nest of disturbed vipers, veins glowing with a sick, bioluminescent blue that bled into his eyes. He didn't just lose his cool. He abandoned his humanity, ballooning into a grotesque, reptilian monstrosity. Imagine a dragon and a troll decided to have a cursed offspring, and then someone hit it with a growth ray. My golem brigade, usually my pride and joy, became little more than high-tech confetti. The creature didn't just fight. It ripped through my constructs with a terrifying, regenerating malice. I tried to drown it in fire, in raw magical force, but the beast just laughed through the flames, exhaling heat that turned my creations into puddles of slag. I retreated through the gate, the bitter taste of failure coating my tongue. I sabotaged the mechanism as I pulled back, ensuring the way was locked. But in this world, doors are rarely permanently closed. The shadow of a true master, someone far worse than Sudamir, was already looming on the horizon. I didn't wait to see if the abyss stared back. I hit the reset switch. The next few cycles were a blur of cold, calculated growth. I stopped playing the hero in the mansion and started playing the student. I dove into the secrets of the Urania webs, those eight-legged weavers of memory and illusion. I learned how to sharpen my own mind into a scalpel, peeling back the layers of memory packets until they were as organized as a library. I realized that the only way to truly understand those web-spinning nightmares was to walk in their shoes, or at least into their minds. But back in the waking world, the routine was becoming a cage. Svim, my mentor, was the key that wouldn't stop poking at the lock. His lessons had shifted. He wasn't just testing me anymore. He was hunting for the truth, throwing impossible shaping exercises at me like he was testing the structural integrity of a bridge. He stopped the session abruptly, his eyes narrowing into slits of pure, unflinching scrutiny. He asked me if I was really who I said I was. I could have lied. I could have played the fool and reset again. But there was something about the way he looked at me, the expectation of a professional meeting appear, that made the lie feel cheap. So, I broke the silence. I told him about the loop, the infinite, grinding, repetitive hell of a month that wouldn't end. I expected disbelief. I expected to be laughed at, or worse, thrown out of the room. Instead, Svim just sat there, the weight of the revelation settling into the quiet room like dust. He didn't blink. He didn't scream. He just apologized. He explained his petty, ego-driven ritual of tormenting his students for the first few months to build character. He had been effectively torturing me for years, assuming I was just another arrogant initiate, while I was actually a veteran of 1,000 restarts. I felt a cocktail of emotions so potent it was almost intoxicating. The urge to laugh until I couldn't breathe, and the very real, very physical urge to plant my fist in his face. It was the most absurd, ridiculous, and darkly hilarious realization of my entire existence. He handed me a pen and paper, his face a mask of calm, clinical curiosity. He wanted proof. He wanted a list of things he could verify to prove I wasn't just losing my mind. I looked at the blank page, then back at him. I had a lot of work to do. And for the first time in a long time, the path forward wasn't just about surviving, it was about proving that I had been right all along. The loop continued, but the rules had just changed. Stay tuned. The real training was about to begin. Proving you are a time traveler is a nightmare. It is the kind of claim that gets you a padded room and a heavy dose of tranquilizers, not an audience with a legendary mage. If I told Svim the truth, I was just a delusional kid with an overactive imagination and some suspiciously good test scores. My only hope was to overwhelm him with so much impossible, granular detail that he would be forced to acknowledge the absurdity of my existence. I handed him the list. It was a roadmap of the next few days, packed with mundane trivia, price drops, newspaper headlines, the exact timing of student departures. Individually, they were coincidences. Together, they were a smoking gun of impossible foresight. He pocketed the note without a word, his face as unreadable as a slab of granite. He would verify it. He would realize I was either a god-tier spy or exactly who I claimed to be. The walk home felt shorter than usual, my mind racing with the logistics of my next problem, the soul-hungry monster currently masquerading as a local lord. That was when I saw the green hair. Capriva Reed. She was a member of a house that essentially ran the city's underbelly, an intimidating presence even without the reputation for turning people into mindless dolls. She was waving at me. Me. She claimed to be lost, searching for Kale's place for a business deal. The absurdity of it was almost poetic. My partner, a Morlock with a heart of gold and a penchant for necromancy, was brokering a deal with the daughter of a family that probably traded secrets for breakfast. We walked to the house in a tense, awkward dance of pleasantries and veiled prodding. She was sharp, far more observant than my usual classmates, and she had an unsettling way of fishing for information. By the time we arrived, my landlord, Amaya, had us both drinking beer, or at least the non-alcoholic, vile-tasting swill I had secretly transmuted the liquid into. The deal went through. The wheels were turning, but while the social game was playing out, my real plan was hitting a wall. I had planned to spend the weekend gutting Iranian webs to sharpen my mind for the final, massive memory packet I had to crack. It ended in disaster. I walked into an ambush, got treated like a pincushion by a trap, and spent the rest of my time nursing a throbbing headache and a useless arm. Defeated and sidelined, I found myself doing something I never expected: going on a botanical hike with Kale. The forest was supposed to be a relaxing distraction, but Kale was a machine. He moved through the wilderness with an intensity that bordered on religious fervor, harvesting river grass and rare mosses with a surgical precision that made me feel like an amateur. He lectured me on the impossibility of domesticating magical plants, his voice calm, steady, and utterly oblivious to the fact that I was teleporting us across the map to feed his alchemical addiction. It was almost peaceful. Almost. As we stood deep in the northern wilderness, miles from civilization, Kale shifted his gaze. He wasn't talking about herbs anymore. He was talking about his friends, the ones who had vanished near Nyazovdveri, the ones who were likely currently screaming in a glowing blue cylinder in a mansion of horrors. He asked if I had found anything. I froze. The air in the forest suddenly felt very thin. I had been planning to keep him in the dark, to protect him from the sheer, nauseating reality of what Sudamir was doing, but looking at him now, so earnest, so hopeful, I knew I couldn't dodge the question. I took a deep breath, the forest around us suddenly feeling like a funeral shroud. It was time to pull back the curtain. The truth about the mansion didn't just rattle Kale, it fractured him. The Morlock boy went from curiosity to a state of cold, trembling fury so fast it was like watching a fuse burn down in seconds. He was ready to throw himself into the meat grinder that was Ayaska Mansion, and it took everything I had, and a generous amount of stern, older brother-style lecturing, to stop him from sprinting toward a suicide mission. The realization sat between us like a rotting corpse. Every time I had died in the loop, every time the world folded and reset, my soul had been caught in the crossfire of Sudamir's twisted collection operation. If the loop was a cosmic eraser, it was apparently precise enough to pluck my soul out of his soul-sucking pillar without leaving a scratch. Or, perhaps, the loop was just so terrifyingly powerful that it didn't care about the prison at all. Kale was no expert, and he knew it. He was a dabbler in the dark arts, and Sudamir was an architect of them. We were out of our depth. He pointed me toward the priesthood, the kind of folks who considered exorcising demons to be a standard Tuesday morning chore. I filed that away for the next restart. The thought of bringing the church into this was risky. The Abasins were deeply embedded in the shadows, and kicking the hornet's nest might just pull the mask off the entire invasion force before I was ready. Back at the academy, Svim was done playing games. He didn't just want a conversation. He wanted to verify the impossible. He had a stone orb, a relic keyed to my specific magical signature, ready to prove my identity. It was a paranoid, brilliant move. Governments love their records, and the Academy had been secretly cataloging my unique mana footprint for years. When I finally laid out the mechanics of the loop, Svim didn't laugh. He didn't call for the asylum. He listened, his silence heavy and calculated. He was a man who lived in the realm of sharp edges and hard truths, and he saw a logic in the madness I hadn't even considered. The idea that the loop had to sever the material world from the spiritual realm to sustain its own reality. That was a masterclass insight. It hinted at a limit to the spell's power, a vulnerability. He gave me a code, a string of nonsense that I burned into my memory with a precise mental packet. It was a contingency, a way for his future self to know that his past self had been compromised. Svim wasn't just a teacher. He was a survivor who had been preparing for disasters that hadn't even happened yet. He promised me real training, not the endless, soul-crushing, shaping exercises of my nightmares, but a dive into dimensionalism, the study of space, time, and the gaps between reality. It sounded like a lifeline. The days that followed were a quiet, suffocating lull. Kale was ghosting me, buried in his research, and I found myself doing the unthinkable, hanging out with my sister, Kiriel, and actually learning how to draw. It was bizarre, quiet, and strangely grounding. I was a man fighting for the survival of the world, spending my afternoon critiquing sketches of the kitchen table. But the silence didn't last. In the dim, dusty aisles of the library, I was pulled out of my thoughts by a familiar mental presence. Tinami. She wasn't just lurking. She was hovering over my shoulder, caught in the act of being curious about what I was reading. Eldamar's politics were a tangled web of greed and backstabbing, but as I turned to face her, I realized I had bigger problems than government reform. I had a soul stealer to kill, a loop to master, and a library full of secrets that were starting to look a lot like a map. The library was quiet, a mausoleum of dusty paper and forgotten secrets. I was staring at a volume so poorly written it felt like a personal insult to my intellect when a voice cut through the stillness. Tinami. She was hovering, looking over my shoulder with the kind of intense, unblinking curiosity that only someone from a high-born family can pull off without seeming like a total creep. She took one look at the book in my hands and practically gagged. I didn't blame her. It was bottom-shelf garbage, but in my line of work, you sift through a lot of dirt to find the occasional nugget of gold. I didn't offer a polite lie. I told her I was hunting for a motive. Why would anyone want to turn Cyoria into a smoking crater? Her reaction wasn't shock or fear. It was professional interest. To her, political arson wasn't a tragedy. It was a conversation starter. She broke down the power dynamics of the continent with a terrifyingly casual precision. Eldamar was a machine, and she knew exactly which gears were rusted and which ones were greased by blood. She dragged me through the stacks like a woman on a mission, piling books into my arms until I was basically a walking library. She pointed me toward a specific text, a historical dissection of the wars that shaped our world. The lesson was simple. The rise of independent, civilian-born mages like me was the single biggest threat to the old money elites. We were the new blood, the loyalists to the crown, the ones who didn't care about ancestral bloodlines or feudal politics. We were the existential crisis of the nobility. And Cyoria? Cyoria was the engine room. With its infinite supply of mana and its teeming population of independent casters, it was the beating heart of the new order. If you hated the current government, if you resented the shifting power of the state, you didn't just dislike Cyoria. You viewed it as an infection that needed to be cauterized. Then she mentioned the Novitas. My ears perked up. The Novitas were a ghost story in this city, a house wiped out by misfortune, leaving behind one lonely, clueless heir, Zack. I knew the name, but the story Tinami told was a masterclass in predatory politics. It wasn't just a tragedy. It was a liquidation. The authorities hadn't just stood by. They had acted as the vultures, stripping a noble house to the bone while pretending to be its guardians. The image of it settled into my mind, a city that burned its own legacy for profit. It was a perfect, dark contrast to the sanitized history books. I had started the day looking for an answer to a necromancer's cryptic riddle, and I was leaving with the realization that the people running this city were just as dangerous, just as greedy, and perhaps even more predictable than the monsters I was hunting. I looked at the stack of books in my arms. The politics of this place were a game, and for the first time, I wasn't just observing. I was starting to see the board. I asked her to keep talking. I had a feeling the truth about Zack Novita was the key to more than just history. It was the missing piece of the puzzle I hadn't even realized I was solving. And somewhere in the dark corners of this city, I knew someone was watching. The political landscape of Eldamar wasn't some grand, sweeping epic. It was a dumpster fire fueled by greed, sanctioned by the crown, and masked by the thin, polite veneer of aristocratic duty. I'd spent my time digging into the ruin of House Novita, expecting a complex tale of betrayal. What I got was a boring, depressing story of a caretaker who saw a payday and took it, leaving the last heir to pick up the scraps. It was the oldest story in the book. A weak house, a powerful ally, and a systematic looting that left the victims destitute. Zach hadn't been a tragedy. He'd been a liquidation event. The crown didn't intervene because the thief was a political asset, and in this world, political capital is worth more than justice. Tanami's revelations didn't just explain the state of the nobility. They peeled back the skin of the city to reveal the rot underneath. It was almost funny in a dark, twisted way. The entire country was being held together by people who would sell their own allies for a slightly larger slice of the pie. I returned to Amaya's place, expecting a quiet evening, but the house had transformed into a theater of the absurd. It was chaos. Absolute, unmitigated pandemonium. Capriva had arrived with alchemical supplies, and in the span of an hour, the secret of Kale's daughter, Kana, had been blasted into the open. Then, in a stroke of sheer, comedic bad luck, Nachka, ever the curious one, had managed to inhale a cloud of hallucinogenic dust from the shipment. Watching a young girl sprout claws and hiss like a cornered cat while her mother, Ray, argued with a room full of people about the ethics of potion storage, it was the kind of scene that makes you question your sanity. I walked into a storm of tears, accusations, and frantic damage control. I was the one who had to settle it. I traded promises of custom, golem-powered dolls for peace and quiet, navigating the emotional landmines of children and shifters with the weary patience of a man who had seen too many timelines end in total catastrophe. My little sister, Kiriel, didn't help matters, likening me to a prickly, unpleasant hedgehog. I suppose I should have been offended. Instead, I just leaned into the role. Friday arrived, and with it, the cold reality of the work ahead. Svim wasn't hiding in his office anymore. He took me to the restricted grounds, his face grim. He'd done his homework. He'd checked the stars. The heavens hadn't moved. The planets were exactly where they were supposed to be, right on schedule for the coming alignment. There were no illusions, no trickery in the night sky. The scope of this time loop wasn't just citywide or even worldwide. If the loop was a spell, it was pulling the entire solar system into its wake. We weren't just trapped in a city. We were trapped in a cage the size of a solar system. And somewhere, out in the dark, something was watching us spin. The world is a clock, and most of us are just gears waiting to grind to a halt. Svim stood in the silent, sterile expanse of the training ground, his eyes sharp enough to cut glass. He didn't care about my excuses or my half-baked theories. He was here to strip away the crutches I'd been using to limp through reality. He started talking about black rooms. The name sounded like a fairy tale, the kind where you walk through a door and emerge years older in the span of a heartbeat. But Svim didn't deal in fairy tales. He dealt in the brutal, suffocating physics of time dilation. He explained the cost of stretching a day into a month. Isolation, total and absolute. Nothing goes in, nothing goes out. Not letters, not supplies, not even a whisper of spirit magic. It's a tomb you pay to enter, hoping you can survive the crushing weight of your own company before the spell breaks. He didn't just lecture, he pushed. He made me run the gauntlet of my own limitations, forcing me to burn mana in ways that left my nerves singing like plucked harp strings. I consider myself a quick study, a budding archmage in the making. Svim just looked at me with that dry, cynical patience and told me my perception was pathetic. He pointed out that I was essentially blind, deaf, and dumb to the subtle currents of magic saturating the very air I breathed. My time in Cyoria had made me sloppy, a spoiled brat drinking from a fountain of infinite mana, completely oblivious to the mechanics of the cup. He gave me exercises that felt like trying to hold back the tide with a sieve. Shaping a dimensional boundary around a simple stone, it was invisible, intangible, a ghost of a concept that I had to visualize until my brain felt like it was melting. It was brilliant. It was infuriating. And it was exactly what I needed. Days blurred into a cycle of training and quiet desperation. I spent my time picking apart the minds of Lesser Arania, scraping up bits of knowledge like a scavenger in the mud. I traded favors with Tanami, humored the social games of the noble-born, and watched as my house filled with an odd, makeshift family. There was Nachka, the shifter girl who had traded her secret for a golem, and Kana, the quiet, blue-eyed anomaly who had figured out that I was the only person in the world who could hear her silence. I was becoming an architect of toys and a guardian of secrets, all while preparing for a war that hadn't even happened yet. When Kale finally hit the wall with his research, we made the trip to the edges of the map. The Ayaska mansion loomed in the distance, a dark blot on the landscape that smelled of rot and old magic. We weren't there to conquer it. We were there to taste the nightmare, to see the iron bars of the trap that held my soul in every cycle. Taven fought off the predators, a blur of motion against the gray sky, while Kale stared at the mansion with the hollow look of a man realizing he was playing a game he couldn't win. Then, the trek, a long, agonizing climb to a forgotten cottage in the north. Kale walked with the steady, rhythmic pace of someone haunted, while I struggled to keep my lungs from collapsing. We were headed to a grave, a final, bitter stop before the world reset and washed the memory away. I looked at the boy, this Morlock who carried the weight of the dead on his shoulders, and I realized the cruelty of our situation. We were fighting to save the future, but for some, the only thing worth saving was buried under a pile of dirt in the middle of nowhere. The end of the loop was coming. The gears were turning, and I was still just a student trying to learn how to see the clockwork before the timer ran out. The forest air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves. It was the kind of silence that pressed against your eardrums, broken only by the rhythmic scrape of a garden tool against stubborn, encroaching weeds. We were standing in front of two earthen mounds, the final resting place of ghosts that still haunted the man standing beside me. Kale didn't look like a widower who had lost his entire world. He looked like a man who had finally run out of reasons to be angry. He didn't have a choice when he buried them here. The local village was a collection of narrow-minded, superstitious fools who would have seen a witch's grave as an affront to their god and a target for their petty, shovel-wielding vandalism. So, he chose this forgotten patch of woods. It was quiet, isolated, and appropriately mournful. Beside his wife, Namara, lay her mother, Freya, the woman who had taught him the forbidden craft. I stood there, feeling like an intruder in a scene I didn't quite understand. I asked about the soul trap. I asked about Sudamir. I asked for the answers that were supposed to save us all. Kale just sighed, a sound that seemed to pull the very air out of the clearing. He handed me a notebook, a collection of frantic, hopeless scribbles, and admitted he had nothing. 2 weeks of research, and all he had to show for were theories that probably wouldn't work. The guilt hung off him like a funeral shroud. He kept coming back to the same trauma, the weeping, the epidemic that didn't just kill people. It hollowed them out, leaving them to waste away while those left behind watched, paralyzed by their own uselessness. It was a dark, persistent stain on the memory of this country. A reminder that in the grand scheme of things, we are all just fragile, organic machines waiting for a system failure. The tension broke in the strangest way. I finally asked the question I'd been dancing around for restarts. How does a 15-year-old kid end up as a husband and a father in this godforsaken wilderness? Kale laughed. It was a sharp, jagged sound that cut through the gloom. His life hadn't been a tragedy of epic proportions. It was a series of lonely choices. An alcoholic father, a village that treated him like a monster, and a chance encounter with a girl in the woods who needed an heir for her mother's secrets. He'd married into a legacy of potions and shadows not because he was a pawn, but because he'd found the only people who didn't care that he was a Morlock. As we prepared to leave, the mood shifted. Kale turned to me, his eyes dead serious. He didn't want to know about the monsters we were hunting anymore. The weight of Sudamir's soul trap was crushing him, keeping him awake, keeping him from living the small, fragile life he'd built for himself in these final days. He asked me to lie to him. If he ever brought it up again, I was to play the fool. I agreed. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for someone is to let them forget the end of the world for a few hours. We turned our backs on the graves and walked toward the treeline. The loop would reset soon. The dead would be buried again, and the secrets would be lost, but for now, we were walking back to the living. I clutched the notebook in my pocket, the ink still fresh, a roadmap to nowhere. The path back felt longer than the way in, and I couldn't shake the feeling that even if we solved the riddle of the soul trap, some things, like Kale's grief, were simply beyond the reach of magic. We were just two kids playing with fire in a forest that was already burning. The day began, as it always did, with gravity failing to provide the comfort of a standard wake-up call. Kiriel, a pint-sized force of chaos, found the most efficient way to start the morning was by treating my torso like a trampoline. She learned the hard way that when you push, you eventually get pushed back, or in this case, pulled straight into the ceiling. Seeing her flailing in midair, caught in a telekinetic grip that I had finally managed to refine, was a small victory. A month of Svim's relentless, soul-crushing tutelage was finally paying dividends. I wasn't just fumbling in the dark anymore. I was starting to see the invisible threads of mana that stitched reality together. It was humbling, really, that it had taken me this long to stop being a bumbling amateur. After the dust settled and my mother had finished her weary, eye-rolling acknowledgement of my latest magical parlor trick, I settled into the rhythm of the journey. The train ride to Scioria became a stage for my imagination. I spun elaborate tales for my sister, stories of swordsmen in underground tunnels and ancient, mystical artifacts, using illusions that flickered and danced like captured ghosts. It kept her entertained, and more importantly, it gave me time to think. The Triumvirate Church was my next move. It was a calculated risk, a move meant to stir the hornet's nest. Red Robe was playing a game of silence, and that silence was starting to gnaw at my nerves. I needed to force a reaction, to see if I could drag the truth out from the shadows of Sudamir's soul-trapping machinery. If I could get the authorities to play their hand, I might finally see the strings holding up this invasion. The conversation with Batak, the priest at the temple, turned into something entirely unexpected. I came looking for a channel to report criminal atrocities. I stayed for a lesson in ancestral trauma. The idea that my empathy, that cursed, overwhelming sensitivity that had made my childhood a dizzying nightmare, wasn't just a quirk, but a dormant, inherited bloodline trait from my witch ancestors. It was equal parts absurd and infuriating. The bigoted priest back home hadn't just been a jerk. He'd been technically correct about the lineage. The implications were dizzying. If this psychic talent was tucked away in my DNA, what did that mean for my siblings? Was it possible to wake the sleeping monster inside them? I shuddered at the thought of a psychic Kiriel. One of us being able to read minds was already a massive logistical headache. Adding a second would be an apocalypse of sibling bickering. I handed the sealed envelope to Batak. It was a gamble, a cry for help disguised as an anonymous tip. I didn't want to be the hero. I wanted to be the catalyst. I needed the church's resources, their investigators, their institutional weight. I watched him take it with a mixture of professional reluctance and genuine concern. He didn't like the anonymity, and he warned me of the bureaucracy that would inevitably slow things down. I left the temple with the weight of the city already starting to press in on me. The pieces were moving, the trap was set, and for the first time, I wasn't just reacting to the loop, I was actively trying to steer it. The question, as always, was whether I was steering toward a solution or running headfirst into the abyss. The plan was simple on paper. Go to the church. Tip them off. Let the professionals handle the monster in the basement. But in the world of high-stakes occult chess, simple is usually a precursor to catastrophic. My contact, Batak, stared at the urgent mark he'd scribbled on my envelope like it was a death warrant. He understood the stakes better than I did. Souls aren't just invisible passengers. They are the divine hard drives of reality, the master records of everything a person has ever been. The gods use them to weave miracles, to rewind time, to resurrect the dead, to clone souls into existence. And where there is godlike power, there is always some twisted, desperate necromancer trying to crack the code. I left the temple feeling like I'd just handed a match to a toddler in a fireworks factory. My next stop was Alan Exosk. I didn't want to involve him, but at this point, I needed a hammer, and Alanik was the biggest one in the room. I brought evidence, incriminating files stolen from Sudamir's lackeys, but the old priest didn't even glance at them. He just wanted to go to the mansion. Now, when we arrived, the air around Iasca Mansion felt heavy, a spiritual vacuum pulling at the edges of our consciousness. Olenek didn't need a spell to confirm the soul trap. He could feel the rot in his own soul. And then, the sky darkened. The iron beaks arrived, a swarm of feathered nightmares, and Olenek did something that made my breath hitch. He didn't just fight, he erased. A single snap of his fingers, and electricity arced through the flock, turning the sky into a rain of carbonized feathers and meat. I realized then that I wasn't an investigator anymore. I was a passenger on a runaway train. 4 days later, the forest was gone. In its place stood an army. Eldamar didn't do half measures. They brought siege golems, enough artillery to level a city, and a small legion of mages. I stood at the periphery, hidden in a robe that masked my face, terrified of being recognized. I was a secret weapon that didn't know how to be a weapon, forced to watch as the gears of war ground my carefully laid plans into dust. Sudamir was a ghost, a mayor, a monster. But he was also a man who had invested too much in his dark sanctuary to leave it without a fight. The moment the anti-teleportation ward slammed into place, the earth erupted. It wasn't a battle. It was an infestation. Thousands of undead poured from the mansion's bowels, a tidal wave of bone and stitched flesh. The sound was the worst part. Not the explosions or the cannons, but the wet, tearing crunch of flesh golems meeting steel. 10 mages gone in 10 minutes. 50 soldiers liquidated in the dirt. It was a meat grinder, and for the first time I felt the sheer crushing weight of the casualty list. Then the air temperature plummeted. The mages, finally synchronized, twisted the mana currents. 2 giant vortexes of fire erupted from the earth, howling like banshees, carving a path through the sea of rot. The battle had only just begun, and the true horror of what Sudamir had been building in the dark was about to be dragged into the light. The fire vortexes were beautiful, in a terrifying, cinematic sort of way. They didn't just burn, they hungered. Every scorched scrap of bone and necrotic tissue that drifted into their swirling embrace only seemed to feed their ferocity, turning them into self-sustaining pyres of white-hot destruction. It was the kind of spectacle that made you forget, for a split second, that the fuel for these fires was once people. The soldiers handled the rest with the cold, rhythmic efficiency of a machine. Grenades punctuated the air, turning the remnants of Sudamir's army into confetti. It was a slaughter, a necessary one, perhaps, but a slaughter nonetheless. I stood in the shadow of the carnage, waiting for the inevitable twist, the moment the script flipped and turned everything I knew into a lie. I didn't have to wait long. The top of the mansion didn't just break, it detonated. For a heartbeat, I thought the madman had simply triggered a suicide charge, a desperate, pathetic final gesture. But then the dust screamed. It wasn't the sound of falling masonry. It was a sound that crawled up my spine and set my nerves on fire. A skeletal dragon tore through the wreckage. It wasn't just a reanimated corpse. It was a masterpiece of profane engineering. Its bones weren't just bone. They were canvas for a complex, sprawling lattice of glowing, yellow spellwork, and its ribcage housed a pulsating, mechanical heart of cold metal. It was a marriage of ancient death and modern, industrial nightmare. My brain stalled. A weapon like this didn't just appear in a basement. It required years of quiet, meticulous horror to assemble. How had I missed it? How had Sudamir kept a literal dragon under wraps? The creature didn't care about my shock. It beat wings that shimmered with a ghostly, translucent membrane, and with a lazy, predatory grace, it banked in our direction. It was moving toward us, toward me. The air grew heavy with the smell of ozone and ancient decay. The battle wasn't an assault anymore. It was an invitation to an execution. I gripped the fabric of my robe, feeling the familiar, hollow ache of a restart beckoning. But for now, I had to survive this. The dragon roared, and in that sound, I heard the end of everything I'd planned for the day. The sight of that skeletal dragon should have been impossible. My previous runs through this nightmare had taught me every inch of Ayaska Mansion, or so I thought. But there it was, a flying monument to necromantic excess, all gleaming bone and industrial-grade malice. And it was heading straight for me. Being the safest person on the battlefield felt like a cruel cosmic joke. I was effectively pinned to Olenek, the priest who, bless his iron-willed soul, was busy turning our command post into a fortress of anti-scrying wards. Around us, the mages were a blur of frantic gestures. I stood like a statue, knowing that any amateur attempt at spellcasting on my part would be like trying to perform surgery with a sledgehammer. Then came the sky-darkening screech of the iron beaks. Thousands of them. They fell like a feathered, razor-edged curtain, and for a moment, I honestly thought we were going to lose. If the Eldamarian forces crumbled here, I was just another soul to be harvested by that damn crystal pillar in the mansion. I considered cutting my losses and burning this restart to the ground, but curiosity is a persistent parasite, and I had to see what the dragon could do. It didn't fight like a mindless puppet. It fought like a predator. It leveled our ectoplasmic barriers with thin, piercing beams of yellow death, and when we threw fire vortexes at it, it maneuvered with a grace that made my skin crawl. This wasn't just a skeleton. It was an extension of a sentient mind. I saw my opening. I didn't need to outmuscle a dragon. I just needed to reach its driver. I signaled the mages. 12 paralysis bolts hit home, not to stop the beast, but to shatter its mental shielding. That was my cue. I dove into the dragon's mind, a psychic knife fight in the dark. It was messy, brutal, and for a second, I had the reins. I forced the monstrosity into the dirt, burying it in a trench of its own wreckage. But the win was short-lived. The controller was fighting back, and the thing was held together by more than just bones. Eldamar responded with living metal, silver threads that coiled like hungry worms, but even that wasn't enough to hold the beast forever. Then came the artillery. Sudamir didn't care about collateral damage. He dropped his own magic ordnance on his champion just to break the chains. The explosion was blinding. When the dust cleared, the dragon was a fractured, broken wreck, missing a limb and leaking mana, but it was still airborne. It retreated, and the mansion bloomed with a shimmering, flickering golden dome of force. The iron beaks fled, their connection to Sudamir severed by the sheer scale of the carnage. The first round was over. The battlefield was a graveyard of charcoal and cold steel, and I was still alive. But as I watched the mansion settle into its defensive posture, the weight of what was coming hit me. This wasn't a siege anymore. It was an extermination order. The siege of Iaska Mansion was a masterclass in stubbornness. Sudamir wasn't just stalling. He was performing an agonizing, slow-motion suicide. The forest was ash, his undead army was a pile of charred bones, and his precious wards were screaming under the relentless artillery fire. Any sane man would have hopped on that flying skeletal nightmare and vanished into the horizon. Instead, he opened the gates and surrendered. It made zero sense. I stood in the command post, watching the Eldamarian forces swarm the mansion like ants on a piece of rotting fruit, and the pieces just didn't fit. Why surrender? Why leave behind the very thing he spent his entire life building? I tracked down Olenek. The priest was busy trying to act like a neutral official, but his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. When I pressed him on why Sudamir didn't just flee through his secret dimensional gate, Olenek just gave me a grim look. Apparently, in the high-stakes game of political backstabbing, being a prisoner of the government is sometimes better than being an ally to a monster. Eldamar wasn't planning on executing him. They were planning to turn his horrific mansion into a research facility and keep him under house arrest. It was disgusting. It was pragmatic. It was perfectly Eldamarian. But then, Olenek leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He knew what I had done. That brief, brutal moment I had spent inside the dragon's mind. He wanted me to finish the job. He didn't care about the rules anymore. He wanted the dirt on Sudamir before the Black Ops team swooped in to sanitize the evidence. I didn't need to be asked twice. The interrogation was a surgical strike. Sudamir was jittery, his brain already frayed from Alanek's earlier, official questioning. He tried to cling to his secrets with a fresh haze, a magical gag order he'd stitched into his own soul. It was pathetic. It took me 5 minutes to find the compulsion and scrub it from his mind like a coffee stain. Once I started digging, the truth poured out in a sickening flood. It wasn't about politics or power. It was about grief. His wife had died, and he couldn't let go. He had bound her soul to the mansion's architecture, and the entire place wasn't just a fortress. It was a tomb that still held a spark of her personality. He'd made deals with the Abasins, plotted invasions, and betrayed his country, all for a ritual to turn a corpse into a lich. He was a man drowning in the past, willing to burn the future just to hear his dead wife speak one more time. The deeper I went, the darker it got. I found his research on shifters, brutal, twisted experiments. He had been harvesting their primordial essence, trying to crack the code of the prison beneath Zorian. He explained it with a cold, academic detachment. The cult didn't want the kids for their blood. They wanted the primordial essence floating in their veins like a divine key. It was a master key to a cage, and the cult of the world dragon was planning to open it. As I pulled back, the weight of it all was suffocating. I had the truth, but the cost was a glimpse into the kind of madness that makes a person view human beings as nothing more than raw materials. I looked at Sudamir, slumped in his chair, his mind a ravaged ruin, and then I did the only thing I could. I wiped his memory clean. To the world, he would be a captured criminal. To me, he was a cautionary tale, a reminder that in this game of infinite resets, even the most elaborate, soul-crushing plans can be dismantled by a single, well-placed thought. I walked out of the room, leaving the truth to burn in my own mind, waiting for the next cycle to start. The silence of the house was a lie. Beneath the floorboards, beneath the city, beneath the very skin of the world, something was unraveling. I sat in my room, the weight of the last few days pressing against my temples. The fall of Iasca Mansion had sent shockwaves through Zorian that didn't just rattle windows, they cracked the foundation of society. Important people were vanishing into the maw of the Eldamarian legal system, carted off in midnight raids. I watched it all with a detached, clinical hunger. I was playing a game of mental chess against my own conscience, hunting down Iranian webs just to sharpen the blade of my mind. It was an ugly business, making a predator out of myself, but I needed the practice. I needed the control. When the letter from Alanik finally arrived, its brevity felt like a warning. "Stop digging," it said. "Stay hidden." I was already planning to burn this restart, to consign these memories to the void, but I wanted to see the final act. I wanted to see if the architects of this catastrophe had any more tricks left in their sleeves. Then the explosion started. They weren't the subtle, whispered secrets of political collapse. They were blunt, violent. They were the sound of a city being ripped apart from the inside. I climbed to the roof and watched the horizon burn. The invasion had arrived, stripped of its undead dragon and its feathered swarms, but fueled by the desperate, frothing madness of a cult that had nothing left to lose. I spent hours protecting my home, turning my residence into a fortress of traps and kinetic barriers. It was a strange, grim rhythm. Eradicate a squad of invaders, check the status of the city, repeat. Quadakikl was nowhere to be seen. The Lich was busy, likely knee-deep in the carnage at the hole, gambling everything on a ritual that should have remained a nightmare. I kept watching. I had to. And then I saw it. Reality didn't just break. It whimpered. The air above the hole began to fold in on itself, twisting into jagged, obsidian cracks that bled darkness. Then came the hand, a colossal, pulsating mass of brown horror, studded with unblinking eyes and wet, hungry mouths. It was an aperture to a place that shouldn't exist, a gateway for something that had been rotting in the dark for eons. The world shuddered, and then it went pitch black. When I opened my eyes, the morning sun was hitting my face in Siren. Kiriel was standing there, the same bright, annoying, beautiful smile on her face that she always had. I was back. The loop had reset. My brain felt like it had been scrubbed with wire brushes. Why then? Was the loop tied to the Primordial's release? Was the entire month-long prison sentence just a failsafe to keep that thing buried? I didn't have time to ponder. I was busy trying to act like a normal person, helping Kiri with her luggage at the train station, trying to pretend I hadn't just witnessed the end of the world. I think that guy wants to talk to you," Kiri chirped, pointing behind me. I turned, expecting a guard, a mage, maybe even Olenek. Instead, I saw Zach. He looked like he had stepped out of a hurricane. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. I didn't even have time to blink. I didn't have time to ask if he'd seen it, if he knew what was coming. I just had time to realize that even in a world of infinite chances, sometimes you just get hit in the face. The world moves in cycles, a grinding, repetitive machine of clockwork fate, and apparently, it occasionally likes to punch you in the face. 1 second I was standing on the station platform, the weight of the last few weeks, the betrayals, the soul-scorching revelations, the impending apocalypse, settling into my bones. The next, the air displaced, a fist blurred through my periphery, and the unyielding concrete of the station floor rose up to meet the back of my skull. It wasn't exactly the reunion I'd spent months dreading, but it was certainly memorable. I pulled myself up, ears ringing, to the sound of a small, furious hurricane. Kiriel, my 9-year-old sister, was a whirlwind of motion, clawing at Zach like a trapped feline. She was remarkably efficient. She'd already managed to draw thin, crimson lines across his forearm. It was almost touching if it weren't so chaotic. Zach looked genuinely horrified, frantically dodging her attacks while trying to sputter apologies that were swallowed by her high-pitched, protective screaming. I scrambled up, signaling her to stand down. She retreated behind me, eyes narrowed, daring him to try it again. I couldn't help but smirk. Logic dictated that I should be the one leading the defense, but looking at the carnage she'd already wreaked on his sleeve, I think I'd defer to her expertise. I turned to Zach. There was nothing there. Not a flicker of emotion, not a ripple in the psychic static. He was wearing a mental blank, so complete it felt like a void in the middle of a crowded room. A very well-prepared, very punch-happy void. The next hour was a tedious exercise in public relations. We had to weave a narrative for the onlookers, the police, and eventually our brother Fortov, who drifted by with that characteristic air of mild inconvenience. We landed on a story of a long-standing schoolyard grudge. It was pathetic, transparent, and exactly the kind of mundane drama that hides the truth in plain sight. As we walked toward our new boarding house, the rain started, a cold, biting mist that blurred the city lights into jagged smears of neon. I spun up a rain barrier, a shimmering dome of kinetic force that kept us bone dry. Kiriel, never one to let a little cosmic dread stop her, started sculpting the falling droplets into tiny, frantic water drakes. Zach joined in, his control effortless, his precision razor-sharp. Watching him was sobering. He wasn't just a blunt instrument of combat magic. He was a master of the craft, someone who had spent decades sculpting his power until it could perform surgery as easily as it could level a building. Comparing my 5 years of scrambling to his lifetime of iteration was like trying to outrun a thunderstorm on a bicycle. We settled the formalities with our landlady, Amaya, whose warmth was a jarring contrast to the cold, dead secrets we carried in our pockets. Then, the city began to sleep, and we retreated into the dark, silent arteries of the underworld. I led him deep, past the forgotten thresholds of the sewers, down to the dust-choked ruins of the spider colony. The silence here was different. It was the heavy, suffocating silence of a grave. I didn't waste time with pleasantries. I told him the truth. I stripped away the myth of an army of time travelers, leaving only the hollow reality. It was just us. The Urania were gone, their souls extinguished in the wake of our war with Red Robe. Zach stood there, surrounded by the wreckage of a civilization that had once held the secrets to my survival. He looked smaller than I remembered, or perhaps I had just grown accustomed to the crushing weight of the loop. "Is that it?" he asked, his voice swallowed by the damp stone. "That's it," I replied, watching the shadows dance against the walls. The air felt thin, electric. Somewhere above us, the city continued its march toward a disaster I already knew was coming. I looked at the man who had been my shadow for so long, and for the first time, I didn't see an enemy or a rival. I saw someone else trapped in the same decaying, beautiful, and utterly lethal clockwork. The real question wasn't how we got here, or even how we'd survived. It was what we were going to break next. The air in the ruins of the Iranian nest was thick with dust and the stale, lingering scent of ancient, unraveled webs. It was a graveyard of ambition. Zack stood amidst the wreckage, his presence a jarring, vibrant contrast to the hollowed-out husks of the spiders that had once called this place home. He looked shaken. It was an odd reaction for a man who had spent his life playing tag with death. But in the silence of the underground, even a seasoned predator feels the cold breath of the past. We sat in the dark, the flickering glow of a light spell casting long, grotesque shadows against the stone. I watched him. The man had changed. He had survived an ambush by Red Robe and come out the other side with a tactical paranoia that was almost poetic. He didn't just walk through the city anymore. He wove through it, layered in non-detection spells like a hermit crab in a suit of armor. He was angry. He was tired. And he had a point. I had been playing the hero in the dark, dancing on the edge of a blade, while he had been wandering the sidelines, biting his tongue. When he finally let his frustration boil over, his words cut deeper than any dagger. He didn't just want my help. He wanted to know why I had treated his existence as an afterthought, a variable to be managed rather than a partner to be trusted. I didn't try to justify it. I just showed him. I showed him the weight of the memory packets, the crushing, fractal complexity of the matriarch's mind, and the terrifying, psychic geometry of the Iranian collective. When I offered to let him look into my mind, to show him the chaos, he recoiled. He didn't trust me, not yet, and maybe he never would. That was fine. Survival doesn't require trust. It requires alignment. The next day, we moved. If my previous strategy had been a scalpel, Zack was a siege engine. We didn't hunt for patrols. We went for the throat. He didn't use finesse. He used torrents of force that pinned the Urania to the walls, lightning serpents that turned the tunnels into a conductor's stage, and threads of ectoplasm that ripped their plans to shreds. He was beautiful and utterly devastating. In 30 minutes, he accomplished what would have taken me an entire week of agonizing, moral-draining work. I stood back, watching the carnage, and felt a strange, chilling realization. I hadn't even scratched the surface of what a person could become with infinite time and the raw, unadulterated power of a Novita. We spent the rest of the week in a fevered dream of systematic erasure. Every day, a new web. Every night, my mind stretched and warped as I waded through the mental architecture of matriarchs. I was becoming a predator of thoughts, an architect of subversion. I was learning to untangle the knotted, inward-facing logic of their minds, preparing for the one soul that mattered, the one that could finally tell me why the world was ending. Amidst the chaos, life in the house continued in its own strange, domestic orbit. Kiriel was a constant, demanding presence, a whirlwind of childish curiosity that I managed to sedate only with increasingly complex magical puzzles. Svim was back to his old, prickly, terrifying self, treating my education like a project in engineering. And Kale and Zack found an unexpected rhythm in their shared grief. We were preparing for a storm, gathering the pieces of a broken world. And for the first time, the path forward didn't look like a dead end. It looked like a cliff, and we were finally ready to jump. We were sitting in a quiet, nondescript copse of trees near Jatnik, the kind of place where time feels like it should stand still. Instead, it was doing the exact opposite. Zack was struggling to weave a daisy crown, his fingers clumsy with a task far less complex than the reality we were trying to navigate. I was staring at a map of Eldamar, its surface choked with the locations of Iranian webs, a topographical roadmap of my own desperate pursuit of answers. "I need you to help me find a specific web," Zack said, tossing a mangled daisy aside. He looked frustrated, the kind of look that only comes from searching for a ghost in a machine. He spoke of the ghost's serpent acolytes, a group the matriarch had pointed him toward before her end. I knew exactly where they were. I also knew they didn't like me. In every iteration, their spirit had labeled me as bad news. When Zack tried to visit them alone, he got the same rejection. Two time travelers, two pariahs, both marked as hazards to a spirit that had apparently seen enough of the world's cycles to know a bad omen when it saw one. We decided to play it the only way we knew how. We were going to be aggressively annoying. The moment we arrived at their cavernous lair, we weren't met with resistance, but with a strange, eerie compliance. We were led through tunnels until we reached a subterranean lake that defied gravity, shimmering under the light of crystalline stars embedded in the rock. And there, suspended in the dark, was the entity itself. A milky, translucent serpent, vast and ghostly, its eyes glowing with a soft, predatory pink light. It didn't hiss. It sang, a voice that was too melodious, too haunting to be anything but ancient. It didn't just want us gone, it wanted us erased. It repeated its commands in a frantic, stuttering cadence, as if trying to push us out of existence with sheer repetition. Then it saw our markers. The brand. The serpent coiled through the air, its scales rippling with sudden, violent indignation. It called Zach a thief, a murderer, a liar. It spoke of cycles and crimes that predated our current struggle, a grudge that stretched back to the dawn of these recurring nightmares. It was older than the mountains, and it clearly despised the very concept of us. We pressed it. We needed to know why the world kept folding in on itself, why we were trapped in this relentless, rhythmic expiration. The spirit relented, though with a palpable, shivering reluctance. It channeled the water of the lake, sculpting a crude, floating diagram in the air. A flat line representing the beginning and the end, topped with an inverted triangle. It explained the in-between, the space where we were currently rotting. We weren't just living in a loop. We were living in a fragile, temporary reproduction of a moment, a lifetime condensed into a breath. The implications hit like a physical weight. If we were a reproduction, were we even real? Or were we just phantoms dancing for the amusement of a history that had already been written? The serpent didn't wait for us to process the existential horror. It dove into the water with a splash that felt less like a departure and more like a rejection, drenching us in the cold reality of our own irrelevance. As we were ushered out by the Iranian guards, the silence between us was suffocating. I stared at the dark entrance of the cave, my mind racing. The ghost serpent's words had unlocked a door I wasn't sure I wanted to walk through. "What do you think?" Zach asked, his voice barely audible over the sound of the cavern's drip. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. I already knew what I had to do. I had to open that memory packet, because if the ghost serpent was right, then Red Robe wasn't just trying to win a game. He was trying to rewrite the rules of existence itself. And I was finally starting to realize exactly how much of the board he had already captured. The world had shrunk down to two people sitting in the dirt, surrounded by a silence that felt heavier than the earth itself. We had just learned the truth, and the truth, as it turned out, was a cosmic prison cell. The ghost serpent's reveal hadn't just been a lecture. It was a death sentence for the reality we had built. We weren't time travelers. We were echoes trapped in a pocket dimension, a clockwork replica of a month that would reset until the fuel ran dry. And then, only one of us was intended to walk away. The air between us crackled with a new, sharper kind of tension. Trust is a luxury for people who have futures, and suddenly, mine felt like an expiring subscription. Zach wanted to talk, his impatience bubbling over like a shaken soda, but I was busy trying to build a firewall around my own thoughts and my own survival. I broke it down for him, stripping away the mystery until only the cold, hard logic remained. We are copies. We are flesh and blood, yet we are fundamentally disposable, living in a world that exists solely to be mined for experience and power. It was a terrifying realization, a stark reminder that even gods, or whatever grand designer built this place, can be bureaucrats of existence, filing away snapshots of reality to run simulations until the ink runs out. Then came the kicker, the part that turned my stomach. The loop wasn't just a challenge, it was a zero-sum game. The exit was a bottleneck. Only one. That meant that every conversation, every shared secret, and every alliance was just a prelude to a betrayal that was encoded into the very architecture of our prison. Zach's reaction was exactly what I expected, and somehow entirely wrong. He refused to accept the math. He paced, he cursed, he raged at the sky, but beneath the bravado, I saw the fear. He was terrified that I'd be the one to survive, just as I was terrified he'd realize I was capable of doing whatever it took to make sure I wasn't the one who faded into the void. And then there was Red Robe, the invisible predator, The ghost in the machine who had likely been plotting this exit while we were busy playing detective. If he was already moving toward the gate, then we were playing a game of musical chairs where the music was about to stop, and the last one left standing was going to be deleted. We looked at each other then, truly looked, and for a fleeting, uncomfortable moment, the mask slipped. I saw the calculation in his eyes. He saw the hesitation in mine. We were allies, yes. We were the only two people in the world who understood the scope of this insanity. But we were also the only two people in the world who stood between each other and a real future. The weight of it was suffocating. I couldn't help but wonder if we were already writing the ending to this story, and if the ending was written in blood. We had a target, the time magic facility in Zorian. If the exit existed, that was where the key was hidden. But that place was a fortress built by architects who didn't want to be found. I looked at the horizon, the sun beginning to dip, casting long, fractured shadows across the fields. We were racing against a countdown we couldn't see, governed by rules we didn't write, and fighting a man who might already be halfway out the door. The game was rigged, and yet we were still playing. I just hoped that when the time came, I'd be the one left holding the winning hand. Or, perhaps more dangerously, I hoped I'd be willing to throw the cards away entirely. The path forward was paved with uncertainty and the looming ghost of a choice I wasn't ready to make. And as the night set in, I realized with a grim, hollow certainty that the hardest part wasn't surviving the loop. It was going to be surviving each other. The search for knowledge is a lot like trying to untangle a knot of fishing line in a hurricane. You pull one thread, and the rest tightens around your throat. My days were a blur of Iranian webs, hunting through the mental archives of spiders who treated their own psyches like hardware to be overclocked. It was mesmerizing, terrifying, and utterly alien. They carved out emotions and stitched in compulsions, creating a terrifyingly efficient, cold-blooded form of mental architecture. I knew I should be careful. Meddling with one's own mind is a great way to end up as a vegetable. But the temptation? It was a siren song I was barely resisting. Life had become a relentless cycle of training, hunting, and dodging the crushing weight of existential dread. I avoided Taven, I avoided my old routines, and I buried myself in work. When I finally hit a wall, I opted for a 2-day retreat, a break, a chance to stop being a weapon for 48 hours. Of course, Kiriel didn't get the memo. She found me tucked away with a piece of pulp fiction, some cheesy romance involving time travel powered by love. Yes, love. I'm sure that's how the cosmos works. She crawled onto the bed, demanding to know why I didn't always bring her to Zorian. I tried to explain the danger, the looming shadow of the enemy, the fact that I was basically walking around with a target painted on my soul. She was horrified, she was dramatic, and she was, in her own 9-year-old way, the only thing keeping me from drifting off in a total, detached insanity. It's funny. I worried about the original Zorian, the one back in the real world. If I ever clawed my way out of this recursive hell, what would happen to him? Would I be a savior or a parasitic usurper? It's the kind of question that doesn't have a good answer, so I did what I do best. I shelved it under future problems and focused on the immediate disaster. The next day, it was time. Kale handed me a shimmering yellow vial, a potion of self-awareness. It looked like bottled sunlight filled with tiny, swimming motes of potential. I didn't ask questions. I drank it. The world didn't fade, but it grew distant, as if I were looking at it through the wrong end of a telescope. My focus snapped inward with the intensity of a laser. I could feel every heartbeat, every surge of mana, every fractured rhythm of my own consciousness. I dove for the matriarch's memory packet. I was clumsy, and the packet was fragile, a relic of a mind that had been as complex as a clockwork labyrinth. It didn't just open, it shattered, dumping a torrent of sensory data into my brain. It was a trap, a defense mechanism designed to overwhelm. But then a voice, or the echo of one, emerged from the static. It was the matriarch. She was smug, even in death. The memory was tailored, a pre-recorded jab at my incompetence. She laid it out. The loop was a fake, a parallel construction, and it was decaying. She hadn't just been searching for answers. She had been looking for a way to win. She had been hunting for the exit, not to save us, but to secure it for herself. She spoke of our foe, Red Robe, and the terrifying conclusion she had reached. He didn't need to break the loop. He had already found the door. He was just waiting for the right moment to leave. And when he did, he would pull the plug on all of us. Then came the confession. She had planned to betray me. She had rationalized it, framed it as a necessity for the greater good of her web, but it was a betrayal nonetheless. She ended with an apology that felt cold, hollow, and entirely expected. I sat there in the silence of my room, the echo of her voice fading into the hum of my own thoughts. She was right. There could only be one winner. I looked at the book on my bed, the silly story of a hero saving the day, and felt a bitter, sharp laugh rise in my throat. We were in a race against a man who had already won, and the prize was existence itself. And as I stared at the wall, the true horror set in. If the matriarch was willing to trade my life for her survival, how long before I decided the same about Zach? The weight of the message was physical. It didn't just sit in my mind. It burned, a toxic residue left by the spider who had played me for a fool. I had spent cycles agonizing over her death, carrying the guilt like a leaden cloak, only to find out she had been orchestrating my exploitation all along. Betrayal, it's a funny thing. It turns grief into a cold, sharp-edged clarity. I didn't destroy the memory packet, though. That would have been mercy. I kept it. I needed to see exactly how deep the rabbit hole went. She had laid it all out. The Sovereign Gate. The 5 imperial treasures of the first emperor. Lost, scattered, and demanding a continent-hopping scavenger hunt I didn't have the time to finish. It was a cruel joke, a map to a treasure chest that had already been looted. 2 days of preparation later, we weren't heroes. We were corporate intruders in stolen skin. Shape-shifting potions turned us into forgettable, middle-aged bureaucrats, the kind of men who blend into the wallpaper of government offices. The security in Cyoria was a farce, a leaky sieve that barely bothered to check our credentials. We waltzed into the underground facility as if we owned the place, escorted by guards who talked more than they thought. The research facility was a tomb for ambition. There were black rooms, temporal experiments, and finally, the prize, a 4-meter black cube inscribed with the same geometry that had haunted my thoughts since the ghost serpent. The Sovereign Gate. Cranton, the lead researcher, was pathetic. A man so desperate for royal approval that he'd parade the apocalypse for a chance at more funding. He walked us through their failures, boasting about the cube they couldn't open. When they were out of earshot, I didn't need to debate. I reached out and snuffed their consciousness like a candle in a breeze. We stood before the cube, the moment of truth. We pressed our hands against the surface in unison, a pulse, a recognition, and then the world fell away. We were floating in a void of absolute nothingness. No floor, no sky, just the suffocating absence of reality. A figure coalesced in front of us, a smooth, featureless mannequin made of living static, its eyes burning with hollow, white light. The guardian of the threshold. It was an automated relic, a machine trapped in a loop of its own making. When I asked about leaving, it looked at us with a blank, terrifying apathy. And then it dropped the hammer. The gate was barred. We demanded explanations. The logic spiraled into a nauseating knot. The Guardian insisted the controller had already left. We were the controllers, yet we were still here. The entity was stuck in a feedback loop, incapable of processing the reality that the seat of power had been usurped. Then, the realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Red Robe, that ghost, that parasite, that murderer, he hadn't just been playing the game. He had cheated the board. He had convinced the system that he was the only one in charge, and now, the door was locked from the outside. He was gone, and we were trapped in a burning building with no exit. The void felt colder now. Zach looked at me, his face pale, the bravado finally shattered. We had come for answers, for a way out, for a future. Instead, we had found the final confirmation of our own obsolescence. The gate was barred, and we were officially out of time. The silence in the void was not peaceful. It was heavy, a vacuum that pressed against the mind. We were ghosts floating in a place that didn't exist, tethered to a guardian whose indifference was more chilling than any malice. My heart was thumping a frantic, irregular rhythm in a chest that felt like a borrowed suit. Zach was uncharacteristically quiet. He didn't pace. He didn't explode. He just wore that frown, the kind that digs furrows into the skin of someone who has suddenly realized the ground under their feet was never there to begin with. The entity, our jailer, waited. It didn't need to breathe. It didn't need to blink. It was just there. We had to stop playing detective and start playing the game. We had 3 massive, jagged problems. How much time did we have left before this pocket dimension crumbled? How were we getting out? And who the hell was Red Robe? That last one hurt the most. The idea that he had already walked out the front door, leaving us in the ruins of a collapsed simulation, made me want to scream at the stars. The Guardian offered a grim comfort. If our real bodies were butchered while we were here, our souls wouldn't be scattered into the ether. They'd be shoved back into this cube. A sanctuary, I suppose, but a cage is still a cage. We were immortal as long as we stayed in the void, but tethered to a dying world. I pushed for answers, poking at the machine's programming. It hit a wall of authority. The maker, the architect of this madness, was an impenetrable mystery. The Guardian was a filter, a lock that refused to turn. It wouldn't tell us who made it, why the loop had to reset every month, or why it was okay to treat copies of human lives like disposable data files. And then, the conversation veered into the dark side of ethics. The loop was built on a cold, calculated philosophy. Copying a person isn't murder if you don't give them enough time to become their own person. 1 month of existence was the limit of morality before it became an atrocity. That was the magic number, the expiration date for our souls. Zach asked the question that made the void feel suddenly colder. Why was the controller the only one who could truly leave? The answer was surgical. The controller was the only one with their original soul pulled into the loop. Everyone else was an echo. To leave meant to swap places, to execute the original to make room for the copy. It was a choice between existence and murder. I looked at Zach. The realization hung between us, thick as smoke. But then, the Guardian mentioned something else. The lesser markers. The ability to drag others into the loop, to give them the same awareness, the same agony of repetition. It was a temporary gift, a 6-iteration flash of life before they were reset to oblivion. The Guardian called it not needlessly cruel to keep the controller from getting too attached to the ghosts they created. It was a masterclass in cosmic horror. I realized then that we were living in a reality built by someone who saw people as variables, and we were just the errors waiting to be deleted. The Guardian didn't know when Red Robe had left. It didn't know who he was. It just knew that the door was locked, and the key had been thrown into a deep, dark well of forgotten history. As the conversation wound down, I looked at the void, then at my own hands, which felt less like flesh and more like carefully crafted light. We were running out of time. We were dealing with a system that didn't care if we lived or died, and the only person who knew the way out was a shadow who had already vanished. We were officially off script, and in this loop, that's usually when the real nightmare begins. The void was a lesson in futility. I spent what felt like hours trying to squeeze information out of the Guardian, but the thing was a vault with a jammed lock. When I pushed for the mechanics of our powers, for the secrets of the loop, it just stared back with those hollow, white eyes. Authorization denied. Access restricted. I suspect the architect of this hellish machine didn't want any of us to actually understand the engine we were driving. When I finally asked how long we had left, the answer landed with the weight of a coffin lid. 52 iterations. Roughly 4 years. It sounds like a lifetime, but in a world that resets every month, it's a countdown. The loop was burning through its battery life like a candle in a windstorm, degraded by the fact that it had been triggered early, off sync with the celestial mechanics that were supposed to stabilize it. 30 years of subjective time, nearly 1,000 restarts, and we were effectively running on fumes. When the Guardian finally admitted that our physical bodies back home had been mangled while we occupied the void, I didn't wait. I flicked the switch in my soul and reality collapsed. Waking up to Kiriel's enthusiastic assault on my ribcage felt like returning to a warm, messy, and blissfully fragile world. I needed a break. The existential dread of the void was enough to make anyone want to hibernate. I planned to slip away, to let the world breathe, to just exist for a few days without the threat of imminent erasure. But then a knock. It was Zach. He hadn't waited at the station. He'd tracked me down. And for the first time, his mind wasn't a static wall of white noise. He dropped his mental shielding, just enough to show he was trusting me, even if he still kept his private thoughts under lock and key. It was a gesture that tasted like a fresh start. My mother, predictably, treated him like a long-lost son, prying into his life with the surgical precision of a seasoned interrogator. Zach played the wealthy orphan card with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Fortov, of course, rounded out the circus, and the train ride to Syoria became a weird, domestic detour in a mission that could decide the fate of existence. Away from the prying ears of my family, the air between us cleared. Zach was still raw, still carrying the baggage of decades spent looping in solitary confinement. He wanted to apologize for the paranoia, for the wall he'd kept between us. He realized, finally, that we were the only two people in the entire world who actually knew the truth. He asked for one thing, a border. He didn't want me poking around in his head, no matter the provocation, no matter the danger. I agreed, mostly because I understood. Trust is a currency we don't have enough of, and forcing a window into his soul would only bankrupt us both. He also wanted to learn. He wanted to know how to see the markers, how to feel the soul-level architecture of this prison. It was a request that signaled the end of our suspicion and the beginning of a genuine alliance. As the train rattled towards Syoria, I watched the landscape blur past the window. The loop was dying, Red Robe was a ghost in the machine, and we were just two kids trying to learn how to pick the lock before the power ran out. It was terrifying, it was absurd, and for the first time in a long time, it felt like we actually had a chance. Kyrielle naturally didn't care about our cosmic doom. Any lingering awkwardness she felt around Zach dissolved into a puddle of 9-year-old curiosity the moment she got bored on the train. She peppered him with questions about Syoria and the academy, treating him like a cool older brother instead of a potential threat. Later, Zach would mention how strange it was. In previous loops, Kyrielle had treated him like something she stepped in. But, as I explained, that was a version of her who caught him on a bad day, and first impressions are sticky. This Kyrielle, this relentless, chattering interrogator, this was the real deal. Funny how you tolerate her when you can't stand the rest of your family, Zach noted, leaning against the train window. Always like that? She's the only one who doesn't treat me like a disappointment or a rival, I replied. But honestly, I never brought her along before I started remembering the loops. I wouldn't have risked it. Right. So, what's the play this time? We hit pause. I sighed, feeling the exhaustion of the void finally settling into my bones. I need a restart to just breathe. We need to figure out what the hell we're doing. Zach drummed his fingers on his knee. Fine, but I'm not sitting on my hands. You're still introducing me to Olenek, right? I need to figure out this soul-sensing thing. Deal. Svim's going to take most of my time anyway. Wait, Zach stopped. You're still taking lessons from Svim? After everything we know? I tried to tell that guy about the time loop once. Didn't end well. How did you convince him? By being very, very persistent and showing him evidence he couldn't deny. I paused, thinking it over. I'll tell him about you on Monday. Let's see if he wants to meet the original time traveler. Of course, Svim wanted to meet him. It's not every day two students walk into your office claiming to be veterans of a temporal pocket dimension. The very next day, I dragged Zach to Svim's office. Svim sat behind his desk, looking like a man who found the world incredibly tedious. So, Mr. Novita, Mr. Kaczynski informs me you are also caught in this phenomenon, and that you have experienced it far longer than he has. Before we discuss the particulars, I must insist on a brief assessment of your capabilities. Zach cracked a confident smile. Sure. I guess we'll need to head out to the training grounds for that. Unnecessary, Svim countered dryly. Simple shaping exercises will suffice. Shaping exercises? Zach blinked. All right, ready when you are. I should have warned him. I really should have. But honestly, it was going to be hilarious. Levitate this pen, Svim instructed, sliding a basic quill across the desk. And spin it. Zach easily lifted the pen, his mana control flawless, a smirk forming on his face. Thwack. A marble hit Zack square in the forehead. He flinched, his concentration shattered, and the pen clattered to the floor. What the hell? Zack sputtered. You failed, Svim said, tapping his finger impatiently on the desk. You threw a rock at my head, and your focus collapsed. Svim sighed dramatically. Deplorable. Decades of supposed experience. And a child's parlor trick unravels your control? Mr. Kaczynski would not have faltered over such a trivial distraction. And he is practically a novice compared to you. Zack stared at Svim, then at me, his expression caught somewhere between outrage and pure disbelief. I bit the inside of my cheek hard to keep from laughing. Svim was being an absolute terror, but watching Zack, the unstoppable archmage, get humbled by a piece of glass was worth the price of admission. Decades of flawed habits are difficult to break, I suppose, Svim continued, completely unfazed. Let us try again, and do try to apply yourself this time. When we finally left Svim's office an hour later, Zack looked like he wanted to burn the building down. I hate him, Zack seethed, rubbing his forehead. I have never wanted to throw someone off a tower more in my entire life. Yeah, that's the Svim experience. I agreed, unable to keep the grin off my face. If he's always like that, why did you keep going back? The man is a sociopath. Spite, mostly. He told me I was terrible at something I thought I was good at. I couldn't let it go. I clapped him on the shoulder. Besides, you know he's an expert in non-structured mental defenses, right? Zack stopped dead in his tracks. No, I'm just saying if you wanted to work on that shield of yours. Absolutely not, Zack shot back. And I saw you enjoying that in there. I will find a way to get you back for this, Zorian. I didn't bother hiding it anymore. I just laughed. For the first time since we stepped out of the void, things felt almost normal. Almost. The Svim interrogation was a success, mostly because Zack didn't actually explode. The man was an abrasive perfectionist, but even he couldn't ignore the raw power Zack brought to the table. It was clumsy, unrefined, but undeniably vast. Zorian knew Svim saw it too. The kind of potential that usually only came along once a generation, now sitting in his office smelling faintly of ozone. The next morning, we skipped school. Not that it mattered. We were playing for higher stakes than attendance. We met Olenek in his austere temple office. The battle priest was all sharp angles and piercing eyes, the kind of man who smelled lies the way sharks smell blood. Zorian laid out the cover story. A soul magic attack, a mysterious marker, Zack's sudden, convenient paranoia. Olenek bought the story, but his gaze drifted to Zorian. If you were both attacked, why is only Mr. Novita seeking training? Are you not concerned for your own soul? I already know how to perceive and defend it, Zorian said. The casual admission hung in the air like a challenge. Alanek's eyes narrowed. Without warning, he reached across the table and clamped his hand onto Zorian's shoulder. It was like being unmoored from reality. Zorian's senses shredded. The room melted into a psychedelic kaleidoscope, his body twisting and contorting inside out. It was a psychic meat grinder. Instinct took over. Zorian slammed his mental defenses upward with violent desperation. The world snapped back into place as Olenek withdrew his hand. Shoddy, Olenek declared, completely unbothered. Serviceable, but amateur. You need this training just as much. Zorian glowered, his heart hammering against his ribs. It wasn't just a tap. It was a psychological bludgeon. But the revelation wasn't the attack. It was that Olenek was now willing to teach him. Before, he would have needed a dissertation's worth of explanations. Now, Zack's presence seemed to act as a cosmic endorsement. I know they're shoddy, Zorian gritted out. The thought of what Olenek could teach him, what he'd previously denied him, was maddening but also promising. Olenek tapped his fingers. Very well. I will teach both of you. But understand, Mr. Kaczynski, you are still hiding something from me. I'll have you know my reasons are my own. Zorian deflected, annoyed. A shifter had taught him the basics, which was mostly true if you squinted. Olenek accepted the non-answer with a skeptical look. As they followed Olenek deeper into the temple, Zack whispered, What is it with you and terrifying, annoying teachers? First Svim, now this guy? I don't think I can take another dose of that sociopath's teaching. Alanek's fair, Zorian insisted, though he understood the sentiment. Give him a second. And for the record, his name is Zosk. You and your Mr. Zosk. Alanik's voice drifted back, cutting through their quiet conversation. If you keep talking about this Svim fellow, I'll have to introduce myself. His name sounds fascinating. Zorian flinched. The mental image of Svim and Alanik in the same room was pure nightmare fuel. Alanik chuckled, sensing his distress. After Zak's lesson, which involved some foul psychedelic potion that made Zorian shudder just remembering his own experience with it, they stood outside the temple. Ugh, Zak groaned, shaking his head. I'm in for a world of hurt over the next few restarts with that stuff. Aren't I? You chose the fast track, Zorian reminded him. What did he have you doing while I was hallucinating? Same stuff he just tried on you. Light touches. Constantly. It's humbling, but I still don't get why he suddenly trusts you just because I'm here. Zorian shrugged. Maybe I'm just more trustworthy by association? Or maybe you're just a bad influence, Zak grinned. All right, what now? I could use a drink after that potion. Funny, Zorian said. I was planning on hitting the dungeon under Nyazov Dveri. You were going to have fun in a hole in the ground while I suffered Alanik's torture? Zak frowned. It's not fun. It's profit. Zorian explained the mana crystal trick. He'd memorized the locations over dozens of loops. It was basically picking up free money. Zak's eyes went wide. Wait, mana crystals? I could have been doing that this whole time. I'm drowning in debt thanks to my caretaker. You're a Novita, Zorian exclaimed. A Novita with his assets locked up. Zak spat, a sudden, bitter edge to his voice. That leech who calls himself my caretaker controls everything. I have to jump through hoops to buy anything more than a meal. I've been hunting rare beasts to pay for my gear. This is genius. Why didn't I think of it? We spent the day in the dungeon, clearing out the lower levels. Zorian usually stuck to the safe, mapped routes, but Zak insisted on pushing deeper. His raw power was astonishing, blasting through threats that used to make Zorian sweat. We gathered a fortune in crystals, and Zorian even found some strange, unidentifiable plants he'd show Kale later. When we finally emerged, Zak was buzzing. That was great. We should go deeper next time. Past that monster room that gave you trouble. Absolutely not, Zorian said firmly. He valued his sanity and his life. We got what we came for. Let's not push our luck. Ugh, you're no fun. You know, now that the Arania are gone, the city's infested with monsters. We could go hunting with Taven. I remember her from the summer festival. Cute girl. Are you close? Taven is just a friend, Zorian said quickly, bracing himself. A friend who goes on dates, Zak winked. She's not interested in guys like me. I'm not her type. Ah, so she shot you down. Well, don't sweat it, kid. You can't win them all, even in a time loop. I tried with half the class myself. Zorian stared at him. Half the class? Seriously? You're the crazy one, Zak told him. Spending this much time in a time loop and never dating anyone outside of the end-of-loop date? You'll regret it, mark my words. You'll never get this kind of freedom again. You sound like my grandfather, Zorian muttered. Well, I am, Zak smirked. We parted ways, and despite the soul-slapping and the dungeon crawling, Zorian realized it had actually been a good day. He had money, a new teacher, and his alliance with Zak was solid, though he really could have done without that last bit of advice. Now he couldn't stop thinking about Akoja, and if Zak knew, he'd never hear the end of it. The jerk. The lessons with Svim were a lesson in ego management, a delicate dance of trying to impress a man who treated perfection as the bare minimum. After the disaster of our first session, Svim's attitude shifted. Not toward kindness, heaven forbid, but toward genuine, gritty engagement. The presence of two time travelers, a statistical anomaly wrapped in a mystery, had finally piqued his interest. I stood on the training ground, the taste of ozone in the air, watching Svim weave magic like a conductor leading a symphony of destruction. He wanted to test my defensive wards. I knew the drill. I built the shield, I reinforced the anchors, I prepared for the inevitable breach. Svim didn't just break the ward. He dismantled it with the casual disdain of a man turning off a light switch. He didn't just teleport in. He created a microdimensional gate, a surgical strike that rendered my defenses irrelevant. It was humbling, it was infuriating, and it was exactly the kind of insanity I needed to learn. The days melted into a blur of arcane study and bizarre domesticity. Between the soul-shredding sessions with Olenek and the technical perfectionism of Svim, I was finding my rhythm. I even managed to pull Kale and Taven into the loop, though Taven remained the skeptic she always was. We spent our downtime in a forgotten, ghost-haunted meadow, the grass overgrown and the silence heavy with the memory of a village lost to the weeping. It was there that Zack, in a rare moment of introspection, challenged my approach to combat. He was right. My magic was efficient, utilitarian, but it lacked the sheer, overwhelming, brute force elegance of a true combat mage. He started showing me the high-end tricks, layered force shields, interlocking hex grids that didn't collapse under pressure. It was like trading a rusted dagger for a precision instrument. But then, the conversation took a turn into the moral gray. We talked about stealing, about the ethics of plundering the cultists and invaders who were effectively colonizing our home. Zack had that naive, hero-complex discomfort with theft, despite the fact that we were currently spending our restarts violating the minds of Arania colonies for practice. I pointed out the hypocrisy, and the look on his face was one I'd remember for a long time. It was the face of a man who realized he'd been playing a game with rules he didn't write, using pieces he didn't understand. The mood lightened when he started boasting about his combat superiority, the kind of swagger only someone who had spent decades as a one-man army could muster. I couldn't resist. I pointed to a solitary boulder in the distance. I didn't use a flashy spell. I didn't summon a tempest or a bolt of lightning. I simply cast a magic missile. It wasn't the glowing, predictable bolt everyone expects. It was perfectly transparent, a sliver of concentrated force that didn't exist to the eye until it connected. The impact wasn't a thump. It was a detonation. The rock shattered into a cloud of dust and shrapnel, leaving Zack standing there, his mouth slightly open, staring at the debris. I leaned back, a smug satisfaction creeping into my voice. Invisible magic missile, I said, my tone as light as the force I'd just unleashed. It's a bit of a classic, really. I assume a master combat mage like yourself has been using this for years. The silence from him was heavy, beautiful, and utterly satisfying. He looked at the dust settling on the ground, then back at me, his confidence flickering like a dying candle. So, I asked, letting the question hang in the thick, quiet air of the meadow. How long do you think it'll take you to replicate that? The air in the meadow tasted like victory and unrefined frustration. 3 days ago, I turned a rock into gravel with a flick of my wrist and a ghost of a spell, and I have been paying for that ego trip ever since. Zack is officially obsessed. He is currently turning a perfectly good oak tree into a pile of splinters, throwing magic missiles with the frantic, graceless intensity of a man trying to outrun his own shadow. I tried to tell him that technique is a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. He just gave me that look, the look of a self-appointed protagonist who refuses to be upstaged by a side character. It was almost endearing in a pathetic, high-octane sort of way. I leaned back, letting the silence settle between us, watching the sun dip low enough to cast long, spindly shadows across the grass. The conversation shifted, as it always did, back to the beginning. The loop. That fuzzy, chaotic sunrise that started our collective nightmare. It doesn't feel like I was groomed for this, Zack muttered, his hands finally dropping. He was staring at the horizon, his brow furrowed with the weight of decades he couldn't quite account for. I wasn't a sleeper agent. I was just a kid who woke up in a burning building. Red Robe remains the great unknown, I replied, watching the way he reacted. There was a specific, jagged edge to his memories. It was all visceral, the panic, the confusion, the sheer, unadulterated shock of existence being reset. I remember trying to tell everyone, he sighed, a ghost of a self-deprecating smile touching his lips. I walked up to teachers, guards, anyone who would listen. I really thought the truth was a universal currency. Turns out, people prefer their comfortable delusions to an inconvenient reality. You told Benesek, I said, a grin tugging at my mouth. That's a special kind of masochism. He groaned, burying his face in his hands. He told half the academy. I became the local lunatic. I had students convinced I was a prophet, a government spy, or just someone who had developed a severe allergy to reality. It was easy to joke, but the shadow of our alienation was always there. The classmates we grew up with were strangers now, people we knew too well, and not at all. We were the only two people in the world who could never truly go home. I looked at him, curious about the blind spots in his memory. What about Veyers Boranova? Did you ever try to recruit him in those early, desperate months? Zach looked up, his expression blank. A genuine, confused stillness washed over him. Who? My blood turned to ice. Veyers Boranova. The guy who lived to make your life a misery? The snake-eyed aristocrat who spent 2 years trying to get under your skin? The guy who punched you in the face during that second-year exam? He stared at me, and for a second, I thought it was a joke. But his eyes, the eyes that had seen 1,000 months of war, were completely, terrifyingly vacant. He didn't just dislike the guy. He didn't know he existed. A cold shiver snaked down my spine, tracing the line of my neck. If he forgot a classmate who had been a fundamental part of his formative years, what else had been overwritten? What else was leaking out of the cracks in his soul? I realized then that we weren't just fighting a time loop. We were fighting the slow, inevitable erosion of ourselves. And if the memories were going, what was the next thing the loop would decide to take? The silence in the room wasn't just quiet. It was heavy, suffocating. We were staring at 2 sheets of paper, trying to find a ghost. Names upon names, classmates, teachers, local nobodies scrawled in ink, waiting for a discrepancy that felt like a missing piece of a soul. Zach watched me, his brow furrowed in that way that usually preceded a headache. I was obsessively checking lists, looking for the hole in his head. My own memory felt like a fortress I'd meticulously reinforced, but looking at his list, I couldn't shake the creeping dread that someone had been inside his mind, tidying up, erasing the messy bits. Is this really necessary? He asked, his voice rough. I gave him a look that probably could have curdled milk. You didn't just forget Veyers Boranova, I told him, pointing at the empty space where the name should have been. You forgot he existed. That isn't memory loss, Zach. That's a lobotomy performed with a scalpel. He resisted, of course. He wanted it to be simple laziness, the kind of cognitive rot that sets in after years of repeating the same month. But I knew better. Someone had scrubbed the Boranova air from his psyche, and the sheer audacity of it was enough to make my skin crawl. We spent hours picking through the names, finding other gaps, other people he'd known but I hadn't. It was a cold, clinical autopsy of his social life. When we finally circled back to the central question, is Veyers Boranova the man behind the mask, the elusive red robe? The air turned frigid. It's amateur, I muttered mostly to myself. To wipe only one person. If it were me, I'd have wiped 5 others just to bury the trail in noise. Zach looked at me, his eyes sharp and suspicious. Sometimes I wonder if you are the one behind the mask, Zorian. Simulacrums, I said dismissively. You've seen us in the same room. And stop looking at me like I'm the villain. I'm just the one who notices when reality has been tampered with. The deeper we dug into the Veyers mystery, the more ominous it became. We blanketed the city in divinations, trying to pluck a single thread out of the tapestry of Cyoria. But the city was silent. The academy claimed he never finished his expulsion paperwork. The police had no reports. His own family, House Boranova, was a wall of polite, aristocratic indifference. Veyers had effectively been erased, not just from Zach's mind, but from the world itself. As the days dragged on, Zach's instability became a rhythmic, pulse-pounding reality. He paced. He muttered. He looked at me with a terrifying combination of desperation and resentment. He was beginning to realize that the time loop hadn't just given him powers. It had slowly, systematically dismantled his history. Eventually, he stopped pacing, his face hardening into a grimace of total defeat. I need those mind magic lessons, he growled, the words tasting like ash. Teach me. I nodded, feeling a strange mix of satisfaction and genuine pity. We were heading down a rabbit hole, and I wasn't entirely sure if we were going to find answers or just more voids. We tried the classmates next. Benesek, in all his gossipy, unreliable glory, was the last resort. But as I walked toward the academy grounds, I had a sinking feeling in my gut. We were poking a wound that refused to heal, and the infection was already spreading. What happens when you finally track down the man who was never there? We were about to find out, and I was starting to think we wouldn't like the answer. The halls of the academy were a theater of ghosts, but today I was hunting a specific phantom. Akoja, the class representative, ever the image of poised, academic perfection, didn't appreciate the inquiry. I dropped the name Veyers Boranova like a lead weight into a stagnant pond. The reaction was immediate. A flash of distaste, sharp and visceral. She didn't know where he was, and frankly, she seemed relieved the world had swallowed him whole after his expulsion. She mused on the rumors, that he'd attacked a judge, that he'd set fires to testimony, the usual petty, explosive drama that defined a Boranova. It was a portrait of a volatile, dangerous young man, but it was just that, a portrait, a flat image of a person who had ceased to occupy space in our reality. I moved on to Benesek, who was predictably loud, charming, and utterly useless. He treated the inquiry like a delicious piece of gossip. The revelation wasn't that he knew where Veyers was, he didn't, but that others were looking. Someone had put a bounty on the boy's head, and the whispers suggested it was House Boranova themselves. That didn't make sense. If the house had the resources of a legacy family, why couldn't they find their own heir? Unless they weren't looking for an heir at all. Unless they were looking for a corpse or a liability that needed to be permanently silenced. By the time I reached Tinami, the picture was becoming clearer and significantly more ominous. House Boranova was a military house in decline, a shark with broken teeth, trying to keep up appearances in a city that had already started to smell their blood. Veyers was the crown jewel of their reputation, and his public failure was a rot that threatened to destroy them from within. I left the classroom, my head spinning with the implications. I met Zach, who had spent the day under Svim's grueling tutelage. He looked drained, the kind of exhaustion that settles deep in the marrow when you realize you're fighting an enemy who can manipulate the very foundations of your memory. We sat in the twilight, the city of Scioria stretching out beneath us, a tapestry of potential victims and unknowing accomplices. The search for Veyers had hit a dead end, a literal hole in reality where a person should have been. Maybe he just walked out, Zach said, his voice quiet against the wind. Maybe he isn't even in the loop anymore. The idea hung there, dark and inviting. If he had managed to exit the loop, he wasn't just a threat. He was a precursor. A terrifying, rogue element who knew the rules of the game and had already made his move. We had scoured the city, triggered every divination we had, and come up with nothing. The earth hadn't just swallowed him. It seemed to have erased the very concept of his presence. As the sun set, casting the world in shades of bruised purple and deep, unforgiving black, I realized the truth. We weren't looking for a boy who went missing. We were looking for a glitch in the system that was currently rewriting the code. The next restart was waiting, a blank slate that would soon be filled with the same desperate, circling questions. We were hunting a man who was already a ghost, and the more we looked for him, the more I felt like we were the ones being watched. And in the silence of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that Veyers wasn't lost. He was just waiting for the right moment to step back into the light. The world was beginning to feel like a high-stakes puzzle where the pieces kept changing shape when I wasn't looking. For once, the pieces seemed to be clicking into place. I had my theory on the masked enemy, my mastery over the arcane was sharpening to a lethal edge, and I had finally managed to pull Taven into the fold. Trusting her with the secret of the loop had been a gamble, but watching her turn her competitive fire toward finding me worthy sparring partners made the risk worth it. Fighting training dummies is the quickest way to atrophy. They don't dodge, they don't adapt, and they certainly don't make you bleed. Sparring with Taven's associates was a chaotic, beautiful mess of near misses and hard-won lessons. I kept my most brutal tools in the vault. No mental crushing, no reality-bending artifacts, just pure, distilled magic. I was winning half my bouts, which, to be honest, was a decent enough ratio to keep them hungry without making them realize I was playing a game of catch-up while they were still learning to walk. Taven, ever the realist, knew exactly what I was hiding. She saw the alchemical grenades Kale and I were obsessively refining, the ones that turned a battlefield into a chemical nightmare. She asked if they were expensive. I told her they were financial suicide. If I wanted to keep up this pace, I was going to have to stop playing the hero and start playing the bandit, raiding the invaders for the resources I needed to keep the machinery of my power running. The morality of it felt slippery, a gray smear on the landscape of my conscience. But then again, I was already walking through the same month until my mind felt like frayed silk. The next morning, the rhythm of my life hit a jarring, unexpected note. I walked into Svim's office, expecting the usual scathing critique of my latest defensive wards, only to find the room occupied. The air felt different. It was thicker, charged with the kind of static that precedes a lightning strike. Sitting there, sipping tea with the casual air of a man who owned the very concept of gravity, was Olenek. Seeing the two masters, the technical perfectionist and the battle-hardened inquisitor, sitting together like old war buddies was like walking in on a conspiracy you weren't supposed to know existed. They weren't just chatting, they were waiting. Svim didn't waste time with his usual barbs. He gestured to the chairs with a flicker of something in his eyes that could have been genuine interest or a looming threat. I looked at Zach, then back at the two men who held the keys to everything I wanted to learn. Whatever story they were about to tell, it was going to be the kind that would change the rules of the game forever. And I had a sinking feeling that the game was about to become infinitely more dangerous. The office was a graveyard of paper, a cramped, stifling box that felt less like an academic space and more like a staging ground for an execution. 4 of us, too many for the air to circulate, the silence thick enough to choke on. Svim sat with the icy, surgical detachment of a man who could dissect you without a knife, while Olenek, the warrior priest, radiated an aura of dangerous, holy curiosity. It wasn't just a meeting, it was an ambush wrapped in politeness. I watched their faces, that mix of professional skepticism and the dawning, terrifying realization that their world was a fragile, repeating delusion. Zach, typically the reckless catalyst, decided to burn the bridge entirely. He didn't offer a gentle introduction to the truth. He threw it at them like a grenade. He conjured an illusion, a shimmering, ghost world planet suspended in the air. He didn't just tell them about the time loop. He dismantled their reality. He showed them the original world, frozen in the amber of a divine machine, and the looping, stuttering shadow version we inhabited. 1,000 years, a million tragedies, all compressed into the flick of a second. Every breath they took, every argument they had, every life they led, it was just data repeating, a flickering light bulb in an abandoned house. "Nothing you do matters," Zach said, his voice light, almost mocking. "We're all just copies of a reality that's already forgotten us." I stepped in then, stripping away the comfort of their localized problems. The invasion, the cult, the necromancers rotting in the seats of power. I laid out the decay of our world as if I were reading a grocery list. The silence that followed wasn't just quiet. It was the sound of 2 powerful men having their entire worldview gutted. Olenek looked like he'd been struck by a divine hammer. Svim looked like he was cataloging the sheer, terrifying scale of the collapse. I waited for the blowback. I waited for them to call us insane, to try and bind our minds, to force us into the comfortable boxes of their choosing. But there was only a chilling, heavy stillness. I looked at Zach. He was grinning, the sort of manic, jagged smile that showed he'd finally stopped caring about the consequences. We had thrown the truth into the dark. Now, we had to wait to see if it would be accepted or if it would burn the room down around us. The cycle of interrogation with Svim and Olenek had become a brutal, grinding reality. It was no longer about learning. It was about justification, about painting the picture of a doomed world so clearly that even the most stubborn masters couldn't look away. I spent my days as a captive in my own life, oscillating between explaining the mechanics of our temporal prison and trying to keep the panic out of my voice. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd wanted a quiet restart, a moment to breathe and synthesize everything I'd learned, but instead, I was forced to play diplomat to 2 men whose worldviews were currently being dismantled. They weren't just curious. They were terrified, their obsession shifting toward the imminent invasion, and the grotesque rituals of the powerful like a compass needle finding north. Eventually, the wall between us cracked. Olenek, looking like he hadn't slept since the dawn of time, finally gave me the key to my own survival, a fabrication of identity that would insulate me from future iterations of himself. It felt like a parlor trick, a desperate lie to keep the Inquisition off my back, but it was the only currency I had. Amaya, of course, took the opportunity to be insufferably smug about the whole affair, cornering us into a dinner that felt less like a meal and more like a tactical briefing. My world was narrowing to a series of exchanges. Information for secrets, secrets for safety, the hunt for the primordial, that ancient sleeping god thing beneath the city, felt increasingly hopeless. Lukhav, the shifter, gave us nothing but dead ends and a heavy dose of reality. We were trying to stop a ritual that required the souls of children, and all we had to show for were theories that felt like trying to empty an ocean with a spoon. My own training was becoming a desperate scramble. I began hunting for transformation potions, seeking to borrow the power of beasts to bridge the gap in my own perception. Lukhav offered to craft them, provided I could bring him the creatures and a hefty fee. It was extortion, plain and simple, but in a loop where I was running out of time, money was just paper. Back in the quiet of our temporary sanctuary, the contrast was jarring. One moment, I was discussing the annihilation of reality. The next, I was sitting at a kitchen table, playing cards with Kiriel, whose strategy was to sabotage me at every turn. Zach was winning, somehow, and for a fleeting, surreal second, I almost forgot that the sky was scheduled to fall in 4 years. Then the knock came. Svim. The vacation was over. He wasn't here to grill us on the loop mechanics this time. He was here to talk about the future, or what passed for one. He pushed us toward a path I hadn't dared to fully articulate, using the very powers that terrified the average mage to peel back the secrets of the world. He was suggesting we become the villains of the academy, stealing knowledge, bending minds, and carving our own way through the darkness. Attack them, Svim said, his voice flat, devoid of judgment. Steal their secrets. If you want to survive the collapse, you have to be the most dangerous thing in the room. I looked at my hands, remembering the spells I'd burned into my memory, the secrets I'd stolen, the lives I'd lived and lost. I wasn't just a student anymore. I was a thief, a ghost, and a weapon. And if I wanted to win, it was time I started acting like one. The room felt like it had been vacuum sealed, the air turning thin and sharp. Svim, usually so composed, had just handed me a black-bound ledger that felt heavier than a tombstone. It was a list, a roster of the city's brightest minds, its most powerful archivists, and its most guarded secrets. And in that cold, clinical voice of his, he had just suggested I become a predator. He wanted me to break the law, break spirits, and break the very moral code I had been clinging to as if it were a life raft in a storm. I looked down at the notebook. The names inside were people I walked past in the halls, people who had spent their lives building reputations, people who were now nothing more than resources to be harvested. I felt a surge of nausea. I had killed spiders, I had faced monsters, but this was different. This was turning the scalpel on humanity itself to see what secrets were hidden behind their ribs. Svim didn't blink. He sat there like a statue carved from judgment, reminding me that I was a child playing a game where the stakes were the literal end of the world. He didn't order me. He just held up a mirror, showing me the monster I would have to become if I wanted to win. He left without a word, his footsteps echoing in the silence he left behind. I stood there, the notebook burning a hole in my hand, before slamming it onto the table with a sound like a gunshot. The wood groaned under the impact, a hollow, splintering protest. My vacation, my quiet, reflective, soul-searching month. It had dissolved into a list of crimes I was being told I had to commit just to keep the lights on for another day. Zach didn't say a word. He just stared at the notebook, his face unreadable. Maybe he was already calculating the cost, or maybe, like me, he was just beginning to realize that the person we were when the loop started was already dead. We had all the power in the world, and we were still trapped. And now, I had the roadmap to losing myself completely, written in ink and delivered with a smile. The worst part wasn't that he was wrong. It was that I knew, deep down in the parts of me I didn't want to touch, that he was probably right. The silence in the house was heavy, a suffocating blanket that left me restless. I needed to move, to strip away the lingering echo of Svim's cold, pragmatic judgment. I walked the streets of Syoria like a ghost in a city that didn't know it was already dead. The buildings I once navigated as a desperate student were now just hollow shells, occupied by strangers who had no idea they were living in a recursive stutter of time. I wandered the depths, peering into the great hole at the city's heart, watching the abyss stare back. The cephalic rats, those chittering, hive-minded vermin, huddled in the shadows, waiting. I reached out with a psychic probe, trying to force a connection, a negotiation. They were a swarm, a frantic, collective mess of impulses. They didn't talk, they resisted. It was like trying to reason with a thunderstorm. I pulled away, frustrated, already drafting mental schematics for a cage of willpower to force their compliance. It was a problem I could solve, unlike the impossible, shifting puzzle of our extinction. Returning home was like stepping back into a play I'd already memorized. Amaya was waiting, her concern a strange, warm intrusion I hadn't asked for. She was a puzzle in her own right, a woman who wanted children she couldn't have, a life built on a foundation of silence. We talked in the dim light, and for a moment, the cosmic horror of the loop faded into the quiet tragedy of a broken marriage. It was grounding, in a way. Even gods and primordial terrors didn't erase the mundane, messy reality of being human. The next day, I barricaded myself behind a mountain of stolen and borrowed knowledge, hunting for an edge, a shortcut to power that wouldn't require me to become the monster Svim demanded. Zach arrived, lugging a heavy medical text like it was a chore. He was being pestered by Kale to dive into medical magic, a task he clearly found absurd. We sat among the stacks, the tension between us thick enough to cut. Svim's suggestion, to strip the city of its secrets, to violate the minds of the powerful, hung in the air like smoke. He's right, isn't he? Zach asked, his voice low and devoid of its usual manic energy. We're already walking on the graves of our own ethics. I don't have to like it to know it's true, I replied, my eyes scanning a formula that promised nothing but exhaustion. We pivoted, brainstorming ways to leverage our remaining assets. The Novita name, the fading, reflected glory of my brother Diamond, and the desperate, high-stakes gamble of the Black Rooms. Those subterranean chambers were mana-hungry monsters, limited by the sheer logistics of the city's power grid. 1 room, 1 month of accelerated time, a precious, stolen slice of reality. We are just scavengers, I thought, watching the shadows lengthen across the floor. Scavenging time, scavenging knowledge, scavenging hope from a world that had forgotten how to save itself. Maybe there are more, Zach mused, looking at me with that familiar, dangerous glint of obsession. More rooms, more time, more ways to burn the clock down until we find a way out. I looked at the notes spread before me, the blueprints for our survival, and realized the path forward wasn't going to be earned. It was going to be stolen, one agonizing second at a time. I hoped, when the end finally came, there would be enough of me left to recognize who I used to be. The ritual room was a tomb of silence, the kind of heavy, oppressive quiet that seems to swallow light and hope in equal measure. It was buried deep in a forgotten forest, a subterranean chamber reached by a staircase that devoured illumination like a starving beast. Standing in the center of the floor, surrounded by intricate, jagged runes etched into the cold stone, I felt like a sacrificial lamb waiting for the butcher. Olenek stood over me, his face a mask of detached expertise. He was about to do the impossible. He was going to rip my soul from its housing. The prospect was terrifying, yet morbidly fascinating. I was a man who had died dozens of times in the loop, usually in a hail of fire or a flash of necrotic energy, but this was different. This was a surgical separation. He explained the mechanics in a voice that was eerily calm, describing the process of casting a tether, a ghostly anchor to keep me from drifting into the void, and a surrogate mind to hold my consciousness together while I was nothing more than an ethereal smudge in the dark. Zach was leaning against the wall, his bravado finally flickering out. He was watching with an intensity that told me he knew exactly how close I was to permanent extinction. He had pushed to be the one on the floor, but Olenek had shut him down with the cold logic of a master who knew when a student was out of their depth. The room smelled of ozone and ancient, stagnant dust. As Olenek reached out, his hand wrapping around the crown of my head, I felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature. He didn't hesitate. The world didn't just fade. It shattered. It was a violent, impossible tearing, the sensation of everything that made me being yanked upward through the top of my skull. My body went limp, a discarded husk, while my perception exploded into something cold, vast, and terrifyingly clear. I wasn't just observing the room anymore. I was drifting above it, a shimmering, unanchored mote of awareness. The pain was absolute, a white-hot spike through the very fabric of my existence. I tried to scream, but there was no voice, no throat, no breath. There was only the dizzying, nauseating realization that I was no longer a person. I was a ghost haunting my own corpse. The tether stretched, a shimmering cord of light that hummed with a sound like tearing silk. I was adrift in the architecture of my own soul, seeing it with a clarity that made my physical life look like a blurred, drunken dream. I was dying, or coming as close to it as one could without crossing the threshold. And in that agonizing, frozen second, I saw the truth of the world laid bare. Then, the tether began to fray. I saw the light in the room dim, flickering like a dying candle, and felt the gravity of my own body pulling at me with a desperate, crushing hunger. If I didn't hold on, I wouldn't just be a spirit. I would be nothing at all. The dark was rising, and the path back to the living felt miles away. The agony of existing as a bodiless, fragmented consciousness is a special kind of hell. A visceral, tearing sensation that leaves you feeling like a ghost haunting the vacuum of space. But returning? Returning is worse. Waking up after Alanek's ritual feels like my soul is being shoved back into a body that doesn't want it, a sickening, grinding compression that makes every nerve-ending scream. It leaves me bedridden, shivering, and nauseated for hours on end. But damn it, it works. After the fourth session of this spectral torture, I finally unlocked it. The marker on my soul, that cryptic mess of ancient magic, finally clicked into place. I could sense the proximity of the keys. Unfortunately, it isn't a radar that points to treasure across the continent. It's a proximity sensor. A cruel, close-range proximity sensor. I spent hours sweeping the city, my mind brushing against the void, hoping for a ping. Nothing. The keys weren't hidden under my feet in Scioria. But I did find something else. A clock. A mental readout embedded in the marker that tells me exactly how many cycles are left until the world ends. It is a grim, digital countdown clock for the apocalypse, and honestly, having it there to check whenever I get bored is almost comforting in its cold, objective finality. The end of the loop approached, and my room had become a library of stolen potential. Notebooks were stacked everywhere, filled with the secrets of mentors who didn't even know they were being recorded. Svim, usually so prickly and guarded, looked at my growing pile of knowledge with a rare, grudging respect. Even Olenek, the priest with a darker past than his robes let on, showed up with his own records. They weren't interested in the loop's theory, they just wanted the facts. A cold, hard roadmap for the next time I show up to tell them the world is burning. Then came the proposition, an assault on the whole. It sounded like a suicide note written in ink. Quadakikl, the ancient lich who had ended my life more times than I care to count, was going to be there. But for once, we weren't just fleeing. We were hunting. We gathered at the rendezvous point, and my jaw nearly hit the floor. This wasn't a skirmish. It was a private army. Nearly 100 mages, some carrying rifles that looked absurdly out of place in their hands, all following Alanek's lead. They hid in the shadows, waiting for the invasion to crest, a coiled spring waiting to snap. As the city outside erupted into chaos, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and the ozone of high-level magic, I tried to stay focused. The carnage was dispassionate, a distant, brutal ballet. I spent my time scanning the battlefield, my skin crawling, waiting for the sudden, cold touch of a lich's hand on my spine. That was Quadakikl's signature move. Appearing where you least expected, usually just before the lights went out for good. I checked the marker. Again. It had become a nervous tick, a way to anchor myself to reality while the world fell apart. But this time, the marker didn't just return a null result. It spiked. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat. I followed the resonance, the psychic pull dragging my senses toward a specific point on the battlefield. There, standing by a ruined wall, watching the slaughter with the detached interest of a theater critic, was the Lich himself. He looked bored. He looked untouchable, and he was wearing a crown. I looked at the simple, ornate band of gold atop his head, and the bitter humor of the situation hit me like a physical blow. The key we had been agonizing over for cycles, the object that could potentially grant us our freedom, had been sitting on the head of the monster we were most terrified to fight. Fate, it seemed, had a twisted sense of irony. We didn't just have to win the war. We had to pick the pocket of a god of death. The battlefield was a cacophony of shattered stone and ozone, a meat grinder designed to chew through everything I held dear. I didn't have a second to dwell on the absurdity of a lich wearing an emperor's crown like a fashion accessory. The earth beneath us groaned as artillery fire tore through the enemy lines, turning the world into a choking shroud of gray dust and pulverized pavement. We surged forward, a desperate, coiled spring snapping into motion. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were filled with wet sand. Running alongside battle-hardened mages is a humbling reminder that my physical conditioning, until recently, had been absolutely pathetic. I chugged a stamina potion, the magical equivalent of a triple espresso mixed with adrenaline, and prayed my heart wouldn't explode. Even Svim, the stoic master of defense, was popping stimulants just to keep pace. Then, the void shifted. Quadakikl vanished from his perch on the sidelines. My marker pinged, an icy feeling in the back of my mind telling me the Lich had teleported straight into the heart of the artillery fire. Those poor gunners didn't stand a chance. It was cold, ruthless, and entirely pragmatic. I didn't cry for them. I just thanked them for the distraction and kept running. The enemy didn't just roll over. They threw everything at us. War trolls the size of small houses, iron-beaked monsters, and skeletons that didn't know when to stay dead. It was a chaotic mess, a violent dance of fireballs, lightning, and force javelins. We moved in a staggered rhythm, a living machine of alternating offense and defense. Then, the monster arrived. Quadakikl flickered into existence behind our back lines, a skeletal shadow of death. He raised a finger, and I saw the telltale, jagged red hue of disintegration magic. There was no time for warnings. I fumbled a pitch-black metal cube from my robes and flung it like a desperate game of fetch. The beam hit the cube, drinking it in, neutralizing a spell that should have erased a dozen of our best fighters. I screamed to draw attention, the shockwave of my own voice barely audible over the roaring fire. The Lich wasn't finished. He teleported again, a blur of motion, carving a path of ruin through our ranks. Bodies hit the ground. The air tasted of copper and burning hair. Svim finally stepped up, a shimmering, dark green shield erupting from his palm. The Lich's beam struck it, twisting and writhing like a trapped snake, refusing to break. It was the only moment of respite we got. I was at the rear, weaving a trap. My mana reserves were burning, a cold, sharp ache in my chest as I carved a grounding formula into the stone. I wasn't a powerhouse like Zack or a master like Olenek, but I knew how to say no to a teleporter. When the Lich moved to finish the job, my ward snapped shut. The air around him turned into a vacuum of reality. He tried to blink away, but the magic curdled and died. The hit landed. A layered orb of pure white force drilled into his chest, detonating like a localized sun. His skeleton fractured. Then a massive shockwave of soul-rending energy threw us all into the dirt. It wasn't just physical force. It was a spiritual scream that made my vision blur at the edges. I scrambled to reach Zack, who was rolling on the ground, his mind reeling from the impact. I dragged him toward the relative safety of the rear, cursing my own choices. Why do we think this would work? Quadakikl was already reattaching his severed limbs with the sickening, fluid grace of a puppet master. He turned his hollow eyes toward us, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the crushing weight of a monster who had seen the end of the world 1,000 times. He looked at us like we were insects. He was right. We were just insects with a very bad habit of refusing to die. And the battle? It was only getting started. The anti-teleportation ward was a masterpiece of anchor point engineering, but Quatakikal wasn't just a powerful mage. He was a connoisseur of dismantling hope. He didn't just brute force the magic. He tracked the feedback, found the structural weakness, and erased the anchor with the casual cruelty of a man crushing an insect. In a blink, he was gone, leaving us behind to tally the cost of our ambition. Out of 100, less than half remained. We were bleeding, we were tired, and we were winning only by the skin of our teeth. The journey to the hole became a grisly procession. Every time we gained ground, the Lich would return, bringing fresh nightmares to our doorstep. He threw thunder lizards at us, monsters that should have shredded us, but I took them. I subverted their minds, turning the Lich's own weapons against him with a grim, hollow sense of satisfaction. It was a dark, transactional war. I'd take his gifts, and he'd try to kill me for them. Eventually, he brought elites. He wanted me dead, specifically. I could feel the cold, sharp focus of his intent, like a blade pressed against the back of my neck. He threw a green javelin of energy, a spell that shrieked as it tore through reality. It should have ended me, but Svim was there. My mentor didn't just block it. He performed a miracle of spatial geometry, opening a gate in mid-air and spitting the Lich's own death back at his own soldiers. But the chaos was unending. My world became a blur of jagged light, screaming constructs, and the smell of ozone. Zack, tired of the slugfest, decided it was time for a change of pace. He encased us in a sphere of force and launched us into the sky like a mortar shell. We soared, we dived, and we defied the laws of physics, dodging incoming fire like a hummingbird on a caffeine spike, until we plummeted into the crushing dark of the hole. The ritual site was a floating stone platform suspended in a void. It was beautiful in a horrifying sort of way. A giant cube sat at its heart, bathed in a crimson sphere of floating, liquid blood. And there, piled like discarded lumber, were the children. Their pale, broken bodies were a silent indictment of everything these cultists stood for. Nachka was there too, screaming in her cage, her terror a sharp, dissonant note in the air. We tore through the remaining defenders, but the cost was mounting. A stray beam of sickly yellow light, meant for me, found a different target. Svim didn't shield. He didn't cast. He just stepped in front of the ray. He hit the ground and simply stopped. No blood, no fire. Just a man whose light had been snuffed out in an instant. I didn't have time to mourn. Grief is a luxury for those with time, and I had a world to reset. I stood before the barrier protecting the ritualists, watching them chant in their scarlet robes, the same robes that had haunted my path for cycles. They were safe behind their wall, untouchable, arrogant, and entirely focused on their dark work. If I couldn't break the glass, I'd go inside their heads. I reached out, a probe of raw, invasive psychic intent, ready to rip the secrets from their minds. Consequences be damned. I had no idea what I was going to find, but I knew one thing for sure. Whatever horror they were summoning, it was about to have a very bad day. The barrier shimmered, an invisible wall of force that would have turned a physical blow into a broken limb. But the mind has no walls that can truly keep out a persistent ghost. I pushed against the psychic veil of the 7 ritualists, and for the first time, I felt the sheer, terrifying complexity of professional-grade mental armory. These weren't just simple locks. They were intricate clockwork traps, decoy thoughts designed to lead me into loops, and reactive spikes waiting to shred anyone who dared to look too deep. The leader was a fortress of absolute silence, his mind protected by a wall so perfect it felt like looking at a blank, static-filled screen. I didn't care. I chose one of the outer cogs and began to grind it down. There is a grim, surgical satisfaction to tearing apart someone's mental walls. Layer by layer, I peeled back their defenses, watching their composure shatter from the inside out. One by one, the frantic flinches started. The rhythm of their chanting faltered, growing jagged and uneven. One of them finally broke. He stopped the ritual entirely, abandoning his duties to desperate, clawing attempts to patch his crumbling psyche. It was too late. I was already inside, and my momentum was a freight train. Panic rippled through the circle like a shockwave. The blood sphere, that pulsating, grotesque heart of their dark work, began to thrash. It warped, stretching and bulging as if something monstrous were trying to claw its way out from the inside. The leader's voice rose to a screech, a desperate, pathetic plea to a god that clearly wasn't listening. I surged forward, plunging into the target's memories like a diver hitting deep water. The secrets I found there were dark, jagged things, names, hidden agendas, the mechanics of a ritual designed to rewrite the world. Then, the lead mage let out a final, soul-splitting scream. The boiling sphere of crimson liquid stopped. It froze in mid-air, a perfect, impossible sphere, glowing with a light that felt like a judgment. For a heartbeat, the universe held its breath. Then, everything vanished. The platform, the cultists, the abyss of the hole, and the reality I'd spent countless lifetimes trying to save, all of it was erased in a sudden, blinding flash of crimson, followed by an all-consuming darkness that felt far too much like the end.